Chapter 351. The Fierce Power of the War Department. 1 month later. The Siren Emperor City is 3,000 miles due west. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the top of a huge peak under the sea, gazing into the distance at the Imperial City. With a faint glow in his eyes, he tapped the air with his finger, and white light emerged and condensed, with the coordinate information hidden in it. The light spot slowly floated towards the beautiful woman in plain dress behind him. You want revenge? I'll give you a chance. Go to this position and wait. Siren 6th. The 9th prince is now in your hands. The eldest lady was shocked when she heard the words. She was extremely excited and respectfully took the light spot. Then she knelt on the ground and cowed out heavily. Thank you for your help. Sir. The voice was choked, containing extremely complex emotions. Thank you for your help. Sir. Behind the eldest lady, a large group of black-armored demons also knelt down, knocking the hard rock wall into cracks. They shouted in unison, causing ripples on the water. Go. Bring me their souls and heads. The eldest lady nodded solemnly. Her figure flashed, and she and the elite members of the clan behind her turned into a black light and escaped in an instant. He raised his head slightly and looked up at the sky. A strong white light condensed in his eyes. He saw through the boundless sea water, through the dimensional space, and looked directly at the 3 slowly moving bright moons. 1,000 years have passed since the last time the 3 moons overlapped. And at this moment, the 3 moons slowly overlapped again along an inexplicable trajectory. The bright moon is in the sky, and the 3 become one. The halo is 3 colors and gradually changes, which is enchanting and beautiful. The night of the full moon has arrived. Such a beautiful scene should be enhanced by killing. Bai Donglin smiled and murmured softly, then took out the inspection decree and quickly tied it around his waist in the most conspicuous place. The monsters from the War Department are coming soon. Hold head high. Snap! The void trembled violently, making a piercing and sharp wailing sound. And then it and the endless sea water shattered into nothingness. A pitch-black passage with no visible end suddenly appeared above the Siren Emperor City, and a thick and condensed murderous aura gushed out. Crack, crack, crack. A harsh friction sound rang out. An extremely huge dark warship slowly squeezed out from the pitch-black dimensional channel. The channel could not bear the weight and was torn apart. The huge cracks were densely packed and spread thousands of miles away. The Siren Imperial City was shrouded in shadow and fell into deathly silence. Countless monsters collapsed to the ground, their bodies shaking like sieves. What? What is this? His pupils shrank into sharp points as he looked up at the huge monster whose boundaries were invisible above him. His expression was horrified and many monsters were roaring crazily. The dark warship hovering above the Siren Emperor City had an extremely terrifying aura and was filled with a strong smell of killing. It had countless sharp spikes protruding from it, making it look extremely hideous. It is nearly 10 million feet long, or 60,000 miles, and nearly 15,000 miles high and wide. The Siren Imperial City, which stretched for thousands of miles, was like a chicken in front of it, completely enveloped by the terrifying shadow it projected. Oh my goodness! That's outrageous. This War Department actually mobilized a warship. Bai Donglin's fingers trembled slightly, and he looked up into the distance. The huge monster seemed to be very close. With his eyesight, he could clearly see the countless scarlet divine patterns on its body surface. Although he deliberately stayed 3,000 miles away from the sea monster Imperial City, he did not expect that the War Department would make such a big fuss. The shadow of the battleship enveloped him as well. In the previous life, the diameter of the blue star was less than 26,000 miles, and the size of this battleship is equivalent to that of 2 blue stars. However, size is only its least impressive feature. Size is not what the cultivators in this world pursue, strength is. Size does not represent strength. The reason why this warship is so large is because the skills of the equipment refiners are limited, and they can only compress it to this extent. If the strength of the War Department's flagship is judged solely by size, then one will certainly suffer a great loss. And the alien races are well aware of this. This warship is really powerful. It can even block my hexagram deduction. When I was spying on the 9 sea monster princes, I only saw a shadow covering the sky and the sun, but could not see the whole picture. I didn't expect it to be this thing. Bai Donglin's eyes showed admiration, but he did not act rashly. The warship had already locked onto everything below, including him. He couldn't help but stand up and straighten his robe, and the inspection decree around his waist became even more shining. Chant. A beam of red light fell from the bow of the ship, and grew in the wind, instantly becoming tens of thousands of feet in size. Looking closely, it turned out to be a scarlet token. Snap! The huge scarlet token was inserted into the thick light shield above the Siren Emperor's city. It made a crackling sound, and countless terrifying cracks suddenly appeared. Many monsters in the city looked up and saw the light shield shattering like the sky cracking. Through the huge gap, they could clearly see the two lines of big characters on the scarlet token, and their faces turned pale in an instant. Wherever the evil spirit goes, everything is reduced to ashes. Ghost house, War Department. It's over. It's over. Who is it? Who summoned the War Department? Ah! Bang bang bang. Countless deep-sea monsters looked crazy, collapsed and wailed. Anyone who had done evil would gather their monster power without hesitation, strike their foreheads with their palms, shatter their souls, and let their true spirits escape. At a glance, there are no less than hundreds of millions of people who have committed suicide. There were wailing everywhere outside the Imperial City. But there was deathly silence inside the city. Ban! An indifferent voice was heard from the dark warship. Ban! Buzz! The void vibrated and hummed, and dark ripples as thick as substance instantly spread out in all directions from the battleship as the core. Within the spherical space, with a radius of 100,000 miles, all dimensional spaces were suppressed and sealed. Seal up! Seal up! Countless scarlet runes shot out from the battleship, connecting and entangled with each other, turning into a thick scarlet light shield, tightly holding down the Siren Emperor's city that spread over thousands of miles. Alas! A sigh sounded in the inner area of the Sea Monster Emperor's city. I greet all the masters of the War Department. I don't know what crime my Sea Monster clan has committed that you have troubled me to come here in person. I am extremely terrified. An old man with a hunched body and white hair and beard appeared out of nowhere on the tall city wall of the inner area, staring at the bow of the dark ship with a panicked and sad look. Behind the old man, more than 30 figures stood solemnly, with different expressions. Some frightened, some terrified, some ferocious, and some bloodthirsty. All filled with a powerful aura unique to the powerful. What crime? Is the crime of treason enough? On top of the dark warship, that extremely indifferent voice resounded again, becoming even colder and more fierce, with murderous intent looming. Unfair! Sir, do you have any evidence that my people are collaborating with the enemy? The old man opened his eyes angrily and shouted loudly, as if he was feeling endless grievances. The high-level officials of the Siren clan all knew that it was impossible for the other side to have evidence of their treason. Otherwise, it would not be the War Department that came here, but the Inspection Department. Oh, I forgot to bring that thing. I'll burn it for you later. In the bow of the dark warship, the seventh director took off his robe and put on a black armor filled with divine light. There was a hint of smile in his deep eyes. What kind of joke is this old siren? Evidence of treason? Does my War Department still need that shit? Call. The old man took a deep breath when he heard this. His eyebrows twitched violently, but his heart was cold. He was not unaware of the War Department's style of work. Although he was anxious, there was nothing he could do except wait. He was waiting. After contacting again and again the only ancestor of their mermaid clan in heaven beyond heaven, the seventh director was also waiting for the ancestor of the siren to surrender. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to talk nonsense like this. He would have killed him a long time ago. Donger. The old man lowered his eyes. His mind connected with the soul of the tall and strong man behind him. Father! I'm afraid it will be difficult for our clan to escape today's disaster. The tall man trembled, and his mind quickly responded, Father. No. We still have our ancestors here. They dare not touch us. Alas. Idiot. I have contacted the ancestor countless times, but unfortunately, I have not received any response. I am afraid that the ancestor's current situation is not very good. Listen. If a fight breaks out later, we, the powerful high-ranking officials, will definitely be watched closely by the War Department, and there will be no possibility of escape. However, the bloodline of our clan must not be cut off. You arrange for everyone to break the band together and send my 9 pure-blooded grandchildren to escape. After a moment of silence, the man asked in a difficult tone. Then, where should we let them flee to? Should we evacuate to the Void Stronghold? No. Since the War Department has started, they will never let go of other strongholds of our clan. If my prediction is correct, the more than 20,000 branch strongholds of our clan spread across various star regions have probably been reduced to ruins. Go to Wanlong Valley. This is their only way to survive. Humph! Wanlong Valley is using our clan as a test. If they don't help us this time, the other deep-sea monsters will definitely be dissatisfied. Even if it's just to appease the other forces. Wanlong Valley will take action to protect the bloodline of our clan. The man's eyes flickered when he heard this. He thought for a moment, but couldn't think of a safer way, so he nodded slightly. Father, I know what to do. Before he finished speaking, the man disappeared in an instant and fled towards the huge palace deep in the inner area. The old man slowly turned around and looked back at the vast inner area, sensing the countless complex and familiar blood auras, and sighed dejectedly. The calamity will come and go, and this day will come. I have already predicted it. Hee hee. But does my people have a choice? Aliens, humans, demons, under the oppression of 3 parties. These ants can't even survive. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for choosing the wrong path and standing on the wrong side. 10,000 Dragon Valley. Winged God Palace. Are you satisfied now? You have successfully tested the attitude of the human race. As expected, such a powerful human race has a deep foundation. I'm afraid it's enough to resist the aliens alone. The old man murmured in a low voice, and his wrinkled face seemed to be half crying and half laughing. Ancestor, Ancestor, you are confused. Chapter 352 Head Rolling. 10, 9, 8. Bai Donglin stood on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back, white light flowing in his eyes. He looked at the sea monster Imperial City from afar and counted silently in his heart. The blade light that cuts through the void will be the clarion call for war. 1. Chant. I don't know why, but the faint sound of swords chilled my heart. Snap. The void that was completely sealed and suppressed by the warship was shattered by a bright scarlet sword light, and a huge black shadow fell out from the dimensional crack. Boom. The black shadow passed through the battleship's sealing shield without slowing down at all, and slammed heavily into the defense shield of the Siren Emperor City. Click. Click. The defense light shield, which was already full of cracks, suddenly collapsed and shattered, turning into countless scattered light fragments. A huge black shadow rolled down, crushing and destroying countless buildings in the outer domain, plowing out a deep pit hundreds of miles wide, until it stopped under the inner domain city wall, and the rolling black shadow slowly stopped. Skull. An extremely huge head, with a diameter of hundreds of miles. The head was covered with colorful scales, and there were 4 eyes on the face, all of which were scarlet and ferocious. Colorful blood lingering with divine light kept flowing. The long scarlet hair behind the head danced in the wind, and the 9 long black horns on the top of the head that were like pillars of heaven were cut off alive. And the incision was as smooth as a mirror, although it was just a head. The terrifying aura that permeated it shattered the surrounding void dimensional barriers into pieces, and the terrifying sealing power of the battleship was useless. Along with the countless defensive formations in the inner area, they were also affected by the aura emanating from the head, and were uncontrollably destroyed and disintegrated amid the crazy wailing. Ancestor, Ancestor, you died such a tragic death. No! Impossible. How could the supreme ancestor of our clan be killed? I don't believe it. Crazy. On the inner city wall, dozens of powerful sea sirens roared crazily, although they didn't believe it in their hearts. The familiar breath and the terrifying feeling of blood suppression kept telling them again and again. Their belief, the supreme ancestor, is dead. The old man with white hair and beard remained silent and slowly closed his eyes to hide the despair and pain in them. He was different from those younger generations. He knew more and had anticipated every development of the matter. However, seeing the ancestor's head rolling under him, an indescribable pain still pierced his heart. I am the 7th director of the War Department. Soldiers, listen to my orders and kill them all. Kill them all. The 7th director stepped into the void and spoke indifferently. His voice was mighty and murderous. Kill! 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 Buzz! The dark warship shook slightly, and countless scarlet divine patterns flashed violently. The many thick and hideous spikes on its surface gathered terrifying energy. The void trembled slightly, and terrifying light pillars that were thousands of feet thick, dark and deep, and surrounded by scarlet flames, instantly ejected. Boom! Endless beams of light poured down, and the Siren Emperor City, which stretched for thousands of miles, was instantly reduced to ruins. Billions of deep-sea monsters were directly turned into nothingness under the cover of the destructive light. Even high-level cultivators in the 7th realm could only hold on for a few more breaths. Only the 8th level of the Divine Origin Realm Demon Clan can survive such a terrifying bombardment. Click. Click. The outer perimeter of the Imperial City was destroyed only because of the aftermath of the warship attack. And the point where their firepower converged was the inner area's defensive barrier. The defensive barrier, which had already been eroded by the old ancestor's head and had many of its nodes worn out, only lasted for a moment before being pierced and shattered by countless black light pillars. The solid transparent barrier turned into countless broken mirrors that shot out in all directions. War Department. You are going too far. Ugh. Kill. Kill. Even if our tribe is going to be wiped out today, we will not let you off easily. Kill them. The powerful men of the Siren clan had crazy looks on their faces. They all leaped forward, stepped onto the void, and revealed their huge and ferocious forms. Their divine might was overwhelming, and they shattered all the countless light pillars that were pouring down. Humph! You still dare to resist until now. The seventh director snorted coldly. His eyes became increasingly fierce, and he raised his hand and waved it. Out of thin air, more than a dozen dark figures with terrifying auras appeared behind him. They all wore ghost face masks, and their eyes were bright and cold. Don't leave anyone alive. Kill them all. Yes. With a slight movement of his hands, the dark figure instantly pounced towards the powerful sea monster below, defeating the larger force with the smaller one. And his momentum became even stronger. The seventh director stood in the void, watching everything on the battlefield with an indifferent gaze. He didn't need to take action. He just needed to control the entire scene to prevent any powerful person from self-destructing and escaping. He could then burst out the power of rules at the first moment to crush all the powerful people after they were resurrected. Dahmer, looking at the ghost-faced black shadow swooping down. The white-bearded old man's expression changed drastically, and he roared loudly through his thoughts. Father! Everything is ready. The figure of a tall and strong man instantly appeared behind the old man. He spread out his palms, and 5 pitch-black miniature shuttles were suspended in his palms. Very good. The two looked at each other and nodded heavily. As long as the pure bloodline continued, their clan would still have hope of rising again in the future. Kill! At the moment of fighting with the ghost-faced black shadow, dozens of powerful sea monsters paused at the same time, and attacked together with endless and vast divine power, attacking several nodes of the sealed barrier at the same time. Snap! Such divine power was hard to resist even by the containment barrier set up by the warships, and several huge holes appeared immediately. Walk! In the inner area, hundreds of millions of members of the Siren's clan were wrapped in divine power by the mighty man and thrown forcefully towards the hole in the ceiling barrier. 5 barely visible black shuttles blended in with the crowd and also escaped together. The seal is broken. Ha! Run away. As long as we leave here, we can survive. In the outer realm, countless deep-sea monsters, who were also trapped, had already despaired and were waiting to die. Now that they saw the seal was broken, it was like they had grabbed a life-saving straw. They dared not hesitate for a moment, and quickly turned into light and fled in a swarm. Buzz! The dark warship hummed slightly, and shot out countless runes again, which merged into the forbidden barrier, and the torn hole healed quickly. By the time the ceiling barrier was completely healed, a large number of deep-sea monsters had already escaped. But the seventh director above the void turned a blind eye to this, and focused all his attention on the powerful sea monster. Those ants can just run away, and our subordinates will naturally deal with them. The real thing is to kill these big fish in front of us. Mr. Director? A dark shadow appeared out of nowhere behind the seventh director, and saluted respectfully. What is it? Your Excellency. According to your instructions, the battleship's central control has sensed the aura of 9 pure-blooded sea monsters, and has locked onto their escape trajectory. Do we need to capture them? The seventh director's heart moved when he heard this. As if he remembered something, his eyes flickered slightly, and he said softly, Don't worry about those brats. Give the order to let them escape. Yes. The black shadow raised his hand slightly, and with a flash of his figure, he instantly returned to the dark warship. Squeak! The dark warship spewed out bursts of scarlet mist, and its hard hull was like liquid, rippling circles of waves that were hundreds of feet in size. A pitch-black shuttle shot out from the ripples, turned into a stream of light, and quickly fled in all directions. On the top of the mountain, Donlin stood upright, sensing the terrifying waves of fierce fighting in the distance. When he saw the forbidden barrier being shattered and countless deep-sea monsters fleeing madly in all directions, he narrowed his eyes slightly, then stretched out his palm and pinched quickly. Sure enough, the 9 pure-blooded mermaid princes all escaped successfully. It is impossible for the War Department to make such a low-level mistake. Hee hee. I can only say that the Jidao Holy Sect has a lot of face. Bai Donglin had a smile in his eyes. These 9 princes were able to escape with their lives. Obviously because they were spared for him. It was exactly what he had thought before. Several pitch-black shuttles flew over the top of the mountain, and suddenly stopped not far in front of Bai Donglin. Divine light lingered. And there was a faint gathering of powerful energy. Wait! Bai Donglin's expression changed. Although he was not afraid of the other party. The terrifying warship above his head was watching everything. He did not want to cause trouble. So he patted the inspection decree on his waist, and said loudly, "Brother, don't fire. We are on the same side." The shuttle's divine light paused slightly. And the energy fluctuation suddenly disappeared. It turned around and turned into a stream of light, flying away into the distance in an instant. Not bad. Not bad. It's quite useful. This inspection decree was condensed by him using his mind after he personally touched the real one in Lin's hand. Unless someone is a powerful person who has seen the original one, no one can recognize it. There are not many people in this world who dare to impersonate someone from the audit department, let alone forge audit laws. It can only be said that Bai Donglin was too courageous. And what he thought in his heart was that if he got into trouble, he could just report Lin's name. Lin's father is the most powerful director of the inspection department, and he can easily settle trivial matters. My fishes should be hooked soon. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and his figure turned into a scarlet light, escaping outside the space blockade. Now this area is under the perception lock of the Dark Warship, and he needs to get away from here before taking action. He also knew in his heart that the 9 mermaid princes could also successfully leave this restricted spherical space. Crash. Divine patterns flickered on the Dark Warship, and countless scarlet chains with strange auras were ejected in succession, piercing through some powerful deep-sea monsters below one by one. With the cooperation of countless shuttles, the warships began to clear out the deep-sea monsters that were fleeing everywhere, regardless of whether they were members of the Sirens clan or not. Only a few could escape. The War Department acts regardless of right or wrong. It is impossible to capture all these deep-sea monsters and interrogate their identities one by one. Right? The War Department will not waste the time. In order not to miss a single target, the War Department's actions usually involve marking a certain area and then destroying all living things within it. Cases like this time where 9 mermaid princes were deliberately let go are extremely rare. Just like the words engraved on the war decrees. Wherever the evil spirit goes, everything is reduced to ashes. Chapter 353, Destroying the Black Hole. Looking down from the sky, there is a huge shadow suspended in the depths of the endless sea, within a radius of 100,000 miles. All the void dimensions are suppressed. A dark stream of light flashed across the sky, falling straight down and penetrating deeply into the underground rock strata. It was surrounded by divine light, obscuring all fluctuations of aura. The eldest and second princes of the Siren were standing in the huge space inside the underground shuttle, with cold sweat running down their cheeks. They looked terrified as they sensed the black shuttle that was constantly plundering them from above. Gulu. Big brother. We'll be okay. Right? They won't be able to find us. Right? The second prince swallowed hard the saliva that kept secreting from his mouth due to fear. His tall body trembled slightly. Everything happened too fast. The moment before, they were still in the palace surrounded by their wives and concubines, enjoying themselves. The next moment, they were met with a frenzied massacre by the War Department, and their supreme ancestor was actually beheaded. At that moment, the second prince felt as if the sky had fallen. Shut up. The eldest prince looked extremely gloomy. He suppressed his voice and scolded his second brother. Then he turned his eyes behind him and said, "General Kwawa, do you have a plan to help us break out?" Kwawa's expression was cold and numb, and the same was true for the tens of thousands of black-armored soldiers standing solemnly behind him. They did not show the slightest fear under the pursuit of the War Department. They are all death warriors raised by the Siren clan since childhood. Useless things like emotions have long been eliminated. Life and death are meaningless to them. The only thing they need to do is to obey orders. And this has been deeply engraved in their minds. My dear prince, in my humble opinion, we can lurk behind those fleeing monsters and use them to attract the attention of the War Department. This flying shuttle was given by Lord Dong and is very good at concealment. As long as we escape this 100,000-mile forbidden space, we can escape into the void and quickly rush to the 10,000 Dragon Valley. Kwawa raised his hand slightly, without any fear in his heart. and was able to calmly analyze the current situation. But there was one more thing he hadn't said. This was his first contact with the War Department, and he wasn't sure whether the other party had sensed their methods. Very good. I'll do as you say. The eldest prince appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was already in a mess. Whether Kwawa's proposal was effective or not, it was a comfort to him. He forced himself to believe in the feasibility of this method. After waiting for a while, the wailing and roaring sounds on the ground gradually faded away. The dark shuttle flashed with divine light and fled out of the blockade deep underground. The speed was extremely slow, for fear of causing even a slight energy fluctuation to leak out. The other 4 shuttles carrying the other 7 princes also chose the same method. They all sneaked underground and hid behind the fleeing monsters. Tens of thousands of miles. Even if you can't fly into the void, it won't take much time to cross this distance at the speed of the shuttle. Contrary to the 9 princes' expectations, their escape was extremely smooth. They crossed the forbidden area easily without having to come into contact with the War Department. We escaped? Wahea! The second prince sensed the clear fluctuations in the void outside the shuttle. At first, there was disbelief in his eyes. His emotions rose and fell. And finally his emotions collapsed, and he burst into tears. He is really scared. I have been completely frightened by the War Department. Why are you howling? Get out of my way. The eldest prince looked inexplicably surprised. Looking at his second brother, who was in tears, he kicked him away with an unlucky kick and said loudly, General Kwawa, target Wanlong Valley? Full speed ahead. Yes, sir. Kwawa raised his hand slightly. His expression remained indifferent, and he showed no joy at all for escaping death. With a thought, the dark flying shuttle the size of his index finger suddenly shook, and with a lingering divine light it turned into a size of 100 feet. Ripples appeared in the void, and he instantly shot into it and disappeared. 10,000 miles. 100,000 miles. 1,000,000 miles. Crazy escape. Hey! The stray dog is finally here. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain, which was tens of millions of miles away from the center of the battlefield. He looked up, with a faint light in his eyes. He saw through the void and locked his eyes on the flying shuttle that was approaching at a very high speed. Hey! Stop it! With a grin. His body instantly rose to 3,000 feet high. He stretched out his hand and turned it into a claw. The huge arm shattered the void, penetrated deep into the space layer, and grabbed the shuttle, which was moving at a terrifying speed. Clang! Sparks flew, accompanied by the harsh sound of metal friction, and the shuttle suddenly stopped moving from a high speed. The terrifying inertial countercurrent caused the divine patterns on the shuttle to shine violently. Broken! Bai Donglin's eyes turned cold, and the giant palm surrounded by the laws clenched violently. A terrifying force burst out, and the hard outer wall of the shuttle was instantly pierced by the sharp fingers. Amidst the difficult wailing, the shuttle deformed and twisted. What? Oh no! The shuttle space is about to collapse. Run away! It happened so suddenly that when the eldest prince reacted, the space in the shuttle was already covered with large cracks, and was on the verge of collapse. Kwawa reacted faster. The moment the shuttle was grasped by Bai Donglin, he had already started to perform magic spells with both hands. The remaining inscriptions burst out with light, wrapping up everyone and moving them out. Boom! The shuttle was completely crushed, and an energy ball filled with destructive aura bloomed in Bai Donglin's palm. The huge white palm, tightly wrapped by countless chains of laws, opened and clenched, instantly shattering the energy ball. A ray of black light flashed, and the valuable shuttle wreckage was completely swallowed up into the dark world. Who are you? How dare you block my way? Do you want to die? The second prince stared at the giant in front of him and roared ferociously. After successfully escaping from the pursuit of the War Department, he felt that he was okay again. He completely forgot about his previous miserable appearance of crying like a dog, and returned to his nature, becoming arrogant and domineering. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that, and slowly pulled his arm out of the void. His huge eyes were filled with divine light as he looked down at the ant-like black spots below, like a god high above. With an indifferent look, the eldest prince's expression changed, although he could not sense the strength of the person who was blocking his way. From the other party's appearance, he was definitely not someone who was easy to mess with. Snapped! The eldest prince slapped the second prince on the back of his head with such force that he knocked him directly into the seabed, creating a huge deep pit. You idiot! If I wasn't born from the same womb as you, I would kill you right now. Get out of my way. The eldest prince was really furious. He didn't expect that his own brother was so stupid. They were like dogs that had lost their homes now. It was better to keep out of trouble. Yet he dared to be so arrogant as before. Idiot, who can't see the situation clearly. Sir, please don't mind. My brother has had a bad brain since he was a child. Don't bother with him. The eldest prince smiled and bowed slightly to Bai Donglin. Then said, I wonder if there is any misunderstanding between us and you. I don't think I have ever seen you before. But you blocked our way. But I don't know why. Kwawa's expression was slightly condensed. The energy in his body was boiling and condensing. And he was ready to take action at any time. He was not as naive as the two princes. He had already seen that the other party had bad intentions. He was able to intercept them in the space gap. So there was no misunderstanding. Prince Siren, you two are stray dogs. I have been waiting here for a long time. Not for anything else. But just to take your heads. Kill! Before Bai Donglin could finish his words, Kwawa jumped out, turned into a dark light, and stabbed Bai Donglin's forehead with a trident in his hand. Kill! 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 The moment Kwawa took action, the remaining tens of thousands of black-armored warriors also turned into dark light and rushed towards Bai Donglin from all directions. The eldest prince's expression changed drastically. He took several steps back and stomped on the void, causing it to ripple. How is it possible? Who is he? How did he know? With the War Department's encirclement, how could the news get out? Could it be that the other party is from the War Department? This is why the eldest prince was horrified. If the other party was really from the War Department, it meant that their whereabouts had been exposed and they might be captured and killed at any time. Bai Donglin did not dodge or evade, allowing tens of thousands of attacks to fall on his body. His eyebrows, pupils, throat, and 365 major orifices in his body were all covered by the fierce attacks. Dingling-dang. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. Countless brilliant sparks flew. The void shook and was torn apart. And the energy storm released by the violent explosion swept in all directions, shattering countless gullies on the seabed. And many thousand-foot peaks were reduced to ashes in an instant. The light disappeared. But Bai Donglin still stood there, motionless and unharmed. Hey, you guys are so weak. Bai Donglin sighed softly, but the sound was like the buzzing of thunder. He did not activate any magical powers, nor perform any defensive secret techniques. He just relied on the defense that his body possessed. He is really very strong now, after coming out of the divine pond of the holy palace of ice and snow. No one in this world can hurt him at all, except those who are at the 9th level or above, and have mastered the power of rules. What? The eldest prince's eyes widened with fear. General Kwawa was a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the divine source realm. Among the tens of thousands of black-armored warriors, nearly 10% were cultivators of the divine source realm, and the rest were at least in the divine ability realm. These assassins are an elite force of only a few 100,000 people that the Siren clan has trained for countless years and at endless cost. This person, under such a fierce siege, he was completely unharmed. Could he be a powerful person? This is the only possibility. Apart from this, the eldest prince can't think of any other explanation. Big adult, forgive. The eldest prince fell to his knees, looking sad and like a pitiful injured puppy. Kill! Kill! Kwawa's expression condensed. His indifferent eyes showed no fear at all. He raised his hand to retract the trident, and his body shook. In an instant, his huge body appeared, which was nearly 10,000 feet tall. The same went for the rest of the black-armored warriors. They had long lost the concept of death. Even if the enemy was powerful, they still dared to charge forward. They discarded their magic weapons and transformed into various hideous and huge forms, rushing towards Bai Donglin to kill him. This is the natural advantage of the demon race. Their huge bodies and surging blood force are their strongest fighting power. Bai Donglin has worked so hard to cultivate the law of heaven and earth, and these demon race will naturally possess it as long as they grow up. You're very motivated. Well, I'll use you to try out a new magical power I've developed. Bai Donglin nodded slightly and spread out his palms. Horrible fluctuations of laws emerged, and a black and red, deep and strange sphere appeared out of thin air on his palm. Mystical power, destroy the black hole. Buzz! The black and red sphere flashed slightly and instantly appeared above the group of monsters. An extremely terrifying sucking force appeared, covering tens of thousands of monsters. First, those demons in the realm of supernatural powers could not hold on for even a moment, and were directly pulled over by the black and red sphere, crushed and compressed. Drink. The remaining demons in the divine origin realm, under the command of Quawa, simultaneously ejected condensed demon essence and connected with each other. They had already shattered their own demon pills and burst out with all their strength, finally barely resisting the suction force of the black and red sphere. Haha. My trick is more than that. Bai Donglin chuckled softly. And suddenly, countless invisible scarlet threads shot out from the black and red sphere, and instantly passed through the bodies of all the giant monsters at the speed of light. Few, including Quawa. There were thousands of demons in the divine origin realm. Their hard bodies, which had been tempered through thousands of times, were scratched by the scarlet silk thread and instantly shattered into countless 1 cubic centimeter square pieces. Like tofu. All of them were the same size. No obsessive-compulsive disorder patient would be able to find any fault with them. Buzz. Countless pieces of flesh lost their restraining force, and along with the blood, were all sucked together by the black and red ball, and compressed. Madly compressed. Tens of thousands of demon corpses, each at least 1,000 feet in size, were finally compressed into a solid sphere with a diameter of less than 100 feet. A black light flashed, and the sphere was swallowed into the dark world, waiting to be swallowed and transformed into pure energy. Chapter 354, Great Buddha. The magical power destroyed the black hole. It is a magical power he created not long ago. At its core is the integrated law of destruction and the law of gravity. For physical cultivators, the law of fusion is a practice that can only be started in the divine source realm. Its two basic elements are the divine source realm soul, and the light of the origin of life after sublimation and transformation. The first time he tried to merge the laws was in the demon-suppressing temple. He used control, enhanced energy, and pure spiritual energy to forcibly merge the karma fire into the law of fire. However, this was not a true fusion of laws. Although the karma fire was special, it was ultimately classified under the law of fire. The birth of the eternal and immortal world is the true fusion of laws. The fusion process consumed his entire condensed pure spiritual energy, as well as the crystallization of wisdom formed by more than 1 billion sparks of wisdom. With the blessing of the lucky ring, he endured for several years before he successfully integrated the 3 major laws of world space, dimensional space, and devouring. It is almost impossible to replicate, and requires too many treasures to be consumed. The reason why he was able to successfully fuse destruction and gravity this time was because after soaking in the divine pool, a miraculous transformation took place in his body. With the blessing of his powerful soul, as well as the control and enhanced energy, he was able to fuse the 2 laws. After the laws are merged, it does not mean that the cultivator loses control of a single law. So the fusion of the law of gravity does not affect the fusion of the rules of force in his plan. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts, shifted his gaze slightly, and fell on the eldest prince, feeling extremely oppressive. Sir, please spare my life. I am willing to offer the vast amount of treasures I took away from my clan. Please have mercy. The eldest prince had completely lost the will to resist. He knelt on the ground with a storage ring held high in his hands. As for the second prince, he was completely frightened and sat slumped in the pit, with a blank expression and drooling at the corners of his mouth, looking like he had been played with. TSK. Are you crazy? You want to use my treasure to buy your own life? How could you think of that? Bai Donglin was speechless, looking down at the eldest prince as if he were an idiot. Then he moved his fingers slightly. If these 2 bastards didn't have any trump cards, he was ready to chop off their heads. The eldest prince was stunned when he heard this. It took him a moment to realize the meaning of the other party's words. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he felt extremely insulted. You forced me to do that. Originally, I didn't want to use that trump card. The eldest prince slowly stood up. His expression became stern, and he flipped his hand and took out a green jade token, which was covered with divine patterns and had an obscure aura. This was a life-saving jade token bestowed by the clan, inside of which dormant was a powerful clone. He had not wanted to use it at first, because he only had one. And second, the powerful clone was so powerful that it would most likely attract the attention of the War Department. Even if he had escaped thousands of miles away, he was still not absolutely safe. But he had to use it now. If he didn't use it, the mysterious man opposite him would die. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. Is there really such a thing? The powerful clone. But he was not panicked in his heart. He had been prepared for this situation, and had means to deal with it. It was just a clone. His eyes focused, and his mind moved slightly. Boom! His heart beat violently, like the sound of thunder, and wisps of strange red light slowly emanated from his chest. A little skeleton was sitting cross-legged deep in the heart, with scarlet light flashing fiercely in his two eyes, and intricate divine patterns all over his body flowing endlessly. Forbidden surgery. Heart will be magic. A faint red light flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes, and he murmured in his heart, "You forced me to do this. Second uncle. Wake up. Destroy the enemy in front of you for the sake of the younger generation." The eldest prince had a crazy look on his face. He held up the Qingyu jade plate and poured his thoughts into it crazily. Buzz. The jade token shook slightly and hummed violently. A strong and terrifying aura slowly spread out. Divine light surged, and countless energy rays gathered and condensed, interweaving to form a huge figure in the void. Snap! A strange stagnation of horror. The jade brand suddenly burst out of fine cracks, and then it collapsed into crystal fragments. As the jade card was broken, the unrealistic shadow in the void suddenly disappeared like a foam. That's it? That's it. Bai Donglin's eyebrows twitched, and the forbidden technique that was about to explode in his body dissipated instantly. Is this prince here to make fun of him? There was a lot of thunder but little rain. Was he trying to tease him? He was actually a little nervous for a moment. What's going on? Impossible. No. How could this be like this? Second uncle. My second uncle? So big. Just now. The eldest prince had a dazed look on his face. He stared blankly at the crystal powder on his palm and muttered to himself like a madman. Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he understood what was going on. Kiki. Sorry. Disturbed you. If I expected not bad. Your whole card. Then the second uncle should be dead. The core of a powerful person's clone is still the will of that powerful person. If the powerful person is completely wiped out, the clone he leaves behind will also perish and dissipate. Otherwise, the avatars can also be used as the base point for resurrection. After all, there can be a lot of divine particles in the avatar, which is one of the best choices for resurrection. The disappearance of the clone meant that the mighty man had been killed completely by someone who had used the power of rules to annihilate all his resurrected hands, leaving him with no possibility of resurrection. Second uncle. When the prince heard that, he yelled at the sky. He was not sad for his death of his second uncle, but the possibility of sorrow and indignation of his core cards and no life. No! I still have my second brother. I still have hope. The prince suddenly thought of something, and his look suddenly rejoiced. Turned back, and looked at the second prince lying in the deep pit. He vowed that he never felt it in his life. His second brother of his silly egg would be so cute and charming. Second brother. Ugh! The prince yelled in his mouth. Just exported. A trace of scarlet light suddenly appeared out of thin air, gently scratched around his neck. His head fell instantly, and a strange force of bang appeared, blocking his soul in the sea of Shen. I'm dead? Well, I'm not willing to accept this. Death? Wishful thinking. Bai Donglin put away Fat on Xiang Di, took a step forward, and held the eldest prince's head in his hand. For an extremely evil person like you, the time prison is your final destination. After speaking, the head of the head is also devoured by the head of the head, and the headless corpse is also devoured by the dark world. No matter how it is the body of the gods of the Xinyuan realm, the energy is still very rich. For a long time. If it wasn't for the host being a fatal crisis, the avatar would automatically wake up. And I would give you a long time? Through his deduction of the hexagrams of the 9 princes, he only saw their escape routes. But he could not see through the subsequent battle because he was involved, and the secrets became chaotic and impossible to see. The only thing that could be seen clearly was that the 2 princes that the eldest lady went to kill did not have the powerful clones on their bodies. What about you? Do you have a powerful clone as a trump card? Bai Donglin's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared beside the second prince of Shinkeng, and asked with his head down. Ababa. The second prince's eyes were dull, and his mouth opened and closed unconsciously, making strange and inexplicable sounds. Bai Donglin was speechless, and shook his head helplessly. He is indeed a waste. Anyway, it is also a magical power monk, which is scared into this bear. Regardless of whether you are really stupid. Time jail. There is also a place for you. The palm knife slashed across, and the head rolled off. Snap! There was a sudden sound of jade in his arms, and a terror flashed away, without a wave of waves. As expected of the War Department, the speed is really fast. The sound of gaze was slightly condensed. The voice just now means that the Sea Demon family is another power. the Siren Emperor City. In the east, thousands of miles away, a shuttle flew through the space at an extremely fast speed. With a long tail of light. Buzz. Crash. Numerous rune chains suddenly penetrated the void, penetrating into the space expansion. Tightly wrapped the passing shuttle, tightened the chain, and immediately dragged it out of the void. Who is it? Dare to stop me and wait for the way. The huge array spread, and the countless runes were circulating, and the shuttle was restrained and broke away. In desperation, the 3 princes and the 4 princes could only step out of the shuttle space with tens of thousands of dead men. Amitabha! The masters? But let the poor monks wait for a long time. Shishan had a smile on his face as he sat cross-legged on the golden Buddha lotus. He was wearing a white monk's robe, with golden light flowing on his body and colorful Buddha light rising behind his head. So pure and holy, just like the Buddha himself. Then the bald donkey? Don't you want to trouble yourself? Retreat the formation quickly. I will not wait with you. The 3rd prince had a gloomy look on his face, with murderous intent looming in his eyes. If they were not running for their lives, given his temper, there was no chance that this bald donkey would survive. Kill to save the world. Everyone. I will help you to be reborn in the Western Paradise. Shishan had a compassionate look on his face, put his hands together, and his body suddenly glowed with golden light. His figure rose to 100 feet high. This was the golden body of Buddha. Bald donkey. You're looking for death. The same scene appeared at the same time in the other 2 orientation. And the inaction was evil. It also urged the formation and intercepted the shuttle. The 3 souls faced with the boiling sea demon, with different expressions, or compassion, or indifferent, or bloodthirsty. Although Bai Donglin's soul is powerful, it is far inferior to his physical body. As a physical cultivator with a vast amount of spiritual orifices, the physical body is the core of his strength. Therefore, if they fight alone, even with the assistance of formations, the 3 souls may not be able to successfully deal with these monsters. After all, there are a large number of the other party, and there are still many monks in Xinyuan. That is, adding the blood suppression of the sea demon, the restraint of the soul, the same pressure. But Bai Donglin had already made plans for this. After seeing the 3 gods, a scarlet vortex suddenly emerged out of thin air, which was the entrance of the low-dimensional world. With the low-dimensional world as a channel, 3 places thousands of miles apart are strangely connected together. Wu Wei stepped into the void, black and white energy lingering all over his body. The Bagua Tai Chi diagram in his eyes kept spinning. He pinched the sky seal with his hand and spoke indifferently. Sky. The most evil man had a sinister smile, with the scarlet word devil gleaming in the depths of his eyes, and endless black flames burning on his huge body. He made the earth seal with his hands and shouted angrily. Land. Shishan's eyebrows were slightly closed. The character was shining brightly. Buddha's light was diffused. A face appeared on each side behind his head. The 4 Buddhas showed joy, anger, sorrow and anger. And he made the human seal with his hands and recited softly. People. A mysterious wave connects the 3 closely together through the low-dimensional world. Their eyes shone with light, and they shouted in unison. Heavenly way. Earthly devil. Human Buddha. Supervide line. 3 Kai-san road. 3,000 realms Dafu 2. Hold head high. Nirvana. Destruction. Destruction. All living beings will be destroyed. Aha! No! What is this? I'm dead? How terrifying. This is a fairy secret. I am not wronged when I die. No injustice. Ha ha ha. Die here. It's worth it. The golden light. The devilish flames. The black and white world slowly dissipated and returned to silence. Hey. We're done. The 3 souls reached out and held the head of the sea demon prince. With a flash of figure, he entered the scarlet channel behind his head and returned to the Sea of Shen. Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't care about it. His gaze was still on the deep pit not far below the mountain. There was a fierce fighting going on there, and one of the parties involved was the eldest lady of the marshal's mansion and her clansmen. Say it. Let you get revenge in person. Fight slowly. Sitting down at randomly. His thoughts were undulating, but his mind had fallen in the battlefield of the Sea Demon Emperor City. Oh! It seems like we're going to do something big. The treasure house of the Sea Demon, and the old ancestor head that was thrown on the road. Gulu. He seems to be. Chapter 355 Part-Time Thug. Roar. Boom. A dazzling ball of light burst out from the deep pit on the seabed, and countless condensed demonic light blades shot out wildly in all directions. The void was cut and shattered wherever they passed, and the underground rock formations were shaken into powder. The deep pit sank another 100 miles. Ahem. Bitter woman. Your martial palace, these hybrids. Miscellaneous pulses. Really have no heart. Dare. The huge demon body of the 9 princes fell to the ground, and countless scars that penetrated into the blood were permeated with complicated law atmosphere and ruined all the vitality in his body. Ha ha ha. But it's really good. Your hateful look really pleases this prince. Hee hee. What a pity. What if you kill me? Can your blood relatives be resurrected? Can the torture they have suffered be erased? Ahem. Madam. Your daughters are really good. Especially the way they wailed in despair under this prince. Oh. No. That's too good to be true. How about I show it to you? The 9th prince had a sick smile on his hideous face. He mobilized the few demonic energy in his body, transforming it into countless points of light, which slowly condensed into a blurry picture in the void. The eldest lady stood in the void with a long sword in her hand. Her eyes slowly closed to hide the pain. Her figure moved, and a cold sword light cut through the void. The head of the 9th prince fell to the ground. You are right. Everything cannot be recovered, but the end of your beasts can at least comfort their spirit in heaven. The eldest lady was silent for a moment, then picked up the heads of the 9th and 6th and turned into a beam of light and flew towards the mountain where Bai Donglin was. Grown-ups. Bai Donglin regained his consciousness and looked at the lady in front of him, who was covered in blood. Although her breath was weak, the haze in her eyes had dissipated, and she regained her spirit. This matter is over. The demise of the Siren clan is inevitable. I have one more piece of advice for you. Bai Donglin waved his hand lightly, and put the 2 heads that sealed their souls into the low-dimensional world, and looked at the lady with calm eyes. Please tell me. Sir. I will definitely keep it in mind. The eldest lady bowed respectfully, looked serious, and listened attentively. After this battle, the Endless Sea is doomed to be in chaos in the future. Leave here and take your remaining people with you to the sea near Qianyuan realm or to the depths of the void to find another home. This is me. Considering there is a trace of human blood in your bloodline, I am kindly reminding you. Bai Donglin's eyes were quiet, and she seemed to see through the blood of the eldest lady. The eldest lady was shocked when she heard the words, and then she fell to her knees. Bang, bang, bang. A large group of clansmen behind her also knelt to the ground. Your Majesty, you have done me a great favor. Our clan will never forget it. The tone was solemn and came from the heart. Your Majesty, you have done me a great favor. Our clan will never forget it. They shouted in unison, and the sound waves shook the water. Bai Donglin nodded slightly and accepted the greeting calmly. Go ahead. The eldest lady stood up and looked at Bai Donglin deeply, as if she wanted to remember his appearance forever in her heart. Then she raised her hand and summoned a flying magic weapon. With a burst of divine light, she carried everyone away into the void and disappeared. A red light flashed, and he took a step into the low-dimensional world, looking at the 9 heads floating in the void, each with a different appearance but all extremely hideous and ugly. He gently clenched his hand, and 9 fiercely struggling souls were immediately captured. Damn it! Let me go! Where is this place? What do you want to do? The Siren princes roared in anger. They didn't expect that after finally escaping the pursuit of the War Department, they suddenly died inexplicably in the excitement, and they felt extremely unwilling. Uh-huh. This is a good place. Ordinary villains are not qualified to come in. From now on, for endless years, you will enjoy your time prison here. Bai Donglin's eyes were shining as powerful spiritual thoughts poured out, instantly reading the memories of the 9 souls. Then he pressed his hand, and a number of cramped and cold metal cages appeared out of thin air, imprisoning the soul and sinking it into the depths of the low-dimensional world. Sure enough, there is a big problem with the treasure house of the Siren clan. Bai Donglin looked thoughtful. He obtained a huge amount of resources from the storage magic weapons seized from the 9 sea monster princes. When added together, the resources were no less than what he had obtained in the Bio Palace. But this is also the strange thing. The power of the Siren clan is obviously one level higher than that of the Bio Palace. After all, one has a powerful ancestor, and the other does not. The gap between them is insurmountable. This made it hard for Bai Donglin to believe that these were the only things that the Sirens had accumulated over endless years, and they did not match the size of their power at all. The minds of these 9 mermaid princes are full of dregs and dirty things. They know nothing about the secrets in the treasure house. And they cannot read anything useful. We have clearly regarded these 9 pure-blooded princes as the hope for the continuation of the clan. And we have indeed bestowed treasures and resources upon each of them. There is no reason for us to hold back. This is a bargain for the War Department. Bai Donglin's thoughts were turning. The more he thought about it, the weirder it seemed to him. There must be a key point that he had overlooked. This was also because he did not have much information, which led to his empty thinking. It's useless to think too much. I still have to go and see it myself. I can also try to see if I can get something out of that huge ancestor's head. His heart was filled with eagerness. And his interest in the head was even stronger. That is the highest realm known in this world. The peak powerhouse of the 10th realm. Bai Donglin gained a lot of inspiration from studying the skeleton boss he obtained in the ancient world. He benefited a lot from the development of various secret techniques, the spying on powerful people, and the exploration of the power of rules. If he could get the sample tissue of this head, he could naturally extract all the benefits from it. Even if he couldn't do it now, he could do it later. After much thought, I couldn't bear to give up this hard-earned opportunity. So I made a decision immediately. Wu Wei's soul took a step out from his forehead, passed through the low-dimensional world, and instantly disappeared where it went. This trip was full of dangers. So naturally, he needed to keep a backup plan. As long as he didn't meet a pervert like Old Man Jiang who could cut through time and space with ease, Bai Donglin was confident that he could destroy himself and escape in the first place. After leaving the low-dimensional world, he crossed the void and quickly fled towards the Siren Emperor's city. The huge and prosperous Sea Demon Emperor's city has now become a ruin. Except for the internal domain. No living creatures. In the inner realm, the core clan territory that the Sirens had spent countless efforts to build had been completely destroyed. Only the head of the ancestor, with a terrifying aura, was still standing there. The aftermath of the horrific battle could not touch it at all. Above the void, there is a huge round hole hanging, with faint white light overflowing. This is the void barrier. A hole created when the dimensional boundaries were completely shattered. The mighty men of the War Department and the Sirens have fought to the depths of the dimensional space. The pervasive aura of destruction has prevented the void dimensional barrier from healing. The world is too fragile and cannot withstand the ravages of powerful beings. Generally speaking, the battles between powerful beings take place in dimensional space. Chant. A sharp, huge black blade light filled with a destructive aura flashed across. And a huge sea monster standing in the dimensional storm raised its head and roared, with rules lingering and divine power burning and boiling. Roar, 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 die! The blade light split and strangled, and the endless sharp light instantly submerged the mermaid. The storm dissipated, and the siren's body, which was tens of thousands of feet tall, suddenly froze in place. Crack! Its extremely hard and indestructible body shattered like a mirror. The power of rules filled with a breath of destruction, along with its overflowing life will, instantly cross the endless distance, whether it is hidden in the center of the earth, deep in the sun, or in a deep black hole. Even at the end of the universe, many of the resurrection plans were forcefully destroyed by the spreading power of rules at the same time, cutting off all chances of survival. Donger, the old man with white hair and beard, roared in grief. At this moment, all the powerful men of the Siren clan, except him, had died. The old man didn't know that all the members of the Siren's clan had died except for him, the clan leader. After his death, this Siren bloodline that had spread for endless years became just a piece of text in the records. Human race. War Department. You are so cruel. The Siren's chieftain's hair and beard stood out as he looked around at the dozen or so black shadows with ghost faces that were slowly surrounding him. Despair in his eyes. The War Department is so powerful. Even though these ghost-faced shadows are all dressed in uniform, the old man knows in his heart that these people are all extremely powerful people from the top forces. And hiding their identities is just a common rule in the Ghost House. Apart from the cultivators, who have completely cut off everything and joined the Ghost Palace completely. Some powerful ones, who are only part-time in the Ghost Palace, will hide their identities. Only when they receive a temporary summons will they escape from the light into darkness and turn into ghost-faced black shadows. The dozen or so ghost-faced black shadows in front of him were probably all powerful men from the Qianyuan realm. Especially the two who were wielding swords, who were definitely strong men from the 4 major sword-cultivating Holy Lands. The Siren clan was defeated. And it was a defeat without any suspense. They couldn't even cause any casualties to the War Department, although they are all powerful beings in the 9th realm. The powerful beings are also divided into 6 extreme realms and 4 titles. The gap between each level is unimaginable, which is a crushing at the rule level. Moreover, under the heavy moon, the combat power of these sea monsters was reduced by 20%. So it was reasonable that the War Department could achieve 0 casualties. The even more terrifying 7th Director was still watching closely from the sidelines. But he didn't take any action at all. My favorite Dahmer is also dead. It's over. My mermaid clan is completely finished. At the moment of reality, the old man was still sad and inexplicable. And he could not escape the same. No one could save him unless the Wanlong Valley and the Winged God Palace shot. Unfortunately, that is impossible. They don't want to fall out with the human race at the moment. Looking at the ghost-faced black figure slowly raising the sword in front of him, the Siren Chief felt a chill in his heart, and a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. Chapter 356 The Final Madness. The Siren Emperor City. Deep underground in the inner area, the rock layers, which were unknown in depth, were all replaced by a strange and hard metal. The extremely thick metal layer was covered with countless dense inscriptions, which blended and entangled with each other, and emitted a faint divine light. This arrangement piled up the defensive isolation to an alarming degree. Even if the upper part was destroyed by the aftermath of the fierce battle, this place would still be safe and sound. In the core of the metal defense layer, a huge ball of light is suspended, its surface covered with fine cracks. This is a small world of one side, different from the corner of the small world in the Bio Palace that serves as a treasure house. Although this small world is broken, it is complete. It is the highest foundation of the Siren clan. Inside the broken little world, the core is a huge continent suspended in the void of the universe. The void of this world is full of thick dimensional cracks, and all the stars are extinguished. There is only a dim sun, burning weakly, and shedding a little light on the core continent. A human-shaped shadow condensed from a ray of light appeared out of thin air in the center of the continent. Judging from its appearance, it was the only survivor of the Siren clan, the Siren Chief. The Siren's chief had a solemn expression on his face. He took out 2 bronze mirrors with a strange aura, and quickly made mysterious gestures with his hands. The divine light in his body gathered, and was poured into the bronze mirrors. Buzz! The bronze mirror trembled and hummed. Floating in the void, countless strange light spots gushed out, and slowly gathered into 2 blurry faces. I am from the Siren clan, Yu Xian, and I am honored to meet you 2 adults. The mermaid leader, Yu Shi, raised his hand slightly with an indifferent expression. He was about to die, and the so-called respect was meaningless. If there weren't 9 pure-blooded princes who needed Wanlong Valley's care, he wouldn't even bother to pretend. The blurry faces reflected in the bronze mirrors remained silent. The 3 looked at each other for a moment, and a heavy and majestic voice came from one of the bronze mirrors. Xiao Xian, the sacrifice of your sea monster clan will never be forgotten by my Wanlong Valley and Ishan Palace. Tell me, why are you contacting me at this time? Do you have a request? However, this Yu Xian used some unknown means to break through the blockade of the War Department and establish contact with Wanlong Valley and Ishan Palace. My lord, my sea monster clan has fallen to this point. It is too late to say anything now. I dare not ask for anything. Yu Shi knew in his heart that the news of their ancestor being killed could never be concealed from the eyes and ears of the 2 most powerful monster clans. But the other party did not make any move, obviously having abandoned the mermaid clan. Any words of help, he said, would only add to the laughter. If any of our pure-blooded descendants manage to escape, please protect them for the sake of their loyalty over the years, so as to preserve a bloodline for our clan. A strange light flashed in Yushi's eyes. The 9 pure-blood disciples were the hope for the continuation of his bloodline, and were also the reason why he was still rational. Although Bai Dongyan killed all 9 sea monster princes, their souls have not yet been destroyed. For a cultivator, this is not true death. Otherwise, Yu Shi would be able to sense it. It was the wailing coming from deep within the body, as if the bloodline was about to be severed. It could not be blocked by any means, not even the low-dimensional world. Yes, I agree to this. This is not a big deal. Although the entire mermaid clan cannot be saved, it is enough to save some of the little ones. Wanlong Valley still has this ability. Thank you, sir. Yu Shi extended his hand slightly again. Do you have anything else important to do? If it's just this little thing, you don't need to take the risk to contact us. Right? On the other bronze mirror, the blurred face from the Winged Palace couldn't help but ask, with a hint of blame in his tone, if he was so reckless and attracted the attention of the human race. Wouldn't it give them the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and make trouble? There was no need for Shishi to specifically inform them about such a small matter as protecting the descendants. As long as they came to them, they would protect them without hesitation, even if they only considered the opinions of other affiliated forces. Your Excellency is wise. That's right. I have another important thing to tell you two adults. In this battle, all of my people were killed or wounded. But the war officer who started it was not hurt at all. I can't swallow this bitter pill even if I die. So, Yushi paused for a moment, and a bloodthirsty and ferocious look flashed in his eyes, which were filled with divine light. He spoke word by word in a hoarse voice. I want to break the seal and release those things. What? Xiao Xian. You are crazy. The two bronze mirrors trembled slightly. Divine light shone, and the blurry faces flickered. It was obvious that the two monsters were experiencing great emotional fluctuations. Crazy? Yes. I am crazy. The tribe is on the verge of extinction. If it were you two adults, you would also go crazy. Right? Yushi's expression was calm and resolute, and it was obvious that his will was irreversible. Humph. It's up to you. But this matter has nothing to do with Wui Palace. After saying this, the bronze mirror bearing the face of the man from the Winged Palace trembled violently, and instantly exploded into scattered pieces of light, and all traces of his presence were wiped out. Hey, Xiaoxian, you, please rest assured, sir, this matter has nothing to do with Wanlong Valley. This crime will be solely borne by our mermaid clan. Yushi's expression was solemn. His eyes were bright, and his attitude was extremely resolute. Uh-huh. Is your clan responsible for it? The blurred face shook his head slightly, with an inexplicable tone, and did not comment. Xiao Xian, you take care of yourself. Buzz. The bronze mirror trembled, and also shattered into light particles and dissipated, with all traces wiped out completely. Assholes. All of you are so high and mighty, treating our people like ants. Chess pieces that can be discarded at will. Very good. The eyes of Yushi were gloomy, and his expression gradually became ferocious and crazy. He stomped his feet hard, and terrifying divine power poured out. The entire core continent trembled slightly, and the rock formations within a radius of thousands of miles turned into powder in an instant. The howling wind blew away the powder, revealing a faint metallic light. Then let this world feel the pain. Ha ha ha. With this pain, I will make sure that you will never forget my Siren clan for endless years to come. Yushi's expression was completely insane, with a thick and sticky scarlet light in his eyes. He made hand gestures with both hands and chanted strange spells loudly. Rise. His hands, which were filled with countless runes and spells, slapped down fiercely. The moment they touched the dark metal under his feet, they instantly turned into living things, twisting and dancing, and drilling into the metal. Boom! The earth was shaking violently. Mountains were collapsing, and the ground was cracking. The entire huge core continent was shattering and decomposing. Magma was gushing out, and large chunks of land were floating into the void of the universe. Awing! Amid the sound of harsh friction, a huge monster buried deep in the Earth's core slowly broke away, surrounded by endless red magma, pulling out a 1,000-mile band of light, one end of which was attached to the metal surface, and the other end spread into the void of the universe. Strips of red magma light are frozen in the void of the universe, causing their colors to change gradually, which is magnificent and gorgeous. The huge metal object was square, in the shape of a regular cube, with sides thousands of miles long, except for the front side, which was dark black. The colors of the other sides were different: black, white, red, blue, green and gold. 6 colors of divine light shone, and the surface of the 6-colored cube was engraved with countless divine patterns, suppressing, banning, isolating, and the array layers were stacked, merging and entangled with each other, and the terrifying aura spread wildly into the void of the universe. Standing in the void, looking at the scene in front of him, a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared into determination. Don't blame me. It's all you who forced me to do this. It's all you who forced me to do, he murmured unconsciously in a low voice, and the magic spells made by his hands became faster and faster, forming a continuous phantom. Buzz! As the magic spell in Yushi's hand was activated, the void of the universe suddenly began to hum violently. Amid the tremors, huge chains whose shapes had been hidden by secret magic slowly emerged, and they made rustling sounds as they swayed. There are 6 chains in total, in 6 colors, matching the cube. The surface of the chains is covered with divine patterns, One end is tightly wrapped around the cube, and the other end is immersed in an unknown place in the void of the universe. The golden chain was visible, one end of which penetrated deep into the core of the dim sun. In the core, there was a vast and strange space. There is only one thing in this space: spiritual stone and spiritual liquid. Endless spirit stones piled up into mountains, and spirit liquids gathered into huge lakes. As the golden chains flashed, they madly absorbed and digested the spirit stones and spirit liquids. Terrifying energy was gathered and transmitted, all transformed into a force of suppression and sealing, acting on the six-colored cube. From this, it can be seen that the objects connected at the ends of the other 5 chains should also be the same. It turned out that the countless cultivation resources that Bai Donglin had been thinking about and had disappeared out of nowhere were actually used here. Yu Xian, who was casting a spell to lift the ban, suddenly had a changed expression. He sensed that his divine power was being consumed at a very fast rate, under the siege of more than a dozen ghost-faced black shadows. He was on the verge of exhaustion, and was not far from being completely wiped out. Yu Xi's eyes focused, and his hands moved faster. Divine light spread and formed a dazzling ball of light. The power of the 6 gods, the ban of the 6 paths, is lifted. Untie. Following a roar from Yu Xi, strange and mysterious waves instantly spread out, covering all 6 chains. Crash. The chains shook violently. The divine patterns on them shone, and then shattered and disintegrated. Snap. A crisp cracking sound was heard in the void, and like a chain reaction, the 6 chains began to break one by one, disintegrating into 6 colored light bands, slowly drifting and flowing in the dark void. Whoosh. Yu Xi was panting heavily, with beads of sweat condensed from divine power dripping down his forehead. In order to lift this supreme ban, he, a powerful man, almost exhausted all his strength. A wild and exaggerated smile slowly emerged on Yu's face, and his skin was covered with wrinkles, looking crazy and sick. Ha ha ha. War Department. Let's see how you guys will end up like this. This comes from the disaster of the last era, the Age of Evil. There are 6 indelible horrors. I will definitely make this world feel excruciating pain, just like what I feel in my heart right now. This deep-rooted pain of genocide. I want you to feel the same way, and never forget it for endless years. The siren. Before Yu Xi could finish his words filled with resentment, a force of rules filled with a destructive aura descended, and all the vitality and will in his body were instantly wiped out. The crazy look in his eyes suddenly disappeared. At this point, the Siren clan was destroyed. Chapter 357 Helpless. In the inner area of the Sea Monster Emperor City, thousands of feet away, on the flat ground of the ruins, the void was slightly distorted. Bai Donglin's head poked out stealthily and looked around vigilantly. Lurking here is already the limit. The terrifying aura emanating from that head has already shattered the surrounding void dimension into pieces. Strange fluctuations rippled slightly around Bai Donglin's body, and all the formations engraved in his body to conceal his breath were activated. Supernatural powers, invisibility, will shielding, and all means of concealing the body were used, giving him the confidence that his whereabouts would not be discovered by the War Department. Is the battle over? With a slight change of expression, Bai Donglin shifted his gaze to the dark white hole hanging in the void. It was the entrance to the dimensional space that was torn apart by the aftermath of the battle and was now slowly healing. It's too late. We have to try anyway. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed. He said that if the head was thrown on the roadside and no one wanted it, it was just a joke. Every drop of blood of the old ancestor was priceless. Not to mention this huge head that was nearly 200,000 feet long. Once the War Department has dealt with the Siren clan, they will definitely take it back. He slowly stretched out his invisible arm and probed towards the boundary where the aura of the head was emanating. Various defensive magical powers and laws were superimposed, making his arm glow brightly and extremely hard. Snap! As soon as it came into contact with the terrifying aura in front, the seemingly extremely hard arm suddenly shattered, and all the magical powers and laws were wiped out. Under Bai Donglin's gaze, the 5 fingers instantly turned into nothingness and quickly spread to the palm and arm. Roar! A roar filled with resentment and unwillingness suddenly sounded in Bai Donglin's heart. The extreme dark negative emotions made his eyes suddenly turn red. The fire of will in his body flashed and burned away all the negative aura. The red light in his eyes disappeared, and he regained clarity. Bai Donglin looked solemn. He slowly retracted his arm. After leaving the range of the aura, His arm instantly recovered to its original state. It was a pity that the horror of this head far exceeded his imagination. Really? You are just wishful thinking. This kind of thing is beyond my reach now. With his strong will, he could ignore the negative things such as resentment contained in the head's aura. But the destructive power carried by the aura itself was not something he could withstand. Not even with his immortal recovery ability. There is a breathing interval between each triggering of the recovery ability. And this pervasive aura is a continuous damage without interval. Looking up and glancing at the huge warship standing still in the void. And the dark white hole that was getting smaller and smaller. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness. With a thought, a divine light spread from his chest. Two beams of light, one white and one black, shot out and spread towards the head, clinging to the ground. Just after advancing a few feet, the light patterns trembled violently, and then turned into light dust and dissipated. The eternal and immortal world is invalid. Try the black and white world of Wu Wei again. Bai Donglin spread out his palm, revealing a black and white ball of light with countless Bagua divine patterns flowing on its surface. This technique had been upgraded and modified by Wu Wei, and it was even stronger than before. It was called Bagua Yin and Yang rotating black and white realm. With a hint of expectation in his eyes, the ball of light surrounded by black and white air turned into a stream of light and shot out. The terrifying aura was dissipated by the Yin and Yang energy, and the invisible pressure was completely offset by the emerging Bagua formation diagram. Have the opportunity. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists nervously. Chant. Seeing that the black and white boundary was already approaching within 100 feet of the head, a scarlet blade light suddenly rose up from the smooth fracture of the head's neck. With a buzzing sound, it instantly slashed at the black and white boundary. There was no way to avoid it at all. Snap! In an unknown place, the hidden soul of Wu Wei rose from the center of his eyebrows, and was split into two by a knife that came from nowhere, and was instantly annihilated. After a breath, Wu Wei was resurrected in his original sea of consciousness. He shook his head unhappily, raised his hand to open the low-dimensional world, and fled away again. Who did he offend? It was just a matter of sending a piece of the black and white world over. But he was inexplicably cut by a knife. That knife was full of the power of the rules of killing. And it was really terrifying. Bai Donglin's face turned black. Fortunately, this was just a trace of attack from the wound, and it had no self-awareness. Otherwise, what would have died would have been a soul. The 8 trigrams Yin and Yang rotates the black and white world, which is invalid. Okay. Since I can't get close to you, I'll just swallow you whole. Bai Donglin frowned, reached his hand into the void, and sent out dozens of war monument fragments. The split bodies fell out of the void on all sides of the head, penetrating deep into the ground, forming a large circle with a diameter of thousands of miles, all shining with red light, and opening a vortex channel. Cut! Bai Donglin's eyes were cold, and he raised his palm as a knife, slashing dozens of times in an instant. Sharp scarlet blade lights shot out from dozens of low-dimensional channels. The blade flashed, and the rocks straighted deep underground in an area thousands of miles in diameter centered on the head were instantly cut off. Wherever the blade went, rock strata hundreds of feet thick were turned into nothingness. Boom! The ground began to sink. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with excitement, and he shouted in his heart, "Fire!" Buzz! The scarlet channels opened by dozens of split bodies began to spread along the underground fracture and instantly connected with each other. A low-dimensional entrance covering an area of thousands of miles was opened. Rocks and soil fell into the low-dimensional world one after another. Hundreds of feet, thousands of feet, tens of thousands of feet, and finally approached the huge head that was sinking with the ground. What happened? Bai Donglin was stunned. The excitement in his eyes disappeared, and his head did touch the scarlet vortex. But he actually ignored it, and went straight through. Low-dimensional world. Invalid. Ahem. Alright. You're awesome. You're awesome. I admit defeat. With a wave of his hand, the scarlet vortex dissipated, and the split body returned to the low-dimensional world. Sensing the detection power that was constantly sweeping over from the void battleship, Bai Donglin's eyes sank slightly. Such a big commotion had obviously attracted the attention of the War Department. He really had no choice. After thinking for a moment, Bai Donglin's figure began to sink slowly into the ground. Perhaps he was too greedy. If he could get a drop of mist blood or a hair, that would be fine. As a second choice, with this idea in mind, he began to move around the head. With his ability to hide, he was not worried about being caught by the War Department. In the dimensional space, Countless terrifying auras slowly subsided. He slashed the ghost-faced black shadow of the Siren Chief with one sword, held the black long sword at an angle, frowned slightly, and his figure flashed. And he instantly appeared in front of the seventh director. Grown-ups. The seventh director nodded slightly, his expression indifferent, as if wiping out a clan was a common occurrence, without any emotional fluctuations. Dao Kuei, thank you for your hard work. The sword in your hand is becoming sharper and sharper, and has surpassed your brother Dao Kuang. The expression under the knife master's mask was slightly stagnant. He ignored the topic and said, Sir, just now when I was killing you the rules spread, and I seemed to sense a strange aura in one of its clones. Seeing that the seventh director's expression remained unchanged, Dao Kuei's tone became a little more cautious. That strange breath actually gave me a palpitation. The seventh director's expression finally changed. His brows slightly furrowed. Something that could make Dao Kuei feel palpitations must be something extraordinary. Could there be some unexpected change? This shouldn't be the case. All the information for his action, this time was provided by the Shinting Mingda. All the possibilities for the Siren's future were locked by the Mingda through the secrets of heaven. Could it be that this mere Siren clan has the means to deceive the old monsters of the Fate Pavilion? Dao Kuei, can you locate the location of Yu Xian's clone? Upon hearing this, Dao Kuei hesitated for a moment. This Yu was indeed a veteran strongman who had been to many places. After his resurrection, he had tens of millions of brothers and sisters spread all over the one true world. His will was attached to the power of rules, instantly crossing endless distances and descending on millions of places at the same time. No matter how powerful his will was, it was dispersed like this, and its perception ability was almost gone. Sir, I can only roughly determine that it is located in the Qianyuan realm, and it seems to have crossed a broken small world. But I am sorry that I can't tell you the exact location. The seventh director hesitated for a moment. He was cautious by nature, and would not tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. Since something beyond his control had happened, he would not give up until he figured it out. Qianyuan realm? A ruined small world. Do you think this place could be in the lair of the Sea Monster clan? Everyone nodded slightly when they heard this. Although the information provided by Dao Kuei was not much, it was extremely crucial. Everyone present was a smart person, and they confirmed this possibility as soon as they thought about it. The small world is very precious, even if it is a ruined small world. According to the habits of various forces, such things will generally be placed in their own nests. They are all high-level officials of various forces, so they are naturally very clear about these things. In that case, let's turn their clan's land upside down. Small worlds are not so easy to hide. Can? Everyone nodded slightly, took a step forward, broke through the dimensional barrier, and reappeared above the Siren's territory. The seventh director's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at the head that was inexplicably sinking thousands of feet. But he didn't care about it, thinking that it was just the overflowing breath that wore away the rock layer. Let me give it a try. The sword master took a step forward, the long black sword in his hand humming faintly. His eyes turned cold, and he slashed down with the sword. Chant. It was pitch black, and a huge blade light that was as solid as a substance was lingering with the power of rules filled with a destructive aura. Wherever it passed, the void was completely wiped out. Silently, with the inner area of the Sea Monster Imperial City as its core, a huge ravine stretching for thousands of miles split the entire Imperial City in half. All matter touched by the blade's light was annihilated, without even a particle of residue left. The power of this sword is not limited to this. The dark sword light that penetrated deep into the earth shook slightly, and suddenly disintegrated into countless tiny sword lights, splashing wildly in all directions. From a fixed-point attack, it instantly becomes a covering attack. Every inch of land in the area belonging to the Sirens, covering a radius of thousands of miles, was crushed to pieces, eliminating the possibility of any hiding places. Clang! A huge sound of metal clashing was heard underground. The expressions of all the powerful men changed. It seemed that they were lucky, and there was something there. Anything that can block the Sword Master's attack is obviously very extraordinary. It may be the core secret place of the Mermaid Clan. The seventh director slowly raised his hand. This was the first time he made a move since arriving here. His strong palm formed into a claw shape and reached deep into the ground. Rules emerged. Countless energies gathered and condensed, and a giant claw that covered the sky and the sun appeared out of thin air, cutting through the void, reaching deep into the ground, and tightly grasping the huge metal ball. Click! Click! The ground collapsed, and a metal sphere tens of thousands of feet long containing the sutra was captured. It was so heavy that the void collapsed and cracked wherever it passed. But the seventh director still had a calm expression. The metal ball was imprisoned in the void. In addition to countless divine patterns visible on its surface, there was also a knife scar that penetrated 1,000 feet deep. In the cross-section, one could clearly see the layers of divine pattern restrictions. It was only because of such strict protection that it passed the perception of the War Department. "Hey, let me do it. I know a lot about metal." A burly black shadow with a ghost face, who was about 10 feet tall, smiled innocently, then stretched out his finger and lightly tapped. An array of golden light suddenly shot onto the metal ball. Crunch! As the golden light passed by, the metal ball suddenly made a loud, teeth-grinding sound. The hard, strange metal was like liquid, rippling in circles. Then it shook violently and turned into countless golden light particles, exploding like fireworks. The divine pattern restrictions lost their carriers and shattered one after another. The light dissipated, and a ball of light covered with cracks was suspended in the void. "It seems like we are lucky." "Sure enough, it is here. I want to see what is causing my palpitations." The sword master's eyes focused, and his figure swayed, turning into a black sword light that shot into the light ball. The sword master tried his best to restrain his strength, but still left a huge crack on the light ball. The might of the powerful body was so immense that it could not be borne by a small, ruined world. The seventh director nodded slightly, and together with the other powerful men, he flashed into the small world. Chapter 358A0 Sequence. Crossing the world barrier. The strange aura can no longer be hidden. The moment the powerful men entered the small world, they sensed 6 different strange auras, and an inexplicable throbbing appeared in everyone's heart. "What the hell is this?" The pupils of the sword master shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but tighten the black sword in his hand. As a swordsman who has almost reached the pinnacle of the sword path, his perception is undoubtedly very sharp. He actually felt a strong sense of crisis on the 6-colored cube in front of him. Weird. Extremely powerful weirdness. The seventh director's brows sank slightly, and his expression became extremely solemn. No wonder. No wonder the intelligence that the Divine Court Fate Pavilion gave to their War Department did not mention that there would be any accidents. If it is weird, then it makes sense. These weird things are not within the secrets of heaven, and all means of deduction are useless to them. Weird? Are there such horrible and weird things in this world? All the powerful men looked puzzled. It was not like they had never encountered strange things before, but they had never seen anything that could pose a threat to the powerful. The seventh director shook his head slightly, raised his hand and pointed at the golden side of the 6-color cube, and said in a serious tone, "Can you recognize those forbidden divine patterns?" When they looked up, they saw an endless amount of mysterious divine patterns engraved on a huge golden plane with an area of 100 million miles. The dense divine patterns converged into a huge pattern. It was a faceless goddess statue with long flying hair and layers of wings extending from her back. Her arms were clasped around a large sun pattern that was shining brightly with golden light. This divine pattern seems to be a product of the empty evil era. After pondering for a moment, a ghost-faced black shadow's eyes lit up, and he searched his memory and found information that was exactly the same as this divine pattern. That was the knowledge he gained from an ancient book. It turned out to be a relic from the Kongi era. No wonder. A terrible disaster broke out during the Kongi era, and many terrible monsters were sealed and suppressed. I didn't expect that the Siren clan actually had this kind of thing in their hands. Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem, and their expressions became solemn. They had also heard a little about this information. After all, the Kongi era was the previous era, the most recent era to the present, and a lot of information was still clearly recorded. This strange and unfamiliar divine pattern is also a product of the empty era, and was created specifically to suppress and ban weirdness. It was also the joint efforts of many powerful people in the Kongi era that all those horrible monsters were sealed. This also led to the fact that the cultivators of this era had never encountered such a level of monsters. There is no way to completely eradicate the monsters. They can only be suppressed and banned. This is common sense that every cultivator knows. Weirdness can be roughly divided into 3 levels: weirdness created by energy, weirdness created by laws, and weirdness created by rules. The degree of threat posed by each level of weirdness is different, and there are many things to consider. Weirdness is a grotesque thing that is produced after the energy, laws, and rules in the only true world are distorted and deformed. It has no self-awareness, and its only purpose of existence is to bring destruction to the world. Like cancer cells of the world. After the cancer cells in the human body are removed, the patient may still recover, although there is also a high possibility of recurrence. But the cancer cells of this world of weirdness are impossible to be completely erased. Even if they are wiped out, the same weirdness will be born again somewhere in the future one day. This is an incurable cancer, so suppression and banning have become the best means of dealing with it. Sir, the seal left by the strong men of the Kongyi era has been destroyed by Yu Xian. The strange things inside can break the seal at any time. How should we deal with it? Should we report it to Tian immediately? Dao Kui looked at the seventh director, who was in deep thought. They did not understand the sealing methods of the Kongyi era, nor did they have the confidence that they could suppress these horrible things with their own abilities. The seventh director's eyes flickered slightly, while he was deciphering the message left on the six-color cube. His mind was full of doubts. Where did the sirens get this thing from? Are they those restless monsters or alien races? He shook his head slightly. Now was not the time to think about these things. He should solve the trouble in front of him first. After calming down his thoughts, the seventh director slowly spoke. I have already contacted the top leaders of the Divine Court. They will notify the ancestors of the heavenly world. But the distance is too far, so we need to wait for a response. Before that, we need to figure out what these anomalies are so that we can find the best way to seal them off. While the seventh director was speaking, his divine sense had already imprinted all the information engraved on the six-colored cubes into his sea of consciousness. After summarizing and deciphering the complex information, he finally gained some understanding of the weirdness in the ban. He stared deeply at the golden side of the six-colored cube and murmured softly. Weird, Great Sun's evil. Number, A000001. Level, highest. World destruction. The fall of gods. Ability, every minute of an hour. It will summon a big day star in a weird way to be next to it, and use a minute of an hour to devour the sun. When it is banned to suppress this weird, it has swallowed 16 million days. Disaster. The scorching heat will destroy all living things wherever it passes. In addition, the star field absorbed by the sun will fall into extreme cold, causing the extinction of countless creatures that rely on the sun's light to survive. Capture to suppressor, reincarnation ancestor. Weird gray mist. Number, A000024. Level, highest. World destruction. The fall of gods. Capture to suppressor, reincarnation ancestor. As the seventh director revealed the information on the six-color cube one by one, Dao Kui and the others' expressions changed again and again. This kind of horrifying thing was no longer something they could interfere with. Only the ancestor could take action personally. My lord, have the ancestors set out yet? A ghost-faced black figure looked horrified and could no longer remain indifferent. If possible, he wanted to escape from here. The six-color cube in front of him was like a ferocious beast that was ready to devour its prey, making him feel cold at his heart. Click. Click. A sudden cracking sound was heard in the void. Everyone's expression changed and they looked down. They saw that the golden side of the six-colored cube and the faceless goddess statue were constantly cracking. Brilliant golden light spurted out from the cracks, instantly illuminating the entire small world. A strange, twisted, powerful aura swept past. Not good. The great sun's evil is about to break the seal. Pa. 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 Bai Donglin leaned out of the void stealthily, spat a few times in an unlucky manner, and the injuries caused by the terrifying sword light just now had all recovered. Today is really his unlucky day. Not only did he not get any benefits, but he was also stabbed for no reason. It was really unlucky. What the hell are these powerful people from the War Department doing? Bai Donglin raised his eyes slightly and looked at the tattered ball of light in the void. He could sense that those people were scrambling to enter this ball of light. Could it be that they have found the treasure house of the Siren clan? His mind moved, and then he thought of this possibility, and his expression suddenly became depressed. Well, he couldn't get the ancestor's head, and now he has no chance of getting the monster's treasure house. Lucky ring. Lucky ring. You son of a bitch. Are you stealing my luck? Bai Donglin shook slightly. Before he came, he made a wish. Good guy. Compared to the previous effects, this time it can be said to be useless. So he had to doubt whether this thing was broken by him. The knife just now is extraordinary, and I don't know if it has affected the ancestor's head. Maybe it will be shocked a bit of residue? The treasure house of Sea Demon was stared at by the War Division. He didn't need to think about it, and he hit the idea on the head of the ancestor. In any case, He won't give up without any benefit today. Bai Donglin moved and lurked around the head, circling around the terrifying breath barrier, carefully sensing and investigating. Ha ha ha. Huang Tian lived up to the people. But let me find it. Thousands of feet away from the head, in the void, there was a colorful and terrifying liquid ball suspended, as big as a human head. This is a drop of blood left from the ancestor's head. Bai Donglin laughed in his heart, and did not dislike this little drop of blood. This is the blood of the 10th realm. With his intelligence and talent, he will definitely be able to squeeze out its surplus value. With great excitement, Bai Donglin used all his defensive measures, and approached the blood step by step. Although the blood also contained a terrifying aura, it was far inferior to the head. Bai Donglin's hard resistance to the breath, the body kept rotating between the scratching and recovery, without any accidents, and successfully held the blood in his hand. Good weight. Feeling the sense of weight in his hand, Bai Donglin had erupted all his strength to hold it up. And he was surprised in his eyes, which far exceeded his imagination. Oh my goodness! To what extent are these powerful ancestors so powerful? The density of this blood is far greater than that of a neutron star. A spoonful of neutron star material weighs 1 billion tons. I was so crazy before that I actually wanted to swallow the whole head, even if I broke through the erosion of its aura. There is no way to take it away. However, a head with such a terrifying mass did not crush this place. How did it do that? Well, could it be that the core force field of the head has not dissipated, offsetting its mass effect? The blood has left the head, so the original mass is revealed? Bai Donglin nodded slightly, confirming his guess. The same was true for himself. The mass of his body was already extremely terrifying, but he could move as light as a feather, and walk on snow without leaving any trace. This was the result of the force field connected to the spiritual orifices in his body. Suppressing his thoughts, Bai Donglin's chest burst out with brilliant black and white divine light. He clenched his hands tightly around the blood as big as his head, veins bulging in his arms, and with great effort, he slowly stuffed it into the divine light in his chest. Call. After successfully transferring the blood into the eternal immortal realm, Bai Donglin slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, and his expression suddenly became relaxed. Not bad. I finally got something. It wasn't a wasted trip. Hee hee. Let's look around. Maybe there are some leftovers. Bai Donglin, who had gotten the advantage, felt itchy again and began to search more carefully. However, before he had finished a circle, Bai Donglin's figure suddenly froze and his mind sank into the sea of consciousness. What's wrong with this dark stone monument? Inexplicably initiated crazy. Is it necessary to learn sharp corner monuments? I don't know. What else do you have to exist? Bai Donglin's expression was suspicious, and he looked at the dark stone monument that kept trembling, and the dark light was shining. This situation was the first time. This pitch-black stone tablet is usually very aloof, but after it took the initiative to enter his sea of consciousness, apart from using it to comprehend the true scriptures, he could not even shake it in the slightest, let alone urge it on him, except for the time when the Black Mist Demon Emperor cursed him and protected his soul. Since then, it seemed that he knew that his soul was immortal and no longer protected his soul. Then it was provoked by the sharp-cut monument. When competing for the boss's position, he automatically shot and defeated the sharp-cut monument. Now the sharp-cut monument has been upgraded to a battle monument, and he did not want to get revenge. It was obviously scared. Although this pitch-black stone tablet is aloof, it is undoubtedly very powerful. Although Bai Donglin is talking nonsense, his expression has become serious. The pitch-black stone tablet is moving inexplicably, and it is unknown whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. After carefully sensing it for a moment, he found that the stone tablet did not take any further action except for vibrating and glowing. He shook his head helplessly. You don't say. How do I know what you want to express? Such a high-end thing. But there is no intelligence. Don't make trouble. I still have something to do. Then he didn't care about the stone monument. Bai Donglin exited Shanghai, and began to rotate around his head sneakily, and carefully glanced at every corner in order to get a drop of blood. Unfortunately, it seems that luck is exhausted and nothing is obtained. Huh? What's going on? Is it daybreak? Bai Donglin was stunned, watching the dark seabed suddenly become bright, and instantly came to his senses. Something was wrong. It was only the hour, and it was not time for sunrise yet. Puzzled, he looked up, with white light flashing in his eyes, as he stared straight up at the sky. His expression suddenly changed drastically. I hit Nima. Again! I've been behaving myself lately, and haven't tried to spy on the true spirit. Why are you using the sun to hit me again? Hack you. The sun! Bai Dongling cursed loudly, and in his sight, a bright sun was setting at a very fast speed. It is a real sun star that is thousands of times larger than the one in the Black Prison. Chapter 359 Battleship Core. The sun fell into the sky, and no one knew where it came from. This round of the large sun that burned the hot golden flame seemed to cross the void of the dimension, and suddenly appeared on the sky of the Qianyuan rebellion, dispelling the darkness before dawn. Even the extremely distant Qianyuan continent could clearly see the dazzling light that suddenly appeared above the horizon of the endless sea. For a moment, countless powerful men changed their expressions, moved their fingers repeatedly, and some even broke through the air and flew away. The sun was setting at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it passed, the void twisted and collapsed. The seawater within billions of miles below instantly boiled and rolled, and the high-temperature water vapor was burned away as soon as it rose. Countless lives were cooked alive. The huge space of the dark battleship is quiet. Many war divisions monks have their own duties and are busy with their heads. They carefully count the various information of this battle. Drop. The moment the sun appeared in the sky, the warship suddenly sounded in the battleship. The red light, full of dangerous meaning, fiercely flashed. The quiet atmosphere suddenly stagnated, and countless monks raised their heads, and their eyes flashed slightly. Warning! Warning! Highest alert! The authority of the 7th Director has been activated. The battleship's central control has automatically started and has taken over control. The 7th Director's highest order, authority granted. You may activate the battleship's energy core, capture the sun above, and prevent it from sinking into the endless sea. Execute immediately. Yes! All the monks from the War Department responded in unison without any hesitation. They put down their work the moment they received the order and took their positions in a flash. Orders are strictly enforced and discipline is extremely strict. Move out. Buzz. The dark black battleships were slightly shocked. The strong light shone fiercely, and the void instantly crushed the void. It appeared on the sky, and it fell rapidly. But 100 miles. Compared with the magnificent sun, the huge and unusually dark warship is like a black ant. But the terrifying aura emanating from the warship makes it look like a peerless ferocious beast, while the falling sun is just a weak little white rabbit. Click. Click. The god pattern on the black warship flowed up from the interior of the center, and it was immediately cracked. Countless black hole cracks were screwed under the connection of the magic pattern chain, and the huge body shape of the battleship expanded several times. The core of the battleship was exposed immediately. Light. Heat. A three-dimensional mysterious array diagram, with countless regular divine patterns entangled and connected with each other, gathered to form a dazzling energy ball. Inside the ball of light, there are 365 dazzling nodes, rotating slowly and irregularly. At first glance, it looks like a galaxy condensed to the extreme. Target lock. Capture. Clang. Crash. The crisp metal sounded. The solid rules collided with each other, scrambled out of the energy light ball, penetrated the void, and the speed was extremely fast. Instantly, the big day in the upper was inserted. After the void, the golden god fire burned the hot and hot, and the big day that could fall with the heavenly prestige was inserted by countless rules. The chains spread out in disorder, and after a moment, they tightly wrapped around the sun. As the chains continued to tighten, the sun began to shrink rapidly under the cover of the terrifying power of rules. In an instant, the sun was compressed into a dazzling light spot, and its aura was the same as the many light spots in the energy core. Under the traction of the rule chain, the light spot was captured into the energy core and integrated into the three-dimensional formation diagram. It was easy to solve the great day, but the dark battleship did not restore the original, and still maintained the core of exposed energy. Suspended in the void. Analysis. Energy overflow of 1%. 7th Division Chief's order. Stay where you are. Under the deep sea. Bai Dong was leaning on his head, and his eyes rolled deep in the light of his eyes, and the scenes on the sky were all involved. And he was stunned. Oh my god! Is this the main battleship of the War Department? It uses 365 suns as nodes, and sets up a large array of stars in the sky as its energy core. This one shot may destroy a complete small world. Awesome. Such a sharp weapon of war. When used on the battlefield, the deterrent power of many powerful men may not be comparable to it. Bai Dong'an smacked his lips and retracted his gaze, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The sudden setting of the sun was indeed strange. But the War Department's reaction was so quick. Could it be that the sea monster had left some trick up its sleeve? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, and had already denied in his heart that this great day came for him, because he did not grow any ominous green hair this time, which did not seem to be the work of the Mother River. Just now I thought that he had smuggled some private information into Lan Ling's true spirit and angered the Mother River. But now it seems that is not the case. If you guessed it right, it should be the power of these war divisions. He glanced at the broken ball of light floating in the void with a hidden look, and his figure flashed, and began to circle around the old ancestor's head again. Since it had nothing to do with him, he was too lazy to care about it. Business was more important. Buzz. The trembling of the black stone monument in the soul became more intense, and the black light lingered, stirring the black mist in the sea of God. Bai Donglin frowned. This big guy had even affected his perception. He then shouted, "Stop messing around. Can't you see I'm doing something? If you have something to say, just say it. There's no point in playing dumb with me. And I don't even know you." Murdering in his mouth. His eyes were lingering, and he checked the periphery of the breath barrier. The horrible atmosphere of the skull greatly affected his perception. Clang. Bai Donglin's unmoved, as if he was angry with the dark monument, and suddenly made a loud noise, rising from the sea of God, sweeping countless grey fogs, slightly shocked, and flew outside the sea of Shen. Do int make trouble. I have something to say. I am wrong. I am wrong. I should int be fierce. Sensing the movement of the black stone tablet, Bai Donglin was completely panicked. If this stone tablet abandoned him, how would he be able to comprehend the damned scriptures in the future? The pitch-black stone tablet remained unmoved, and instantly escaped from the sea of consciousness, circled above Bai Donglin's head, and then shot away into the distance. That direction is the ancestor head? Bai Donglin was stunned and stopped chasing. He stared at the black stone tablet, wanting to see what this guy was trying to do. Alas, the dark black monument is like a sharp blade, breaking through the horrible breath barrier. The speed is not affected by the slightest, and instantly came to the head of the head. The pitch-black stone tablet turned upside down, pointing at the center of the head's eyebrows, humming slightly, and turned into a flash of black lightning that suddenly stabbed down. Hiss. Bai Donglin took a deep breath. This stone tablet was so incredible that it actually pierced directly into the ancestor's head. This was a top-level powerful person in the 10th realm. Even if it is just a corpse, its prestige can almost disperse. But the body is still the ancestor's body. The essence has not changed, and its hardness is not weaker than the fairy ware. Chant. An inexplicable buzzing sound was heard, and a deep darkness, like liquid, spread out from the old man's head and enveloped the entire head. The dark liquid creeped slightly, and then he couldn't see it. In the void in place, the ancestor of the 200,000 diameter of the diameter disappeared, leaving only a painted black stone monument standing in place. Bai Donglin opened his mouth again and pointed at the stone tablet. His fingertips trembled slightly, as if he had seen a ghost. Hack! You're awesome. Bro! Bai Donglin was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses in an instant, and almost jumped up with excitement. It turned out that Brother Stone Tablet was not fooling around, but just wanted to help him. So he quickly said, "Brother, come back soon. Stop wasting time. The wind is strong. We have to run away quickly. The War Department will react soon." The pitch-black stone tablet trembled slightly, and turned into a black stream of light flying towards Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin was delighted when he saw this. Fortunately, this big brother of the stone tablet did not abandon him. What's going on? Bai Donglin frowned. The black stone monument did not honestly return to the Sea of Shen, but permeated the dark liquid to wrap him. This strange dark liquid is very strange. Bai Donglin was wrapped in it without any discomfort, perception, and sight, and it has no effect. The pitch-black stone tablet ignored Bai Donglin, but instead carried him towards the broken ball of light floating in the void. Could this be the reason why you are so restless? Swallowing the ancestor's head was just a matter of convenience. Bai Donglin's eyes condensed, and finally realized that the matter was wrong. The power of those war divisions scrambled to enter this broken small world, and now the dark stone monument is the same. What the hell is in here? If possible, Bai Donglin didn't want to get involved. After all, that meant facing many powerful people in the War Department. Those monsters in the War Department were not to be provoked easily. Unfortunately, he has no choice now. Although he can commit suicide and escape, He must not abandon the black stone tablet. Bai Donglin, with black liquid flowing all over his body, turned into a black light, and instantly shot into the broken light ball. Chapter 360, The Great Ancestor. In the ruined little world, a strange aura spread wildly. The seventh director had a solemn expression, and together with a dozen ghost-faced black shadows behind him, countless solid chains of rules spread out from their bodies, covering the entire small world, and tightly blocking the six-color cube. These chains of rules not only slightly slowed down the strange breaking of the seal, but also barely maintained the existence of the small world. Otherwise, the moment the seal was broken by the evil of the sun, this world would have turned into ashes. On the golden side of the six-color cube, the faceless goddess statue was almost completely shattered. The golden light spurting out from the huge crack was extremely hot, and even the chains of rules were slowly melting under its illumination. The moment the evil day was broken, a strange fluctuation was spattered. I didn't know where to call for a round of the big sun out of thin air. If it was closer to the big day, it would speed up its breakthrough. The seventh director frowned. This was the reason why he drove the warship to capture the big sun. But a quarter of an hour later, the evil of the big sun would summon the big sun again. But if it were just that, it would be fine. With the capabilities of the War Department's main ship, it would have no problem swallowing 100 suns under overload operation. However, he had a hint of worry in his heart. Why would the sirens play such a dangerous thing in the Qianyuan realm? Will this great sun evil be able to move the great sun in the dimensional space of Qianyuan realm? Whenever he thought of this possibility, the seventh director couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. That was the only true world, the most massive and vast sun. If it were summoned to descend, the entire Qianyuan world would be devastated. Ancestor, you haven't arrived yet? The seventh director's eyes were filled with anxiety. He had not expected that a simple genocide mission would cause such huge trouble. At this moment, the pitch-black stone tablet carried by Donglin into the small world, turning into black light and moving at an extremely fast speed. It ignored the layers of terrifying rules and chains, and the black liquid by Donglin actually fell directly on the six-color cube. Bai Donglin looked around in astonishment. My goodness, these powerful people from the War Department are having a party right here? Look at this colorful ribbon and the shining six-color light bulbs. The atmosphere is quite realistic. Bai Donglin suppressed the joke that he wanted to use to relieve his tension, and his expression became serious. Although the black liquid isolated all the terrifying aura from the outside world, those powerful men looked as if they were facing a great enemy. And the huge cube under his feet that was thousands of miles long, each side of which was engraved with countless unfamiliar divine patterns, as well as those holy and vast patterns. He instantly realized how terrifying the thing he was standing on was. Brother Stone Tablet, what on earth do you want to do? Bai Donglin groaned weakly in his heart. The seventh director and others were stunned when they saw the humanoid black shadow that suddenly appeared and easily broke through their blockade. They sensed the surroundings, but did not sense any fluctuations from the other party. As if it was just an illusion. Everyone's heart suddenly moved. Could it be that the ancestor has arrived? I am the seventh director of the Ghost Palace War Department. I wonder which ancestor from the outer world has come. The seventh director and others all bowed their hands slightly, with an unusually respectful look. Bai Donglin saw this scene, and his fingers trembled slightly. This was a big joke. He had never been a person who liked to show off. But in this situation, he was afraid that he couldn't help but pretend. Well, no need to be polite. I am Tuya. I received your request for help, and came to help. Leave this thing to me. The vicissitudes of life, and the old voice slowly echoed in the void. I'm sorry, Brother Tuya. I don't know why, but the first name that came to my mind was yours. I'll borrow it for now, and return it to you later. Brother Sherbei, just do whatever you want to do. Although it is exciting to show off in front of these big guys, this kind of false show-off makes me feel a little uneasy. Ancestor Tuya? The seventh director and others murmured in their hearts, looked at each other, and said that they had never heard of it. But there are many ancestors of the human race, many of whom are in seclusion, and some may even be sleeping from other eras. So it is not surprising that they have not heard of them. In that case, I'll have to trouble Patriarch Tuya. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully once again. It was the basic upbringing of every human being to respect the many ancestors who protected the human race. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, but his expression under the black liquid was extremely embarrassed. Brother Stone Tablet, please act quickly, or we will be exposed. Chant. As if hearing Bai Donglin's inner call, The black liquid began to ripple violently with a long humming sound, flowing down by Donglin's legs and quickly spreading to the surface of the six-color cube. Although he didn't know why the black stone tablet wanted to devour this thing, Bai Donglin felt relieved when he saw it move. White light flashed in his eyes, and he began to look around. Huh? In the distant void of the universe, the floating spirit stone peaks and spirit liquid lakes instantly attracted Bai Donglin's attention. Good boy. As expected, this should be the treasure house of the Siren clan. There are still such a huge amount of resources left here. Bai Donglin's eyes rolled, and he immediately thought of a way to put them in his pocket. Now that he had seen these things, there was absolutely no reason to give up. Ahem. This thing is so terrifying. Even with my strength, it's so difficult to deal with it. Bai Donglin coughed violently several times, and his old voice sounded extremely labored. Such words instantly made the seventh director and others nervous. Ancestor Tuya, is there anything we can do to help you? The burly black shadow, with a ghost face, couldn't help himself first, and asked loudly in a simple and honest voice. However, he regretted it in his heart as soon as he finished speaking. With the ancestor's extraordinary strength, there was no way they could help him. The looks from people around him made him feel even more ashamed. Good job, brother. Good catch. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and he continued in a dying voice. I have used too much divine power to perform heaven-defying methods, and I need to replenish energy. Well, it just so happens that there are ready-made resources here. Little guys, I am tied up now. Please send all those spiritual stones and spiritual liquids over here. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, except for the simple and honest man, who was delighted. He clapped his big hands and shouted, Okay, please wait for a moment. I will leave this little thing to the younger generation. The voice is extremely honest and sincere. The means of a powerful person are naturally extraordinary. The burly man raised his hand and waved it, and 6 golden regular chains shot out in different directions. The end of the chain was shining with divine light, and it turned into a huge palm. With a scoop and a grasp, all the spirit stones and spirit liquids were caught in his hand. Ancestor, go on. Bai Donglin looked grateful and nodded heavily. What a good man. As his mind moved, divine light burst out from his chest, and black and white merged into one, instantly forming a huge vortex channel. The spiritual stones and spiritual liquid that the burly and powerful man pulled over poured into the channel like a river from the sky. In order to speed up the absorption, Bai Donglin opened the dark world as well. In the eternal continent, a rainstorm of spirit stones began to fall once again, and it was several times more severe than the last time. Boom! A huge pit was smashed into the ground, and one spiritual stone mountain after another rose from the ground. Oh my god! Big sister, spiritual stones are raining from the sky again. Amazing! I wonder which unlucky guy has been visited by the bandit master. The 4 little flower spirits flapped their wings and chirped, but they still remembered the food and not the beatings. Click! Click! When the black liquid spread and covered a quarter of the 6-color cube, the monster inside seemed to feel threatened and began to struggle violently. Dazzling light flashed on all 6 sides, and the divine patterns collapsed one after another. Not good. The 7th director's expression changed, and he made hand gestures, ready to use his most proficient sealing technique to relieve some of the pressure on Ancestor Tuya. Buzz! There was a violent buzzing sound, and the black liquid on Bai Donglin's body trembled violently. An extremely huge black monument slowly rose up, and the base alone was larger than the 6-color cube. Clang! The shadow of the black monument fell down with a loud bang, pressing heavily on the 6-color cube. An invisible repressive force poured out, and the cracked and trembling cube suddenly fell into stagnation, and the spread of the black liquid accelerated a bit. Finally, all the spiritual stones and spiritual liquids had been swallowed up by Bai Donglin, and a long-lost sense of satisfaction appeared on his face. This time I feel really comfortable. Grandfather, are these resources enough? I still have some here. Let's use them to help you. The burly and powerful man looked at the terrifying monument that suddenly rose up, and he suddenly understood in his heart that it was indeed useful. The resources he had captured for the ancestor were indeed useful. Look! After the ancestor Tuya replenished his divine power, he immediately exploded and suppressed those monsters to death. This honest and sincere voice sounded like the sound of heaven to Bai Donglin's ears. Bai Donglin couldn't help but clench his fists and close his eyes. Good man. Such a good man. I, Bai Donglin, will remember you. Hee hee. Good boy. You are thoughtful. If you have more resources, I will naturally have an easier time. Between speaking, the black and white vortex channel that had not had time to recover was even greater, and the light was even more dazzling. Everyone, let's take out all the resources. We can ask the Divine Court to compensate you for these expenses later. The seventh director turned to everyone and said that although they were puzzled at first as to why the ancestor needed these things, when they saw the immediate effect, they stopped thinking about it, and just thought that this ancestor Tuya was special. Can! Everyone nodded in agreement, and waved their hands. A vast stream of spirit stones, spirit liquids and elixirs were like a dozen giant dragons, instantly crossing the void and rushing into the black and white vortex passage. As expected of the ancestor, the speed at which he digests resources is truly terrifying. No one dared to spy on the ancestor rashly, not seeing through the true nature of the vortex channel. They thought that these resources were directly converted into the ancestor's divine power, because of the ability of rebirth by dropping blood. Powerful people do not carry too many resources on their bodies. Instead, more resources are hidden in various resurrection points in case they die in battle and need to be resurrected to restore their bodies. What they carried with them were some high-level spiritual liquids and some golden elixirs. Although the quantity was not large, the quality was extremely high. They were treasures used to replenish divine power and recover from injuries during battles. Now all of it is gone to Bai Donglin. After a moment, all the powerful men were willing to be emptied out, and the black and white vortex channel slowly closed. Bai Donglin closed his mouth tightly, fearing that he would not be able to hold back his laughter, and quickly shifted his attention, looking towards the six-colored cube. The cube was completely suppressed, and the black liquid had covered 99% of it. Under the tense gaze of everyone, it flowed and spread, finally covering it completely. Chant. Another crisp buzzing sound was heard, and the black liquid rolled and surged violently. After a quarter of an hour, the huge ball of black liquid suddenly shrank back to Bai Donglin's body surface. The six-colored cube disappeared, leaving only the black liquid and Bai Donglin standing in the void. The tiny figure is so majestic in the eyes of the powerful ones. Ah! I am still old. It took me so much time to deal with this little thing. Listen. Listen to it all. What is a strong person? What is a high standard? The seventh director couldn't help but stand in awe. He had the deepest understanding of those weird things, and knew how difficult it was to suppress them. This old man Tuya was really terrifyingly powerful. The ancestor is mighty. The burly and powerful man shouted in a dumb voice, with golden light flashing in his eyes. Well, it's a matter of time. And the old is gone first. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. His figure flashed, and he turned into black light, and fled towards the crack in the world. Farewell, old ancestor. All the powerful men bowed with respect. Chant. Bai Donglin frowned, perceiving the sudden and dead signs in the blood of the blood. His eyes were low, and his eyes were swept over with a long-standing sword. Death sign. Is this someone you know? Chant. Bai Donglin, who had done something wrong, did not dare to delay any longer, fearing that all his previous efforts would be wasted. And he directly escaped from the small world. The black liquid shrank and turned into a pitch-black stone tablet again, which was held in Bai Donglin's hand. With a flash of his eyes, he stuffed the black tablet and the omen of death into the realm of eternal light. This time the matter was a bit serious, and in order to avoid leaving any traces, he gave up the idea of opening a low-dimensional channel to escape. His expression hardened, and he suddenly clasped his hands together in front of his chest. Destroy. As the thought fell, the spiritual orifices, flesh and blood, soul particles, and will in the body, except for the eternal and immortal spiritual orifice that was ethereal and independent in the unknown dimension, all disappeared in an instant. The figure dissipated like a bubble, leaving no trace. Far away from the endless sea, Xianyuan continent is a remote place with few people. Wu Wei's soul sat cross-legged on a piece of blue stone, with an indifferent expression, concentrating on gaining enlightenment. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, his figure became illusory, and he automatically returned to the sea of consciousness. Bai Donglin's real body replaced him on the blue stone. He did not die from his self-destruction just now, but was only seriously injured. He recovered based on his Wu Wei soul. Ha 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 ha. Bai Donglin no longer suppressed his emotions. He raised his head and laughed wildly without restraint. Wherever the sound waves passed, the mountains and dense forests were all chopped into powder. After a long time, the laughter faded away, and he raised his hand and took out the black stone tablet from the light world. We've really made a fortune this time. Big brother. Big brother stone tablet. Let's discuss how to divide the spoils. How about 30/70ths? I'll take 70, and you take 30. Buzz. The black stone monument trembled slightly, turning into a black light into the sea of Bai Donglin's eyebrows. The huge paint black monument was shot and suppressed in the center of the soul. What do you mean? Looking at his empty palm, Bai Donglin's expression was dazed for a moment, and his mind sank into the sea of consciousness. Don't worry. How about a 50-50 split? At most I'll take 30%, and you 70%. I'll beat you. Don't go too far. I've let you live here for free for so long. But have I ever collected rent from you? Ah! I'm really pissed off. After a long time, Bai Donglin dejectedly withdrew from the divine sea. He really had no way to deal with this black stone tablet. Like the stones in a latrine. Smelly and hard. No. At least there is a heart comfort. Bai Donglin regained his spirit and probed his thoughts into the dark world. That drop of ancestors' blood still exuded a terrifying aura. In order to avoid causing damage to the eternal continent of the light realm, he deliberately placed it in the dark world. A moment later, another scream was heard. Where's my ancestors' blood? The blood of a big drop of ancestors is obviously placed here. Gone. Gone. Bai Donglin felt that he was about to crack. Chapter 361, Beat Up the Little Chicken. The ancestors' blood was not swallowed by the black stone tablet. This point is very clear in his heart. The two are in the light world and in the dark realm. Besides, the black stone monument has swallowed the whole ancestor's head, and it is not to come to greedy ink. There was a cold light flashing in Bai Donglin's eyes. He suppressed the anger in his heart and sank his mind into the dark world. The immortal dark realm has now become extremely vast, spanning billions of miles. There is no light in the extreme darkness. The law of devouring fills the entire void space, and the terrifying devouring power is constantly digesting the complex resources within it. Demon corpses, spirit stone, spirit fluid, elixir, and even some low-level magic weapons. As long as they can squeeze a trace of energy, those who come all will not refuse. Let me see what the H.L. has sneaked in. The soul and thoughts emerged, condensing the power of the dark world. A blurry figure tens of millions of feet tall stood across the dark void. Its huge, star-like eyes shone brightly. Its gaze dropped down, scanning every object inch by inch. He did not let go of a single spiritual stone or a single drop of spiritual liquid. His gaze extended all the way to the deepest particle level. There are simply too many things in the dark world. There are no less than 1,000,000 monster corpses piled up like mountains. And there are innumerable spirit stones and spirit liquids. There is also no end to the debris and garbage that has been swallowed up. With the help of the power of heaven and earth, Bai Donglin's perception and insight abilities were greatly enhanced. He quickly saw through all the supplies, but did not find any fluctuations in life breath. With his brows slightly furrowed, he stretched out his huge arm, scattered the piles of supplies, and took out a bubble ball of light with a glowing divine light from deep within its core. Here, the only one I can't see through is you. Humph. Are you still pretending? Uh-huh. You dare to snatch food from my mouth. You are great. Bai Donglin laughed in anger. His soul and mind wrapped in the bubble ball of light and left the dark world. The ultimate sublimation. His eyes were stern. The substance in his body was burning fiercely, and the golden light of life condensed into golden flames, gently swaying on the surface of his body. Bai Donglin held the bubble light ball tightly with one hand, raised the hand knife with his right hand, and turned into the color of gold and red. The breath dissipated and the void shattered. Broken! With an angry roar, endless sharpness gathered, and the palm stabbed down fiercely. Chant. Alas! The void was cut out of a very long dark crack, and the clouds above the sky were also cut into half. The light balls that were hit straight flickered the light of the gods on the top of it. Snap! Bai Donglin's left hand was broken, looking at the bubble ball of light floating in the void without any damage. Bai Donglin frowned, as if he felt the ridicule from the other party. This bubble world obtained from Mei Hongying was indeed very special. His attacks seemed fierce, but they were weak, and a large part of them were removed. Interesting. In the past, I threw you into the dark world and ignored you because I treated you as a dead object. You thought I really couldn't do anything to you, right? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. He used to think that he would find a way to break this bubble world after his cultivation level reached a higher level. But now the situation has changed. Even if it means destroying it, he will no longer ignore it. The power of the soul was revealed from the eyebrows. And the palm of the palm was held tightly to hold the bubble light ball. And it instantly retracted into the sea of God. On the black stone tablet, Bai Donglan placed the bubble light ball on the flat top of the tablet, raised his hand to condense the chain of laws, and fixed it firmly in place. 3 powerful souls, on the verge of breaking through, merged into one. The condensed soul rose to 1,000 feet high. The soul-burning secret technique was exerted with all its strength. Raging golden flames burned fiercely on the body's surface. At the same time, the light of life and while outside the Sea of Gods also burned together, poured into the Sea of Gods, and attached to the soul's monument, coming. With a wave of his hand, the battle monument of gold, red and blue colors swirled and flew, turning into a size of 100 feet, and was tightly grasped by Bai Donglan with both hands. Hey! Break it for me! Bai Donglan jumped up, surrounded by 3 lights, and powerful strength was infused into the war monument through his arms. The sharpest corner smashed down hard at the bubble ball of light. Clang! A terrifying roar resounded throughout the entire divine sea world. The aftermath was surging. An endless gray fog rolled violently. In this world, except for Bai Donglan, there is probably no other cultivator who dares to do such a thing in this fragile sea of consciousness. After smashing this steel, there are still 3 more. Come again! Clang! Ding ding! Bai Donglan was like a phantom, and he placed one steel after another, like a violent storm, without end. The dark stone monument and the battle monument trembled. Between the intersection of the 2 monuments, a terrible destruction force continued to emerge. Stop! 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 Stop smashing it! Stop smashing it! I can't do it anymore. I'm going to die. Stop it now! I'm really going to die. A sneer flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, but he remained unmoved and smashed the war monument in his hand down again. Clang! The sound was so loud that it was almost inaudible. The Sea of Gods that had been turned upside down by the violent aura finally slowly calmed down. Bai Donglan held the war monument surrounded by 3-colored divine light. Like a god. Go out by yourself. The bubble light ball, whose divine light had dimmed a lot, trembled slightly, and a crack appeared on the film as the light flashed. A streak of light shot out and landed on the black war monument. Bai Donglin's eyes fell, and a half-meter high, extremely ugly chick looked at him tremblingly. Pa! Where did this ugly thing come from? It's really ugly in its own way. Ugly in its own style. Bai Donglin's fingers trembled slightly, and his eyes showed undisguised disgust. Except for 3 different colored feathers on its butt and a tuft of red hair on the comb on its head, the rest of the chick's body was bald, with goosebumps all over it, just like the skin of a toad. Hey! 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 Don't go too far. You are attacking me. A blatant personal attack. The chicks were annoyed and jumped straight. Human? You are nothing but a featherless chicken demon. You are still a human? Do you deserve to be called one? Bai Donglin's soul body shone with divine light, and he shrank in size and landed on the black stone tablet. He stretched out his hand and held the chick in his hand. His eyes flashed slightly, and he saw 2 small protrusions in the tuft of red hair. They seemed to be dragon horns? What kind of hybrid is this ugly thing? Let me go! Don't go too far. I am a supreme beast with noble blood. Don't insult me. Well, the supreme divine beast. Right? I have something to talk to you about. Before he finished speaking, Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and divine light burst out from his hand, and he threw the little chick hard onto the hard stone tablet. Boom! There was a dull thud, and a powerful stomping sound landed on the chick, followed by a continuous stream of punches and stomping blows. Supreme bloodline. Right? Bang bang bang. Stealing the blood of the ancestor. Right? Isn't that an insult to you? Bang bang bang. Stop hitting it. Stop hitting it. You're going to kill the chicken. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please spare my life. After a long time, Bai Donglan slowly stopped his movements and exhaled comfortably. The depression caused by the loss of his ancestor's blood was relieved a little. Give you a chance to convince me that if you have no value, you should know the consequences. When the chick heard this, its bald body trembled. The goosebumps are more obvious. Chapter 362. Bai Donglan clapped his hands. The law of pain disappeared, and he sat down cross-legged. He stared at the little chick lying on the ground. This ugly thing was indeed extraordinary. Even after being attacked like that, it did not suffer any obvious injuries. But he is not without the means to kill it. If it has no value, being decomposed and devoured is its only way out. Perhaps he can also squeeze some of the ancestors' blood out of its body. Ouch. It hurts so much. You're too cruel. The chicken demon moaned weakly, but suddenly felt a gaze falling on him. His heart turned cold, and he quickly shut up and became solemn. I'm sorry. I admit that I was wrong and shouldn't have swallowed a drop of your ancestral blood. But I had my reasons for doing so. If you look into it, you are also responsible for this. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. The blood of the powerful ancestor of the 10th realm is called ancestral blood. Go on. As he spoke, the powerful will within his body began to burn fiercely. The little chick's eyes trembled. Under such a supernatural will, any lie it might make would be clearly sensed, and it dared not speak nonsense anymore. Do you still remember the little girl Mei Honging? She was the reincarnation cauldron that I had finally found. Unfortunately, due to my carelessness, she was completely killed by you. I could only barely collect some of the remaining soul and blood to condense a new body. But this kind of body and soul is too fragile. It is possible that all previous efforts will be wasted at any time. That's why I swallowed the drop of ancestral blood and barely maintained my current state. Bai Donglin frowned. He didn't expect there was such a reason behind this. It turned out that Mei Honging was just a chess piece. It was pitiful. All her efforts were just to make wedding dresses for others. Being killed by him in advance was a relief. Your background, and the reason why I didn't kill you. Bai Donglin's expression was extremely indifferent. He didn't feel that he had any responsibility for ruining the little chicken's plan. It was just killing. If he had to look before and after every time before killing an enemy, then what would be the point? Ahem. I'm really not a chicken demon. Have you heard of the Void Ancestral Dragon and the Netherworld Ancient Phoenix? I guess you don't know either. But they were two of the most powerful ancestors in the ancient times of the Netherworld. I was born with the will of these two masters. In other words, I am them, and they are me. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the calm will in his body. This little chick was indeed not lying. You? You look so ugly. And you claim to be a powerful ancestor? Get to the point. Well, don't be impatient. I was just about to say this. At the peak of the era, those two strongmen tried to peek into the legendary 11th realm. No one knows what they did, but they both died in the end. Their scattered true spirits merged together by chance. And that's how I was born. It was also during this era that my true spirit gradually revived and gained self-awareness. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, his thoughts running through his mind, confirming the possibility of such a thing happening. But the way this guy's true spirit was born surprised him. It is an extremely valuable experimental material. I will believe your story for now. But how are you going to compensate me for my losses? Hee hee. It's just a drop of ancestral blood. I know how to enter the Dragon and Phoenix ancient tomb. There are countless treasures in it. And there are also two well-preserved corpses of the Dragon and Phoenix ancestors. When Bai Donglin heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Thoughts of treasures and ancestral corpses kept echoing in his mind. He even felt that this ugly monster was pleasing to the eye. Yes, take me there. If the situation is true, you can live. Bai Donglin stood up, grabbed the chick in his hand, and seemed a little impatient. Ahem. Wait. It's not possible now. My divine body is not yet complete. So I can't open the Dragon and Phoenix ancient tomb. The chick was being strangled by the neck and spoke with difficulty. You're kidding me, aren't you? His eyes turned cold, and his hands clenched so tightly that the chick's eyeballs were almost squeezed out. No. No. Every word is true. I swear. This guy has such strong murderous intent. The little chick was trembling with fear and almost peed its pants. It had no doubt whether the other party had the ability to kill it. Snort. Bai Donglin snorted coldly and threw the chick to the ground. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. He wouldn't get much out of killing the chick now. To be honest, he was tempted by the Dragon and Phoenix ancient tomb. I can swear that when I cultivate into a divine body, I will take you into the ancient tomb immediately. Oath? No need. I prefer to keep things like this in my own hands. Before he finished speaking, the evil spirit took a step forward, laughed sinisterly, and turned into a black light, shooting into the depths of the chick's soul. What are you going to do? Bai Donglin looked indifferent and ignored it. After a long time, Zai took a step forward with confidence. You should have sensed it. Now your true spirit and your tattered soul are under my control. I only need to move my mind. Bang! Your true spirit will explode instantly. You will die completely. and there is no possibility of your resurrection. That's enough. You can go away now. Upon hearing this, the chick was devastated and returned to the bubble world dejectedly. Bai Donglin casually threw the bubble into the dark world. Under these measures, no matter how great the origin of the chick was, it could not turn the world upside down. This is what happens when you have no strength and are greedy. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts. That drop of ancestral blood was in his hand. It would be difficult to research anything with his current level. Using it to exchange for an ancient tomb would be a win-win for him, no matter how he thought about it. He looked down at the dark stone tablet, and then withdrew his thoughts. It's time to complete this trial mission. Bai Donglin concentrated for a moment, and sensed no signs of any cultivator's activities, within a radius of 10,000 miles in this remote place. He nodded with satisfaction. He had chosen this place on purpose. The surrounding realms were all under the influence of the human race. It seemed likely that the strong men from the demon race would not dare to rashly go deep into this place. He had fully understood the challenges of the mission set by the Jidao Council to hunt down the Siren Prince. It was nothing more than leaving 9 princes behind on purpose. And each prince had a group of powerful assassins under his command. According to the routine of this mission, he should have worked hard to capture and kill a mermaid prince, then hang his head, and then undoubtedly attract the other 8 princes to besiege him. He needs to hold on for 9 days, attacking and defending at the same time. This is a test of his group combat ability and endurance. Unfortunately, this might be extremely difficult for those ordinary trial takers. But he is not ordinary. These 9 princes had just escaped when they were all killed by him. Even so, Bai Donglin deliberately chose the safe place in order to prevent those forces that have entanglements with the mermaids from causing trouble for him. It has to be said that Bai Donglin has taken the word cautious to the extreme. Gold. With a hard step of his foot, the solid golden chain of the law, shining with brilliant golden light, penetrated directly into the deep ground. Boom! Beneath the earth, countless metals were gathered together, and a pitch-black mountain that sparkled with metallic light rose from the ground. 10,000 feet. 100,000 feet. Until 33,000 feet. It broke through the clouds, and the metal mountain slowly stopped growing. Hang his head in the sky for 9 days. While whispering, Bai Donglin waved his hand, and threw out a series of huge heads that revealed their true forms. They were all extremely hideous, and had a strong fishy smell. Crash! 9 thick chains shot out from the top of the metal mountain, with hooks on the tips flashing coldly. The chains swirled and danced like dragons, and pierced the hooks deeply into the head. The howling wind blew the ferocious head, causing it to shake continuously. In this case, just wait for 9 days. After carefully admiring his masterpiece, Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction, and then sat down cross-legged on the ground. It's time to enjoy the fruit of victory. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Not to mention the vast amount of cultivation materials. Just look at the mermaid legacy brought by the 9 princes. In addition to spirit stones and spirit liquids, there are also many magical instruments, secret techniques, elixirs, and the law seeds that he cares about most. These things are indispensable for the redevelopment and rise of power. So the Siren clan handed all these supplies to the 9 princes. Even the treasures of those who are powerful. Bai Donglin raised his hand and waved it. One after another, empty crystal balls shot out, surrounded by divine light and complex aura. There were a total of 120 of them. In these rules, in addition to stars, killing, death, and several kinds of 7 emotions and 6 desire sequences, there is a bit interesting. Other rules are used to make up, but this is enough. Among the 365 main spiritual orifices, he only needs to leave some space for the few kinds of laws that he must obtain. And the laws planted in the remaining spiritual orifices can be whatever he wants. World time, material, dimension time, matter, yin and yang have been comprehended through inaction. And now the law of death is also known. What is needed is the law of life to complete the rules of chaos. There is no need to explain much about the law of time. As for the material law of this world, it is actually the unparalleled law of the sequence of force, which contains many powers. The 4 forms of matter, solid, gas, liquid, and plasma, earth, wind, water, and fire. The plasma state is the force of energy. Another way to say it is that there are 4 fundamental forces in the universe: the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear force. The law of material. This is the strength of the particle level. In this way, he only needs to leave less than 10 main spiritual orifices. and he can plant the laws in the remaining spiritual orifices at will. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts and poured out his soul in thoughts, taking the seeds of laws floating in the air into his body one by one. The speed was very fast, and in just a moment, all of them had been absorbed. So far, there are more than 210 laws in his body. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the edge of the sea of clouds, where a dazzling golden light emerged. The golden light streaked across the sea of clouds, extremely dazzling. At the other end of the sea of clouds, the 3 overlapping bright moons disappeared. It's daybreak. It's been a long night. Chapter 363, Tracing Causes from Effects. Namo Amidba. In the dark and broken little world, bursts of Buddhist chants suddenly rang out. An endless soft Buddha light, like a dazzling sun, illuminated the cold void of the universe in an instant. Wherever the Buddha's light passed, the dense cracks in the world began to heal slowly. A slightly illusory figure formed by countless light points walked out from the Buddha's light and sun. His face was blurred and his true appearance could not be seen. But anyone who paid attention to him would involuntarily fall into a state of peace and tranquility. The 7th director frowned, a fire of will rising in his body, suppressing the strangeness in his heart. After Patriarch Tuya suppressed the monster and left, the powerful men of the War Department did not retreat immediately, but instead carefully searched this small world in the hope of finding any clues, especially traces of the monster clan. The 7th director had already determined in his heart that this matter was most likely related to the monster clan. Wasn't the matter already settled? Why did the ancestor come? The powerful men looked at each other with puzzlement. This ancestor who came on the Buddha's light had the characteristics of a 10th level strongman, which was even more obvious than the previous ancestor Tuya. The powerful men present had contact with the ancestor in the past, so they would not have made a mistake. I have met the ancestor. Without having time to think too much, everyone bowed respectfully with an expression of respect. The 7th director took a step forward, offered his hand again, and asked with a puzzled tone, I am the 7th director of the War Department. I have met your excellency, but I don't know why you are here. Venerable is a respectful title for the ancestor of Buddhism, although he did not know which Buddha was in front of him. This pure and vast Buddha's light was undoubtedly the best proof. Amidba. It seems that I am a step too late. I wonder which Taoist friend has subdued this monster that was sealed in the age of eternal destruction. The human-shaped light and shadow clasped his hands together. His eyes, which were filled with rich Buddha light, closed slightly, with a hint of confusion. There must be a reason why Tian Weishan sent him here. He was extremely good at sealing and suppressing, but the current situation seemed a little out of control. When the 7th director heard these words, he was stunned on the spot. There were a large number of powerful ancestors of the human race, and each of them had an important mission. If the situation was not urgent this time, he would not have been able to directly contact the heaven beyond heaven through the divine court. Tian would not make such a low-level mistake. Even if they attached great importance to these anomalies and multiple ancestors descended together, there would be no information gap between the ancestors. Reporting to the Venerable, it was Patriarch Tuya who took action to suppress and seal the monster. The Perceptive Director 7th had already felt something was wrong. But since this matter concerned the ancestor, he could not think too much about it, and could only report the truth. Tuya? The human-shaped light and shadow frowned slightly, and in an instant he read through his vast memories, but did not find any 10th level strongman named Tuya, whether in this world or in any previous era. His first reaction was that this person used a pseudonym. Interesting. While whispering, he pinched the Buddha's seal in his hand, and the Buddha's light sun floating behind his head instantly poured out endless Buddha's light, submerging and enveloping this small world. The powerful men in the War Department turned their eyes slightly, and found that they were not abnormal when affected by the Buddha's light. But the scene of the entire small world was frozen, as if it was a solidified golden space and time. Vasa, Mayavasa, Mahasaka. Vast Sanskrit sounds emerged and transformed into countless mysterious runes, dancing and circling, shooting into the stagnant golden space and time. The void trembled slightly, and the scene began to reverse rapidly. This is not a trip back in time. The 7th director's eyes flickered slightly. This should be the power of cause and effect, tracing the cause from the effect. Buddhism is indeed very good at this. The scene flowed backwards very quickly, and the picture instantly froze at the moment when black liquid white yeast just appeared and landed on the 6-color cube. The Buddhist master pondered for a moment again, and was certain that this ancestor Tuya was not any of the 10th level strongmen he knew. In this case, he did not worry about causing misunderstandings. Suppressing his thoughts, the Venerable slowly stretched out his shining palm and reached out to the stagnant picture in front of him. Ripples appeared in the golden solidified space. And that palm, following the power of cause and effect, grabbed by Donglin. Just when the Buddha's palm was about to touch by Donglin. Chant. The huge buzzing sounded throughout the small world. The dark liquid that wrapped by Donglin shook violently, and burst out with a strong dark light, like a sharp sword, slashing towards the solidifying golden space. Click. Click. Wherever the dark light passed, the stagnant scene shattered and cracked like a mirror. In an instant, the golden space turned into light fragments and dissipated, and the small world immediately returned to its original state. The Buddhist master's gaze fell on his palm, and a dark sword mark flashed by. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. All traces of cause and effect were destroyed, and he no longer had the chance to attack a second time. I will report this matter to Time Wei-shen, so you don't need to worry about it. After saying this, the light and shadow clone of the Buddhist master shook slightly, and instantly stepped into the Buddha's light and sun. Amidst the flickering light, the small world returned to its cold and dark state, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Mr. Director, this, more than a dozen ghost-faced black shadows were all bewildered, dumbfounded by the situation before them. Could it be that there was something wrong with the powerful Tuya ancestor? Don't ask anything. Don't think about anything. Just forget about what happened today. Yes, sir. The seventh director nodded slightly, suppressed his thoughts, and stepped lightly. Crack. The already dilapidated little world shattered in an instant, and countless dimensional storms emerged. The core continent, the sun, the moon, and the stars were all turned into nothingness in an instant. In the outside world, the tattered ball of light suspended in the void suddenly shone with light, and then collapsed into a huge black hole. A dozen people, including the seventh director, stepped out of the black hole leisurely. The terrifying dimensional storm approached them, but could not hurt them at all. The ghost-faced black shadows nodded slightly to each other, bowed to the seventh director, and then stepped into the void and disappeared. They were just here for part-time jobs, and now that the matter has been resolved, they would naturally return to their respective forces and continue to be the respected seniors. Buzz. The dark battleship trembled slightly, swept away the void dimension, and traveled in the dimensional space at an extremely terrifying speed. Wherever it passed, the dimensional storms were all crushed, and it moved towards a large jump transfer hub. Seventh. The seventh director, who was thinking with his eyes closed, trembled slightly, and slowly opened his eyes. A faint light flashed in the empty command room. Second. Do you want to talk to me about something? Countless points of light appeared out of thin air, converging and condensing into an extremely cold and beautiful face. Above the slightly fluttering fiery red hair, endless colorful divine flames lingered. The beautiful face, like a creature of nature, was inlaid with a pair of dark blue eyes, which were cold and filled with death. Yes, I need your help. Oh! The seventh director raised his eyebrows slightly. Although there were rankings among their departments, there was no distinction between superiors and subordinates. Their statuses were the same, except that each department had a different focus. For example, the second director in front of him, his main responsibility is to fight against alien races head-on, and the combat power he possesses is much stronger than that of his seventh department. But now it has come to him, so he must be in trouble. Second, you should be busy with that matter now. Prelude to Dusk. I didn't expect you would run into trouble? The seventh director shook his head and chuckled, feeling a little bit unconvinced that the powerful second would encounter difficulties that he could not solve. The Prelude to Dusk is the preliminary step of the human race's twilight plan. It has now reached the most critical moment, and many battlefields have fallen into the quagmire of fighting. Every moment, trillions of lives are lost on both sides. The only true world is boundless and infinite, even if it is just a local war. The scope it affects and the time it lasts will be extremely long. A major event like Ragnarok, which could be recorded in the history, naturally required a lot of preparation and was implemented very cautiously and slowly. It took more than 100 million years from the time the plan was made to the time it was fully launched. Now has come to the critical period of the plan. The alien race has been dragged into the quagmire of war without knowing it, and both sides have begun to fight each other. I'm afraid it won't take 1,000 years for Ragnarok to begin. Don't talk nonsense. I know you are quite free now. Come to the edge of the universe and help me. The second director's eyes flashed with coldness. Without waiting for the seventh director's consent, he unilaterally cut off the connection. You are worthy of being the second one. And you are still so strong. Seven shook his head helplessly, then gave an order, and the speed of the battleship suddenly increased. He still had to go back to the War Department first. This number of subordinates is not enough to go to the battlefield. Chapter 364, Giant Legend. Ancient Records of World Chaos. Essays from the World of Gods. It is said that in the distant Sixth Realm Chaos era, during the glorious years at the peak of the era, the human race forcefully interfered with the direction of civilization's development, thus sowing the seeds of evil. The human cultivators suffered the consequences of the lack of successors. The strong became weaker, and the weak became weaker. The alien races took the opportunity to rise up and advance on many battlefields at the same time. The human race was defeated step by step, and at one point lost 30% of the real world. Wherever the aliens passed, there was devastation and countless deaths. At the most critical moment for the human race, the body cultivators stood up. The body cultivator system absorbed all the great power into itself, and its dependence on heaven and earth was far less than that of chi cultivators. Therefore, the alien world's natural suppression of the body cultivators was extremely subtle. Relying on this characteristic, the body cultivators gave up the front battlefield and went deep into the world behind enemy lines to cut off their endless supply of troops. The consequence was that when the alien race reacted, the army retreated and formed a pincer attack with the native world. Countless powerful physical cultivators emerged and fought to the death. Although it gave the human race a chance to catch their breath and turn the tables, the physical cultivators were almost wiped out. Since then, physical cultivation has declined, and has only slightly eased until today. But these are not the main points. The World Rebellion War was magnificent, and the stories involved could not be told in tens of thousands of years. This time we are only going to talk about one scene in this war, which was a miracle that happened in the world of gods. It turns out that not all alien races are demons. Legends about the world of gods and the titans. Crash. Boom. Snap. The rain was pouring down. The waves were rolling, and the huge thunder dragon was rolling and roaring in the clouds, bringing some light to the dark sea from time to time. Crunch. In the cabin, the monk Jingshu curled up his body, holding an ancient book in his hands, his eyes shining, chewing on the words one by one. His thoughts seemed to drift to the era of chaos. He transformed into a powerful physical cultivator, and killed the enemy together with the Titan giant who was taller than the sky. Jingsu was so focused that he completely forgot about the passage of time, the roar of the sea, the howling of the storm, and even the howling of the ship that seemed to be torn apart could not affect him in the slightest. He was immersed in the ancient books, his blood boiling, and he murmured, "It must exist. The giant continent and the Titan clan. The continent that was taken from the world of gods by the strong men of the human race. The Titans live on this continent. The giant continent is hidden in a sea somewhere in Qianyuan realm. I will definitely find it. For sure." Bang bang bang. The sudden knock on the door made Jingsu's expression change. He immediately came out of his magnificent imagination and returned to the dark cabin. He hurriedly put the ancient book, which he had read countless times, into his storage ring. "Enter." Jingsu's tone was indifferent, completely different from his previous enthusiasm. Crunch. The dilapidated door was carefully pushed open, and a burly man lowered his head slightly, walked into the cabin, and bowed to Jingsu and said, "Second young master, the storm we encountered last night was fierce and thunderous. Our treasure ship has suffered considerable damage. I suggest that we stop sailing first and wait for the hull to be repaired." When Jingsu heard that the ship was going to stop sailing, he immediately raised his brows, revealing a strong sense of majesty, and said in a cold voice, "Stop sailing? Wei air. How many times have I said this? No matter what happens, the ship cannot stop for a moment. But, if we repair the hull while sailing, I'm afraid something unexpected might happen. Humph. Call those priests to join us. Why do I keep them? Besides killing monsters, can't they also repair ships?" Jingsu raised his hand to interrupt the big man's words, narrowed his eyes, and said indifferently, "Go down. Don't make me angry." The burly man trembled when he heard this. He knew Jingshi was really angry, so he didn't dare to persuade him anymore. He could only bow his hand respectfully and said, "Yes, Your Highness." After the big man left, Jingsu was silent for a long time. The past 10 years of life at sea, and the bitterness and pain he had experienced flashed through his mind. He reflected for a moment, savoring the experience carefully, but his eyes became more determined. All suffering, all torture, is the darkness before dawn. Jingsu slowly raised his hand, And with a thought, a golden jade seal appeared out of thin air in his palm. He gently stroked it for a moment, and his heart felt hot. This treasure is his reliance to step out of the cage and get a glimpse of the peak of the avenue. Jing-Su suppressed his thoughts and slowly immersed his mind in it. And a series of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Tianluo Space Xianyuan mission accepted. Search for the legendary giant continent and take a glimpse of the appearance of the Titans. Requirements: just find the giant continent. You must land on the land, but you don't have to contact the Titans. Reward: choose one technique, one immortal technique or magical power, and 10 million Tianluo points. Whoosh! Jing-Su was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes were faintly red. Those rewards. Just a few short sentences. Whenever he encountered difficulties and wanted to give up, he would take them out and read them carefully. And instantly, he would be full of passion and move forward. It has been like this for 10 years. These magical skills and these 10 million Tianluo points are important resources for me to embark on the road to becoming a strong man. I must get them. I will definitely find the giant continent. Although Jing-Su is the prince of a huge empire, he may even ascend the throne and rule over hundreds of millions of people in the future. But everything changed after he obtained the Tianluo space. He had never imagined that this world was so vast, and the cultivation methods passed down from his ancestors were so crude, as well as those holy places, the universe void, alien races, alien worlds, and so on. Through the Tianluo space, he saw the truth of the world. It turns out that their empire is not everything in this world. Worldly power is nothing but a passing cloud. Only strength is real. Jing-Su clenched his fists, encouraged himself again, and put the jade seal into his body. Second young master. Second young master. Something terrible has happened. There was a huge noise on the deck. Jing-Su frowned, and his body turned into a phantom and rushed out in an instant. This is... Jing-Su's eyes widened as he saw that the 1,000-foot-long treasure ship built with the strength of an entire country was slowly floating up under his feet. And around the hull were densely packed figures hanging. They were the people repairing the hull, and they were screaming in fear. Wei Air, come here. How do you steer the treasure ship? Tell me what's going on. Jing-Su was furious, not only because he was facing an unknown crisis, but also because this treasure ship was his hope for finding the giant continent, and it must not be lost. Your Highness, please calm down. Please calm down. I don't know. Oh, it must be because of the heavy rain last night. After dawn, the stars changed. We've lost our way. Asshole. Jing-Su's brows were bulging with veins. How could the treasure ship float strangely when he was lost? This bastard Wei Air must have been scared to death. Roar. A terrifying roar suddenly sounded under the treasure ship. The sound waves caused the hull to tremble and shake. Jing-Su's expression froze. Without time to think, his figure flew into the void. Looking down, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Giant! What a tall and big giant! Chapter 365, The Power of One Finger. Quack quack. There is a huge black metallic peak that is 330,000 feet high and reaches deep into the clouds. On the top of the mountain, a group of scavenger birds migrated from somewhere unknown several years ago. These low-level monsters, covered with pus-filled blisters and emitting a foul odor, were entrenched in 9 huge skeleton skulls. Buzz, a huge male bird, holding a rotten beast weighing more than 10 tons in its claws, flapped its wings and flew to the top of the mountain, stirring up gusts of wind that made the 9 chains jingle. Gaga. Jie. The young bird in the head smelled delicious food and made a shrill cry in an even more anxious manner, stumbling towards the hole. Jie. The scavenger bird left the remains of the strange beast and let its young bird share the food. It then stopped at the edge of the cave, its head tilted, and its dark eyes staring at the figure sitting cross-legged at the top of the mountain, revealing a hint of fear. Bai Donglin has been practicing in seclusion here for several years. His body, surrounded by divine light, is still spotless. With every breath he takes, the brilliant galaxy surrounding him flickers. Bright spiritual orifices float up and down in the galaxy, slowly rotating along inexplicable paths. With each rotation, their aura becomes deeper. Alas, resources are exhausted again. A faint sigh and a sense of desolation spread out, condensing into a cold wind, slowly blowing across the 9 thick chains. Snap! The dark, hard chain was instantly frozen and broken, dragged by the skeleton's skull, falling below the clouds. Ha ha! The flock of birds was horrified. Hundreds of adult scavenger birds rushed out of their nests, looked at by Donglin with fear, then swooped down to catch up with the rapidly falling bird's nest, grabbed the chain together, and flew away with difficulty. Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly, not paying attention to these little guys, but focusing his attention on his body. My will has successfully entered the 4th realm, and my soul has also broken through the 9th level of the divine source. The number of hidden spiritual orifices has been opened up to 100,000, and more than 120 laws have been successfully incorporated into the origin of life. My current realm is the 5th level of the divine power realm, the pitch black stone tablet. Bai Donglin had a puzzled look on his face. In just a few years, his cultivation had grown to this level, especially the opening of his hidden spiritual orifice. The black stone tablet in his sea of consciousness played an indispensable role. Of course, the will of the 4th realm also provided him with a lot of help in opening up his spiritual orifice. The resources he consumed in the past few years to nourish his spiritual orifice were terrifying. The resources he took from the Siren clan were only a part of it. The rest came from the more than 2 billion Tianluo hosts, who provided him with a steady stream of resources. The host of Tianluo can be said to be a castrated version of the reincarnationist. The capital of the reincarnationist is his familiarity with the plot, while the host of Tianluo has his own way of deducing the hexagrams, and using the host himself as the basis for a small-scale plot, which the host can still know fully. It can be said that it is easy and straightforward to gather resources for him by using such foresight means. What on earth were those things swallowed by the pitch black stone tablet? The mysterious substance it fed back can actually improve my understanding of the true scriptures, saving me hundreds of years of effort. The true scripture of conceiving God and forging demon is the source of his power, and its difficulty has always been a headache for him. If he can figure out what caused the black stone tablet to change, he will have one more goal in the future. It was obviously not the ancestor's head. The black stone tablet just swallowed it at that time. Its target was still the thing in that small world, the huge 6-color cube. I will be able to learn these secrets easily once I complete the Jidao trial and successfully enter the Jidao Council. Once I become a high-ranking official, what I see will naturally be different. Putting his thoughts aside, Bai Donglin slowly stood up. These things were all within reach, and with his current strength, it would only take some time to accomplish them. It's useless to think too much. Let me try my current strength first. He took a step into the void, stretched out his hand, and tightly grasped a corner of the dark metal mountain. Solid chains of laws spread out and tightly wrapped around the entire mountain. Rise! He uttered a low cry and raised his right arm upwards with a little force. Boom! A huge mountain, 330,000 feet high and made entirely of extremely hard metal, rose from deep underground and slowly ascended into the air as Bai Donglin moved. So light! Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he threw it up with force. Boom! Snap! Snap! The giant metal peak that blocked out the sky and the sun turned into endless black light and shot towards the sky at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it passed, the void exploded and a huge black crack was crushed out. The giant peak stayed in the air for a moment, then quickly fell down. Bai Donglin was like a speck of dust under the huge shadow. He stretched out his right hand as if holding up the sky, and emitted vast divine light and chains of laws, covering the giant peak into a hole, so as to prevent him from being inserted into the depths of the giant peak like a needle. Clang! With a terrifying loud noise, Bai Donglin's palm sank slightly and steadily caught the rapidly falling metal mountain. The 5 fingers opened and closed, and loosened one by one, until finally only one index finger was left supporting the giant peak. He waited lightly, and the giant peak moved up and down, tearing a large area of the void. Light! Too light! As the vast soul turned, it instantly estimated the weight of the mountain, which was about 7 trillion tons, or 700 trillion tons. Bai Donglin did not use any amplitude means. This was just the power of his pure physical body. Congeal! As his mind turned, a deep, dark sphere appeared in his palm. The huge metal mountain suddenly twisted and collapsed madly like dough. As the particles compressed and vibrated, shining spots of light burst out, blasting large holes in the void. In just a moment, the giant peak was compressed into a shiny black football. A football weighing 7 trillion tons. Take my kick. With a powerful kick, and with the help of many secret techniques, even the secret of Xiaoqing's movement was activated. Bai Donglin's right leg successfully broke through the speed of light. Clang! The shape of the football was distorted. under the infusion of terrifying kinetic energy. The endless metal particles superimposed on each other instantly boiled, and the black turned into red, and a beam of scarlet light shot out. Void. Shattered. Dimensional barrier. Shattered. The scarlet football shot into the depths of the dimensional space and disappeared, leaving behind a dark white hole with a faint dimensional storm flashing by. Break the dimensional barrier. The great power of the mighty. Bai Donglin's eyes were shining with golden light. He had a rough idea of his current strength. If he burst out with all his strength, he could fight against low-level powerful beings. How can this true scripture defy the heavens? The power bestowed upon my body by the superposition of 100,000 infinite spiritual orifices is so terrifying. His heart was burning with anger, but Bai Donglin still retained a trace of rationality. Although his strength had reached the standard, he currently could not completely kill any powerful being without relying on external forces. All of his great strength ultimately comes from his spiritual intellect. His shortcoming is his understanding of the great Tao. That is, his understanding of laws and rules. The powerful men in the ninth realm are all playing by the rules, but he is still trying to comprehend the laws. This is the power of 2 dimensions. Only rules can kill rules. Even if he kills a powerful person 10,000 times, he can still be resurrected. Without mastering the power of rules, he can never be completely wiped out. As for me, I'm still far from it. After all, I'm just an ordinary little cultivator in the realm of magical powers. Perhaps in Bai Donglin's opinion, only when one reaches the level of slaughtering people as easily as slaughtering pigs and dogs can he be called a great cultivator. Owner! Tianluo's gentle voice rang in my heart. We found the giant continent. Oh! Very good. There is good news right after the breakthrough. This is a good sign. He nodded with satisfaction and stepped into the Scarlet Passage. Chapter 366 Pure Battle. Rumble. The sea is surging. The waves are surging, and the collision between them is like thunder. Bai Donglin followed the coordinates of Tianluo's host Jingxiu, crossed the dimensional space, concealed his figure and all breath fluctuations, and appeared silently on a white sand beach. Looking around, I saw many people lying in a mess, all looking at the sea breathlessly with terrified expressions. In the offshore area not far from the beach, there are many huge shipwreckages floating, rising and falling with the violently churning sea water. A huge figure is walking towards the seabed step by step, causing waves hundreds of feet high. Bai Donglin's eyebrows moved slightly. With such a huge body, there was no magical energy fluctuation. It was obvious that this was his original appearance, not the body he formed after performing the magic heaven and earth technique. Such a huge humanoid life form is undoubtedly the legendary Titan Giants. He lowered his eyes and glanced at Jingxiu, who was panting but with an intense joy in his eyes. It is not known whether this guy is lucky or unlucky. There are thousands of Tianluo hosts who have accepted this task. Jing Su is not outstanding among them, but he was able to accidentally break into the hiding place of the giants. It can be said that he is unlucky because he happened to meet a lineage of giants that are not very friendly to humans. But fortunately he saved his life. This space is really strange. Bai Donglin's soul and consciousness extended to the extreme and touched a strange space barrier far away in the sea. By sensing and comparing many low-dimensional coordinates of the outside world, he found that the location of this place was still constantly changing. No wonder this place is so hidden. This method is really peculiar. I'm afraid it's really as the records say. It was done by the ancestor. The white light in his eyes slowly faded away. He had also done a lot of research on the Titans from the world of gods, and learned the reasons for everything from the information he collected. The Titans are a race oppressed by the alien gods. So when the physical cultivators invaded the world of gods on a large scale, they stood up and fought alongside humans. When the physical cultivators evacuated the continent of gods, the situation of the Titans became very delicate. If they did not evacuate with the human race, they would undoubtedly be completely wiped out by the gods as traitors. Therefore, in order to continue their clan, the Titans left their hometown, the world of gods, and came to the only true world with the physical cultivators, and were settled in the Qianyuan realm. But then comes another problem. The Titans fought side by side with the physical cultivators, which was undoubtedly the deepest comradeship. However, in the one true world, there were not only physical cultivators, but also chi cultivators, demons, and so on. In their eyes, after all, the Titan family is still alien, and they have fought countless years with their ancestors. It is said that the prejudice in our hearts is the most insurmountable wall. How can such prejudice involving ethnic hatred be easily eliminated? The physical cultivators tried hard to bring them together. And the Titans also tried their utmost sincerity to truly integrate into the human race. But they all failed in the end. There were even some radical people who wanted to hunt down the Titan giants. In desperation, the physical cultivation ancestors at that time joined forces to cast a spell, and carved out a strange time and space for the Titans in the Sea of Qianyuan realm, placing the giant continent in it, and made a promise that one day in the future, they would completely exterminate the gods and send them back to their hometown. Being treated like this, it's understandable that some of these big guys would have some emotions. But in fact, they still have a little kindness towards the human race in their hearts. Otherwise Jingqiu and others would never have survived. Haha. They were teased like this. Perhaps because there is no physical cultivator among them. The relationship between physical cultivators and giants is not simple. In addition to being comrades in arms, I am afraid that Jidao Holy Sect was the leader of many matters related to the Titans. After all, from ancient times to the present, Jidao has always been the first holy place for physical cultivators. Unfortunately, I cannot reveal my identity. Otherwise, I would definitely become the guest of honor of these giants. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed, not caring about it in his heart. Then a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. What is the purpose of the Jidao Council setting this trial mission? Is there really something worth learning from the Titans' physical training methods? Never mind. Just go and see for yourself and you'll know. Bai Donglin made a plan in an instant. He was going to complete this mission in an upright manner. As a physical cultivator, he would discuss the way of the flesh with the Titan giant. He took a step into the void and rushed towards the core of the giant continent. As for Jing Su and others, he didn't need to worry about them. After this scare, anyone with a little bit of brains would leave immediately. Now that the treasure ship is destroyed, you only need to spend some Tianluo points to exchange for a flying magic weapon. This strange space is difficult to get into, but very easy to get out. Everything on the giant continent is huge. The mountains, rivers, exotic animals, and plants are all abnormally gigantic. Only such an environment can support those huge titans. Bai Donglin was in this strange world, feeling as small as an ant. Rumble. The earth trembled. Huge beasts rushed and fled in panic. It was the titans hunting. Bang, bang, bang. Crash. Huge trees fell, leaving deep grooves. Those were the titans cutting down trees to get wood for building houses, crossing the void step by step. His thoughts and sensations also poured out. Along the way, Bai Donglin witnessed the living conditions of the Titans, which were still in a relatively primitive state. Perhaps it was related to their naturally strong physiques. They were born to be the masters of this world. Even if they did not practice hard, they still had long lives and great power. Survival is not difficult for them, as they are born at the top of the food chain. Bai Donglin kept walking. Although he met many Titans, they were all ordinary, and had no signs of cultivation. He had no intention of communicating with them. In his perception, the core area of the continent has a very complex and extremely powerful breath of life. In his sight, the surging blood energy dyed the entire sky red. The giant continent is very large, several times larger than the core continents of some small worlds. But Bai Donglin's speed is extremely fast. He traveled across space and arrived at the center of the continent in no time. A huge city. It was the most magnificent city Bai Donglin had ever seen. The city gate alone was 100,000 feet high, and the city walls were taller than a mountain range and submerged in the clouds. Well, not bad. Not bad. You seem a bit civilized. I thought you all lived in caves. Bai Donglin stood in the void with his hands behind his back, sensing the powerful energy and blood within the huge city. A smile filled his eyes, and the fighting spirit in his chest gradually boiled. We are all real men who have cultivated our bodies. I won't beat around the bush this time, lest you accuse me of bullying a big fool. Let's have a fist-to-flesh duel. His body moved as he thought, and the 100,000 spiritual orifices in his body glowed with divine light. His long black hair danced wildly without wind, and a vast, hot, condensed energy and blood gushed out. The vision of a vast sea of blood dyed the sky red. The blood boiled, transforming into endless ferocious beasts, galloping, fighting, and roaring. Roar! Roar! War! Fight! Fight! The crazy fighting spirit poured down towards the Titan city, without reservation, and spread wantonly. The void was humming, and every inch of space was screaming, Fight! 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 Come! Who? The angry roar rose into the sky, shattering the clouds in the sky. Huge figures floated into the air. With dazzling eyes, staring carefully at Bai Donglin, who was like a madman. Human race. Physical cultivation. Please enlighten me. Boom. Stepping on the void, his figure rose to a height of 6,666 feet, turned into divine light, and instantly rushed in front of a Titan giant. His huge fist fell down with a bang, crushing a large area of the void. What trial mission? Fight first. Fight till you're satisfied. Once you have defeated the other party, you can naturally ask for anything you want. In an instant, the fist containing endless divine power arrived in front of the Titan. Ha ha! Good. Good. What a great human body cultivator. Let me, the Flame Titan King, come and meet you. Facing Bai Donglin's punch that collapsed the void, the Flame Titan King showed no fear. Fighting intent burned in his red eyes. He looked up to the sky and laughed while also punching out. No communication. No doubt. Both of them felt everything from the other's fighting spirit, which was to give it their all and fight first. Two huge fists of equal size slammed into each other fiercely with a loud sound. The void was annihilated silently, and a huge hole of dim white color that reached the depths of the dimension was pierced by the aftermath of the battle. Bai Donglin and the Flame Titan King looked at each other, and both jumped into the dark white hole at the same time, going deep into the dimensional space. The combat capabilities of both have undoubtedly reached the level of great power. No matter how condensed their attacks are, the aftermath they emit possesses unimaginable power. Just for the sake of a good fight. No one wants to harm the Titan City. Where did this powerful human come from? So young and so powerful. Horrible. Horrible. The many Titan powerhouses standing in the void were communicating with each other rapidly with their thoughts. They had seen many powerful people before, and although the strength that Bai Donglin burst out made them look sideways, it was not to the extent of being shocked. What really shocked them was that Bai Donglin's vibrant breath of life was like the scorching sun, full of vitality and vigor, which undoubtedly demonstrated the fact that Bai Donglin was not very old, which was something that could not be concealed by his cultivation. This human race? I am afraid that it is less than Chateau's. As this thought flashed through their minds, the Titan warriors' eyes became even more horrified. They had come into contact with many humans, and had a very thorough understanding of their cultivation system. At a young age of less than 1,000 years old, he could burst out with real powerful combat power. This simply broke their common sense. This was no longer a realm that could be achieved by bloodline, talent, or resources. Human race. Physical cultivation. Is there going to be another peerless strongman? This thought flashed through the minds of all the giants. And then, they tore through the dimensional barrier, and entered the dimensional space to watch the battle. They all wanted to see to what extent this monster that broke common sense could go. In the dimensional space, the white light is dazzling, and the dimensional storm rises and falls from time to time. Bai Donglin stood in the dimensional space, allowing the fierce dimensional storm to blow across his body. The original power in his body boiled and burned, turning into divine light that flowed endlessly on his skin, resisting all damage. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The last time, which was also his first time entering the dimensional space, he could only hide in Lin's mustard seed orb. Now, in just a dozen years, he can stand in the dimensional space with his own strength. The rewards of his unremitting efforts are very obvious. As their eyes moved, Bai Donglin and the Flame Titan King were thousands of miles apart and could only see each other from a distance. However, with their strength, a mere 1,000 miles was no different from being face to face. Human, you are very strong. The Titans respect the strong. Can you tell me your name? I will definitely remember it. The Flame Titan King clenched his fists, placed them at his heart, and looked at Bai Donglin solemnly. This was the tradition of their Titan clan, to remember every equally powerful opponent, whether they were an enemy or a friend. Although the Flame Titan King calls himself the king, he is not a 9th level king among the human cultivation world. In the Titan clan, one can be called a king as long as he breaks through to the great power realm. It can only be said that the Titan's cultivation system is still too rough. It is not as brilliant, prosperous, detailed and in-depth as the human race's cultivation system, where each realm has a detailed division. Even though the two of them had only tested each other, and neither had used their full strength. Bai Donglin had also witnessed the battles between true kings, like the green-eyed water ape king, and they were still far behind. My name is Bai Donglin. You will never forget this name. The ultimate sublimation. He roared in his heart, and the 3 lights in his body burned fiercely. Endless golden flames surged out, and instantly turned into a fire giant. Good. The Flame Titan King's eyes lit up, and the fighting spirit in his heart became more and more boiling. He ripped open his powerful hands in front of his chest, cracking the armor covering his body. The muscles on his bare chest were twisted and knotted, like pieces of rock sculptures, and divine patterns that seemed to be formed by nature covered his entire body. Titan's blood. Boiling. Roar. He roared towards the sky, and his huge eyes spewed out dark red flames. The divine patterns on his body burned fiercely, and circles of colorful divine fire halos enveloped his entire body. War. War. Two huge figures transformed into two divine lights, one golden and one red, which caused large dimensional ripples, instantly crossed thousands of miles, and collided violently with each other. Boom! The aftermath swept across, crushing all dimensional storms within a radius of thousands of miles. Golden blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, but Bai Donglin seemed unaware. Shouted in my heart. Happy! Chapter 367, Gallon Glass Buddha. Qian Yuan Realm. The Buddhist Realm. The place is called the Buddhist Kingdom on Earth by the sentient beings in the real world. The 4 ancient Buddhist temples are all located in this area. The Buddha's light is immeasurable, radiating to hundreds of realms in all directions. Every inch of land here faintly emits the Buddha's light. Peace, tranquility, and peace are the main themes here. Amitabha. A monk wearing a white robe and with an extraordinarily handsome face slowly walked through the bustling streets. With every step he took, spots of light gathered under his feet to form golden lotuses. Divine light flowed on his body, and Buddha's light rose behind his head. Under the shining Buddha's light, the noisy streets suddenly became quiet. Ah! This is the senior monk from the Holy Buddha Temple. It's Master Mingjing. We have met Master Mingjing. Master Mingjing. Everyone looked at Mingjing with respect and bowed respectfully. People living on this land, because they have received many protections from Buddhism, all love and respect Buddha. For example, Master Mingjing of the Xingfu Temple, who was born as a Buddhist, had his name spread since childhood. Mingjing had a smile on his face, put his hands together, nodded to everyone, and had a calm demeanor that made people feel like spring breeze. The Buddhist community in this world has an excellent reputation, and does not have the bad reputation of harming the people at all. This is also related to the fact that all monks practice Buddhism. Buddhist monks can live safely in the world by absorbing and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Why do they need to demarcate land and keep people as prisoners to provide for themselves? As for yellow and white things like gold and silver, they are not even in the eyes of Buddhist monks. The natural treasures they pursue have nothing to do with ordinary people. Since there is no conflict of interest, Buddhist monks also have the purpose of entering the world to save people and cultivate merits, which will benefit these people without any harm. Naturally, they will gain the respect and love of all living beings. Today's Mingjing is no longer the little monk in the ancient world, who felt compassion for all living beings, but was powerless to help them. Instead, he has grown into Master Mingjing, who is famous far and wide, and has profound Buddhist knowledge. With each step Mingjing took, it was as if the distance had shortened to an inch. In just a moment, he was away from the bustling city, and arrived at the foot of the mysterious Mount Sumeru. At first glance, this mountain seems to be extremely large, but also extremely small, constantly switching between extremes. Its ever-changing form is determined by the mind, and it is a sacred mountain that has been handed down from ancient times by the Buddhists. The Holy Buddha Temple is located on this mountain. Mingjing closed his eyes slightly. Buddha's light was shining. He made a mysterious Buddha seal with his finger and pointed out. The void shrouded by the supreme formation suddenly rippled, and Mingjing immediately stepped into it. Master Mingjing is back. Greetings, Uncle Master Mingjing. Along the way, the younger monks of the Xingfu Temple all bowed respectfully to Mingjing, and the peers they met also greeted him happily, which shows how popular he is. After bidding farewell to his fellow monks, Mingjing returned to his own courtyard, closed the door, sat cross-legged, and chanted the Buddha's name. Amitabha. The thought then escaped into the spiritual platform, and the soul settled in the center of the sea of gods. The white Buddha light lingered, and the sound of burning was heard. The endless sense of brightness, righteousness, and holiness filled the entire space of the sea of gods. Tick. An inexplicable sound of water dripping was heard, and ripples suddenly appeared in front of Mingjing. Like the mirror surface of a disturbed pond, a reflection slowly emerged on the water surface below Mingjing. Dark and evil, and its aura was completely opposite to Mingjing's soul, like the two sides of light and darkness. Little monk Mingjing. Moro. As light and shadows flowed, the entire bright and clear world of the Sea of God suddenly turned upside down. The dark and evil reflection instantly turned from virtual to real, while the bright and clear soul became an illusory reflection under the water. Meeting you, Mingjing. I don't know whether it is good luck or bad luck for me. Moro had a gloomy look on his face, and the reverse character between his eyebrows was extremely dark and deep. Strange black and white chains spread down from his body, tightly connected to the clear reflection in the water. In the ancient world, when he met the madman Xiong, he knew that he would not be able to escape. He had fought with Xiong once before, and was defeated miserably. Countless years later, when he once again faced off against Xiong and even felt the crisis of death, he suddenly realized that Xiong's realm of rules had far surpassed his, and could completely wipe him out. Humph! Xiong, you were able to grow so fast. Didn't you rely on the power of the Jidel Bell? The Zini ancient artifact is indeed extraordinary. Moro recalled the unpleasant past, and his expression suddenly darkened. He was supposed to die that day, but as luck would have it, there was Mingjing, a natural-born Buddha, in the ancient world, who gave him the possibility to use forbidden techniques to escape death. Who is this Moro? This fierce man has been in and out of the Mother River for dozens of reincarnations, but he still maintains his true self. It is not easy to kill him, but this bright and clean little monk also brought him some surprises, so much so that until now, his soul has not been wiped out. This Mingjing was actually the reincarnation of a high monk from the Holy Buddha Temple. The Gallon Glass Buddha was Mingjing's previous life, a Buddha from the 8th demonic calamity era. Unlucky! Moro lowered his eyes and looked through the water, meeting the clear, illusory reflection. Amitabha, Mara, no matter what your plan is, I will not let you succeed. Mingjing clasped his hands together with a peaceful and compassionate look. His true self had awakened. Although he was suppressed by Moro, it would not be so easy to completely get rid of him. Little monk Mingjing, why are you so stubborn? Isn't my suggestion good? If you and I work together to achieve the body of a demon Buddha, wouldn't it be great? Breaking through the 10th realm is easy, and even the legendary 11th realm is something we have the qualifications to peek at. When the 11th realm was mentioned, the dark Buddha light in Moro's eyes boiled and his face looked fanatical. Why was he tricked into falling into the chessboard of the ancient world and wasting tens of millions of years? Isn't it just for song? One of the 5-colored divine stones? That's right. With Moro's wisdom, he had already realized that he was being plotted against when he was in the heart of heaven and earth in the ancient world. Being able to use song as bait, Moro felt that his loss was not unfair given the overall situation. Moro is a man of great wisdom, great perseverance, and great ambition. With his talent, it is not difficult for him to break through to the 10th realm as long as he follows the steps. However, his ability is not limited to that. At the 9th realm, he is already glimpsing the legendary 11th realm, and gathering the 5-colored divine stones is the only sure way to reach the 11th realm in this world's many eras and endless years. Many other assumptions and attempts only have a tiny chance of 1 in a billion. It is almost impossible to break through the 11th realm. The same is true of his latest deduced way of the devil and Buddha. The way of the devil and Buddha? Humph! Nonsense! The clear and illusory reflection shook its head slightly, revealing a rare hint of disdain, and it was obvious that it found Moro's wishful thinking amusing. Amitabha, young monk Mingjing, people like you are naturally incapable of understanding my vision. How pedantic you are! You still care about the means. As long as you can break through the 11th realm, it will be easy to deal with the alien race. Right? The aliens think so too. Besides, they don't have so many concerns. If we continue like this, the aliens might get there before we find the 5-colored divine stone. Hee. You can imagine what will happen to the human race then. Mingjing closed his eyes and remained silent. He clasped his hands together and recited scriptures with a compassionate look. Humph. Boring. Little monk Mingjing, I have found something interesting this time. This thing may be of great help to me. As he spoke, Moro took out a string of Buddhist beads. The Buddhist beads were carved from white jade, with a total of 12 beads. They did not emit any divine light and looked very ordinary. Tianluo space? Hee. It's really interesting. Mingjing's eyebrows trembled slightly. He naturally knew about this string of Buddhist beads, and the way he got it was also very strange, as if the Buddhist beads came to him automatically. Unfortunately, they were intercepted by Moro. This Tianluo space is very strange. It actually contains the power of dimension. After years of careful observation by me, I found that this thing seems to be the legendary Zhini ancient artifact. The dimensional world. There was a gleam of divine light in Moro's eyes as he stared at the Buddhist beads in his hand. After the battle with the fierce ancient world, Moro suddenly became much more sober. Although he was conceited, he also understood that with his own strength, if he wanted to participate in the fight for the five-colored divine stone, he would undoubtedly become cannon fodder for the top leaders of the three races of humans, aliens, and demons. What happened in the ancient world is an example. If one wants to prove his truth, one must first have the power to protect the truth. And this is probably the Tianluo space of the dimensional world of the legendary Zheni ancient artifact. If he can seize it, then he will have the capital to truly participate in the fight for the five-colored divine stone. The most interesting thing is that the owner of this Tianluo space doesn't seem to be that powerful. Ha! Little monk Mingjing. Tell me, is this an opportunity given to me by God? No. God is not qualified to interfere with my fate. I have fought for this opportunity myself. Ha ha ha. Moro laughed loudly towards the sky, raising endless Buddha light, immersing the entire sea of gods in darkness. Amitabha, Mingjing whispered softly, a hint of worry flashing in his illusory eyes. Chapter 368, Years of Misfortune. There are countless sentient beings, and they can be remembered in countless quantities. In the Tianluo space, it was certainly not a coincidence that the string of Buddhist beads happened to fall into Mingjing's hands. Bai Donglin did this intentionally. It was a small help to someone he had met a few times and could barely be considered an acquaintance. Unfortunately, Bai Donglin didn't know everything. He thought Mingjing was just a good monk with a compassionate nature. He never expected that Mingjing was the reincarnation of Buddha. And he never expected that Mara would occupy Mingjing's body. This kind of thing is inevitable, even if Bai Donglin has been cautious enough. If Tianluo space wants to develop, and he wants to obtain a steady supply of cultivation resources, the fragment of the war monument cannot stop spreading. Now that there are more than 2 billion Tianluo hosts, it is only a matter of time before they attract the attention of powerful people. Bai Donglin had been prepared in his heart. He acted cautiously, selected young cultivators, and set various restrictions on the Tianluo host, just to delay the outbreak of this hidden danger as much as possible. At the very least, we have to wait until he has the ability to protect himself, so that even if everything is exposed, we will be able to deal with it. Although the operation of Tianluo space is concealed, it is still difficult to hide it from an old monster with incredible wisdom like Moro. After just a few attempts, Moro had roughly figured out the details of the Tianluo space. As for why we came to the conclusion that the master of Tianluo space is not strong, that was inferred by Moro through various tasks and task rewards, especially those cultivation insights that contain strong personal colors, and the various exercises and formations he compiled. Although these things are very brilliant, and even Moro couldn't help but admire them, they also contain a very fatal message. That is, none of these rewards contain any understanding of rules. This doesn't seem to explain anything. But combined with those tasks that are not difficult, it can be inferred that the cultivation base of the Tianluo hosts is not high. Combining the two, it is not difficult to draw the details of the person behind the Tianluo space. He is a non-powerful cultivator who had incredible luck and obtained the Zheni ancient artifact by chance. One lucky little guy. This is also the magic of the Zheni ancient artifact. As long as the ancient artifact can be recognized, the level of cultivation of the cultivator will not become a restriction on recognizing the master and using the ancient artifact. However, the level of cultivation also determines whether the cultivator can fully unleash the power of the ancient weapon. This is also the fundamental reason why Moro dared to covet the Zheni ancient artifact. It is like a child carrying a gold brick through a busy market. How could he not take advantage of such a treasure? Immortal Fate Mission: find the 7 deadly grasses in the poisonous sea at the center of the earth. Well, the rewards for these so-called Immortal Fate quests are incredibly rich. The other quests cannot compare to them at all. So, do you really want the 7 absolute grass? I wonder if I can use this as bait to lure you out. It's very simple. We'll know once we give it a try. A smile flashed in Moro's eyes. He seemed to have the situation under control. But he was still very cautious in his heart. His strength had not yet recovered. And with Mingjing's restraint on him, he was far worse than in his heyday. However, this ancient artifact from the dimensional world has extraordinary power. It involves the way of dimension, and is extremely good at hiding and escaping. He only has one chance to take action. One of the prerequisites for taking action is to completely isolate the dimensional force. In that case, I still need to find some helpers. I don't have much time to waste. I can't wait until my strength is fully restored. I can see through this Tianluo space. Which means others can too. We can't let others pick this fruit first. There was a thoughtful look in Moro's eyes. And he had already made plans in his mind. In the poisonous sea at the center of the earth, the light is dim. The scorching sun's light from the depths of the dimensional space shines down, penetrates through layers of space, and descends into this strange space. The poisonous sea at the center of the earth. The light has become very dim. Crash! The colorful, mysterious and poisonous sea water was rolling and surging, seemingly boundless at a glance, with countless islands dotted across the entire poisonous sea. Compared with the peaceful and tranquil Buddhist realm, this poisonous sea in the center of the earth seems to be another extreme, fierce and dangerous, making every cultivator who sets foot here extremely cautious. In the poisonous sea, there is a huge island with a vast area. Its area is enough to rank among the top 3 in the poisonous sea. And on this island, which can be called a continent, there is only one force, the Poison Fang family. This is a family of cultivators with a long and glorious history, and one of the dominant forces in the poisonous sea at the center of the earth. Toot! A strange buzzing sound came from the sea, and a huge shadow pierced through the poisonous and colorful fog and cut through the colorful sea water. Under the reflection of the divine light, the shadow gradually became clear, and it was a treasure ship with a peculiar shape, able to ignore the horrific toxic corrosion of the poisonous sea. This treasure ship is not only made of special materials, but also has many divine patterns and prohibitions engraved on it, which are also exclusive secret techniques. In this poisonous sea at the center of the earth, ordinary cultivators who want to travel far and cross the sea will take this special treasure ship. This is a huge chain of interests, which is jointly controlled by the 3 dominant forces in the Earth's core poison sea, and they can earn huge amounts of resources every moment. The island of Sui, the Poison Fang clan. Brothers, we are almost there. At the top of the treasure ship, in a luxurious treasure chest, several figures with tall stature, extraordinary temperament, and surrounded by divine light were sitting cross-legged. One of them had eyes as bright as swords, as if he could see through the void and stare directly at the island of Sui. The people in the group were none other than the 3 Taoist brothers Qinglu, Qingsong and Qingshi, Liang, the son of the sun, Jian Feijian, the leader of the Zhando sword sect, and a graceful woman with a veil on her face, who was none other than Qing Yuqing, who had had some conflicts with Du Miaomio. The purpose of this group of people gathering together is self-evident. They are naturally here for Du Miaomio. Qinglu, will your highly respected brother Bai come? Liang spoke slowly, with a hint of anger in his tone, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with Bai Donglin, who had not shown up. A hint of embarrassment flashed across the eyes of Qinglu and the other 2 when they heard this. They were the ones who brought Bai Donglin into the group, and they did not expect him to be in such a state now. It was not until much later that they realized that Bai Donglin did not care about the inheritance of the Wandering Emperor. Instead, he was focused on finding the 7 Wonders Grass. If there was no trace of the 7 Wonders Grass, this mysterious brother Bai might not appear. But if possible, the 3 Qinglu brothers still want to win over Bai Donglin. As long as he takes action, the success rate of their action will at least increase several times. This was the conclusion reached after several contacts with Bai Donglin, and the 3 of them reflecting and perceiving each other. Brother Liang, you don't know this? This brother Bai is very special. That's right. That's right. Don't look at brother Bai with ordinary eyes. Brother Bai, he is a monster that cannot be treated with common sense. The 3 of them spoke one by one, their expressions full of fear. The first time they met Bai Donglin was in the demon-suppressing temple. At that time, Bai Donglin was an ordinary person, and his speed in the first level of the assessment could not match theirs. However, in the second level, he fought 1 against 3 and beat them severely. The second time they met was in the Taoist sect. At that time, they could no longer see through Bai Donglin. His faint aura made them terrified. Even in their old nest, they felt uneasy. Haha. Looking at the way you 3 are doing, aren't you exaggerating a bit? This Bai guy? No matter what. Isn't he also a cultivator of the same generation as us who is about the same age? How strong can he be? Could it be that you don't think that Bai Donglin is the reincarnation of some old monster? Qing Yuqing couldn't help but giggle when she saw Qinglu, and the other 2 were extremely cautious. Her words were full of doubts about Bai Donglin. Liang also nodded, showing the same stance. Hey, it's not good to say these. That's right. We have failed to live up to Brother Bai's trust. We still haven't found any trace of the 7 deadly grass. So, the possibility that Brother Bai will show up is very small. The reason why he set his sights on the poisonous sea in the center of the earth is that his target is only the 7 absolute grass. Poison Fang Miaomu and the inheritance of Wandering Emperor. He doesn't care. The 3 members of Qinglu spoke one sentence each, and then stopped talking. It was obvious that they had no interest in continuing this meaningless communication. Bai Donglin. I would like to fight him once. Liu Yong's eyes flashed coldly, and an inexplicable desire to fight arose in his heart. As they were both the proud children of this era, he did not think that he was inferior in any way. Bai Donglin. Is your surname Bai again? Jian Feijian held a sword in his arms, and whispered in his heart. He never said a word from beginning to end, and no one knew what he was thinking. Toot. Bang. The treasure ship hummed, and with a loud bang, it pressed tightly against the dock. The divine light rippled violently, expelling all the colorful poisonous fog. We have arrived at Sui Island, the territory of the Poison Fang clan. Chapter 369. The Real First. It is true that Sui Island is the territory of the Poison Fang clan, but not all areas are under their control, except for a small core area in the center of the island, which is an absolute restricted area that the Poison Fang clan strictly prohibits entry into. The remaining 9/10 of the huge area are open public areas. Many monks living in the poisonous sea at the center of the earth can settle here. Therefore, over countless years, the island of Sui has formed cities of various sizes, like a bright band of light, surrounding the core forbidden area of the Poison Fang clan. Island land is a very rare resource in the poisonous sea at the center of the earth. The Poison Fang clan can be so generous in giving it up to the monks for use. Naturally, they have their own plans. A notable feature of the power of the cultivation families is that they have a small number of personnel. They simply do not need so much land. They allow these cultivators to build cities, and all activities carried out there have to pay taxes to the Poison Fang clan. Over time, this is a considerable income. The outer city circle is also a natural barrier. If any crisis occurs, the monks in the city can also defend the fangs. Moreover, Poison Fang would recruit retainers in these cities from time to time, and the outstanding ones would even be given the noble surname Poison Fang. Qing Lu and his group randomly entered a city and found a restaurant to stay in temporarily. 3 Taoist brothers. Are you sure that bitch Poison Fang Miaomu will come out this time? Qing Yuqing was holding a cup of spiritual tea. The rising steam reflected her face vaguely. Her purpose was very simple. She was not seeking the inheritance of Wandering Emperor, but just wanted to avenge the last humiliation. She was a monk with extraordinary talent, and more importantly, a woman. To her, being humiliated in that way was a revenge comparable to being killed. The 3 Qinglu looked at each other and slowly said, "We are absolutely sure that Poison Fang Miaomu will come out of confinement. It has nothing to do with whether she is willing or not. Yes, after 3 months, the Poison Sea I will open once every 100,000 years. This is the most grand event for the forces of the Earth's core Poison Sea. It is true that the Wandering Emperor's inheritance is precious, but Poison Fang Miaomu will not miss this event, and her clan elders will not allow it. This matter also concerns the division of many resources in the Earth's core Poison Sea." Liang nodded slightly upon hearing that, with fighting spirit in his eyes. This time they were not just targeting Du Miao Miao. They also wanted to take part in this grand event. You have all discovered it, right? There were many powerful auras emerging from the treasure ship just now, and in this city. They are all people who are famous on the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list. Lion spoke in an earnest tone, and as he spoke, sparks fell and burned the ground into bottomless holes. Also, I heard that the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking and the top of the Young Phoenix ranking have agreed to fight in the Sea-I's secret realm to determine the true number 1. The real first. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes flashed with divine light, and their aura became heavier. What is the most important thing for a monk? It's nothing more than fame and fortune. Everyone works hard to cultivate, and spends 90% of their lives in boring seclusion. Don't they really want to show off their talents in front of others and shine brightly? Don't they really want to carve their own names in the endless years? Fame is something that no one can give up except those who are truly pure-hearted and have no desires. Especially since this world is a sad world without eternity or immortality. How glorious it is to leave your name behind, and be remembered by all living beings even after countless years. There are many monks who hold this idea and work hard for it. Perhaps this is a silent cry when faced with no way to practice. Of course, most cultivators are just self-touching. After all, Most of these guys cannot even reach the 9th or 10th realm in their entire lives. Venting their resentment on the legendary 11th realm that no one knows whether it exists is nothing but deceiving themselves. Fame and fortune. Fame and fortune. The word profit is even more simple. It is nothing more than wanting to share the fortune of heaven and earth in the Qianyuan realm. As the anode world of the only true world, Qianyuan realm has such a strong aura that many cultivators flock to it. This is also the reason why the bases of many top forces are set up in Qianyuan realm and Kunmo realm. At the top of the list of potential dragons and young phoenixes are the peak male and female cultivators under 1,000 years old. Generally speaking, there will not be such a thing as deciding the real first place because the luck of each list is already strong enough and is more than enough for a cultivator. But the fact that the two of them actually started this rare duel was related to their respective ambitions and the beginning of the crest of the times. It seems that the brilliant years of this era are gradually beginning to show signs everywhere. The first male cultivator competed with the first female cultivator. This was undoubtedly a big gimmick, adding a different kind of brilliance to the event of the opening of the poisonous CI. And the monks would not think that there would be any bullying between men fighting women. To the monks, gender has no meaning anymore. A slightly stronger physique by nature would not cause any ripples under the cover of terrifying cultivation. As for slaying the red dragon and subduing the white tiger, all cultivators have already accomplished this when they were in the first stage of body training. With countless young talents gathering together, there will surely be fierce wars. And there will also be great changes on the list of potential dragons and young phoenixes. I feel my hands are shaking. I can't wait any longer. Lion grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth, and clenched his fists. Under the surge of terrifying power, ripples appeared in the void. Hey, brother. Don't forget your business. That's right. Inheritance is the most important thing. Brother Jian, please try to persuade him. Chant. The long sword in Jian Feijian's arms hummed softly, and a trace of strange sword intent spread in the yard. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Qin Yuqing covered her mouth and giggled, her body shaking. But unfortunately, there was no ups and downs. It was really ordinary. The three of Qin Lu looked at each other and sighed helplessly. These two Taoist brothers were both war-loving people, and they might really forget themselves and the purpose of their trip. The three of them couldn't help but think of Brother Bai's elegant and easygoing face, and his eyes that were as calm as a lake. Even after hearing that the Wing Palace had ill intentions towards him, there was still no wavering. As expected, Brother Bai is the most reliable. Meow mew. Meow mew. Hiss. The huge body of the colorful giant snake coiled on the ground, its head slightly raised, its golden snake pupils flashing coldly, staring vigilantly into the shadows. Colorful divine light emanated from Poison Fang Meow Mew's body, gathering into a solid ball of light, like a snake egg being guarded by a colorful giant snake circling in the center of its body. Amid the ethereal calling, Duya Meow Mew's eyebrows trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, and endless divine light runes flashed in the depths of her eyes. Aji, you must not be rude. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Poison Fang Meow Mew's mouth, and she scolded softly. Hey, Meow Meow, you are too greedy. However, you are worthy of being the first genius of our clan this generation. Surprisingly, you really succeeded. Duya Meow Mew slowly stood up, and 9 colored scales faintly appeared on his body. On each scale, there were endless mysterious divine patterns. Hiss hiss. The colorful giant python shrank its body slightly, and a trace of fear flashed in its eyes, as if it was facing a natural enemy. Hee hee. Grandma, you're too kind. Meow Meow. It was just a fluke. It seems to be very lively outside. It's time to go out and get some fresh air. Chapter 370. I am the only one. Burp good wine. Ha ha ha. If it's good wine, let's have another glass. Come on. Fill up Brother Bai's glass. After the Flame Titan King finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved. The huge wine pool like a lake not far away shook slightly, and suddenly a large stream of golden wine with a strong aroma gushed out and fell directly into Bai Donglin's wine glass, which was more than 800 feet high. Bai Donglin's eyebrows twitched slightly. This cup of wine was a full 10 billion cubic meters. He had already drunk dozens of cups, but he had already made such a boast, and he couldn't lose face. Gurgle gurgle. Ha! He opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of alcohol that spread hundreds of miles away. A group of giant birds flew by and were immediately drunken. They staggered and passed out drunk. They fell to the ground, creating a hole. No one knew whether they died or not. That's great. Brother Bai. If I were to ask you, among the human race, only you physical cultivators can drink happily with our titans. The rest are all weaklings. Bai Donglin smiled slightly, agreeing with this point of view. Physical cultivators have unparalleled physiques, and are indeed more advantageous than chi cultivators in these aspects. He raised his hand to wipe the wine stains from the corners of his mouth. His stomach and intestines were like a furnace in the scorching sun, emitting intense heat, and he digested all the golden wine as he moved. He did not use the dark world to cheat. On the one hand, the wine was very special. Except for the extremely fragrant, there was no special value in itself. The second is that the Titan giant here has no weak. His small means cannot hide them. Flame Titan King, Deep Sea Titan King, Forest Titan King, Lava Titan King. They are all strong comparable to the ninth realm. These guys drink much more than him. One glass after another. They are truly huge drinkers. How comfortable. The Flame Titan King drank another glass of liquor in the blink of an eye, tore off the roasted hind leg of a giant beast that smelled delicious, and swallowed it in big gulps. Well, Brother Bai, you are really amazing. You can actually keep using your magical powers without any fatigue. This is really unheard of. As soon as this remark came out, the surrounding Titan fell on Bai Donglin. With a sighing look. Sports to exhibit the magical powers, but consumes the source of life. That is, the power contained in the body. The source comes from many spiritual tricks that are included in the origin of life. Ordinary physical fitness will only perform supernatural powers during the battle, and the maintenance time varies from person to person. This Bai Donglin has never been lifted since the exhibition of supernatural powers. I don't know how many spiritual tricks he has opened up. Oh, the Flame King is overwhelming. Just some trails. Nothing. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, and didn't want to go deep on this topic. He did not do so for dazzling skills, but simply felt that it was more convenient for the two sides to communicate. As for the consumption of life force, he no longer had any worries about it after he entered the realm of supernatural powers. When a physical cultivator performs supernatural powers and opens spiritual orifices, he consumes blood energy. However, when he reaches the realm of supernatural powers and incorporates the spiritual orifices into the origin of life, what he consumes is the source of life force, which is directly linked to the physical body. The power of his innate supernatural powers also becomes stronger. One of his talents is immortality. Although he cannot restore the blood energy that is integrated with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he has no problem restoring his life force, because the essence of life force is the consumed body. After 3 rounds of drinking, even the wine pool by the lake sank 100 feet. The atmosphere among everyone became more and more heated. Bai Donglin brought the topic back on track and said what was on his mind. My fellow Taoists, I came to the giant continent this time not only to fight with you, but also to ask the Titans for a favor. Before Bai Donglin finished speaking, the Flame Titan King raised his hand slightly, smiling and said, Brother Bai, we have roughly guessed the purpose of your coming here. Are you from the Holy Sect? Bai Donglin was slightly stunned, but he didn't nod or deny. The other party only mentioned the Holy Sect, but didn't mention the extreme Tao. It seemed that he knew a lot. After all, the name of the Xingzong in the world is not many. But it is not just the extreme. We all know the rules. The Holy Sect has been very kind to our clan, and we have been in contact with them over the years. They would send outstanding disciples to the giant continent from time to time. All of this is recorded in the clan register. Compared to the help that the Holy Sect has given to our clan, this is just a small matter. Ha ha ha. But Brother Bai, you are really too special. In the historical records, there has never been a Holy Sect disciple as powerful as you. Those so-called tests are no longer useful to you, Brother Bai. So we won't embarrass ourselves with them. Just go straight to the last step. Due to the rules that cannot be revealed by the extreme trials, the two of them are dumb, but they understand what the other party is talking about. In that case, thank you very much. Bai Donglin was silent for a moment, and then he was grateful to the confession. Although they got along well, the Titan clan was convenient for him, saving a lot of trouble. He still had to be inherited. Well, we've had a great time drinking tonight. Since Brother Bai is still thinking about this, I'll take you to solve it first. Then we can drink for 3 more days and 3 nights. Ha ha ha. After the Flame Titan King finished speaking, he put down the wine glass in his hand, staggered to his feet, and the smell of alcohol rose into the sky, shattering countless clouds. Farewell to the rest of the Titan King. Bai Donglin walked towards the core area of his tribe with King of Titan. The two talked while walking. According to the Flame King, the battle with him was the most satisfying battle in his life. Although he was defeated, he accepted the defeat with conviction. I think that the strength is not as good as Bai Donglin. So the word white brother is so smooth. Arrive. This is the place where my Titan family is inherited. And it is also the purpose of Brother Bai. Bai Donglin stopped and looked up. A huge black mountain rose into the sky, and the side facing them was as smooth as a mirror. There are countless Titan characters and continuous patterns engraved on the mountain. These patterns are all huge giants fighting fiercely. There is an inexplicable artistic conception lingering on them. If someone has extraordinary comprehension, he may even be able to comprehend one or two moves from these patterns. Bai Donglin just glanced at it. Although these fighting skills were interesting, they were not suitable for him. They were the exclusive fighting skills of the Titan clan. These words. There was a flash of thoughts in his eyes, and a trace of surprise appeared in his heart. He was naturally proficient in the Titan language, but his knowledge from schooling was slightly different from what he saw now, which is a missing meaning. This inexplicable meaning was surprisingly similar to the artistic conception of the words in the War Clan inheritance he had obtained. Could it be that this Titan clan from the world of gods has some connection with the mysterious War Clan? While Bai Donglin was thinking, the Flame King had already walked to a huge bronze door embedded on the mountain peak. He raised his hand and cut his palm. The blood surrounded by divine flames overflowed and floated in the void, slowly condensing into several characters and falling on the huge bronze door. Buzz. Clang. With a buzzing sound, the bronze giant door trembled fiercely and slowly opened inward. A dark, huge vortex channel was revealed. Brother Bai. Go in. This is the place of inheritance of my tribe. But it is actually the place where the ancestors of my tribe. Please. Bai Donglin was shocked when he heard this. He thanked the donor again and said solemnly, the Titan family's feelings. I have remembered Bai Donglin. Brother Flame is assured. I will get it. The ancestral tombs and ancestral halls are of utmost importance in the hearts of any ethnic group. The Titans were confident in letting an outsider like him enter. Although part of the reason was due to the Jidao holy sect, he was still very moved by this trust. Ha ha ha. Brother Bai is a man our clan can naturally trust. The Flame King smiled brightly and stretched out his hand. Brother Bai. Please. Thank you for your help. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, then took a step forward and entered the dark passage. Brother Bai is so young, yet he has such a heaven-defying cultivation. It is really unbelievable. It is a foregone conclusion that he will pass the Jidao trial and enter the Jidao upper echelons. That's right. As long as he doesn't die on the road, he will definitely have a place among the future rulers of the extreme world. One by one, the huge Titan kings squeezed through the void and landed in front of the dark giant peak, all staring at the vortex passage with a gloomy expression. Quilly, what do you think of this person? The Titan named Amethyst was made of translucent purple crystals. Under the moonlight, it emitted a dazzling divine light, extremely bright. Each Titan giant has its unique talent, which is the strange force of the blood. And the ability of the amethyst vein is to be thorough. The Amethyst King was silent for a moment, and there was a different light in the crystal eyes that emerged, and slowly said, treat your friends with the spring breeze and your enemies with the cold winter. This person is very heavy, but I am alone. Even if they cannot become friends with them, they must never be the enemy. Otherwise, the death is the only end. King Amethyst spoke every word with an extremely serious expression. All the Titans were stunned when they heard this, especially the Flame King, who frowned. In his opinion, Brother Bai was so gentle and easygoing, but he was extremely crazy when fighting. But this was also to his liking, and it was not as exaggerated as the Amethyst King said, not caring whether others believed it or not. King Amethyst just stood aside in silence after he finished speaking, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Ha ha ha. It's okay. Don't think too much. There is no possibility of conflict between my clan and Brother Bai. Didn't we get along well just now? The Flame King laughed it off, and what he said dispelled everyone's doubts. He was right. No matter how vicious Bai Donglin was, they just had to get along with him. My tribe can survive in the only real world, or I still have to rely on the extreme sect. And it is right to make it with this person. Alas, what a pity. It is a pity that the Titan heart of our race was lost in the world of gods. Otherwise, we would not have fallen into such a situation. Over countless years, so many of our ancestors, who were brilliant and talented, died in depression because they could not break through. After all, They are still living under someone else's roof. If it weren't for the physical cultivators, who have been helping them out of their former comradeship, the Titans would probably have had an extremely difficult life. In the eyes of many people, they are a foreign race. For a moment, all the Titans fell silent. The Flame King could not stand the dull atmosphere and changed the subject. By the way, the clan leader was invited by the Jidao Holy Sect to attend a meeting, and he hasn't returned for a long time. I wonder why. Do you think this is about discussing the number of people who can use the Jini ancient artifact? The Lava Titan King shook his head slightly, took over the conversation, and said in a buzzing voice, "It shouldn't be. Our clan has already occupied a lot of quotas. According to the family tree, 99 ancestors are sleeping under the Jidao Bell. The Jidao Saint sect is so generous and has done its utmost." After these words were spoken, the atmosphere not only did not ease, but became even more bleak. The Flame King smacked his lips and thought to himself that Lava was really a fool who didn't even know when to choose the right occasion to speak. Sure enough, it is Titan blood that cannot be purer. Chapter 371, Dedicating my heart to the clan. Light and shadow flow, and vision is restored. Bai Donglin passed through the dark passage and landed in a strange space. The gray fog stretched to the end of his sight. This strange mist has the characteristics of shielding perception. This is a world of only black, white and gray, without a trace of color, which makes people feel lonely and desolate. Not bad. Not bad. It's not bad to use this as a place to settle down. There was a flash of appreciation in Bai Donglin's eyes. The endless artistic cells in his body enabled him to discover beauty that ordinary people could not see, even in this desolate space that seemed like the end of the world. This trial task requires me to explore the secret of the Titan's power. What is this secret? Bai Donglin withdrew Fa Tian Xiang Di and stepped forward, walking aimlessly, his thoughts churning in his mind. As far as he had come into contact with the Titans, if he were to talk about their strength, the first thing that came to mind was the power of their bloodline, followed by their strong fighting consciousness. Apart from this, there is nothing else outstanding. Well, that's not right. The bodies of these big guys are quite strong. I can't judge them from my own perspective. After all, my body is in violation of the rules. From the perspective of an ordinary trial taker, this mission should be just as the title says. The secret is the strength of the physical body. I was overthinking it. After thinking it through, Bai Donglin no longer had high expectations on how much this trip would improve his strength. After all, his foundation was too strong, and the things that ordinary cultivators flocked to did not mean much to him. To complete the trial task just to complete the trial task. Bai Donglin's speed suddenly increased as his mind moved, turning into a streak of light. Relying on his vague sense of direction, he flew towards the core area of this place. According to normal routine, important things are usually placed in the center. After flying for a while, the gray fog gradually became thinner, and the flat ground began to slowly tilt, forming a huge funnel. This is... Bai Donglin's eyebrows moved, and he realized that he had found the right place. He fell down and stood on the slightly inclined ground. Clang! With a light step of the foot, fire splashed, and the crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. So hard. Bai Donglin bent down and reached out to touch the gray ground. This unknown metal was surprisingly hard, and divine patterns flashed faintly on its surface. The unfamiliar pattern structure should have come from the Titans. But Bai Donglin was able to comprehend the true meaning of these divine patterns with his vast knowledge. Hard. Permanent. Heavy. Why go to so much trouble to make the ground so solid? The terrain of this funnel is extremely large, and the area covered by the gray-white metal is simply inestimable. It is so luxurious that it is no different from the young ladies in the ice and snow palace, who use extremely cold ice spirits to build houses. Putting his thoughts aside, Bai Donglin walked down along the sloping ground. This was such an unusual place. The Titan clan's heritage should be right underneath. As we went deeper, a huge shadow emerged from the gray fog ahead, which looked a bit like a human and was looming. They are the remains of the ancestors of the Titans. Bai Donglin walked through the fog, approached and took a quick look. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although he already understood that this space was the final resting place of the Titans, he was still puzzled by the rough way the remains were handled. After all, he is an ancestor of the clan. Although his body is a little big, it would be a bit of a waste to make a precious coffin for him. But making a cheaper one would not take much effort with the ability of a cultivator. Is it the custom of the Titans to expose corpses like this? Something's wrong. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly, and the remains of a Titan who was sitting cross-legged and estimated to be 10,000 feet tall suddenly became clearly visible. Upon closer inspection, its seemingly intact skin had turned grayish-white, as if its charm had been drained away. Judging from the height of the remains, this titan was undoubtedly a powerful warrior in the ninth realm when he was alive. Given the powerful physique of the titans, his body should remain intact after death. I see. No wonder the ground here is so hard. It turns out that the ancestors of the titans were buried here. As the strength of a strong man grows, the mass of his body will become extremely terrifying. For example, a drop of blood from the siren ancestor weighs trillions of tons, and its density far exceeds that of neutron star matter. During life, there is an energy field in the body that binds and offsets this huge mass, so it does not affect the outside world. But after death, as the energy field gradually dissipates, the terrifying weight of the divine body will begin to affect the outside world. These titan remains are gathered here, although the mass of each one is not as good as that of the ancestor of the 10th realm. They are better in quantity. If it weren't for this piece of hard gray-white ground, this little world would have collapsed. But where did the spirit in these corpses go? Could it be? A light bulb suddenly lit up in Bai Donglin's mind, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. He moved and quickly flew downwards. Along the way, we passed by many huge figures, densely packed and countless, all of which were thousands of feet tall. Awesome. As expected of a titan race with a powerful bloodline. Even though it spanned 3 eras and more than 100 billion years, it is truly remarkable that so many powerful ninth realm warriors were born. The power of blood is truly extraordinary. The probability of giving birth to a strong person is many times higher than that of human beings. No wonder those guys from the Holy Blood sect are so eager to get it, even if they have to become a monster. After crossing a long distance, we arrived at the bottom of the funnel. After pushing away the heavy fog, a dark lake appeared before our eyes. The lake is not large, only about 10,000 feet in radius. The crystal clear water is so clear that you can see the bottom at a glance. A little bit of colorful divine light is floating in the crystal clear water. This is. Bai Donglin's eyebrows trembled slightly, and he slowly closed his eyes, and a picture flashed through his mind. Giant funnels spread upward in all directions, with countless remains of titan ancestors sitting cross-legged, staring intently at the bottom. One by one, strong titan teenagers stepped into the lake with solemn expressions, receiving the baptism of adulthood and carrying the inheritance of their ancestors. Those eyes that transcend time and space, transcend life and death, are full of infinite meaning, love, kindness, concern, and blessings. Is this the power of the tribe? You have been able to do this. Even after death, you have dedicated everything you have to the tribe. Bai Donglin looked up and looked around. His sight seemed to penetrate the fog and met those pairs of eyes filled with deep love. He was quite shocked. The first time he had this kind of realization was when he first entered Jidao and saw the corpses of the 3 ancestors who had guarded the holy sect for endless years. Although we are not of the same race, we all share the same sincere heart. A group of people with such great love cannot be that bad. Bai Donglin may have understood a little bit why the titans were oppressed by the gods, and why they rebelled against the world of gods. This gift is your enthusiasm for your ethnic descendants. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he bowed slightly to all sides, not for the possible benefits that might be gained from the lake. This kind of sincere friendship was worthy of his respect. Calming down his emotions, Bai Donglin returned his gaze to the crystal clear lake, a hint of intention flashing in his eyes, gathering the spirits of so many powerful people. I wonder what kind of power this pool of water possesses. With a thought, the black robe on his body, which was transformed from blood, suddenly turned into red light and returned to his body. He jumped into the lake without causing a ripple. Cold. This was Bai Donglin's first feeling. With his physique, he actually felt a hint of coolness. This biting chill came and went quickly, and was followed by a feeling of heat. In Bai Donglin's perception, there was a strange substance in the crystal water that rushed into his body, wrapping every particle of his flesh and blood and slowly soaking into it. Different from the 3 lights ice soul divine water in the divine pool of the holy palace of ice and snow. The strange energy in that divine water mainly targets the spiritual orifices, and secondly the particles of flesh and blood and soul. And the strange substance in the water only targets his flesh and blood particles and ignores the other 2. This thing can actually break the upper limit of the superposition of flesh and blood particles. Bai Donglin felt the changes in his body, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After his last retreat, his flesh and blood particles had been compressed to the limit. without breaking through to a higher level. Further compression was no longer possible. He could only use the life source enhanced by his spiritual orifice to nourish the flesh and blood particles themselves. Why do the bodies of strong people above the 9th level become increasingly massive? Even if all particles are compressed to leave only the core, and the electrons are tightly attached to the core of the particles without any gaps. Theoretically, there should be an upper limit to their mass. There are 2 reasons why the quality breaks the theoretical upper limit. First, the origin of life nourishes the particles, strengthening the particles themselves, and their quality will naturally increase without limit. The second is the superposition of particles, which is also called the superposition of divine particles, because theoretically, cultivators will only begin to get involved in this when they reach the 9th level of great power. The human race divides the 9th realm into the 6 extreme realms and the 4 seal realms. What is the first extreme? A 9th level master would stack all the divine power particles in his body 10 times, which is the first level. The second level 100 times, and so on. The 6th level divine power particles need to be stacked 1,000,000 times. Not doubling, but adding. The difference between the strongest and the weakest is only 1,000,000 times. Every time the divine power particles are superimposed, without considering the understanding of the rules and principles, the power contained in the divine body will be greatly enhanced. This is one of the reasons why it is said that the later a cultivator reaches, the greater the gap between each realm. In terms of the strength of divine power, one is as different as heaven and earth. Of course, the strength is not entirely determined by divine power. There are many other important factors, such as the perception of the rules, spiritual awareness, will, soul, the 3 lights of the human body, magic tools, magical powers, and secret techniques. Only those who make progress in all of these can be called truly strong. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Bai Donglin began to concentrate on his body. Under his mental gaze, the flesh and blood particles that had absorbed the strange substance seemed to break through some kind of boundary, began to split into 2, and then overlapped with each other in a strange way, like a chain reaction. The endless flesh and blood particles in the body began to split and overlap. At this rate, it would probably take quite some time. Once all the particles are split and superimposed, the strength of his physical body will be doubled out of thin air. Although Bai Donglin was delighted, he was not yet carried away by the weight of his own weight, because almost all of his extraordinary strength came from the gift of 100,000 spiritual orifices, and his flesh and blood particles themselves were not as strong as imagined. Even if it was doubled, it would not improve his overall strength much. The reason why he was happy was that the early superposition of flesh and blood particles could double the speed of nourishing flesh and blood particles in the future. With the same practice, the particle after superposition appears to be still one. But in fact, 2 particles are receiving nourishment from the origin of life together. It was equivalent to him enjoying in advance the training treatment that only the 9th level strongmen could have. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. This trip is worth it. Buzz. With a light sound. It sounded in the Sea of God. What's this war monument going crazy for? Bai Donglin subconsciously ruled out the possibility of encountering another split monument. He didn't think he had such incredible luck. And the reaction of the war monument was not strong. With a thought, the war monument shot out instantly, rushing around in the crystal clear lake water. Before the war monument could make any movement, the colorful spots of light in the water began to boil. Countless points of light rushed towards the war monument like young swallows returning to their nests. Bai Donglin frowned, a little dazed by the situation in front of him. He had tried to absorb these colorful light spots before, but it was useless. In his understanding, these light spots should be the inheritance contained in the blood of the ancestors of the Titans. He is a human, but he does not have Titan blood, so he naturally cannot absorb it. Why does the war monument attract these light spots? Could it be that the Titan clan is really related to the war clan? The previous thoughts came to my mind again, and with the evidence of the war monument, the conclusion was obvious. Chant. The war monument vibrated and hummed, and an imperceptible strange wave spread out. Endless colorful light spots began to gather and interweave into pictures. Bai Donglin's eyes focused, taking in the silent scene in front of him. The gods stood above the 9 heavens, keeping all living things in captivity and poisoning everything. Their lofty gazes were extremely cold and indifferent. The dark scorched earth and countless floating corpses. The world was shattered. A fierce battle took place. Divine blood was shed, and heads rolled. The giant stood on the sky, tearing the sky apart with his hands, roaring to the sky, holding the corpse of the god in his hands. So, can God also die? Bai Donglin's eyes trembled slightly. This silent scene could exude such emotion. Finally, many images began to disintegrate, leaving only an extremely clear scene that seemed eternal. That is, countless titans were kneeling on the ground, and there was no end in sight. In the center stood a tall altar. Above the altar floated a bright ball of light, and an object was faintly visible in the endless light. Heart of the Titan. Titan heart. Titan heart. The shout that broke through the sky, transcended time and space, passed through the scene in front of him, and fell directly into Bai Donglin's heart. Ugh! Mao's Titan heart. Isn't this a branch of the war monument? Bai Donglin was shocked. He swore that he had not seen it wrong. The object in the light ball was a pointed monument. Except for the color. Everything else was exactly the same as the war monument. Buzz! The war monument trembled slightly, as if it had completed its mission, dispersing all the colorful light spots around it, flying around Bai Donglin, and then sinking into the sea of consciousness and becoming quiet. These images are engraved in the blood of the Titans, and have been passed down for countless years. That is to say, there is a branch of the war monument, one of the 8 branches, in the world of gods. Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly, hiding the bright divine light. Chapter 372 Mother River Corpse Retriever. Buzz! Clang! The huge bronze door trembled slightly, and slowly opened inward, revealing the dark vortex passage. It was a month later when Bai Donglin came out of the Titan inheritance land. The endless flesh and blood particles in his body broke through the boundaries twice, and completed the splitting and superposition, which really took him a lot of time. Ha ha ha! Brother Bai. You finally came out. If you don't come out, the alcohol bug in my stomach will be in chaos. The Flame Titan King stood outside the bronze door. His huge body was extremely oppressive, as if he had never left for a moment. When he saw Bai Donglin coming out, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his hearty laughter shattered countless clouds. Brother Dao, thank you for your help. It is not advisable to hit a smiling person. And the Titans were really nice to him. Bai Donglin did not put on airs, and quickly responded politely with his hand raised. This trip not only successfully completed the trial mission, but also brought a lot of benefits. More importantly, he learned the whereabouts of a pointed monument, and he was in a very happy mood. Hey, you are a friend of my tribe, so you don't have to be polite. Come on, let's go have a drink. Bai Donglin's fingers trembled slightly when he heard this. It was not that he was afraid of these wine jars, but Tian Luo had brought him a lot of important news recently. If he had not been reluctant to give up the benefits of the lake, he would have left long ago. But looking at the extremely enthusiastic Flame King in front of him, as the saying goes, one should be grateful to the one who has received the favor. He really couldn't just leave. Otherwise it would be too rude. Well, I will obey your command. Anyway, we have been delayed for more than half a month, so staying for a few more days will not cause any harm. Ha ha ha. Okay. Not drunk. I won't go home until I'm drunk. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. Then he and the Flame King returned to the Wine Lake, where a group of Titan Kings had been waiting for a long time. 3 days later, Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. The fire of will in his body burned fiercely. His drunken eyes instantly cleared up, and the strong smell of alcohol slowly dissipated. Looking around, all the Titans had already laid down, snoring loudly, and with each breath they made the earth shake violently. It's not the wine that makes people drunk. It's people who make themselves drunk. These seemingly heartless guys actually have a lot of things hidden in their hearts. A thought flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes, because he had watched those memory scenes in the Inheritance Lake before, and he had a lot of understanding of the current situation of the Titans. I also understood why the strength of the Titans' top leaders were all similar, and they were all barely comparable to the powerful ones, who had just entered the 9th realm. The loss of the Titans' heart had indeed had a great impact on their tribe. I'm sorry. I will definitely take back the pointed monument. However, in consideration of this favor, the Titans can work for me in the future. I won't treat them unfairly. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts and slowly stood up, removed the Tianxiangdi, and stood in the void. The wine lake that stretched for thousands of miles in front of him had dried up, exposing the mountains of spiritual fruits and precious medicines at the bottom. The extremely strong smell of wine rose, and the mist lingered. Quafu chased the sun and became thirsty. He came across a river and drank it all in one gulp. Now, I am really becoming more and more like a character in myths and legends. The whispers drifted away with the wind, and the figure shook slightly and disappeared. using the split body of the war monument in Qingliu's hand as the coordinate. Bai Donglin crossed over numerous dimensional spaces in one step and instantly arrived at the poisonous sea at the center of the earth from the Qianyuan continent, saving a lot of time. There are 3 normal routes in and out of the poisonous sea at the center of the earth, all of which are full of obstacles, and it is not easy to get in and out. Bai Donglin concealed his figure and hid in the void. He looked down and saw Qing Lu and others discussing matters in a mysterious manner. After listening for a while, he found that they were all planning on how to deal with Duyamyamyu. He shook his head slightly and had no intention of meeting them. The important information he obtained did not come from them. He had no grudge against the woman named Duyamyamyu, so he was too lazy to pay attention to her. Bai Donglin randomly found a very busy restaurant. Or it could be said that there was no place in this city that was not busy. There were monks bustling everywhere. The opening of the poisonous sea this time was more grand than any other time in this era. After going up to the restaurant and sitting by the window, the waiters quickly filled the table with delicious food and wine. While drinking the wine, his ears vibrated slightly, and all the sounds in the entire city were taken in by his ears. Even the faint sound of ants fighting could not be hidden from his magical hearing ability. Sitting in the building, you can know everything about the world. While collecting intelligence, Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with thoughts, and he began to weigh the action in his mind. The elusive leader of the Hidden Dragon ranking is likely to show up this time. And news about the 7 deadly grass has also come along. The 2 mission targets are here at the same time, which is really good things come in pairs. But, isn't this too much of a coincidence? It's neither too early nor too late. Why did the news about the 7 deadly grass appear at this time? Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly with some doubt. The news of the 7 Jew grass came too abruptly. It turned out that an ordinary Tianluo host accidentally obtained an ancient book, which recorded the story of discovering the 7 Jew grass in the eyes of the poisonous sea. He had checked the host inside and out, and found nothing wrong. It seemed like it was just a coincidence. Over the years, I have spent a lot of time paying attention to the 7 absolute grass, but I couldn't find any trace of it. Now it has appeared so easily, and it just happened to be when the Sea Secret Realm was opened. It's quite interesting. Bai Donglin picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. He admitted that he was indeed a little suspicious, but that was due to his personality. He didn't think it was a problem. Being more cautious would not hurt him. However, according to the core meaning of the mission set by the Jidao Council, the possibility of the existence of the 7 absolute grass in the Sea Secret Realm is still very high. Completing the mission is not the goal. Letting the trial taker go through the process of the mission is the real purpose of the extreme trial. And isn't the secret realm of the sea in the poisonous sea at the center of the earth an excellent place for training? The 7 deadly grass, to a certain extent, was just a bait to drive him into the secret realm of the sea. This was the fundamental idea of the question setter, which he had already seen through. Boom. The wine glass fell steadily on the table, and he picked up the wine jug and filled it for himself. As the crystal clear wine slowly filled the glass, Bai Donglin's mood calmed down. No matter what, he had to visit the secret realm of the sea, but he had to leave a way out for himself in advance. With a slight movement of his mind, Wu Wei's soul slowly opened his indifferent eyes, stood up and took a step forward. He had already arrived millions of light years away, deep into the void of the universe. For the first time, I was completely away from the Qianyuan world. He didn't let Wu Wei run so far because he was afraid. Instead, Wu Wei had something to do. He wanted to make it move towards a very distant target in the deep space of the universe, spread the fragments of the war monument, and prepare for his 8th and 9th trial tasks in advance. 5 of the 9 trial missions have been completed so far. The 2 missions of reaching the top of the hidden dragon list and collecting the 7 deadly grasses will also be completed during this trip to the poison sea. So, there are only 2 missions left in the depths of the universe. Although he is suspicious, it does not affect his confidence at all. This is the confidence given to him by his strength and trump card. The Sea Secret Realm will be opened in 7 days. For some reason, I feel a little excited in my heart, as if I am longing for something unexpected to happen. Why? He sighed slightly. He was indeed a man who was eager to create chaos in the world. Moro, everyone in the world thinks that you died in that world of sin. Is that true? It's really not easy to completely wipe out a guy like you. Hee. I didn't expect that even a fierce guy like Xiong would fail sometimes. Deep in the void dimension, Mara, wearing a clear skin, sat cross-legged on a lotus platform surrounded by Buddha's light. The Buddha's light shone in all directions, and the dimensional storms that were stirring were all calmed down. Several dark figures stood in front of Mingjing. Even the bright Buddha light could not penetrate the shadows lingering on them. It was extremely mysterious. Moro had a smile on his face, and didn't care about the sarcastic remarks made by the people in front of him, which seemed to be compliments. He still had some tolerance for these old guys with strange tempers. I won't say any more nonsense. I came here to make a deal with you. Are you willing? The Shadowmen narrowed their eyes when they heard this, and muttered to themselves. It seems that Moro was indeed seriously injured. The seemingly offensive words before were also their test. With Moro's ability, he actually needed their help. The reason was easy to guess. Hee. It's an honor for us dying people to be favored by you. Moro. We won't ask about the deal. But you should know what we want. Right? The corpse fisherman from the Mother River. A shadowy figure spoke. And the rest were silent. It was obvious that they had already reached a consensus on their positions and opinions. The corpse retriever of the Mother River is Moro. No. It should be a unified title for those monks who possess some special abilities. A hidden profession unknown to the world and circulated only among a few strong people. When Moro was in the Mingyu ancient world, how could he command those powerful people? Even the extremely powerful sword fanatic is at his disposal. Song is one of the reasons. And Moro's own strength is also one of the reasons. But the most important reason that makes him the leader is his identity as the corpse catcher of the Mother River. The corpse retrievers in the Mother River are all well versed in the rules of reincarnation. They can enter and exit the Mother River freely, and can even salvage the true souls that have sunk to the bottom of the Mother River, allowing them to re-enter reincarnation and live another life while keeping their true souls intact. What a huge temptation this is for those who are about to die and have no real ancient artifact to suppress themselves. The reason why the sword maniac was willing to obey the orders of Moro and even destroy the world with his sword, killing countless living beings and bearing endless sins, was just to atone for his sins. The sword-crazy daughter, son-in-law, and his beloved granddaughter all died because of him. All he did was to get Moro to take action and fish out the true spirit of his blood relative from the bottom of the Mother River. However, it is not known whether Moro fulfilled his promise. Can? Mara nodded slightly, a smile on his lips. His eyes filled with Buddha's light. Extremely deep. Chapter 373, Han E is stern. Let's fight. Let's fight. Hao Zhao, number 75 on the Hidden Dragon ranking, is fighting with a mysterious guy. Let's go. Let's go and watch the fight. Let's go together. Let's go together. The sudden loud shout made half of the city quiet down. And then it instantly became boiling. Pieces of light rose into the sky and flew towards the poisonous sea outside the island. Looking at the deserted restaurant, Bai Donglin slowly put down his wine glass, stepped into the void, and followed. He, who carries the will of Blue Star, also likes to join in the fun. By the way, let's take a look at the qualities of these geniuses on the Hidden Dragon list. Boom! Hao Zhao frowned, holding a 9-ring broadsword in his hand, and swung it out. Endless sharp blade light crushed the void and struck towards the figure in the void. Ha. Just a trivial trick. Huh? The handsome man in ancient armor took a deep breath, and the complex chains of laws and breath were sucked into his abdominal cavity, gathering and merging, and his chest swelled high. Ha! With a loud shout, the sound waves that integrated several laws and rich energy have turned into substance. The endless sharp sword light that shot in front of him was instantly stagnant, swept by the golden sound waves, and shattered into light dust and dissipated. Hao Zhao was shocked. The speed of this horrifying sound wave was frighteningly fast. In addition, the void around him was shrouded by an inexplicable aura and had become like a quagmire. He had no chance to dodge and could only take the attack head-on. His eyes turned cold. Hao Zhao was definitely not a pushover. The blade prisoned endless Rashomon. He was holding the extremely heavy 9-ring broadback sword. The vast magic power surged into the sword, making a humming sound and shaking. The sword shot out and turned into endless light spots, which instantly condensed into thick doors, standing between heaven and earth. The giant gate is 10,000 feet high, with ferocious ghost faces engraved on the front and dense divine patterns. It not only has extremely strong defense, but the scattered sword light tears through large areas of the void, and its destructive power is also impressive. This 9-ring thick-backed broadsword is actually Hao Zhao's Dharma image. It is so solid and so ferocious. It is obvious that the natal weapon has been refined into the Dharma image. When a chi cultivator breaks through the Dharma realm, his true essence will undergo a transformation and turn into even more powerful magic power. When he reaches the 8th cave void realm, he can nurture his natal vessel within the Dharma realm. When a physical cultivator breaks through the realm of divine power, his blood essence will be replaced by a more powerful source of life force. When he reaches the 8th realm of divine source, he can also breathe the source vessel in the light of the source of life. All the immortal weapons in this world come from here. They are the natal, original, weapons of our ancestors. The highest achievement that a weapon refiner can achieve is a Taoist weapon. Boom! The golden sound waves fell like extremely heavy mountains, crushing the huge doors of the ghost-faced Rashomon. When only one door was intact and the other was broken, the sound waves finally dissipated. Not bad. This trick is quite interesting. The handsome man nodded slowly. The disdain in his eyes faded a little, and there was a peculiar accent in his speech. And he didn't seem to be a native cultivator at Qianyuan. Hundreds of miles away, countless cultivators stood in the void, all with shining eyes, staring at the battlefield in the distance. The crowd gathered in a dense mass, with colorful divine light shining. They were the monks with insufficient cultivation, who were using methods to resist the ubiquitous poisonous fog in the poisonous sea at the center of the earth. Above this sea area, there is no large formation to isolate the poisonous fog, unlike in the island city. Hey! 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 This guy is too arrogant. He actually looks down on Hao Zhao, who is one of the top 100 masters on the Hidden Dragon ranking. How dare he do that? Seeing this man so arrogant, some monks couldn't help but show their indignation and defend Hao Zhao. Maybe Hao Zhao was his idol, which could be seen from the 9-ring broadsword on his back. Humph! Although this person is arrogant, he has the potential. Didn't you see it? Hao Zhao's expression is so solemn. It is obvious that he has met a powerful enemy. Upon hearing this, the monks around couldn't help but nodded. They were all still very rational, and could put aside their personal emotions, and get straight to the essence of the incident. That's right. But this guy is very unfamiliar. Do you know him? With such powerful strength, he shouldn't be an unknown person. Upon hearing this, many monks showed thoughtful looks in their eyes. After a moment, they all shook their heads, obviously not finding any trace of this person in their memory. Hundreds of miles away, the handsome man could hear the discussions of the crowd. He smiled slightly, and did not pay attention to the noisy words. With his palm lightly clenched, endless brilliant divine light gathered in the palm of his hand. A trident, about 3 feet long, surrounded by light, and covered with fine-scale divine patterns, was held tightly in the man's hand. Chant. With a crisp humming sound, the colorful poisonous sea below suddenly surged violently, creating huge waves thousands of feet high. One move. The man reached out and gently brushed the trident. His tone light, but it contained extremely strong confidence. What? Hao Zhao's eyes were glaring with hot white mist rising from his head. He was extremely furious at being humiliated in such a way. Ha ha! I want to see how you can defeat me in one move. Knife. Reaching out his hand, the ghost-faced Rashomon that was shattered between heaven and earth instantly turned into countless golden spots of light, which gathered into a golden river and fell into Hao Zhao's hands. The knife is no longer a knife. It is like a golden galaxy, with cold and sharp knife intent and endless knife light, gathering into a river. Man and sword become one. Cut through the air. Hao Zhao's tone was indifferent, and brilliant divine light gushed out of his 7 orifices. In a trance, his figure shattered like bubbles, and his essence, energy and spirit were all integrated into the golden river of swords. Cut! The sword intent was fierce. The sword light was sharp. The golden river rolled back into the sky, destroying everything in its path. Not bad. A smile flashed across the man's face again. It was a pure smile of meeting something he loved. He was also a man who loved war. 99 days and 99 nights. The great flood. The sky is falling. The sky is pouring down. The endless water of the sky is surging down, and every drop of water is the sharp edge of the trident. The endless flood seemed to submerge everything between heaven and earth. Retreat! 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 Retreat quickly! The expressions of countless monks watching the battle changed drastically, and while roaring, they turned into streams of light and fled madly into the distance. Every year, every day, every moment, there are monks dying in the aftermath of battles in this world. But even so, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the monks. They had to watch the battle as usual. The tradition of joining in the fun must not be abandoned. At least, this was the case for battles between powerful men under the 9th realm. No fool would dare to cross the border to watch the battle between the powerful. The greatest sound is silent. The void disappears in silence. A bright spot of light suddenly appeared at the core of the battlefield, and then spread wildly in all directions. The inside of the dazzling light ball was filled with terrifying destructive waves, and in the blink of an eye, it had spread to thousands of miles away. The crowd watching the battle had scattered before the aftermath arrived, leaving only those with extremely high strength standing where they were. To them, the terrifying aftermath was nothing more than a breeze. Bai Donglin had a beaming smile on his face. His arms folded across his chest, and even his long black hair was not disturbed. After a long time, the aftermath dissipated. Ahem. So strong. Hao Zhao was lying on the colorful poisonous sea, rising and falling with the waves. His face was extremely pale, and he tightly grasped the hilt of the knife in his hand. The large holes all over his body were filled with the aura of destruction, which hindered his recovery from his injuries. The handsome man stood in the void, neatly dressed, without any signs of battle. He looked up at the sky. His sight seemed to sink into an infinite height. The trident in his hand turned into a point of light and slowly dissipated. He whispered, "Tianji, can you sense my arrival? Did you remember my name?" Whoosh. The cold wind blew and swallowed the whispers. Hao Zhao. He actually lost. Lost in just one move. Hey, this guy is so strong. Who is he? The crowd watching the fight came and went, all looking at the man who was looking up at the sky with eyes of surprise and doubt. And their voices were filled with admiration. Quick! Take out the hidden dragon list. This person's name. Someone came to his senses and quickly took out a specially made collector's edition of the hidden dragon list. This item is very valuable and is sold by the Tianji Pavilion. It is connected to the aura of the Tianji compass, and the ranking on it can be updated in real time. Hidden dragon ranking. Number 75th. Han Yi. Hao Zhao's ranking has reached 76th, and the 75th place has been replaced by an unfamiliar name. The conclusion is obvious. His name is Han Yi. Han Yi. The crowd shouted this no longer unfamiliar name, and no longer cared about Hao Zhao. This person was able to defeat Hao Zhao so easily. His strength is obviously more than that. He is a rising star. Interesting. Bai Donglin smiled, as his figure gradually disappeared into the void. In an instant, he returned to the table in the restaurant, picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Good wine. This era is really going to be lively. Others might not be able to see anything, but the aura of time that had not yet dissipated from Han Yi could not be hidden from him. This person is a sleeper from another era. The crest of the times. The brilliant years. Perhaps. This secret realm of the sea, I will be the place where the horn of the great world will be blown. Chapter 374 Supreme Regulations. These days, the poisonous sea at the center of the earth has been really lively. There are more than a dozen major battles every day, and the battlefields are spread across the waters around the 3 major islands. The spectators watch with gusto and are exhausted from running back and forth, but they always enjoy it. These guys, who appeared out of nowhere, are terribly powerful and talented, and have turned the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list upside down. Hidden Dragon ranking. Number 7. Han Yi. TSK. Amazing. As expected of Han Yi, whenever a genius ranked ahead of him appears, he will immediately challenge them and defeat them one by one. The restaurant was still surprisingly lively, with the monks chatting animatedly and discussing the fierce fights, with a look of aftertaste from time to time. For a monk, there is no better pastime in the world. Do you think it's possible for Han Yi to be among the top 3? Also, those guys in the top 10 haven't shown up yet. Are they afraid of Han Yi? Hush. Are you trying to kill yourself? Be careful. Walls may have ears. Don't dare to criticize those monsters like that. However, Han Yi is probably qualified to compete for the top 3. After all, he is a sleeper from another era. Most powerful people cannot get such a precious spot. This is undoubtedly the best proof of his strength and background. With the emergence of more and more sleeper geniuses, the cultivators of this era have seen through the truth and finally understood why these guys, who suddenly appeared, are so powerful. How could the essence of an era not be powerful? Buzz. A strange invisible and intangible wave came from nowhere and swept across the entire poisonous sea in the center of the earth in an instant. The noise in the restaurant died down, and all the monks were stunned. This is Under the Sea Lu Ming. This is the Sea Eye's secret realm. It's about to open. Boom. An extremely large black treasure ship rose into the sky from the core area of Sui Island. The treasure ship was shining with divine light, and was surrounded by relief carvings of colorful giant snakes. The words venomous fang were engraved on both sides of the ship. The font was vigorous and exuded a cold aura. Snap! The treasure ship crushed the void, squeezed into the space layer, and instantly shot towards the core of the poisonous sea. This seemed to be a signal, and countless colorful lights rose up in the circular city circle of Sui Island. Some were breaking through the void. Some were transforming into light and traveling. And some were controlling various kinds of flying magical weapons. They were densely packed like a torrent of precious light, all moving at full speed towards the same goal. In an instant, many cities fell into silence. Except for the indigenous people. All outsiders had left. The show has finally begun. Bai Donglin drank the last glass of wine. White light flowed in his eyes, and his gaze spanned a long distance, staring at the seabed that was undergoing drastic changes. In the past few days, he has done nothing but drinking and watching plays. No matter how fierce the competition for the Hidden Dragon list is, he has no interest in taking action until the top spot appears. These geniuses are indeed very powerful, and cross-border battles are like a piece of cake to them. But none of them can cross the chasm between the great realms, and none of them possesses great combat power. Not even Han Yi, who is at the peak of his career. Therefore, the battles among these geniuses were nothing. Let you guys fight first. I'll come and reap the rewards after you decide who's the winner. He threw down a spirit stone, and his figure swayed slightly, then disappeared into the void. The poisonous sea at the center of the earth is spread across countless islands of all sizes, among which Sui, Mingjie and Langku are the largest, with an area comparable to that of a continent. These three islands are controlled by the three dominant forces in the Earth's core poisonous sea, forming a three-legged tripod. The core location between these three islands is the eye of the poisonous sea. The poisonous sea at the center of the Earth is not a small world, nor is it a space opened up by human power. Instead, it is the companion space of the Qianyuan realm. It is naturally created and, like the Qianyuan realm, has spanned a long period of time and is extremely ancient. The CI secret realm is the essence of this place, containing endless opportunities for creation. Although it is full of dangers, every time it opens, it will attract countless cultivators to enter. It's not that the monks are not afraid of death, but they are more afraid of being mediocre and ending their journey. There is still some time before the CI secret realm is fully opened, so Bai Donglin is not in a hurry to travel. He escapes from the void, waves his hand to summon a large amount of poisonous fog, and forces it to condense into a colorful and soft cloud. He lay on it comfortably, like a magic version of the somersault cloud, carrying him as he turned into light and flew away. My body is no longer susceptible to any poison. Bai Donglin turned over his palm, and a colorful marble appeared in it. This was a poison pill condensed from a large amount of poisonous fog and venom. He threw it into his mouth and chewed it up and swallowed it like candy beans. The horrible poison exploded in his stomach, but only caused slight injuries, which he recovered in an instant. Luckily, the backlash of heaven and earth helped me to gain energy. Otherwise, with this increasingly powerful body, I don't know how much of my resources would have been consumed. A trace of relief flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his own wit. It was such a clever way to take advantage of the world, and most people wouldn't be able to think of it. This poisonous fog is quite peculiar. Although it contains weak energy, it is extremely difficult to devour and transform. It is like chicken ribs. He shook his head slightly, and withdrew the black light from the dark world in an instant. The same went for the poisonous sea water below. It was not worth swallowing. Boom! The extremely poisonous sea water rolled and surged violently, creating huge waves. At a glance, a huge whirlpool that spread for unknown miles on the sea surface was spinning rapidly, and the violent energy it brought up caused the void to faintly distort. The endless colorful clouds were pulled by the faint suction force emitted by the vortex, forming a thick tornado that connected the sky and the earth. Although Bai Donglin deliberately slowed down and hurried, he still arrived at the core of the poisonous sea on time. Judging from the abnormal phenomena in the world, the secret realm would soon be opened. The people from the divine court arrived quite quickly. Bai Donglin's body was embedded in the cotton clouds. His eyes slightly narrowed, his attention attracted by the golden warship hovering in the sky. This is a magnificent warship that is tens of millions of feet long. It is of the same level as the dark flagship of the Ghost Palace War Bureau and is the highest standard warship in the Divine Court. The three warships that the Inspection Bureau dispatched to destroy the Bo Palace last time were only several million feet long, which was obviously a level lower than the golden main ship in front of them. The golden maned ship was high above the sky, and not far below it were 3 treasure ships floating, black, scarlet and pale. However, the ship hulls, which were 1,000,000 feet long, were like little chicks in front of the golden maned ship, and they were carefully restraining their breath like ostriches. These are the 3 dominant forces in the poisonous sea at the center of the earth. Although they can dominate here, they are nothing in front of a behemoth like the divine court. Further away from these warships were densely packed monks, whose figures were all shrouded in divine light. They were continuous and stretched as far as the eye could see, and their number was no less than 10 billion. Bai Donglin slowly removed the white light from his eyes, and his aura became extremely obscure, no different from those of the most ordinary cultivators. I didn't expect that the divine court would actually dispatch a main battleship. It seems that the high-level officials of the human race still attach great importance to the opening of this secret realm. Various rules regarding the Sea secret realm flashed through Bai Donglin's mind. Secret realms have existed since ancient times, and their origins are varied and bizarre. They are either naturally created or left behind by powerful beings who defy the will of heaven. Many secret realms usually have many restrictions, some of which restrict cultivation. Some restrict age, race, cultivation system, and even gender. But this secret realm of the sea is amazing. It is completely different from those slutty ones. It has no restrictions at all, and is completely open. No matter who you are, what your cultivation level or age is, whether you are male or female, as long as you want to go in, you can, although such a secret place is unique. It also has great hidden dangers. According to records, once the Sea secret realm was opened, a powerful warrior among the cultivators was stimulated for some unknown reason and actually ignored the unspoken rules and wielded his butcher knife at low-level cultivators. Countless innocent geniuses were killed. Although this aroused the wrath of the human race's top leaders, and the warrior was sentenced to the ultimate punishment of annihilation of his true spirit, the loss of those geniuses was irreparable. Since then, the human race's top leaders have set a rule that in the Sea secret realm, high-level cultivators cannot attack low-level cultivators across realms, and everything is monitored by the divine court, and violators will not be forgiven easily. Of course, if a low-level cultivator were to cross the border to fight, or to provoke a high-level cultivator, his death would be in vain if he were killed. The purpose of the existence of the divine court is only to intimidate the powerful. As long as such massacres do not happen again, they generally will not care too much. Just as Bai Donglin was thinking, the phenomena in heaven and earth changed dramatically again. Sizzle! Boom! Countless thick scarlet bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, spreading along the tornado and falling directly on the completely exposed seabed. Snap! The space struck by the scarlet thunder seemed to have undergone unknown changes. Amidst the tremors, it shattered and disintegrated, revealing a layer of shimmering film. The film is dark green in color, and when you look into it, it seems as if you can see a vast world. The secret realm of the Sea has been opened. Divine Court Decree, the Supreme Council of the Human Race. Supreme Law. Article 7309. Second detailed rule. In the secret realm of the Sea of the Earth's poisonous sea, it is forbidden for high-level cultivators, such as the Great Ones, to wantonly slaughter low-level cultivators. Those who violate this will be killed. Extermination. The golden main ship rippled slightly, and the indifferent and cold voice instantly swept in all directions, ignoring all barriers and falling into the ears of every cultivator. Upon hearing this, all the monks looked solemn and raised their hands slightly in response. Buzz! The golden main ship broke through the void and was the first to sink into the membrane, followed by the treasure ships of the 3 major forces. And endless monks followed closely behind. A gorgeous cloud on the sky fell slowly, and as the crowd also entered the secret situation of Sea. Chapter 375. Eclipse of the Sun. The secret realm of the Sea is not a complete world. Instead, it is a world group composed of many bubble worlds connected together. The area of each bubble world is not very large. The size of the largest bubble worlds is barely comparable to a holy area in Qianyuan continent. The reason why it is called a world is that although each bubble world is small, they all have different styles and form a complete and independent natural ecological system. Such a peculiar form of composition is rarely seen in the entire one true world. It is somewhat similar to the form of composition of the heavens and myriad worlds. But no matter from what aspect, they cannot be compared with each other. This Sea secret realm can only be regarded as a model of the heavens and myriad worlds at best. Each bubble world is separated by a boundary wall. Powerful cultivators can break through the wall and cross the boundary. while weak cultivators can only stay in the world they descend into and look for opportunities. This is both a restriction and a protection for the weak. Boom! Bai Donglin crossed over the strange film. The sky was spinning and the earth was swirling. His vision was blurry. When he regained his senses, he had landed in a desert. Thoughts poured out, instantly crossing mountains and rivers, covering the entire small world. What a small world! Bai Donglin emphasized the word world. This bubble world has everything, including a core continent, a virtual world barrier, and even the cosmic void. But the area of this core continent is about the same size as his hometown, Bianjiu Sanyu, which is just an underdeveloped young world. That being said, there are a lot of bubble worlds. If they are added together, the overall range is still considerable, even exceeding the area of the poisonous sea at the center of the earth. Hiss. Roar. The sand sea rolled violently, and a yellowish-brown monster with red eyes broke out of the sand. Its bloody mouth had sharp white fangs, and it swallowed Bai Donglin in one gulp. Well, I have sensed where the boundary wall exists. There are 12 of them in total. This means that there are 12 bubble worlds connected to this world. While Bai Donglin was thinking, his eyes flashed slightly, and 2 hot rays condensed into substance shot out from his pupils, leaving dark cracks in the void. And the earth-yellow beast was cut into pieces silently. The hot law of light flashed slightly on the wound, and the pieces of flesh were burned to ashes. According to the information I have collected in the past few days, the bubble worlds in this CI secret realm radiate radially in all directions. The closer the bubble worlds are to the center, the larger they are, and the fewer there are. So naturally there are more treasures and resources in them. According to the ancient books that the host has obtained, there are traces of the 7 absolute grass existing in a bubble world in the center. If that's the case, let's go take a look first. Hiss hiss. Bai Donglin killed a yellowish monster, which was like poking a hornet's nest. The sand sea rolled up like waves. At a glance, no less than 1,000,000 monsters rushed in from all directions, all with red eyes, staring at Bai Donglin. Hey, these guys, they don't have much strength, but they have a strong desire for revenge. Living in the desert, it has evolved a yellowish-brown color as camouflage, which shows that this strange animal is not at the top of the food chain here. Since you two are so affectionate, I will send you on your journey together, so that you can have company. Before he finished his words, a cold black light spurted out from his chest, at a speed comparable to the speed of light, instantly sweeping across millions of strange beasts. Anyone touched by the black light had their limbs twisted into a knot, and were then swallowed into the dark world and digested into weak energy. Even a mosquito leg is meat, and he is very short of resources now. What kind of monster is this? Oh no! Run away! That strange black light is spreading in this direction. Although there are many bubble worlds in the CI secret realm, the number of cultivators entering this place is even more terrifying. It is reasonable that many cultivators are sent into the same world. The strange beasts in the desert just now rioted, causing quite a stir and attracting the attention of many monks. Then, they witnessed the elegant and easygoing man in black robe killing people indiscriminately. It was extremely brutal. These strange beasts, which were comparable to cultivators at the 3rd or 4th realms, were now as fragile as ants. Hundreds of monks turned into streams of light and fled. After flying for a while, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that the terrifying black light did not catch up with them. It seemed that this person was just like his appearance. Not a bloodthirsty person. What is he doing? The monk who looked back became confused and surprised, and saw that the cold black light that spread over hundreds of miles was now like a real liquid, twisting and squirming, and turning into giant claws, blades, shovels and other tools, which quickly penetrated deep into the ground, rolling and stirring. Strange beast. Strangle and devour. Spiritual stones, minerals, precious medicines, and magical herbs are all swallowed. Anything that contains spiritual energy and can be converted into energy cannot escape the visitation of the cold black light. Bai Donglin stood in the center of the black light ocean with a relaxed look on his face. He dug the place clean, then crossed the void and moved to another place to continue devouring. Well, not bad. Not bad. I have wanted to do this for a long time. Unfortunately, almost all places of value in Qianyuan realm and even in the void of the universe are occupied by humans or monsters. Moreover, among the many laws promulgated by the Supreme Council of the human race, there seems to be a sustainable development law that strictly prohibits monks from destructively exploiting resources. But this secret realm is different. It is ownerless. So there is no need to worry about the old monsters from those forces intervening. Moreover, according to the Secret Realm trial regulations, when monks are undergoing dangerous trials, they do not have to consider the Sustainable Development regulations. In other words, dangerous areas such as secret realms are not protected by the highest regulations. What is this called? This is called emergency hedging. Rumble. The unscrupulous Bai Donglin grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. The black light of the dark world expanded again, spreading thousands of miles away. Wherever the black light ocean passed, the soil was shattered. Everything was stained a little gray, and the essence was completely devoured. It can be described as a human-shaped natural disaster. Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? Why did he let me land in the same world with this monster? If this continues, this world will be destroyed by him. A group of monks were hanging far behind the ocean of black light. They fell into the void, grabbed a handful of slightly grayish soil, and sensed the minerals that had been hollowed out beneath the ground. Looking extremely frantic. Humph! Are you still worried about this? You'd better pray hard and pray that this guy won't attack us. There was a cultivator with a solemn expression, staring at the ocean of black light with a strange aura, with fear flashing in his eyes. What kind of magical power is this? Or is it his Dharma image? It's so terrifying. These cultivators had limited eyesight, and couldn't even tell whether Bai Donglin was a chi cultivator or a body cultivator. Well, with such a powerful technique, he should be exhausted soon. Without waiting for these cultivators to see the exhaustion they imagined in their minds, Bai Donglin wreaked havoc in one place, stepped into the void, and disappeared in an instant. He naturally wouldn't devour every inch of this bubble world. It's not that he wasn't greedy enough, but that he didn't have so much time to waste. The main target is still the 7 deadly grass, and plundering resources is just a side job. The moment he came into this world, his powerful soul and mind had already seen through every place. He had already locked onto any place that contained rich spiritual fluctuations. Selective devouring not only saves time and brings huge benefits, but also prevents the world from being completely destroyed. By the way, it can leave some soup for those poor monks to show his mercy. Kill several birds with one stone. Everything is under control. Bai Donglin was extremely fast. While moving around, he had already swallowed up dozens of targets in the core continent and the deep ocean. Such a big move of his has attracted the attention of tens of thousands of cultivators in this world. Although they hate it in their hearts, no one dares to step forward to stop him. The weak ones were terrified when they saw the black light ocean. So how could they dare to go forward? Those who were confident in their own strength could also break through the boundary wall and go to other bubble worlds. After frowning and thinking for a while, they gave up the idea of being the first to come forward. After all, this guy didn't look easy to mess with. Well, this sun seems pretty good. After looting the target, Bai Donglin, who was planning to leave, suddenly looked up at the sky. His eyes locked on the big light bulb in the void of the universe. Bai Donglin, who had been bullied and threatened by this thing once, suddenly became interested. He took a few steps and arrived in the void of the universe. What a small, pocket-sized sun. Looking at the big sun in front of him that looked like a satellite, Bai Donglin curled his lips slightly. For a moment, he was a little confused about the composition of this thing. With such a small mass and weak gravity, it should not be able to cause particle fusion and combustion. Could it be due to the special rules of this secret realm? After thinking for a moment, this is the only possibility. The big sun in other worlds appears very small when viewed from land because the distance between them is too far. But this big sun is much simpler. There is nothing special about it. It is just so small. Not too big. Not too small. Just right. Although he was confused, this phenomenon was beneficial to him. If it was the normal form of the sun, with his current strength, he should be able to withstand the ordinary sun divine fire. But he would never be able to swallow it with the dark realm. With a flash of his figure, Bai Donglin instantly landed on the big sun. The golden flames licked his body, but could not cause any harm except for the dim light of his black robe. Sure enough, even this flame is just an empty diagram. As soon as he thought about it, black light from the dark world gushed out, instantly covering the big sun with a diameter of only 2,000 kilometers. In an instant, the whole world was plunged into darkness. What? What happened? Why did it suddenly get dark? The cultivators on the core continent all looked up at the sky in astonishment, their eyes shining, and used various methods to observe the sun. Not good. It's a solar eclipse. A cultivator suddenly shouted loudly. and the sound was heard for 100 miles. Bai Donglin felt something in his heart, and moved his ears slightly, catching the spreading sound waves. Humph! Such vulgar language. You should be punished? God! What the H.L. is Tingu? Your whole family is a bunch of lickers. His gaze fell and turned into a scorching light, instantly cutting off the monk's fingers. Ripples appeared in the void, and a hand stretched out to take the severed finger, then retracted and disappeared in an instant. Ah! My storage ring. All my wealth. No. Cutting off a mere finger would not be a big pain for a cultivator, as it would grow back in less than half an hour. However, losing all his possessions would be the end of his life. If he had a choice, he would rather have all 5 limbs chopped off. It's almost done. I'd better leave you some fire. Bai Donglin only swallowed 2/3 of the big sun and then took back the dark world. If this world lost the big sun, the entire ecology would surely collapse. So there was no need to drain the pond to catch all the fish. Interesting. Bai Donglin was stunned, sensing that the incomplete sun was actually absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and slowly recovering itself. Pressing the surprise in his heart, crossing one step, came to a boundary wall. There are 12 boundary walls in this world, and this place is the strongest in his perception. In other words, the bubble world opposite is also the strongest one among these 12. Following this method, by breaking through the walls all the way, you will naturally reach the central area, the largest bubble world. Take my punch. His eyes flashed, and he threw out an ordinary straight punch with vast divine power, shattering the void. Click! Click! The space was like a mirror, with countless tiny fragments falling off, and a passage about 10 feet high and filled with green light appeared in front of him. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, then took a step forward. Chapter 376 Longevity Fruit. Raging. The flames surged, and the red magma rolled like waves, splashing thousands of feet into the sky. The pungent smell of sulfur filled the entire world. Ashes and black smoke covered the sky, and the light of the sun was obscured. This is a purgatory world. It should be pitch black, but it is illuminated red by the raging flames of magma. Bai Donglin crossed the boundary wall and descended. Standing on the surging magma, he didn't care about the extremely harsh environment at all, and his soul and thoughts poured out. Yin gives birth to Yang. In this dilapidated world full of death, there is only one place full of vitality. It seems that the essence of this world is gathered in that place. That's right. This saves me a lot of time. Roar. The magma was broken and stunned, and one of them was full of body. The monsters composed of flame magma minerals were screwed out. The same old welcome ceremony. Bai Donglin opened his mouth and blew gently at the magma monster. A cold blue wind blew by, and the flames surrounding the monster were extinguished instantly, and the rolling magma solidified. Snap! The frozen magma monster shattered into powder, and the dark blue cold wind continued to blow, falling straight into the magma sea. In an instant, it spread to an area of hundreds of miles. A large piece of freezing frozen soil suddenly appeared in the magma sea. This low-level monster is essentially made of magma minerals. The energy it contains is extremely thin. It is not worth devouring. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, looked up at the sky, and a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. It's just once, and even twice. There are strange beast monsters to find me? When I shielded the breath. Is it fun? He could ignore a single accident. But if it happened twice in a short period of time, it couldn't be a coincidence. This secret realm may have self-awareness. Is it the will of heaven and earth? Or is it some kind of spiritual intelligence center? Only in this way can it be explained why his location was locked. And it is even simpler that these monsters are driven by the will of the world. This mystery. It seems that it is not as simple as the surface. The void rippled slightly. Bai Donglin stepped into it, and instantly arrived at the place of vitality that his perception had locked. In the center of the red purgatory world, there is a touch of green. The green land, which is only tens of thousands of feet in size, is filled with vitality and mysterious atmosphere, completely isolating the harsh environment from the outside world. A thick white fog covered most of the area, and even Bai Donglin's perception could not penetrate it. How long will this guy stay here? Wait a little longer. After he leaves, we can go up and look for opportunities. After all, his strength. There was a huge crowd of tens of thousands of monks standing in the void surrounding the green land. Whispers could be heard from the crowd from time to time. They all looked at the young man sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed outside the white mist on the green land with fear. Bai Donglin quietly appeared in the crowd, and the monks who were close at hand did not notice his appearance. Looking at the situation in front of him, he could not help but show interest, sensing the complex fluctuations of aura in the void, as well as a slight smell of blood that had lingered. It was obvious that a great battle had taken place here not long ago, able to intimidate tens of thousands of cultivators by himself and prevent them from taking a single step beyond the line. This young man, with an unfamiliar face, is very powerful, and is probably one of the top figures on the hidden dragon list. Rustle. The thick white mist was surging slightly, and you could vaguely see a strong and ancient tree stretching its branches, and the sound of leaves shaking could be heard. Seeing this scene, the auras of the surrounding monks fluctuated violently. They looked down greedily with hesitant and tangled expressions. However, when their eyes swept over the young man, their eyes trembled, and they immediately regained their senses, still not daring to take a step forward. Boo! A crisp sound was heard in the white mist, and then a spiritual fruit shining with divine light fell out from the depths of the white mist. The young man who was resting with his eyes suddenly opened them. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and took the spiritual fruit in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, took out a treasure box, and carefully put the spiritual fruit in it. After doing all of this, the man still did not mean to leave. Looked around for a week, and then Shirang closed his eyes. Damn it! This is already the 5th spiritual fruit. This greedy guy. Is he still not satisfied? The crowd was buzzing, and many monks suppressed their voices and shouted angrily, venting their dissatisfaction and unwillingness. Humph! So what? We are not as skilled as others. So what can we do? The treasures of heaven and earth are obtained by the strong. If I had such strength, I would do the same. Just wait. A strong man like him won't stay in the same world forever. He will leave sooner or later. We still have a chance. Bai Donglin thought for a moment. He just sensed a pure vitality in the fruit, and judging from its appearance, it should be the longevity fruit without a doubt. Shouyuan fruit, a rare and strange treasure, is just like its name. It can be used to increase a life of one, and everyone can take 10 in life, and it is useless. Although increasing one's lifespan by 600 years is nothing to a cultivator, who would complain about living longer. There are not many treasures that can increase Shouyuan in this world, so no matter what the effect is very precious. If each one is taken again, the increase in Shouyuan is still considerable. Moreover, the fruit has a mild medicinal property, and can be eaten even by mortals. If one of them falls into the mortal world, it may cause wars between dynasties. Although this thing is useless to me, it is very good for trading or as a reward in Tianluo space. From what happened just now, there might be a high-quality longevity fruit tree growing in this white mist. This tree is even more valuable if it is transplanted to the eternal continent. Won't there be an endless supply of longevity fruit in the future? As his thoughts flowed, Bai Donglin had already regarded the longevity fruit tree as something in his pocket. His figure moved slightly, and he walked down from the void step by step. Hey! Sir! Don't be impulsive. A pretty female cultivator saw Bai Donglin's purpose and grabbed his sleeve in horror. Bai Donglin stopped, glanced at the white little hand on his sleeve, and his eyes fell on the woman's nervous face. Son, you listen to me. This person is the 69th of the Qianlong list. Murong Cho Xiao. Extremely powerful. Shouyuan was good. You don't want to give your life in vain. 60-9? Is it strong? Bai Donglin brushed his sleeves, threw off the woman's little hand, and continued to go down. Although I am kind-hearted, my eyesight is still a little lacking. Can you see that I am a great master? Huh? The pretty girl clenched her palms, which were numbed by the shock. Bai Donglin's calm yet extremely arrogant voice kept echoing in her mind. She stood there in a daze for a moment. Girl, it's hard to persuade the damn ghost. If this person doesn't believe in evil, let him try it. If you try it, you will die. The man muttered to himself. Hey, it's really a kid who doesn't know the height of the sky. And there are good shows. The crowd suddenly became noisy, whispering to each other, their eyes all fixed on Bai Donglin's back, with mixed feelings, mockery, gloating, indifference. But unfortunately, seeing that there was a good show to watch, the depressing atmosphere here eased a lot. Bai Donglin stepped down the void step by step, just like stepping on the field, calm and abnormal, when she was not a step away from the green space. Murong, who had closed eyes tightly, slowly spoke. Down you. Stop. Boom. Upon hearing this, Bai Donglin deliberately stomped heavily on the green land. There was an earthquake and cracks appeared in the ground, which spread all the way to Murong Chongxiao. Hiss. There was a burst of breath in the void, which led to a sudden rise in the temperature here. Tens of thousands of monks admired Bai Donglin's admiration, and then retreated backwards, for fear that it would splash blood for a while. You don't understand people? Murong slowly opened his eyes, and coldly looked at Bai Donglin, as if looking at a dead man. Uh-huh. You are very brave. Boy. Murong Chongxiao. Right. You still have a chance to survive. Leave your storage ring behind and get out of here. You are the one who cursed first. Don't blame me for bullying children. Bai Donglin had a beaming smile on his face, showing his elegance and easygoing demeanor. Chapter 377, No Escape from Death. Silence. Bai Donglin's words seemed to have some kind of magic, causing everyone present to freeze in silence. They looked dazed, and thought they were hallucinating. Is this guy a lunatic? Crazy. Crazy. Does he know the importance of the name Murong Chongxiao? He is the 69th hidden dragon. It's hard for this kid to die. The crowd was in an uproar for a moment, then retreated another 10,000 feet, fearing that innocent people would be harmed by the furious Murong Chongxiao. Ha ha ha. Murong Chongxiao's pupils shrank slightly, and then he laughed wildly towards the sky, with a violent and ferocious aura rising from his body, completely different from the quiet appearance just now. Interesting. Very interesting. How many years has it been? I don't know how many years it has been since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Tell me, how do you want to die? This is the reward you earn for your courage. Murong Chongxiao slowly stopped smiling, stood up, and lowered his eyes, looking down at Bai Donglin coldly like a high and mighty emperor. What are you doing? Am I just here to argue with you? Bai Donglin suddenly lost the interest to say a few more words. His figure was like a dream. He slowly raised his hand, and slapped Murong Chongxiao hard from a not short distance away. The palm was plain and simple, without any divine light lingering around it. It was clean and pure, and wherever it passed, the space turned into nothingness. Not good. Murong Chongxiao felt a chill in his heart, and suddenly felt a strong aura of death rising into his heart. His expression was extremely horrified. I can't take this blow. If you take it head on, you will die. Roar! Murong Chongxiao roared silently. His eyes were bloodshot. Golden blood surrounded by divine light spurted out from his 7 orifices, and countless complex divine patterns appeared on his body surface. This was a manifestation of his trying his best to activate the Dharma image in his body. Purple air comes from the east. 9 dragons guard. Hold head high. 9 giant purple dragons, as if they were real, shot out from Murong Chongxiao's chest. They had dragon horns and whiskers, scales, and huge eyes that seemed to be filled with anger. They looked lifelike, like living creatures. The purple dragons circled and entwined with each other, turning into a thick shield of light, protecting Murong Chongxiao behind them. Murong Chongxiao burst out at the fastest speed in his life. The magic that could be activated with just a thought was accelerated dozens of times. Finally, before Bai Donglin's palm fell, he used his strongest defensive method. But the deathly aura in Murong Chongxiao's heart was still extremely strong at this moment, and he immediately realized that the crisis was not far away. The 9 dragons guarding technique could only buy him a moment of time. Bai Donglin looked indifferent. No matter how the other party struggled, he maintained the same speed, and his plain palm finally fell. Snap! Snap! Hold head high. The moment the palm touched the light shield, 9 huge purple dragons wailed at the same time, then shattered one after another, turning into purple light specks that floated away. Phew! The Dharma image was severely damaged, and Murong Chongxiao spat out a large mouthful of golden blood, which sprayed all over the black shield he had just cast out without a drop left. In a flash, Murong Chongxiao had already seen through the situation and figured out the only way to survive. Even the plan for his own Dharma image to be severely damaged and spurt out blood was included in his plan. He is worthy of being the 69th ranked child of destiny on the hidden dragon list, and not just a show-off. Buzz! The pitch-black shield was vibrating violently. It had been driven by overload and entered a state of extreme sublimation. Its power was doubled, but the inscriptions on it would be damaged and erased a lot, and its quality would drop irreversibly. However, Murong Chongxiao could no longer care about so much in order to save his life. Black Shield Redemption. This Black Shield is a top-grade holy weapon, after being sublimated to the extreme. Its power is truly extraordinary. The black shield was surrounded by endless black light, and turned into 1,000 feet high. Countless inscriptions and divine patterns on it shone with brilliant divine light, and exuded an extremely heavy aura, blocking Murong Chongxiao. Clang! A terrifying noise resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The void was annihilated, and a terrifying shock wave swept in all directions, swallowing up all the aftermath that reached the thick white fog. The expressions of those cultivators tens of thousands of feet away changed drastically, and under the impact of the aftermath, they were like small boats in the raging sea, swaying and about to fall. Snap! The thick black light on the black shield shattered and dissipated. Inside the seemingly intact body, many of the inscriptions were erased. Under the shock of Bai Donglin's terrifying divine power, it turned into a streak of light, and was instantly blown away into the sky. Black Shield bought another moment of time. A hint of joy flashed in Murong Chongxi's eyes. In 2 moments, he had taken out a talisman that was shining with divine light from his storage ring and crushed it. The great shifting talisman of the universe. An extremely strong spatial fluctuation descended, enveloping Murong Chongxiao, and instantly disappeared into the void. This person is terribly strong. The moment Bai Donglin made his move, Murong Chongxiao understood clearly in his heart that he was no match for him. If he did not escape, he would surely die. At that moment, he had made the decision to escape. But it would take at least 2 moments to take out the Qianquan Great Shift Talisman and crush it. 9 Dragons Guardian and Black Shield Redemption. The two were closely linked and progressed one after another, and finally bought him 2 moments of time. There is no ordinary cultivator who understands the situation, has the means, is decisive enough, and can be ranked in the top 100 of the Hidden Dragon list. You're a little clever, but unfortunately you're still a little unlucky. Bai Donglin concentrated his mind, and his vast will instantly crossed the long distance and locked onto Murong Chongxiao, who had already broken through the boundary wall. He stretched out his hand again, which was faintly carrying a glimmer of divine light, and sank into the void in front of him. In an instant, it crossed millions of miles and reached the boundary wall at the end of the world. The boundary wall was extremely hard, but it was nothing to Murong Chongxiao. Even though he was seriously injured at this time, he broke the boundary wall with one blow. With a look of relief at surviving the calamity on his face, he stepped into the dark green vortex passage. Murong Chongxiao, who had arrived in another bubble world, was about to continue his escape across the border when he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and had no time to turn around. Under the mysterious induction, a slender hand surrounded by divine light passed through the vortex channel and pressed towards his head. I'm dying. A realization arose in his heart. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. And along with this regret, a memory flashed through his mind. Master, what is this? The old man stroked his beard gently, and in his open palm lay a golden token, surrounded by a vast aura. Chongxiao, this is the incarnation token. Inside it lies the incarnation of my master. Wear it on your body. If you encounter danger, it can save your life. Master, does my elder brother have this thing? Well, your elder brother is extremely powerful, so he doesn't need this. Since my elder brother doesn't need it, then I don't want it either. With my current strength, it's already difficult for me to meet an opponent in the 8th cave realm. Even if I can't beat him, I can still save my life. If I meet a strong man who I can't escape, he must be as powerful as you. Master, how can your incarnation beat his real body? Moreover, if I had always been under the protection of my master, how would I have experienced life and death? And when would I be able to ignite the fire of will? Therefore, I don't need this thing. Looking at Murong Chongxiao's firm attitude, the old man shook his head helplessly, thought for a moment, and then took back the incarnation token. You? You are still so eloquent. I can't argue with you. The old man still has a lot to say in his heart. There are countless strong people in this world, and there are monsters in the Dongxi realm. Moreover, the gap between the powerful ones is immeasurable. Who says that the incarnation cannot beat the original body? Hey, master, I was wrong. Boom! The palm fell straight down and pressed on Murong Chongxi's head. The vast divine power poured down, and the soul, body, and Dharma image were all shattered. At the moment when his consciousness faded, a thought flashed through Murong Chongxi's mind. Master, brother, you will definitely avenge me, right? Forget it. This monster. I always feel that it is not that simple. Murong Chongxiao died, leaving behind only a bit of his true spirit, which returned to the Mother River. This was the result of the kindness in Bai Donglin's heart. After all, he was not a mortal enemy, so there was no need to crush his true spirit. He gently clenched his palm, and black light from the dark world emanated from his palm, swallowing up all the energy and storage ring left behind by Murong Chongshao after his death, and then retracted before the boundary wall was restored. Well, this guy is quite rich. What a pity. I just needed some luck. Otherwise you would have escaped. The Great Shift of Heaven and Earth Talisman is a more advanced life-saving item than the Great Shift of Heaven and Earth Talisman. The distance it can cross is far more than that, and it is a long distance measured in millions of light years. Unfortunately, this is a secret bubble world. Although this talisman is powerful, it does not have the power to break through boundaries. It can only travel within one boundary, and its power is greatly limited. Unfortunately, Bai Donglin possessed a strong will, and Murong Chongshao escaped millions of miles away in an instant. It would take Bai Donglin a lot of time to lock onto his position through his soul, mind, qi, or magical powers, but will perception did not have this defect. Unfortunately, Bai Donglin is proficient in a rare spatial magical power that allows him to cross vast distances in an instant. It's a pity that Murong Chongxia's death was indeed not unjust. He just had bad luck. As for whether it was right to kill Murong Chongxiao, according to Bai Donglin's perception, there were no less than 1,000 monks who died around the Green Land, including men and women, old and young, and most of them died at the hands of Murong Chongxiao. If you kill people for the sake of rare treasures, you must also be prepared to be killed. Of course, these are not the point. He is not a saint. Murong Chongxiao killed monks, not innocent unarmed mortals. He doesn't care. Killing Murong Chongxiao was just for an experiment. Bai Donglin flipped his palm and took out a bronze plate engraved with divine patterns. Countless words were engraved on it. It was the specially made collector's edition of the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list. I don't exist in the Heaven Secret. I don't know if this Heaven Secret compass can collect my information. If not, it might be a bit troublesome. In order to give you a stronger sense, I deliberately killed Murong Chongxiao. The compass of Heaven's Secret must be more powerful. Bai Donglin's gaze moved slightly and fell on the bronze plate. Hidden Dragon ranking. Number 69. Bai Donglin. Haha. That's interesting. After putting away the bronze plate, Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with thought. Although he didn't understand the operating principle, he still felt relieved that there would be no more obstacles in this trial mission. That guy. He actually defeated Murong Chongxiao with just one move. Oh my god. Am I trapped in an illusion? Murong Chongxiao was beaten so hard that he ran away like a dog. He didn't even dare to take a blow from this man. Crazy. Am I crazy? Or is this world crazy? It's not an illusion. The Hidden Dragon ranking has been updated. The 69th place has been replaced by Bai Donglin. This person is called Bai Donglin. Weird. Shouldn't the 70th be Murong Chongxiao? Why is his name gone? Tens of thousands of feet away, tens of thousands of monks were terrified and talking nonsense. For a moment, they were completely stunned by this dramatic scene. Ah! Look here. That monster is looking here. Run away. We just ridiculed him. He must be ready to kill us. The expressions of the people kept changing. Monsters all had strange personalities. There were many people who could kill with a glance, so it was not impossible for such a situation to happen. The wind is blowing. In less than a moment, tens of thousands of cultivators scattered like birds and beasts, flying towards the boundary wall, no longer daring to stay in this world to seek the longevity fruit. It was too dangerous to be in the same world with such a monster. The pretty female cultivator, who was also among the fleeing crowd, suddenly felt a heaviness in her arms. She first showed a look of confusion, and then her pretty face turned red. In her arms and inside her underwear, 5 fruits glowing with divine light appeared at some point. They were the longevity fruits. Bai Donglin walked slowly into the thick white fog, murmuring softly, "I'm not a good person, but those who have good intentions should be rewarded." Chapter 378, All Things of Spirits. The white mist twisted and squirmed, and the breath was cold and piercing. This strange white mist covering the green land could actually ignore defense and directly penetrate into the body. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, and suddenly felt that all his 5 senses were disturbed. It was as if countless cold little hands covered in sticky liquid were rubbing his soul vigorously. It was slippery, icy, and extremely disgusting. Humph! You have such a petty trick. And you dared to show off your skills in front of an expert. His eyes turned cold, and the fire of will suddenly burned fiercely. There seemed to be wailing in his ears, and all the cold air in his body was burned away by the fire of will. Looking around, the thick white fog seemed to have met its natural enemy. It twisted and rolled away from him, not daring to penetrate his body at all. This white mist can distort people's will. No wonder Murong Chou and his men dare not go deep into it. For cultivators who have not ignited the fire of will, it will be very difficult to face this kind of thing. With a flick of his sleeves, Bai Donglin stepped towards the center of the white fog. Wherever he passed, the cold white fog retreated. Snap! A longevity fruit shining with divine light fell out from the depths of the white fog, landed not far in front of Bai Donglin, and rolled towards him twice. Hee. If you want to use a fruit, you can send me? Bai Donglin smiled. White light flowed out from under his feet, and he swallowed the longevity fruit in one gulp. He continued walking forward without stopping. Snap! Snap! Longevity fruits kept falling in front of Bai Donglin, and were all swallowed by the eternal light realm. A smile appeared in his eyes. This longevity fruit tree was really a spirit, and it even knew how to please people. Unfortunately, Bai Donglin's greed, just like his spiritual intelligence, has no limit. Russell. The green space was so small that it didn't take Bai Donglin much time to pass through the white fog and arrive in front of the majestic and ancient tree. The tree has a strange appearance, with a thick trunk and a diameter of more than 300 feet. But it is very short, only about 400 feet tall, like a short and sturdy mushroom. However, its branches and leaves are extremely lush, crisscrossing and covering a large area. Among the dense branches and leaves, the longevity fruits are shining with divine light, like stars hanging in the night sky. Not bad. Not bad. It is very rare to be able to grow to this extent. The yield of longevity fruit is also very high. Everyone, follow me. Bai Donglin's eyes were as sharp as torches, and he looked deep into the tree, looking at the densely packed and overlapping annual rings, no less than hundreds of thousands. This was an ancient tree that had grown for hundreds of thousands of years. Woohoo! The white mist rolled, and there seemed to be a whimpering sound coming from it. A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. He sensed a fluctuation of will, and could not help but walk forward and gently press his palm on the tree trunk. Although rare treasures like the longevity fruit tree enjoy a long life, it is almost impossible for them to develop self-awareness. However, will is something that all things in the world have. A vast and boundless will stretched out from the body, and went deep into the tree trunk along the palm of the hand, as if entering a warm and vibrant world. Tell me what you want to say. I can listen to your will. Russell. The branches and trunks began to shake violently, and a wave of joy spread out. Bai Donglin instantly captured the vague and weak will of the longevity fruit tree. Are you waiting for someone? A little girl named Nini? Nini! Bai Donglin was stunned, and before he could think about it, a blurry picture came into his mind. Ah! This fruit is so sweet and fragrant. A delicate little girl, no more than 8 or 9 years old, held a glowing longevity fruit in both hands and ate it with gusto. I don't know what the little girl was thinking about. Her expression suddenly became depressed, and even the 2 pigtails on her head drooped down. What a pity. Nini only has this one. Once you eat it, it will be gone. Hey! Got it! The little girl's big black and white eyes suddenly lit up. And then she took out a hoe, dug a big hole in the ground with a few grunts, and then put the longevity fruit that she had eaten most of in her hand into the hole. He tilted his head and thought for a while, then took off the bracelet that was glowing white from his wrist, placed it next to the longevity fruit, and then covered it with soil. Ha ha! Nini, I am indeed a genius. The little girl put her hands on her hips and laughed. Her smile was pure and bright. She took out a white jade bottle with her little hand and poured the fragrant spiritual liquid onto the pile of earth, muttering to herself as she poured. Little tree, grow up quickly. When you grow up, you will bear lots of fruits. Then Nini will have endless delicious fruits to eat. Among the countless images transmitted by the will, only this one is extremely clear. The following images are fragmented and blurry. The tree sprouted out of the soil and grew vigorously in the storm. Waves of monks flew over it. But the longevity fruit tree remained safe and sound under the protection of the white mist emitted by the bracelet. Time flies, until this world is affected by the fierce battle between powerful beings and turns into purgatory. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed. The longevity fruit tree has been waiting for hundreds of thousands of years. The branches are full of sweet and delicious fruits. But the little girl who it has been waiting for to pick the fruits has never appeared. Bai Donglin's brows twitched slightly, and he thought of the little girl who called him big-bellied brother. Whether it was the name or the appearance, there was no doubt that the two Ninis were the same person. This style of behavior and this foodie nature are worthy of you. Nini, you are really far-sighted. You planted a seed and harvested countless fruits. The idea is great, but the memory is not so good. Bai Donglin's eyes showed a thoughtful look. This Nini was not simple. The aura of the god sleeping in her sea of consciousness was extremely terrifying. And there was also the unclear relationship between her and the fisherman, Senior Jiang. It has been hundreds of thousands of years, but the appearance remains the same. Is it reincarnation or some other unknown state? Moreover, the way Senior Jiang looks at Nini is like looking at his own granddaughter. Based on these vague clues, Bai Donglin had a rough inference in his mind that this Nini should be a blood relative of Senior Jiang, and the thing sleeping in her sea of consciousness should be her previous life. The white fox has been following Nini now, but out of fear of Senior Jiang. Bai Donglin has never used his split body to spy on her. It's very interesting, but these things have nothing to do with me, so I don't need to think too much about them. Putting aside his thoughts, Bai Donglin turned his attention back to the longevity fruit tree and said softly, "Poor guy. I understand your intentions. This Nini is my friend. I know how to find her. Come with me, and your fruit will have a chance to enter the mouth of that little foodie. No matter how long you wait here, she may never show up. At least it won't happen this time. The next time the secret realm opens will be another 100,000 years later." Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, feeling a little ridiculous. Rustle. The branches and leaves of the longevity fruit tree swayed, and it believed Bai Donglin's words in an instant. It was so naive. This was also the reason why it would throw fruits to those cultivators from time to time. Snap! A deep crack appeared in the ground, and a bracelet shining with crystal white light slowly floated out and hovered in front of Bai Donglin. "Do you want to give me this?" Rustle. After receiving a positive response, Bai Donglin reached out and took the bracelet. Buzz! The thick white fog covering an area of 100,000 feet suddenly rolled violently, forming a huge vortex as it surged, and all of it poured into the bracelet, swallowing up all the white fog. The aura of the bracelet became more and more magical. This is a rare treasure of high quality. Nini. Bai Donglin showed a speechless color. I didn't expect this snack product to be a rich woman. In order to eat this capital, he didn't think an I was to increase his birthday. She just felt the fruit was delicious. Nini was indeed a far-sighted person. If it weren't for the protection of the bracelet, the longevity fruit tree would have been dug up by the monks, who poured in after the secret realm was opened several times. The white mist dissipated, revealing the true face of the green land. The earth began to tremble violently, and cracks appeared from time to time. This was the longevity fruit tree shrinking its roots. Bai Donglin put away the bracelet, and saw that the longevity fruit tree was almost ready. He then stepped lightly, and a sharp scarlet thread shot out, instantly cutting off a square piece of land. The white light flowed, enveloping the 10,000-foot-long block of earth and the longevity fruit tree on it. The light flickered slightly, and swallowed it into the eternal light world. As he thought of it, the eternal continent trembled slightly, and a big pit appeared on the ground not far from the medicine garden. The longevity fruit tree that was swallowed fell straight into the pit, fitting perfectly. Yeah! What a big tree! This fruit smells so good. I want to eat it. Is this big tree the new home that the owner has prepared for us? Four flower spirits flew onto the longevity fruit tree, hovered for a moment, and then began to move in a hurry. The mind withdrew from the light world, and the sight dropped. The green land under the feet had lost the restraint of the longevity fruit tree's roots, and was rapidly disintegrating under the erosion of the magma sea. In less than a moment, the only living place in this world was swallowed up by magma. This world is ruined. All the vitality of the world has been taken away by the longevity fruit tree. There was no point in staying in this bubble world anymore. Bai Donglin moved and stepped towards the strongest boundary wall he could perceive. I felt very touching about this encounter. All things have spirits and wills. Hundreds of thousands of years of waiting. Such a sincere friendship is the agreement between foodies and food. Chapter 379 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Cry. The shrill cry echoed through the sky. A huge shadow cut through the sky, and the flapping of its wings shattered large tracts of clouds. The giant bird slowed down, descended into the void, and landed on a vast floating continent. It shook its feathers slightly, and divine light spread all over. Its huge body quickly shrank, and the light dissipated, and it had turned into a human form. with a gloomy face, hooked nose, and dark and sharp pupils. He came to a huge palace in a flash and shouted, "The subordinates of Grey Dove, please meet Lord Peng." There was silence in the hall for a moment, and then a voice filled with endless majesty was heard. "Enter." Grey Dove offered his hand again and walked into the hall with a respectful look. He raised his eyes slightly, glanced at the tall figure on the throne, and then quickly lowered his head. "Grey Dove, I hope you bring good news." The golden-winged rock king lay diagonally on top of the king, his chin supported by one hand, his eyes lowered, endless divine light lingering in the depths of his golden pupils, looking extremely majestic. "Lord Pengwang, I have news about that human race." King Dapeng's expression changed. Grey Dove belonged to the intelligence agency of Wing Palace, and the main task currently in his hands was arranged by him personally. "Is that person Bai Donglin?" "Bai Donglin. This human race has not been seen since his trace was discovered more than 10 years ago. Even with the Wing Palace's vision that covers the sky, they cannot find him. This person is either hiding, or has special means to block the perception of the outside world." King Dapeng guessed correctly. Bai Donglin relied on his will to conceal his own aura. Even the scavenger bird that had lived with him for several years could not see through his true identity. King Dapeng had no idea what exactly happened in the demon-suppressing temple. But regarding the deaths of Jialuji and Mei Hongying, the human named Bai Donglin was currently the biggest suspect. The Wing Palace has already visited all the cultivators who came out alive from the demon-suppressing temple, except Bai Donglin. Moreover, the last time they found his trace, he ran away without saying a word. In the eyes of King Dapeng, this was tantamount to fleeing for fear of crime. Master Peng is wise. It is this person. Facing the oppressive gaze of King Dapeng, Hui Jin knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and held a bronze plate high in his hands. Huijia was feeling very embarrassed at this moment. As the intelligence agency of Wing Palace, they had spent more than 10 years without finding Bai Donglin. Although it was because the world was too vast, it was not the reason for their failure. The way he finally obtained the target information also made him feel ashamed, and he didn't feel like he had done anything meritorious at all. King Dapeng's eyes moved slightly and fell on the bronze plate. Even at such a long distance, he could instantly see through the densely packed tiny words on it. Feathered birds have strong eyesight, let alone these terrifyingly powerful monsters. Qianlong List 69th. Bai Donglin. King Dapeng straightened his body slightly. He didn't think about whether Grey Dove would make a mistake like having the same name as him. Since Grey Dove dared to come to him, he must have confirmed the information. "Lord Pengwang, there is another piece of news. Murong Chou Xiao, who was previously ranked 69th, has been killed by this man. Moreover, according to eyewitnesses, Murong Chou Xiao didn't even take a single move from Bai Donglin." "Oh!" King Dapeng's expression finally changed, revealing a bit of surprise. None of the geniuses who could make it onto the Hidden Dragon list were simple people, and they all achieved their success through battles one after another. Defeating and killing are two completely different levels of difficulty. Not to mention killing the enemy with one move. This Bai Donglin is very powerful. For the first time, King Dapeng had a clear understanding of Bai Donglin's strength in his mind. At the same time, his suspicion of Bai Donglin increased rapidly, and he was almost 90% sure that this man was the murderer of Jie. And Mei Hongying, who was with Jialuji, was probably also killed by this man. The dispute between him and Bai Donglin was no longer just a personal grudge, but also involved the ancestral dragon of the void and the ancient phoenix of the netherworld, as well as their secret treasure troves. The entire Winged God Palace will not let Bai Donglin go. Very good. Where is he now? King Dapeng looked slightly relieved. As long as he confirmed Bai Donglin's location and took action personally, there would be no chance of him escaping again. This Grey Dove was slightly confused for a moment, then spoke helplessly, replying to Lord Pengwang. "This person is now in the CI's secret realm." King Dapeng frowned upon hearing this, and the divine light in his golden eyes became more surging, and he said in a low voice, "Well, calculating the time, now is indeed the day when the CI's secret realm opens once every 100,000 years. Haha. This little guy really knows how to choose a place to hide. The entire poisonous sea at the center of the earth, including the secret realm of the CI, belongs to the human race, and the demon race is not qualified to enter. And every time the secret realm is opened, there are strong men from the divine court in charge. Given the current delicate situation between the demon race and the human race, it would undoubtedly be very difficult to kill the human race's potential dragon genius in front of the divine court. Originally, The War Department exterminated the sirens without any evidence. So they were in the right. But in the end, they discovered the horrible monsters that had been suppressed and banned during the Kongi era in the Sirens' land, which made them the unreasonable party again. Until now, the human race has been causing trouble for the demon race, demanding an explanation from them. In such a situation, if we continue to provoke the divine court, wouldn't that be just sticking our heads out to be slaughtered by the human race? King Dapeng's eyes flickered, and after weighing for a moment, he decided that he could not give up this opportunity. Bai Donglin was too slippery. If he let him escape, it would be unknown when he would be able to find his trace again. At worst, we can just wait and see. There is no need to kill this person in front of the divine court. The Wing Palace has plenty of means. Grey Dove, go and invite King Green Jade and King Blue Crane here. I have something important to discuss with you. Yes, sir. Huizhou heaved a sigh of relief, raised his hand slightly, and tiptoed out of the hall that made him feel depressed. Their intelligence agency really handled this matter very badly. They actually obtained the intelligence through the hidden dragon list. They would be laughed at if anyone told about it. Although their reaction was still quite fast. They immediately determined the recent whereabouts of the former 69th Murong Chou, and then found those cultivators outside the CI's secret realm who had exited the secret realm early due to lack of strength, and finally locked onto Bai Donglin. The Grey Dove left the hall, leaped into the air, and turned into a giant bird, flying towards the floating continent in the distance. The secret realm of the CI, one of the 6 central bubble worlds, the Topa realm. The Topa world is extremely huge. The area of the mainland is no longer in the sanctuary of the Qianyuan realm. The larger the world, the stronger the world. It can carry more powerful monks. The various treasures contained in it are also more precious. CI secrets are not equalized to the monks who entered. They are mainly divided into 2 categories. The 9th realm monks were thrown directly into the 6th central world. The power of the monk is vast, and the ordinary world cannot carry them at all. He moves his hands and feet, saying that he will destroy the world. As for the treasures born in other low-level worlds, they are not very attractive to the powerful ones. They are also happy to save effort, and do not care about being sent to the 6 central realms. Buzz. The void slightly rippled ripples, and several figures across the earth, falling on the earth. Moro, now you should tell us. What do you need to do? Moro clasped his hands together, smiled, and looked into the distance. His sight seemed to pass through the thick wall at the end of the world, and saw the golden flagship floating in another world. The Guy of Shanting. Don't disturb the work. Retracting his gaze, Moro slowly said, I came here to find you just to kill one person. Oh! Who has such a big ability? Even you still need to find a helper. The blurred figure hidden in the shadow was missed with a cautious look. The first reaction in my heart was that this goal was afraid of at least the title. And it was still above the king level. This is also considered that Moro is now being hit hard. Otherwise, with the strength of Moro's heyday, let alone king level, even if it is the emperor, he does not need to find a helper. Amit Ba Buddha. Don't worry. Everyone. This person is not as strong as you think. He just has some special skills. You may not even need to take action when the time comes. You just need to cooperate with me and set up a large formation. After Moro finished speaking, he stretched out his hand, inserted it into the unknown space, and took out 6 objects with strange auras. On one side of the ancient mirror, the gods are shining, and countless god patterns are intertwined with the word Tian Dao. A 3-legged 2 ears and 2 ears. The blue light is quiet. The mysterious god pattern condenses the word humanitarian. A scarlet long sword. The black and red killing atmosphere rolled, and the sword body was engraved with the 4 characters Ashura Road. A circular ring is made up of 12 animal heads interlocked with each other, and the 3 characters animal path are distributed in a triangular shape on the ring. A large sword with a ghost head. The black blade was surrounded by grayish-white deathly aura, and the 3 words Evil Ghost Way were engraved on it. A pale stone tablet, carved with patterns of countless creatures suffering various tortures, going down layer by layer. There are 18 different torture instruments in total. The 3 characters Hell are engraved on the top of the tablet. This is. The dark shadow of the 5 people covered the whole body fiercely. And when they saw these 6 strange objects, they took a few steps back. And they were obviously shocked. Oh! You guessed that right. This is the best of the seat. The 6 paths of reincarnation formation. There was a smile on Mara's lips, and the bright Buddha light behind his head was faintly distorted. and a ray of dark light seemed to appear and disappear. Chapter 380 Daoist Friend. Please stay. The hustle and bustle of the wind. The plants. This is a wild and vibrant world where all kinds of strange and bizarre beasts can be seen everywhere. They are all ferocious and fierce, fighting and devouring each other constantly. The aftermath of the battle shatters the earth and tears apart the clouds. The arrival of the monks made this cruel world even more bloody. Most of the natural treasures were accompanied by powerful exotic beasts. The monks would kill the beasts to obtain the treasures, and then attack each other, making the energy of this world turbid. Hold head high. Roar. 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 A giant purple-haired bear stood up, hundreds of feet tall. Its majestic body like a mountain was surrounded by thunder, and its broad paws had sharp claws. A single slap from its paw was enough to tear the earth apart. Standing opposite the purple-haired giant bear was a dragon alligator turtle with dragon horns on its head and cold spikes all over its its eye was pitch black. Its limbs were scarlet, and it had a dragon head and a jaw tail. Its size was no smaller than that of the giant bear. On a cliff not far from the two beasts, a small green tree grew in the cracks of the hard rocks. The tree, which looked like it was carved from jade, had 108 leaves surrounded by crystal light. Among the leaves were 9 delicious and juicy fruits that were about to mature. As the purple-haired giant bear and the dragon crocodile turtle were in a stalemate, their eyes would occasionally glance at the green trees. It was obvious that the fight between the two was caused by this. Roar! The giant bear became even more impatient and took the lead in launching another attack. It roared towards the sky, and a ball of brilliant lightning condensed in its mouth. The void stagnated slightly, and a thick purple beam of light spurted out, surrounded by endless purple thunder. Wherever the light is passed, the mountain giant tree instantly gaze-sized, and even the void was faintly distorted. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the dragon crocodile turtle. With a human-like disdain, it stomped its scarlet and thick forelimbs hard, causing the ground to shake. A cliff surrounded by earthy yellow air broke out of the ground and blocked the oncoming beam of lightning. The dark metal light flashed above the cliff, and the thunder full of destruction. Most of the prestige is deep into the bottom of the ground. Hold head high. At the foot of the purple-haired giant bears, the ground suddenly softened and collapsed. The dragon crocodile turtle sneaked in the soil, breaking the soil, and the blood pelvis full of sharp teeth. And the purple-haired giant bear's crotch in the naked eye was not visible to the naked eye. Ahoo! The key to be bitten into meat. The pain of drilling the heart of the purple-haired giant bear is mourning. The red eyes emerged fiercely, and the thick legs were fierce, trying to trap the turtle. There was a cunning in the eyes of the dragon crocodile turtle, as if talent instinct, and the turtle retracted back to the turtle tearing a large piece of flesh. Bang! The purple-haired giant bear was not in the middle, and the thick bear's paw caught the purple thunder. Snap! Many of the sharp spikes were broken, and the purple-haired giant bear's palms were pierced with many blood holes. Purple blood was splashed as one blow after another fell. The already crazy giant bear's rationality was replaced by rage, and it didn't care about its injuries at all. Boom! The earth was sunk, and the dragon crocodile turtle was extremely hard on the turtle ls. Under the blessing of the rules, the defense was amazing, and the violent bombardment of the boulder was not damaged. The turtle head in the pitch-black chewed with its mouth, purple blood overflowing from the corners of its mouth, and swallowed the large mass of smelly flesh and blood in one gulp. A cold light flashed in its eyes, and the energy in its body slowly gathered. When the giant bear was exhausted, it would launch a fatal blow. Woo! Oh! Woo woo woo! A trace of remote flute sounds from where it comes from the distance. From the distance, the mystery of mystery is full of sound waves, sweeping the earth, swinging over the hills, and shrouded the broken battlefield. The long distance, quiet, violent purple bears were shrouded in sound waves. The huge body was stagnant, and the bloody bear's paw was raised high, as if he was applied. The redness in his eyes slowly dissipated, and the pure purple was restored. Under the soothing of the flute, the tight muscles also relaxed, and then stepped back 2 steps. Sitting on the ground with peace of mind, the dragon crocodile turtle stretched out the turtle's head, and the eyes were fiercely dispersed, and they looked peaceful and climbed to the ground honestly. Bang! 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 A huge demon tiger with shiny black fur stalked over. Every step it took was extremely heavy and left deep pits. The demon tiger was completely black except for a scarlet king character on its forehead. which was shining with divine light, and surrounded by a murderous aura. Such a ferocious monster had unusually calm eyes. Its ears moved slightly, immersed in the sound of the flute, revealing a hint of obsession from time to time. Moving his sight slightly, he saw a tall and strong young man sitting cross-legged on the broad head of the demon tiger. The man was casually wearing a beast robe with the open collar, revealing his muscular chest, full of wild power. At this time, a rude man held a white jade flute, closed his eyes, and played with me. The area fell into silence for a moment. No matter whether it was snakes, insects, rats, or ants, or violent beasts, they all lay quietly on the ground, staring at the man in animal robes with obsessed eyes. After a long time, the man finished playing a song, put down the jade flute, and opened his eyes slowly. And he was a pair of golden beast pupils. Ha. You two little guys. Both of you are animals. But you are fighting for your life and death for a strange fruit. Is that okay? This is not okay. Can you be a good friend? I only know how to fight and kill every day. It is really interesting. The youth robe shook his head slightly, and his long hair was scattered behind him. As the movement moved slightly, the young man talked inside suddenly. Hey, your nature is kind, all of which are these heavenly treasures, and you have fascinated your mind. This kind of evil thing is better to let me destroy it. Shao Qing. The young man raised his head slightly to the sky and whispered softly. Chirp. A pleasant cry was heard above the clouds, and then a ray of green light flashed across the sky, crossed the cliff at the speed of lightning, and held a green tree with fully ripe fruit, which was extraordinary and magical. In its mouth, the green light folded and instantly landed on the head of the pitch-black demon tiger. When the light dissipated, it turned out to be a small bird that was only 3 meters tall. Its dark green feathers were shining with green light. As it looked around, light flakes fell off, and it was extremely beautiful. The bluebird walked obediently to the side of the man in the animal robe, gently put down the green tree, and rubbed the man affectionately with its head. Then it fluttered its wings slightly, turned into green light, and flew up into the clouds again. Such a sinful thing should be sealed. The young man looked solemn as he took out a huge jade box from the storage magic weapon, opened the lid covered with inscriptions, and carefully placed the green tree into a partition space. At a glance, almost all of the space in the jade box contained an extraordinary treasure. Plant, flowers, fruits, and minerals, all of which are shining and extraordinary. It seems that this person has sealed a lot of sinful things. The man in the animal robe nodded with satisfaction, put away the jade box, and patted the tiger's head gently. The black demon tiger stood up and paced, slowly walking away into the distance. Whine. The purple-haired giant bear and the dragon crocodile turtle whispered, and they also got up and followed the demon tiger. From time to time, they looked at the beast-robed youth on the tiger's head. Bang, bang, bang. After the two beasts, one after another huge ferocious beasts appeared, all following far behind the demon tiger. Judging from their appearance, this stage should have lasted for quite some time. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the young man in animal robes, who was taking a nap on the tiger's head, frowned slightly, then turned over and sat up, his eyes lowered to the figure sitting cross-legged on the bluestone in front of him. For a moment, the young man shook his head slightly and patted his head. The pitch-black demon tiger immediately understood what he meant and changed direction slightly, bypassing the bluestone in front. Fellow Taoist, please stay. The young man in the animal robe pretended not to hear and ignored the man. The demon tiger was huge and moved away from the bluestone in just a few steps. Buzz, the void hummed, and a piece of blue stone, carrying the cross-legged figure, suddenly appeared in front of the demon tiger. Qianlong List. 15th. Beast Moral. Please stay. This man was wearing a black robe, with his head slightly raised, revealing his weathered face under the bamboo hat. His eyes were black and white, as bright as stars. He had a piece of weed in his mouth, and his expression was unruly. The Beast King sighed softly and said with a gloomy expression, "My friend, life is so beautiful. Fighting and killing are so bad. Roar! 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 Roar!" The black-skinned tiger demon roared towards the sky, and then led the group of beasts. The huge and ferocious beasts roared in unison, shattering countless clouds. Hee. The man of the black robe raised his hand and took off the bucket. Grin. Weeds fell in his mouth and inserted into the depths of the soil. Let's fight. Chant. The sheathed sword in his arms hummed faintly, and the surging fighting spirit reached the sky. Chapter 381. Sword and Blade. Oh! What a headache. Can you not fight? The Beast King stroked his forehead lightly, looking helpless and lazy, and didn't care about the provocation of the person in front of him. Hey! I said I just came to watch the peak battle and seal some sinful things. I have no intention of fighting at all. Do you believe me? The man in the black robe ignored him, and raised his scabbard sword horizontally, gently brushing his palm over her, as gentle as if he was caressing the delicate skin of his beloved, holding the long palm of the long palm tightly, and suddenly pulled it out. Chant. The swords chant and sword intent soared into the sky, and the clouds for thousands of miles were silently split in two. The arm is slightly raised, and the remote refers to the Beast King. It looks like a knife and a sword. I am number 17 on the hidden dragon list. Blade without edge. Please give me your guidance. To say. The bladeless look was indifferent. His arm slowly waved. Like a knife cut. Like a sword cut. There was a sword with a double intention of lingering. Buzz. Sizzle. The dark purple sword light flashed by. Like a thin silk thread. Extremely sharp. And deep black cracks were cut into the void. The huge black-skinned demon tiger was cut along its forehead. And the sword light continued to spread thousands of miles away, in a place that was invisible to the naked eye. A tiny crack reached deep into the earth, and all matter and the void were annihilated, although it seemed like a random slash. Its power was condensed to the extreme. There was no gorgeous light, and no magnificent crushing momentum. The black-skinned demon tiger's body, soul, and demon pill were all cut in half by the sword. It was dead, yet still alive, and had no idea that it had just been cut by the sword. Until a moment later, the black-skinned demon tiger suddenly glared with eyes, breaking free from the Beast King's will. It was confused at first, then frightened, and finally let out a death howl. Ouch. Crash. The huge body of the black-skinned demon tiger split into two and fell to the sides. Endless blood, along with its still beating internal organs, spilled all over the ground. The smell of blood was extremely pungent. Boom! The material structure is cut off and cannot last long under the action of force. From Jianfeng, spreading thousands of miles. A straight path. Vigorous trees. Peaks and mountains. Fierce monsters. All of them were divided into two. Rolling down. Smashing a large piece of smoke. Countless monsters and beasts were frightened and quickly fled to stay away from this horror area. Well, it's really troublesome. I knew so early. I won't challenge this Lashiko Qianlong list. The black-skinned demon tiger fell. But the Beast King was still sitting cross-legged in the air, his head slightly tilted. A strand of hair slowly falling. A tiny wound appeared on his cheek, and golden blood flowed down to the corner of his mouth. Although the Beast King tilted his head to avoid the slash that was aimed at his forehead, he was still affected by the sharp aura, and was cut with a wound. Blood seeped into his mouth, and a strong smell of blood spread in his mouth. The tranquility in the Beast King's eyes disappeared, replaced by violence, savagery, and bloodthirstiness. Blade without edge. I have heard of your name. You are an expert in both swords and sabers. You have fought and been defeated thousands of times, and you have sharpened your blade with your defeats. Hee hee. Although I don't know how you can still survive after 1,000 defeats. But today, die! Before he finished speaking, the Beast King crouched on all fours like a beast, stepping out 4 huge black holes in the air, and fine cracks spread over 100 miles. Roar, roar, roar. The figure of the Beast King shot out, and the shadows of thousands of beasts overlapped and enveloped his body. The will of thousands of beasts roared and roared, as if thousands of beasts were galloping, and wherever they passed, the void was shattered into pieces. So fast, Ren Wufeng's eyes lit up, and his dark pupils shrank like needles. Finally, among the endless fragments of space, he caught a glimpse of the blurry, violent figure that looked like a charging beast. Ba Dao! Ren Wufeng's expression was grim. He changed from holding the sword in one hand to holding the knife with both hands. His whole aura instantly changed from light and condensed to heavy and vast, like a giant peak that supported the sky since ancient times. I traveled to the Qianyuan continent and was fortunate enough to visit the Taoist sect and see the legendary Kunlun mountain. I realized this sword move. Ren Wufeng slowly closed his eyes, holding the dark purple blade in both hands, as if he was holding it but not quite, and a vast aura that dominated the world gushed out, penetrating the sky. Badeo is Zero holding Kunlun. How is Kunlun Shinshan? It is the only sacred mountain in the real world. It controls the endless veins of Qinyuan below and reaches the depths of the void of the universe above. The sun, moon, and stars are on the top of the mountain, surrounded by brilliant galaxies. Holding Kunlun? Such sword style and sword intention are so domineering. The Beast King's expression changed. Under his golden beast eyes, the dark purple long sword that Ren Wufeng chopped down with both hands seemed to turn into a towering sacred mountain that stood tall and upright. It was heavy, solid, and could break everything. Ha ha ha. Nice sword. Nice swordsman. You come at the right time. The Beast King's eyes burst into brilliant golden light. His pupils changed endlessly. The hearts of all the beasts in his body beat violently. The blood of all the beasts boiled and roared. And endless shadows of beasts were absorbed into his body. The fire of will is burning fiercely. That is the will of the Beast King who commands all beasts. In a flash, the two collided with each other. The greatest sound is the one that has no voice. The void was wiped out silently, and a huge black hole expanded wildly in all directions. The aftermath of destruction was endless, swallowing up everything and annihilating everything wherever it passed. Roar! Chant! The sounds of beasts roaring and swords clanging resounded through heaven and earth. Endless cracks cut through the void, spreading and expanding to tens of thousands of miles away. The vast sword intent, the violent murderous intention, the exciting confrontation. Neither side gave in at all. There are strong men fighting. In this vast world, all the cultivators spread across the land were shocked, sensing this terrifying and vast fluctuation of will. With their eyes gleaming with excitement, they looked towards the place of battle. I saw thousands of beasts running and countless ferocious beast shadows. I saw the sharp blade that spanned the world. It was so sharp and domineering. It was piercing my eyes. The man quickly looked away, but was still a step too late, with blood already flowing from the corner of his eye. So fierce. So fierce. It must be a strong man in the top 20 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Who is it? It would be a pity not to go and watch such a great battle. Before he finished his words, the man had already turned into a stream of light and flew away towards the battlefield. There are quite a few monks who do this, but they are all somewhat confident in their own strength. At least they can ensure that they can withstand the impact of the aftermath of the battle thousands of miles away. At the end of the world, there stands a thick and solid wall. Click, click. Thick cracks continue to appear and spread on the boundary wall. After a few moments, the boundary wall shattered with a loud bang, like a mirror, and countless fragments fell. A vortex channel with faint green light slowly emerged. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rays of light flowed across the vortex channel, one after another, like colorful rivers. Each ray of divine light represented a cultivator who was trying his best to escape. There were so many of them, no less than 1,000,000. Escape! 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 Don't look back. Keep going to the next world. That madman, that monster, is coming soon. Run away! He shouted at the top of his lungs. The millions of monks who had gathered together seemed to be frightened out of their wits. Fear filled their eyes. They kept pouring spiritual liquid into their mouths and swallowing precious pills. Their speed increased significantly again. Roar! 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 After the monks' glory rivers across the passage, there were countless beasts roar in the Qingyu vortex. Layers of layers, and huge tall beast shadows emerged. As the first fierce beast crossed the passage, dense murderers poured into the world madly. The number is terrifying, and there are all kinds of races in this huge herd of beasts. You can see beasts that are natural enemies of each other running side by side, and beasts of the same race trampling each other to death. It is in chaos, and they are all fleeing for their lives with terrified expressions. Ouch! Suddenly, a terrible wail was heard from the end of the herd. Many ferocious beasts trembled all over and looked back. They saw the twisted and spreading cold black light slowly crossing the vortex channel. They looked terrified and their feces and urine were flowing. Roar! Resolutely decided to break the demon Dan. And the speed soared again. The ferocious beast, enveloped by the cold black light, only had time to let out a wail before it was twisted, chopped into pieces, and swallowed up in an instant. Hey! Why are you running? And those monks? I didn't do anything to you. But you look so cowardly. Bai Donglin slowly crossed the whirlpool passage and stood in the ocean of black light. His figure was looming and his expression was somewhat innocent. He walked all the way, devoured more than 1,000 bubble world, and naturally met a lot of monks. These monks would run away when they saw him. But any monk with a little bit of brains would naturally guess his route after escaping 1 or 2 worlds, and go to other worlds to avoid him. After all, every time he crossed the boundary, he would choose the most powerful boundary. But there are always fools in this world. With the accumulation of more than 1,000 worlds, it naturally formed an army of millions of fleeing monks. The rumor was born naturally. And many monks, who did not know the truth, had been regarded as a monster with a murderer. He assured that he had never killed innocent people indiscriminately, but only devoured various natural treasures, ferocious beasts, and other products of the secret realm. Yo-ho! 2 interesting guys fighting. Interesting. Bai Donglin's eyebrows moved, and his powerful will instantly crossed the long distance, and sensed the 2 wills that were confronting each other in the distance. Well, it's very strong. It doesn't take much thought to know that this must be another genius on the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list. It seems that we are not far from the Central 6 Realms. Chapter 382. Sizzle. Sizzle. The center of the battle. An area of thousands of miles in radius has turned into a huge deep pit. The rock and soil have been destroyed, and the particles have been completely annihilated. The destructive thunder formed by countless violent energies continues to fall in this area, blasting open cracks in the void. This world seems to be divided into 2 from the center. On the one hand, the endless sword world of swordsmanship. And on the other hand, it is the source vision of the sky covering the sky. Many brilliant spirits are flickering. Call. The blade was deeply spit out a bite of turbid air, holding his hands tightly with the purple sharp blade. And it was far away from the Beast King. The Beast King's condition at this moment was not much better. His chest was covered with muscles, and there was a knife scar that penetrated deep into his internal organs, slashing diagonally from his left shoulder to his lower abdomen. A sharp aura attached to the wound, and golden blood kept flowing. Even with the incredible recovery ability of a bloodline body cultivator, he could not erase the terrifying sword intent that was like a maggot attached to his bones in a short while. Huh? Renwoofing. You are very strong. It doesn't seem to match the rumors that you are defeated in battles over and over again. The Beastmaster looked inexplicable, and didn't care about the injuries on his body. A pair of golden eyes were faintly admired. You're right. I've failed too many times before. But now, I want to win. Before he finished speaking, Renwoofing's aura became more and more awe-inspiring. He held the dark purple sword at an angle. His figure flashed, and he took the initiative to meet the enemy with the realm of swords and knives. Boom! The fierce battle was rolling, and the endless horror waves swept around in all directions. Thousands of miles away, more than a dozen figures stood in the void. Both men and women, some far away and some near from the center of the battle. Their eyes filled with divine light, staring closely at the 2 figures fighting desperately, ignoring the aftermath of the fierce battle filled with destructive power. These young men and women are all very powerful, and they are all geniuses in the top 100 on the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list. Just like the steps decreasing in rank until they were thousands of miles away. The monks watching the battle here were already monks ranked after the 1,000th place on the list. Renwoofing and the Beast King fought fiercely for a long time, until their magic power was exhausted. But they still stood opposite each other, caught in an even more dangerous battle of wills. It seems that the clouds are light and light, but the will of the 2 be fighting silently in the void. And the monks who have seen the clues have been holding their breath, and they look solemnly. The battle in my heart is close to the end. Rumble. At such a nervous moment, the earth suddenly trembled fiercely, and the huge land sounded through the sky. The spectators frowned and looked up, only to see countless huge beasts running across the sky, stretching out in a dark mass with no end in sight. What's going on? Are these beasts crazy? The aura of this battleground is so terrifying, and they actually dare to step in. Well, what do you think? Could this be the method of the Beast King? It is said that the Beast King is born with the ability to command a group of beasts. A monk frowned and thought for a moment, then expressed his guess. It shouldn't be. The Beast King and Renwoofing are in a battle of wills. How dare they be distracted? Moreover, how could these ferocious beasts hurt Renwoofing? There must be some other abnormality. Roar! 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 Ouch! The beasts howled in despair, followed by a sea of black light that spread rapidly. Wherever it passed, the ferocious beasts were either twisted into a knot or cut into pieces by the flashing scarlet threads. Then, nothing was left but swallowed up into the dark world, transforming into strands of pure energy. Such a strong killing intent. What kind of ghost is this black light? The expressions of all the monks changed, seeing that the black light was about to spread over. They did not dare to make any contact with it rashly without knowing its details. They quickly jumped to the highest point in the sky and avoided the ocean of black light. Bai Donglin, whose figure was hidden in the endless black light, raised his eyes slightly and glanced at these talented monks without paying much attention to them. As long as he does not provoke him, he will not kill him wanton energy. After these heavenly growth grows into a strong man in the future, he will fight against the mainstay of the alien. The conflict between humans and aliens is irreconcilable, so he naturally stands on the side of humans. It is only a matter of time before he faces aliens. In the future, with these mainstays attracting firepower in the front, he can make a fortune in silence behind the scenes. Isn't that great? Not killing indiscriminately is also a disguised form of investment. Well, not bad. Not bad. We have gained a lot this time. This place is so nice. I don't want to leave. In the dark. The endless resources in the dark realm. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction and swept away all the way, which harmed more than 1,000 bubbles worlds. It was reasonable to have such a gain. He did not directly devour and transform all the plundered resources. The resources in this secret realm were mainly divided into two categories. One was various natural treasures, spiritual fruits, spiritual herbs, precious medicines, rare minerals, and the like. The other was those endless ferocious beasts. Although natural treasures contain rich energy, it is not cost-effective to directly devour and transform them. The value of these things lies not in the energy they contain, but in their special functions. For example, if shoyu fruit, if you swallow it directly, the energy obtained is only 1. But the sale of shoyu fruit is replaced with spiritual stones, and the energy can be obtained at least hundreds of times better. With Bai Donglin's careful calculation, naturally know how to choose these heavenly treasures, as well as precious materials collected from the fierce beast, will be put on the shelves to the daytime for sale, or as a task reward. Today, there are more than 2 billion Tianluo hosts, which can easily consume this batch of resources. The energy converted from the spiritual stones and spiritual liquids can be at least 100 times greater. However, even if I only devour the flesh and blood and demon cores of these ferocious beasts, my strength has directly increased by a realm of power, the power of the destructive world. This is a unit of strength measurement that Bai Donglin summarized based on his own situation. His situation is really too special, especially the way his spiritual orifice bestows power, which is too complicated. It is difficult to accurately measure his true combat power just by using the realm division of the normal cultivation system. He is obviously just a small cultivator in the realm of supernatural powers, but he possesses real powerful combat power. Specific units of weight are no longer applicable. With just his physical body and the force of just one finger, his combat power has to be calculated in trillions of tons. If he uses various laws and magical powers, it will be even more difficult to measure his combat power. Measuring combat power by the size of destructive power is more unified and accurate, and can include all his means. Taking a normal cultivator as an example, a strong man who has just broken through to the 9th level, his divine power particles have not yet been superimposed, which is called the power of a world. It manifests itself in the outside world as an instantaneous burst of all divine power, which can annihilate the lowest level of a small world. Before entering the CI's secret realm, Bai Donglin could reach the power of 3 realms. The Flame Titan King has the power of 2 realms when he bursts out with all his strength. At present, if he bursts out with all his strength, he can reach the realm of the 4 realms power. That is, the realm of a powerful man's divine power particles superimposed 4 times. The powerful measures the 6 extremes by the number of times the divine power particles are superimposed, which actually includes spiritual insight and comprehension of rules. So there is no statistical loophole in this measurement standard. Why can the divine power particles break boundaries and superimpose? The fundamental reason is because of the improvement of spiritual tricks and rules. And particles are the ultimate manifestations of cultivation results. Therefore, the standard measurement standard he summarized is still very accurate. The power of the 4 realms. The only thing that is missing between me and the powerful is the power of rules. The rules are extremely mysterious and possess all kinds of powerful and strange powers. The most important thing is that this is the only way he knows so far to completely wipe out the powerful. I can beat them to death, but I can't wipe them out. The cultivators in this world are really abnormal. Every one of them is immortal. Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly, but he did not feel resentful in his heart. In fact, he was the most perverted one. Ahoo! As the last 1,000-foot-tall beast's shadow was strangled and swallowed, the brutal chase finally stopped. The ocean of black light rolled violently, and quickly shrank back into Bai Donglin's body. The black light dissipated, and under the gaze of many monks in the sky, no figure was found. Bai Donglin had already completely hidden himself in the void, and with the strength of these cultivators, they naturally could not find him. He is a gentle and easygoing man. How could he appear in such a ferocious manner? Being Loki is the right way to go. Bai Donglin's figure flashed, and he approached the center of the battlefield silently. He looked with interest at the Beast King and Ren Wufeng, who were standing motionless in a fierce battle of wills. With his perception, as soon as he arrived in this world, he obtained the names of the two people from the conversation among the monks watching the battle. These two people both have good physiques and bloodlines. This Beast King. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He smelled the scent of a bloodline cultivator. Although the bloodline of this Beast King was very peculiar and pure, he could not escape the identity of a bloodline body cultivator after all. He was falsely accused and sent to the Black Prison. The Nine-Ring Heart summoned the Black Mist Demon Emperor to curse him. The long-standing conflict between Jidao and Xinchua made him have a very bad impression of this lineage of cultivators. When he met these guys, nothing good ever happened. This person is so powerful, ranking 15th among the hidden dragons. Only the Divine Blood Holy Sect can cultivate such a talented cultivator. The displeasure in his eyes grew even stronger. But he had no grudge against the Beast King. He had just said that he wanted to preserve the flame of genius for the human race. It would not be good to kill him casually. But necessary punishment was still necessary. Otherwise he would not be happy. This bloodline is quite interesting. It actually caused his will to undergo strange changes. It's worth studying. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and a bright white divine light flowed, instantly penetrating the body of the Beast King. He stretched out his hand, as fast as lightning, and inserted it straight into his chest. His fingertips cut through his heart and drew out a drop of essence of blood. The essence of blood was like a solid marble, shining with golden light and divine light, with countless beast shadows surrounding it. Well, it's really extraordinary. After admiring it for a few seconds, a white light flashed at his fingertips, and his essence and blood were swallowed into the eternal light world. In the center of the eternal continent, there stands a huge bronze pagoda. On the plaque, there are large characters reading Black Prison Number 29 Research Institute shining with a faint divine light. The pagoda flashed with light and swallowed the drop of essence and blood. As a young man of the new generation who loves learning and is brave in practice, Bai Donglin naturally cannot give up this meaningful laboratory easily. Over the years, there has been an incarnation of his mind in the pagoda, conducting various experiments all the time. Whenever he encounters something interesting, he will go to the research institute. This Beast King's storage ring is quite unique. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his evil hand again. Chapter 383. The loser is undefeated. Scarlet silk thread lingered around the fingertips, gently stroking across. The extremely sharp scarlet thread, condensed by the law of destruction, was naturally not something that the Beast King's unguarded fingers could resist. Sizzle! A sharp metal cutting sound was heard, and the severed finger was already in Bai Donglin's hand. His soul and thoughts poured out, carrying with them a vast will, instantly tearing apart the seal on the storage ring and the soul imprint. Thoughts invaded, and mountains of treasures appeared in the mind. Is this Beast King so rich? As the saying goes, treasures are the initiator of all disputes. These natural treasures are sinful things that will cause fighting. It is better for me to destroy them. Bai Donglin nodded solemnly, put the ring away, and suddenly felt that he had inadvertently done a great thing. Phew! The Beast King suddenly opened his eyes, spat out a large mouthful of golden blood, and his breath became extremely weak. Ahem. Yes. Who is it? Who is it? Roar! The Beast King roared towards the sky, and the roars of thousands of beasts followed, echoing through the sky. Bai Donglin cut open the Beast King's heart to take blood. Apart from the sharp force, he did not apply any destructive force, so it had little effect on the Beast King. With his terrifying physique as a physical cultivator, the wound healed instantly. However, he forcibly broke the soul imprint on the Beast King's storage ring, causing backlash to his soul. If it were normal times, it would be fine. But just now the Beast King was fighting fiercely with Ren Wufeng, which was the most critical moment. The damage to his soul naturally affected his will. The Beast King was defeated. Incredible. Is Blade Wufeng already so powerful? Even the Beast King is no match for him. Many monks who were watching the battle were all surprised when they saw the scene. In their opinion, this meant that the Beast King had naturally been defeated. Ren Wufeng in the distance opened his eyes, and slowly sheathed the dark purple blade in his hand, with a hint of doubt on his face. As one of the parties in the battle, his perception was naturally the clearest. The sudden collapse of the Beast Kings will just now was obviously wrong. Wrong! A monk shouted loudly, holding a bronze plate in his hand. The ranking on the Hidden Dragon list has not changed. How could this happen? Is this battle invalid? Could it be? Many cultivators pondered for a moment, then opened their eyes wide, and countless thoughts spread out, spreading throughout the entire void, sensing and exploring every inch. There is a third party present. It affects the fair duel. This is the only possibility. The Tianji compass would attribute this battle to ineffectiveness. Snort! The Beast King stopped roaring, looked around with cold eyes, and snorted coldly, full of infinite anger. No one knew it better than him. The severed finger had grown back, but the disappeared storage ring and the missing original blood essence all indicated that someone was secretly targeting him. But to be able to hide from his perception and the wild beast's spiritual sense, the opponent must be either stronger than him or have special means of concealment. He had just gone through a great battle and his life force was exhausted. Even if he found the opponent, he would not have the strength to fight again. Damn it! Damn it! I have worked so hard to collect this treasure. I know who you are. Otherwise. The Beast King was extremely angry. He was extremely confident in his own strength and had carried all his belongings with him. Now that he had lost them, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Beast King. It's over now. We'll fight again another day. After Ren Wufeng finished speaking, he raised his hand and put on his hat again to cover his weathered face. Without waiting for the Beast King's response, he turned and left, his back looking a little desolate. 100 defeated combat bodies. 1,000 defeated combat bodies. 10,000 defeated combat bodies. Master, you said that as long as I lose enough times, I will become an almighty powerful being one day. Is that true? Haha. With such a peculiar physique, this guy is quite interesting. In the future, he might become a formidable and powerful person. Bai Donglin hid in the void, paying no attention to the noisy cultivators around him. His deep gaze was fixed on Ren Wufeng's back. In my mind, I couldn't help but compare this man with his second brother, and after a moment's comparison, I found that the two were actually equally matched. He shook his head slightly, suppressed his thoughts, glanced at the grief-stricken Beast King, and then moved and fled towards the boundary wall. Behind this is the central world. Right? The boundary wall is so thick, and the aura lingering on it is extremely powerful. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and punched out. His plain fist went straight into the boundary wall, and vast power poured out. Snap! A large hole broke the boundary of the boundary, revealing the quiet vortex channel. It's the central world indeed. Bai Donglin was like a feather, slowly floating down to the earth, sensing the rich aura of heaven and earth and the abundant spiritual energy of this world. In terms of size alone, it was probably not much different from the Ming ancient world. Such a vast world, and a secret realm with few people, opens once every 100,000 years. I wonder how many rare treasures it will produce. Bai Donglin did not pour out his mind. According to intelligence, those who are strong are in these 6 central worlds. He just wanted to make a lot of money, and the edge was not his style. He didn't want everyone to put his eyes on himself. Chiju Chao. The world is so big. Where can I find you? After thinking for a while, he couldn't think of any good solution due to the lack of information. So he lowered his eyes, and his gaze fell on the lucky ring. No way. You could only open it. Bai Donglin's eyes were slightly condensed, with concentrated ideas, and made endless cravings on Kizifu. By the way, he came with a trace of expectations of encountering the top of Qianlong, the dark lucky ring. The pure white chain lingering on the ring trembled, and most of them dissipated. Bai Dong pulled out an ugly smile on his face. He knew that he was lucky to be fooled, but he was lucky to accumulate and consume a lot. When he killed Murong Chong Shao before, the good fortune that should have befallen him was forcibly gathered on the ring body by the lucky ring. This invisible destiny of heaven and earth should be difficult to see, but because of the existence of the lucky ring, he can see it clearly. If someone wants to defeat him and board the Qianlong list to get the luck, this is undoubtedly useless, because the luck in the lucky ringing mouth, except for his own use, It is impossible to spit out. But having said that, I am afraid that there is no Tianju in this world that can defeat him. So this vulnerability incident will never happen. In this way, I only need to stroll around and go. The clues of Qiju and grass will naturally appear. Moreover, from the consumption of the lucky ring, the information is correct. And there are indeed 7 jeopardous grass in the mystery of the CI. Thinking of this, Bai Donglin's heart was settled. And he chose a direction casually. And he walked forward. As he walked, empty crystal balls kept appearing in his hands. And his spiritual thoughts poured out, continuously absorbing the seeds of laws in them into his body. Yo-ho! Law of the sun? This beast king is quite fat. Not bad. Not bad. Sun, moon and star. Gather together. Sun and moon. Light and darkness. Yin and yang. Life and death. These opposing laws have all been absorbed into the spiritual orifice. Whether it is the evolution of chaos rules or the reincarnation rules, these are indispensable resources. When Bai Donglin absorbs all the recent rules, his number of rules has reached 300. And a glimmer of dawn that breaks through the source of Xunyuan can already be seen. Hey, it's pitiful. All resources have to be struggled by yourself. The city lord of Yudao did not bluff them. Jido really does not keep trash. The trash had been eliminated long ago and had no way to survive in Jidao. The repeated resources that can be used by magical powers are very generous. But in terms of consumable resources, they must be exchanged by hard work. Bai Donglin was slightly stunned. He had not noticed before that the rules of the Jidao Holy Sect were so similar to the way he governed the Tian Luo space. Sure enough. Is this the excellent opinion of the same wise man? Bai Donglin felt inexplicably happy to be able to reach a consensus with the founder of Jido across endless years. Boom! In the distant sky, a huge energy mushroom cloud suddenly rose up. An endless destructive force overflowed and stirring up the earth and the sky into pieces. Sizzle! The thick lightning condensed and transformed into giant thunder snakes, circling and enveloping the mushroom cloud in a large area, forming a sealing light shield. You guys actually dared to come and cause trouble for me. I guess you must have spent quite a while preparing for today. Right? You really overestimate your own abilities. Tell you a bad news. No one. You don't want to walk out of the sea alive. Aji. Swallow them. Hiss. Bai Donglin was slightly raised, and a trace of accident flashed in his eyes. This arrogant voice belongs to Poison Fang Miaomu. Considering the Poison Fang clan's status as the dominant force in the Poison Sea at the center of the earth, it is possible that they hold clues to the 7 deadly grasses. Hey, Lucky Ring. You're amazing. A smile flashed in his eyes, and his figure flashed, instantly crossing the void and landing outside the battlefield. Chapter 384. Razors ban the mask. A wolf borrowed. The 3 brothers Qinglu, Qingsong and Qingshi collapsed to the ground. Their faces were pale. Their breath was extremely weak. And even their Dharma images were about to dissipate. Qing Yuqing, who was standing by, was even more miserable, with disheveled hair and ragged clothes, revealing a large area of fair skin. Even though she was in such a desperate situation, she still looked vicious and stared at Dia Miao Miao in the void. As for Jian Feijian and Liang, they had disappeared without a trace. Kiki. Brother. What should I do now? Won't we die in this ghost place? Alas. Fellow Taoist Liang and fellow Taoist Jian Feijian are really foolish. They fell into the trap of this witch so easily, and cost us our lives. Humph. What can we say now? We are just not as skilled as her. We deserve to die. I didn't expect that after such a short time. This witch's cultivation has reached this level. The 3 brothers spoke one by one. And except for the eldest brother Qing Lu, all of them looked unwilling. Poisonous Miao Miao. You bitch. Don't look like you are. Miss Ben looked nauseous. Hurry up. Ha ha ha. Kill me. My master and brother will never let you go. Qing Yuqing stood up, and her body's surface overflowed the hazy god, covering the exposed jade body. Their group was indeed defeated miserably. This Dia Miao Miao was not only extremely powerful, but also full of cunning. She must have discovered their whereabouts long ago. With just a little trickery, she lured away Jian Feijian and the other man, thus causing their plan to fail. Qing Yuqing. What are you trying to cover up with your ordinary figure? Even if you take off all your clothes? No man will even look at you. Dia Miao Miao covered her face to stop laughing. Her petite yet proud body rose and fell. She looked down at Qing Yuqing with disdain and ridicule. Infinite Heavenly Lord. The three Qinglu brothers lowered their eyes, with silent sadness rising in their hearts. It was such a tragic moment of death. But they still had to face the ridicule of this woman. It was really a mixed feeling. You. Qing Yuqing was so angry that her lips trembled and her face turned paler. This bitch humiliated her so much. But she couldn't find any words to refute. She was so angry that even her hair stood up. Besides, do you think you can scare me with just 2 words? What the hell are these masters and brothers? Why don't you call them out now? The tooth-poisonous Meow Meow's eyes are revealed. Don't look at her retreat. But the every move of Qing Lu and others is in her control. After all, this is the sea of the earth, and the old nest of her toothed family. Even if Qing Yuqing's master came. So what? Is there no strong person in her Poison Fang clan? You, shorty. Qing Yuqing was exhausted. And after speaking, she looked comfortable. Upon hearing this, Poison Fang Meow Meow's eyes turned cold, and she was filled with murderous intent. She snorted coldly and said, Humph! Since you are so anxious to die, I will grant your wish. Aji. Swallow them. Hiss. The colorful giant snake had a cold look in its eyes, and opened its bloody mouth. Endless colorful venom splashed out, and it turned into a flash of lightning, and pounced towards the 4 people on the ground at a high speed. Snap! Boom! Razors banning the lane stagnation fiercely. And then broke a large hole in instantly. And a touch of luminous into it. Just hitting the thick body of the colorful giant snake. Hiss! The colorful giant snake seemed to have suffered a severe blow. Roaring in pain, a large piece of its hard scale shattered. Blood spurted out, and it was knocked thousands of feet away. Who is it? Poison Fang Meow Mew's expression changed. The ceiling formation was broken. Even the powerful Aji was easily knocked away. The newcomer was very strong. His eyes became more cautious and stared at the deep pit where smoke and dust were flying. Pa! Who is it? Which little bastard set up a formation here for no apparent reason? Don't you know that it will affect other people's flight? It's really unlucky. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and Bai Donglin stumbled out, holding his waist. His robes were charred black, and his long, smooth black hair was blown into an afro by the thunder, with faint green smoke coming out. Touch porcelain. That doesn't exist. This is called being reasonable first. How could Bai Donglin attack someone for no reason? He has always convinced people with reason. Brother Bai, down you. You are finally here. Williang Tianzuan. We have saved. Hearing the familiar voice, the 3 Qinglu brothers were stunned at first. But when they saw Bai Donglin's face clearly, they suddenly became radiant, as if they had survived a calamity. Brother Bai? Is this the Bai Donglin that the bigwigs highly respect? Qing Yuqing's eyes rolled around, and suddenly became watery and delicate. She fell to the ground weakly. The divine light lingering on her body almost disappeared, revealing a large area of white skin. She looked very sad. Whoa! Brother Bai. Yuqing has finally waited for you. You have to make the decision for us. That bitch Duya Meow Meow is so vicious. Whoa! Sob. Bai Donglin's brows twitched. He was really annoyed by the delicate voice, and looked speechlessly at Qing Yuqing, who was crying bitterly. Girl, do we know each other? It's you? Duya Meow Meow frowned and recognized Bai Donglin instantly. There were only about 100 cultivators who entered the demon-suppressing temple at that time. With the cultivator's terrifying memory, it would be impossible for them to forget even if they just glanced at him. In her memory, Bai Donglin was just an ordinary cultivator. He didn't seem to have any outstanding performance at the beginning, and she had no contact with him. But this person appeared here, and Qing Lu and others looked very familiar with him. So it certainly couldn't be a coincidence. Humph! Another person who is trying to spy on my inheritance. Duya Meow Mew's expression darkened, and the look she gave Bai Donglin became even colder. Hey! What are you crooked? I don't understand what kind of inheritance is not inherited. I just want to ask. This big array is set by you? Bai Donglin adjusted his afro, looked indignant, and then shouted loudly. I am just an innocent monk passing by. Your broken formation blocked my way and caused me to collide head-on while flying at high speed, causing serious injuries. Tell me, how should you compensate me? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Even Qing Yuqing stopped sobbing, and looked at Bai Donglin in silence. You can smash the lightning snake ceiling formation with one head. Is your head made of immortal materials? Okay. Miss Ben compensate you. Boom. The colorful giant snake cut through the void, like a colorful light, and instantly appeared above Bai Donglin. Its eyes were extremely bloodshot, and it opened its mouth to spew out endless venom. TSK. What a cruel woman. Treating the disabled so brutally. Facing the venom that can corrode the void. Bai Donglin was not panicked. And the body surface opened the dark light, swallowing the venom into the dark realm, and turned into pure energy. Hey guys. Spitting is not very hygienic. Bai Donglin's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared behind the colorful giant snake. He opened his arms, hugged its tail, and shook it hard. Hiss! With a vast and powerful force, the colorful giant snake, tens of thousands of feet long, was suddenly shaken into a straight line, followed by an over-the-shoulder throw. Boom! The void was crushed, the mountains collapsed, and a huge ravine was drawn out on the earth. Bang bang bang. Bai Donglin regarded the giant snake as a toy, like dancing long whip, and then hugged and fell. Knocking on the earth was fragmented, endlessly poured down, and the ordinary rock soil particles structure was changed and turned into hard metals. Like a small ant. The picture is very inconsistent in hugging a pillar of the sky. Are all physical cultivators perverts with immense strength? Everyone present was stunned. This colorful giant snake was no simple creature. It had noble blood and was extremely powerful. It was not something that an ordinary 8th level cultivator could contend with. Enough. Meow 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 whispered and drank. If you do not stop this person, Aji may be killed alive. Boom. Bai Donglin loosened his hands. He might still need this woman next time, so there was no need to offend her to death. Hiss. The colorful giant snake turned around and looked at Bai Donglin with fear, no longer daring to act violently. It wailed and shrank to the thickness of a belt, turning into a colorful ribbon, and wrapped around venomous Fong Miaomiu's slender waist. It was seriously injured and no longer had the strength to fight, so it fell into a deep sleep. Poison Fong Miaomiu looked grim, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Take them away, and don't show up in the Earth's poison sea again. Otherwise..." Humph. She couldn't see through this man. The elders in the clan were now fighting for the rare items in the secret realm, and had no time to care about her. People like Qin Yuqing could be killed at any time, so there was no need to put herself in danger. Qing Lu and the others looked delighted when they heard this. But after hesitating for a moment, they were unable to speak out what they were thinking. Just as they had said before, this brother Bai didn't care about the inheritance of the Wandering Emperor at all. It would be easy to talk about it if they found the 7 deadly grass. But they were too embarrassed to speak out now. Girl, I think you misunderstood something. Bai Donglin put away his playful expression, became serious, and said word by word, I'm not here to rescue anyone, and I'm not very familiar with them. I'll repeat myself. How do you want to compensate my losses? Chapter 385, I can't turn around for you. You? You're going too far. Duya Miaomiu raised his eyebrows, and endless 9-colored scales appeared on his body. On each scale, there were countless mysterious divine patterns lingering, which were gorgeous and dazzling. Want to do it? Bai Donglin grinned slightly, and his figure appeared behind Duya Miaomiu. The two bodies were tightly pressed together, and a big hand containing infinite power was already grasping Duya Miaomiu's white and slender neck. Don't move. If I shake my hand, your true spirit will be shattered. Do you understand? What a fast speed. Poison Fong Miaomiu's pupils, which were surrounded by 9 colors, shrank as small as needles. She was extremely shocked. As she listened to the whisper in her ear, a burst of heat brushed across her ear. The heart is beating violently. This is the body's stress response to dying. What do you want? Duya Miaomiu narrowed her eyes slightly, forced herself to calm down, and was already thinking of a way out. Oh, it's a cunning woman. I want this. Bai Donglin shook his head and chuckled slightly, noticing Duya Miaomiu's little movement. He stretched out his slender hand and reached into her arms to search for a while. You, shameless, despicable, cunning, dirty bastard. Feeling the warm palm brushing across her skin, Duya Miaomiu trembled all over, and even her magical powers could no longer be maintained. Her fair skin suddenly turned extremely red. Ignoring the incoherent cursing of Poison Fong Miaomiu, Bai Donglin fumbled for a moment, and his eyes lit up. He used 2 fingers to pinch out a dark green token, looked at the blushing Poison Fong Miaomiu, and said speechlessly, This is what I want. What are you thinking about? When Poison Fong Miaomiu saw the dark green token, her blurry eyes instantly cleared up, and she shouted in shock, My incarnation token. How is it possible? How did you do it? Bai Donglin's eyes showed a smile. How did you do it? The moment his palm was stretched out, it turned into nothingness. and was replaced by a palm formed by particles gathered from a strong will. In every aspect, his palm was exactly the same as Du Yumyum's hand. The same is true to get it in the hands without touching the body token. Of course, there is no need to say such a thing. Bai Donglin held the incarnation token in his hand, explored into the void, crossed the endless dimensional space, and threw it into the depths of the dimension. This kind of thing is quite troublesome. Although he is not afraid of it, in order to avoid affecting his actions, it is better to get rid of it in advance, so as to prevent Du Yumyu from getting excited and activating it actively. Okay, now that your biggest trump card is gone, can you please listen to me? The poisonous teeth are shining, and she can't accept the reality for a while. Her incarnation token. How the other party can touch. This is not in line with common sense. After being stunned for a moment, Poison Fang Miaomio gradually calmed down and saw the situation clearly. It was useless to think about other things. It was more important to save his life. He could not help but speak weakly. Can you please let me go first? I feel uncomfortable with you like this. While speaking, Du Yumyu twisted her body unnaturally. Bai Donglin's expression was slightly changed, and he quickly opened his palms and took 2 steps back. This little fairy. Brother Bai, I have an unreasonable request, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Qingyou's eyes flashed with brilliance. Bai Donglin's methods were beyond his imagination. He did not expect that he could subdue Du Yumyu so easily. As a result, his mind could not help but become active again. Oh, tell me about it. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. He naturally knew what Qinglu thought, but thought that the 3 brothers had reported to him before. But he was a little friendly. Brother Bai, please help us get back the inheritance. The 3 of us are willing to exchange our entire fortune for it, and we will always remember Brother Bai's kindness. Without waiting for Bai Donglin's response, Du Yumyu's expression changed, and he glared at Qinglu fiercely, and quickly said, Impossible. The inheritance has been integrated into my soul. Even if I am killed, I cannot take it out. The rare items I used to steal your inheritance have already been used up. You should just give up on this idea. Bai Donglin frowned and thought for a moment, wanting to repay the other party's favor. By the way, the inheritance of the Wandering Emperor would be useful for reference. Qinglu was a disciple of the Taoist sect. Would the Taoist sect lack magical skills? The inheritance that made them so obsessed, if he guessed correctly, should be something that the Wandering Emperor brought out from the land of return to the abyss of the heavens and myriad worlds. Therefore, he was still a little curious about these inheritances, and it was not difficult for him to take out the inheritance. Can? Bai Donglin nodded in agreement. What? You? Du Yumyu's eyes widened, and before she could say anything, a scarlet light spread out from Bai Donglin's body, and the 2 figures became illusory for a moment. In this short moment in the present world, a long time has passed in the low-dimensional world. Here, the inheritance you want. 3 jade tubes appeared in Bai Donglin's palm. One was extremely hot, one had a sinister sword intent, and one had a chaotic and mysterious aura. Bai Donglin moved his fingers lightly, and shot one of the jade tubes in front of Qinglu. Qinglu was stunned and probed his thoughts into it without knowing why. This is actually true. This is the inheritance. Qinglu was shaking with excitement. The story was full of twists and turns. But, how did Brother Bai do it? They just saw Hongwing flashing, and then Bai Donglin threw out the inheritance. This kind of anti-sky means was really weird. The fear of Bai Donglin in his heart could not help but rise to an unprecedented height. Thank you, Brother Bai. We will always remember this kindness in our hearts. Brother Bai, if you need any help from now on, you can always come to us 3 brothers. The 3 people in Qinglu organized their robes, and respectful. This is comparable to the grace of preaching, coupled with the grace of life-saving. It can be described as deep as Yuan Hai. This life is difficult to repay. After saying that, the 3 of them took off their storage rings at the same time, removed the soul imprint without hesitation, and shot it into Bai Donglin's hands. Bai Donglin naturally did not refuse, and accepted it calmly. He tossed the other 2 jade tubes in his hand and said, Help me bring a word to the sword Fei Jian. Want to retrieve the inheritance, and prepare the equivalent resources to find me. This can be reused to use it for resources, but it is naturally better, especially in Qinglu and others. These inheritances are the most matching them. They are definitely willing to trade at high prices, although it lacks a bit of truth compared to the inheritance that Wandering Emperor had sealed into his soul. It is not a big deal for geniuses like Qinglu. It will just be more difficult to practice. But the content is the same. Understand? I would like to thank Brother Bai in advance for them. If there is nothing else, we won't bother Brother Bai. Goodbye. After that, the three of them turned into streams of light and fled through the hole, still sighing at the good luck of Liang and the others, who were able to meet a good man like Brother Bai, and easily retrieve the inheritance without doing anything. The three of them saw that Bai Donglin had something to do, so they didn't want to disturb him too much, and just wanted to leave here immediately and go back to practice this mysterious inheritance. Oh! You guys! Qing Yuqing, who was still on the ground, changed her look, and the three of the Qing Lu left without care about her, leaving directly, although they did have no friendship, just the temporary alliance. It seems that she wanted to leave Qing Lu and others to break her way, annoying these three honest people, and the only friendship of the only one. And it dissipated. You guy. What did you do to me just now? Inheritance. How did you get the inheritance? Duya Miamia's hazy eyes finally cleared up, and she folded her hands across her chest, taking a few steps away from Bai Donglin. What on earth just happened? She knew nothing, and always felt a blankness for a while. It seemed that it had passed for a long time, and it seemed to have passed for a moment. When she woke up, Bai Donglin had been inherited with happiness. It's really weird. This man is so scary. Duya Miamia lowered her eyebrows, hiding the fear in her eyes. Kiki, Brother Bai, can the little girl go? Qing Yuqing looked up at her pure and holy face, and looked at Bai Donglin pitifully. This is now Bai Donglin as the master, in order to live, pretending to be able to pretend to be. Humph. No way. Don't even think about it. Duya Miamia's eyes were spitting fire. Qing Lu and others came for the inheritance. She was the first to seize the inheritance, so she was in the wrong. But Qing Yuqing was different. She didn't come for any inheritance. The relationship between her and Qing Yuqing was just a simple grudge. Hey! You do so much. You must have something to help me. You can't let go of this bitch. Otherwise, I will never cooperate with you. Bai Dong shrugged, and said, With you. Don't I say? I don't know this woman at all. What kind of joke? You want to make him feel compassion? So, Bai Donglin couldn't turn around for her. Qing Yuqing's expression changed, and he forced himself to use his remaining magic power, transforming into a beam of light and trying to escape. Hee. Bitch. Come back. When Duya Miamia saw Qing Yuqing's miserable appearance, she laughed comfortably, raised her hand, and shot out a ray of 9-colored divine light, which instantly wrapped Qing Yuqing tightly. Shen Guang inverted and fell into a pottery opened by the poisonous teeth. Meow meow. Huh? Fall into Miss Bin. See how I make you. The poisonous Meow Meow's face appeared on his face, grinning, showing 2 pointed tiger teeth. Chapter 386 7 Absolute Life and Death Pills. Qing Yuqing fell into the puppet, and there was only a lonely man and widow. Hey! Just tell me what you want to say. I still have things to do. My elders are still waiting for me to return. The poisonous Meow Meow accepted the pottery tank, turned around and said to Bai Donglin, which aggravated the tone on the words elders in the family, and the warning meaning was self-evident. Well, tooth poisonous Meow Meow. First of all, I don't call it any hey. My name is Bai Donglin. Second, if you can't satisfy me, your elders and your family can't keep your life. Do you understand? Although Bai Donglin looked mild, the words of what he said made poisonous teeth Meow Meow not doubt whether he had this determination. Is Bai Donglin? It's really a lunatic. Meow 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 murmured in a low voice. But in this situation, the heart had been compromised, and his expression was stunned and said, Okay, there seems to be no grievances between us. Tell me your purpose. I can help me. 7 deadly grasses. The pupils of the poisonous Meow Meow were slightly shrinking, and they were immediately covered by extremely cleverly, frowned slightly, and said with a puzzled expression, 7 deadly grass? What is this thing? Sorry, I may disappoint you. I have never heard of this thing. Bai Donglin moved and instantly appeared in front of Duya Miamia. He lowered his eyes and stared at the pair of extremely beautiful eyes that were surrounded by 9 colors. Woman, you lied. As a punishment for you. Alas, have you heard of your brain collapse? What kind of brain collapse? The beads of the toothed were dripping, and before I wanted to understand what the brain collapse was, I saw Bai Donglin slowly lifted his palm, and suddenly his heart was cold. Before she could react, Bai Donglin had already bent his middle finger and pointed it at her fair forehead. Buzz! The poisonous Meow Meow felt in a crisis. and the surface of the body appeared again with endless 9-colored fine scale, and instantly intertwined with the forehead. At this time, Bai Donglin had already ejected with one finger. Clang! The horror lings runs through the sky. Poison Fang Miaomia's body shot out instantly, like a 9-color laser cannon, smashing the razor light shield without any hesitation, and continued to move forward, crushing the void and leaving a dark crack in the sky. The vast surrender swept in all directions, and countless clouds were crushed. Boom! Meow 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 fell to the ground, hit a towering mountain peak, and pounded a huge gully on the ground directly on the ground, which stopped slowly. Snap! A messy toothed tooth Meow Meow collapsed in a deep pit in Bailey. Ahem. This guy. Almost. I almost died. Buzz buzz buzz. Meow 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 felt dizzy, and his brain seemed to be boiling. The brain buzzed fiercely, and the 9-colored blood flowed out of the 7 buns. Ta ta ta. Bai Donglin stepped down into the deep pit and came to the front of Duya Meow Meow. His eyes lowered and his expression extremely indifferent. How was it? Was it fun? You have another chance. If you can't satisfy me? Huh? I might as well play with you a few more times. Call. Meow 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 deeply spit out a turbid gas, with a strong bloody smell. Turned out a bottle of elixir. All poured into the mouth. Chewed and swallowed fiercely. The light erupted. His face was shocked, and the dress was restored, but his breath was still sluggish. Don't play anymore. You're awesome. Miss Bin is convinced. The poisonous Meow Meow understands that the strength of this white yeast has surpassed her imagination. Without the incarnation token, she has no chance to resist. And this person's means are spicy. If she doesn't cooperate well, her chances of death are as high as 99%. Meow 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 did not feel that she was a woman, and a beautiful woman could get preferential treatment. This is the practice world. A cruel and realistic world. The dispute between her and Qing Yuqing is naturally not so superficial. The grievances of the two have forged a long time, and the mocking of the opponent's appearance is just the winner. Very good. You are a smart woman. Bai Dong sat down with his knees slightly sideways, waiting for the intelligence of poisonous teeth. Poison Fang Miao Miao straightened his expression, sat cross-legged, thought for a moment, summarized his thoughts and slowly spoke. The essence of human soul is the 3 souls and 7 souls. The soul is the 3 souls of the heavens and the earth, and the 7 souls correspond to the body. The reason why we can perceive the flesh is because there is the existence of the 7 souls. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. This was common sense. If a person lost the 3 souls, he would become a confused and unconscious life form. If he lost the 7 spirits, he would become a vegetable. Although he had a clear consciousness, he could not perceive or control his body. The 7 deadly grass is a rare treasure from heaven and earth that corresponds to the 7 souls of the human body. It has various magical uses, the most important of which is to be refined into a medicine called the 7 deadly life and death pill. The only role of this Dan is to let the users fall into the real life and death rotation 7 or 17-9 times. When Poison Fang Miao Miao said this, she couldn't help but lick her lips with her pink tongue. With an undisguised look of greed, she raised her head and looked straight into Bai Donglin's eyes. You should understand how precious the value of this Dan, and the 7 grass, as the main material. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. The cycle of life and death is real. This should be to comprehend the eternal state of will between life and death, so as to ignite the fire of will and step into the path of powerful will. Although I don't know what the effect of this pill is, it is undoubtedly a magical pill. I don't care about this. You just need to tell me, where can I find Qibing grass? This elixir has no use for him. It is not as meaningful as a bunch of spiritual stones. He just wants to complete the task. Don't worry. I'm just about to say it. Poison Fang Miao Miao rolled her eyes, but seeing Bai Donglin's indifferent expression, she did not dare to delay any longer and continued quickly. The 7 absolute grasses correspond to the 7 spirits of the soul, and are extremely young. The place where they are born must be an extremely young place. However, this extremely young place is not fixed. The 6 realms in the center of the Ci's secret realm seem to be separated, but in fact they are in the same operating system. This extremely young land will be born in any place in the 6 realms as the heaven and earth rotate. Moreover, such places are often extremely hidden. Generally, only when the 7 absolute grass matures will it leak its aura and reveal its traces. The 6-sided central world is so vast that it is really impossible to find this extremely dark place where people come and go without a trace and flow freely. Moreover, although the trial task is not clearly stated, it should be for him to collect mature 7 absolute grass. Bai Donglin frowned and asked, "Do you have the means to find the extremely in place? Also, when will the 7 absolute grass mature?" Bai Donglin went straight to the crux of the problem. The Poison Fang clan has been guarding the poisonous sea at the center of the earth for generations. They have entered and exited the secret realm of the sea countless times. Not many people can compare with them in their understanding of the 7 deadly grasses. Poison Fang Miaomi showed a hint of hesitation. But Bai Donglin seemed to be able to tell whether she was lying or not. So he could only say helplessly, "The moment the 7 absolute grass matures, I can sense the location of the extreme in land. This is my bloodline talent. The 7 absolute grass will only be born on a in year, in month, in day and in time. It will take 3 months for it to mature." Du Fang Miaomi finished speaking in one breath. And suddenly, she felt her body relax, as if a strange wave that enveloped her whole body was slowly dissipating. "Very good. In that case, you will stay by my side for the next 3 months and help me find the 7 deadly grass. I will let you go when the time comes. Don't worry. Don't feel any burden in your heart. Everyone knows me very well, but I am famous for keeping my word." Bai Donglin's eyes showed a little smile. It was indeed a faithfulness. Saying that killing your family would not let a dog go. Poison Fang Miaomu curled her lips in annoyance. Humph! What a shameless bastard. And he still keeps his word. If she hadn't been unable to see through Bai Donglin and was afraid of being exposed, she would have called the elders of the clan to hack the shameless guy to death with a knife. The happy communication ended. Got the answer they wanted. Bai Donglin was in a happy mood. Got up and looked at the breath between heaven and earth. He couldn't just sit there and do nothing for 3 months. Before collecting the 7 absolute grasses, he first found the top of the hidden dragon list and looked for a direction with the most complex aura. Bai Donglin stepped into the void, glanced back at Duya Miao Miao, and gestured with his hand. Duya Miao Miao hesitated for a moment, then stepped into the void, reluctantly holding Bai Donglin's sleeve, shaking his head and laughed. The little ladies had a twisted posture, making him as if he had taken advantage of her. He pressed his thoughts and crossed the void step by step. "Hey! Are you really going to covet the 7 deadly grass? Let me remind you. Although those powerful men have bigger goals, this 7 deadly grass, there will still be a great way to compete. This is what has always happened. Although you are very strong, you are not the opponents of those old monsters. Is it right? Oh, there are worries. Rest assured, I'm very strong and strong." "Bah! How shameless. Who will worry about you? A shameless man. This girl can't be violent immediately." The tooth-poisonous eyes rolled their eyes fiercely. Qian Yuan Realm? Heavenly Realm. The Tianji Pavilion is located on the top of a majestic sacred mountain. On the top of the mountain, there is a strange space. It is said that this place is the closest to the heart of heaven and earth. Inside this strange space, there is an ancient bronze palace, which is floating up and down with a dimensional storm. Inside the palace, there are dozens of figures sitting in the wide and bright hall. All old people with white hair, all wearing a white robe. And there are countless golden gods with mysterious mysteries. These old men made hand gestures and sat in a circle according to specific positions. In the center of the circle was suspended a compass of ancient style that exuded the aura of endless time. This compass is uncertain and constantly changing. Its quality is inexplicable. The rotation of the compass is unpredictable. And countless gas machines spread, extending to an unknown place. The compass of heaven's secret has been more active than ever before. It seems that many geniuses have gathered in the CI secret realm. There are old people who speak, and the rest slowly open their eyes. That's right. I have a feeling of being in the meditation. The pursuit of countless generations in Tianji Pavilion will be reached in this era. We will be the first to uncover the secrets of the ancient artifact. And our names will be forever imprinted in the history of time. As soon as these words were spoken, the auras of the old men in the hall began to fluctuate slightly. No one could ignore the meaning behind these words. Even the most profound state of mind would cause ripples. In ancient times, the first generation of Tianji Pavilion was born of the ancestor of the heavenly machine. After breeding this day's compass, the world said that this day's compass is just a great fairy. Oh! How can they know? Our pursuit! Dozens of veterans stood up, staring at the heavenly porcelain suspended in the void, full of endless love. Everyone here, in the world, is the old man admired by everyone. The old man of the heavens is not the title of a person, but an honorary title of the monk who has reached the extreme of destiny to the Tianxi Pavilion. After several eras and countless years, I traveled through places where fate intertwined, gathering the secrets of all living things, evolving, absorbing, and evolving. Finally, in this era, the compass of heaven's secret will be promoted to a true one ancient artifact. Tianji Compass. This will be the first real ancient artifact created by known life. Chapter 387. CI Secrets? One of the 6 central worlds. The exclamation world. Bai Donglin took the poisonous teeth Meow Meow to cross the void step by step, rushing towards the center of the mainland of the world. In his induction, there was a fairy-like atmosphere like star. If such a large number of young monks gather together, if he is expected, it is definitely that the Tianju is doing things on the list. And he can meet the Qianlong list without saying that he can't say. What happened? Bai Donglin frowned, then stopped, stood in the air, and looked up at the sky. The bright sun that was originally hanging in the sky was dimming at a terrifying speed for some unknown reason, as if it was covered by a huge hand. Within a few breaths, the sun had become pitch black, and the entire Jingming realm fell into darkness. Venom Fang. Do you know what this is? Bai Donglin thought for a moment, and did not feel any special changes in this world. The disappearance of this day was quite bizarre. He couldn't help but look down. He asked the local people like Meow 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 Meow. Seeing her calm appearance, she should know what. Hey! How many times have Miss Bin said, the tooth poison is my last name, and Meow Meow is the name of Miss Bin. You can't call me like this. Hearing Bai Donglin calling her Du Fang as usual, Du Fang Meow Meow frowned tightly, looking displeased. Sorry. The real man never says. Okay. Don't care about these small details. And tell me why this big day disappears suddenly. What special meanings are it? Bai Donglin shrugged slightly, with a look of impatience. Women are really troublesome. A name is just a code name. What's the difference between them and cats and dogs? They are still small. Xiaozi. They are sensible. And they have never been dissatisfied with the names he grabbed to Ruobao. Snort. The small face of the toothed Meow Meow was cold, and her heart had realized that Bai Donglin was a strange and perverted power. And there were always some strange thinking. And as a captive of life and death, she can only give up. And she can only stop. Stretch out the slim palms quickly, and then shows a look like this. It's not a bad thing. Calculate the time. This is just a strange phenomenon when the Tianju battlefield is opened. After a while, the sun will reappear. Tianju battlefield? Bai Donglin was puzzled when he heard this. Is there such a thing in the CI secret realm? How come he had never heard of it before? That's right. The CI secret realm opens once every 100,000 years. But this Tianju battlefield doesn't appear every time. You should know the era crest. Right? Poison Meow Meow's arms holding their chests, and squeezing out an amazing arc. I did not expect that this strong and perverted guy also had something unknown. Huh? I am naturally aware of the crest of the times. What is the relationship between the two? Bai Donglin listened attentively. The world is so big. It is normal to not know something. If you don't understand, just learn it. According to the records in the secret book of my Poison Fang clan, the origin of this Tianju battlefield is unknown. It will only appear in the years after the peak of the era begins. In other words, this is the first time that the Tianju battlefield has appeared in our era. Otherwise, why do you think that the top 2 of Qianlong Qi Phoenix chose to fight in the secret realm of CIs? I want to come to the 2 also know some secrets. The hundreds of millions of viewers who came this time know that there are not many secrets. But it is more exciting from the crowd. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. It seemed that there must be some benefits to be gained in this battlefield of geniuses. Otherwise the top of the list would not have been revealed. And he would not have come to the CI's secret realm for a duel in such a high-profile manner. Now everything made sense. Look! It started, following the direction of Duya Miaomi's finger. Bai Donglin looked up and saw that at the place where the sun disappeared, a bright light wheel jumped out from the extreme darkness, slightly rotating, and emitting holy light. The halo fell into the air, dragging its brilliant tail of light as it fell straight toward the center of the continent. Bai Dong's dark pupils were slightly shrinking, endlessly shining with both eyes, and his eyes passed through the dazzling light covering the light wheel. This thing. Why is it like a round of compass? What compass? It's clearly a bright moon. The fangs flickered, and the eyes were chasing the light wheel until it fell into the earth. Buzz. There was a buzzing between the heavens and the earth, and there was a shine out of the light wheel, which illuminated the entire explained world. When the light was scattered, the day above the sky had reappeared, and everything was restored. It's a bit interesting. Let's go. Let's go and see this day's Pride battlefield. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with excitement. He reached out and took Du Miaomia's hand, stepped out of the void, and fled towards the center of the continent at a high speed. As he was on his way, the complex aura he sensed was disappearing at a very fast speed. After a few breaths, Bai Donglin and the other person arrived at the place where the light wheel fell. There was no human figure anymore. Only a huge ball of light suspended in the void. The surface of the light ball is full of light, and slightly rotating, like water waves. This is a small world, and it is a very complete small world. Kinju battlefield should be here? The tooth-poisonous Meow Meow is surprising, although she knows a lot of secrets. This kind of thing is also the first experience in her life. You'll know when you go in and take a look. There is no defense in this small world. The two of them stepped in. They seemed to pass through a layer of film. First, they felt confusing. After the perception of recovery, they had been drowned by cheers like a tide. Roar, 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 roar. Go ahead. Tuoba Zhantian. Come on. Kill him. Fight. 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 This roar filled with fighting spirit. This endless shouting and roaring is vast and ethereal, as if it came from a distant time ago and is eternally engraved in this world. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly looked around, taking in the magnificent scene before him. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. What a grand event! This was a pitch-black void, with the sun, moon and stars surrounding it in the distance. Below his sight was a pitch-black arena that stretched for billions of miles. The arena is square and covered with endless battle scars, flowing with the vast breadth of time, spanning the long years. Above these battle scars, it seems that there are countless figures roaring to the sky. It was the will of the heavenly pride of the past, crossing time and space. Inscription here: eternal existence. On all four sides of the arena, there were layers of platforms that stretched to the end of the void. On the stands, monks gathered, and there were no less than billions of them. These were real entities, and they were the young monks who had entered the Ci's secret realm in this world. In addition to these physical figures, there are more endless illusions. It seems that the viewers of each era, leaping over endless years, reunited together. Zane billion? Infinite and countless. Such a method is incredible. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with even more amazement. He raised his hand slightly and inserted a ray of light and shadow beside him. His will fluctuated slightly, as if he had crossed time and space and sensed the other party's excited emotions. Chant! A clear and gentle humming sounded, and the halo that was falling from the sky shot out from the depths of the void, slowly hovering very high above the arena. Countless points of light fell, and countless dense words condensed in the void. That is the hidden dragon and young phoenix list. Boom! In the deepest part of the void, there were 10 big suns and 10 bright moons falling down at a speed far exceeding the speed of light. While flying, the huge celestial bodies began to shrink and condense, and when they landed above the arena, they had transformed into 20 thrones with a vast aura. The 10 big Japanese thrones. There are countless big sun god flames lingering, condensed into a lifelike golden dragon. The opposition with the vastity of the great day is 10 Ningyu throne. On the throne of whitest jade, the endless sanctuary is shrouded, and the starlight is sprinkled, turning into a gorgeous god, leading the neck and crying. And extraordinary. Buzz. The 20 thrones trembled slightly, and then emitted 10 golden light pillars and 10 holy light bands, which fell directly onto the stands and enveloped the 20 figures. The light pillars and light bands reversed, and the 20 figures fell onto the huge thrones one by one. The throne is condensed by the sun and the moon. It has a vast aura and is slightly staggered, floating in the void in different arrangements. Are these the top 10 of each of the hidden dragons and young phoenixes? The true genius is standing at the top. Poison Fong Miaomiao standing by was looking at her with admiration and silent envy. Although her strength was good, it was just a stretch for her to get into the top 200 of the Phoenix list. The top 10 was the pinnacle that she could never reach. Bai Donglin's mouth was raised slightly, and he stared at the high-rise throne of the high sun, the most dazzling and strongest throne. The endless sun swaying slightly. In the hot golden light, there was a vague figure looming. Has the top of the hidden dragon list finally appeared? Chapter 388 Battle Scar Glory. Chant. The bright light wheel hanging in the void rolled slightly. The endless god pattern shone, and a strange fluctuation, accompanied by the clear groan, instantly swept the whole world. The boiling platform was quiet, and a bright enlightenment appeared in everyone's heart. Tianji battlefield rules. What is the age of Tianzhong? The amazing person is gorgeous. From bottom to top, anyone ranked within 5 can challenge at will. If the challenged person refuses to fight 3 times, his ranking will drop. The consumption and injury caused by Tianji due to the duel were restored by the Tianji battlefield. Can use all means in the rules. Forbidden use. Deigning and above strong people are available. Non-soul recognize the Lord's pet. Non-soul recognizes the Lord's spirit. Weird. Alien forbidden surgery. Active status ferryware. War level warships and destroyed weapons. The Tianji battlefield will randomly grant treasures to the winners. And consecutive wins can improve the quality of the treasures. The throne belongs to the top 10. And can be taken away from the Tianji battlefield. War marks belong to the battlefield. Glory belongs to the Tianjiao. Your will be remembered forever. Go! Fight! Burn everything! Roar! 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 Fight! 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 Billions of living cultivators, with countless years of memories, were all boiling in an instant, roaring like an overwhelming tidal wave, resounding throughout the entire universe. The fighting spirit burned, rising and spreading, igniting the blazing flames in the hearts of every cultivator present. TSK. This is really interesting. What is the origin of this Tianji battlefield? It makes me want to try it. No rush. The strong is the finale. First look at the success of these arrogants. Bai Donglin's fingers moved slightly. Under the influence of this exaggerated aura, a hint of fighting spirit actually rose in his heart. This had nothing to do with his will and state of mind. After all, he was just a young man, full of vigor and vitality. And it was the age for fighting bravely. Bang, bang, bang. The flow of flowing fell from the stands and stood on the boundless dark ring. The eyes were watched. Under the endless viewers, the breath gradually became frenzy. The proud people all looked stern, raised their hands slightly towards the 4 directions, and shouted loudly. Qianlong list. 378th. Gao Ji. Challenge 374. Ho Jingxi. Qianlong list. 529th. Shou Kong. Challenge. Chuanhuan list. 281st. Wang Ruya. Challenge 285. Zhao Linger. Young Phoenix ranking. Number 407. Lu Ke. As the voices fell, divine light continued to burst out from the stands, and streams of light fell one after another, standing opposite the challengers. This pitch-black arena is extremely spacious, and is covered by mysterious spatial rules that separate pairs of combatants. There is endless space between them so that the fights among them will not affect others. Such a ring, no matter how many Tianji fears fighting, can also accommodate easily. War! War! There is no communication. Only fighting. The dazzling light erupted above the dark ring. The violent waves. The dazzling magical fairy. And the means of all means. And the entire Tianji battlefield instantly blew up the entire Tianji battlefield. Bai Dongling crossed his arms across his chest, his dark robe fluttering slightly. And with a smile in his eyes, he watched the fierce battle below with great interest. The cultivators who can be called geniuses, and are listed on the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list are all the best selected from the countless young generations of the Qianyuan realm. And there are only 10,000 of them. It can be said that it is 1 in billions. The means and skills of each of them are beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. It is rare to challenge a higher level than usual. But for these geniuses, it is just a basic requirement. It is easy for them to challenge 1 or 2 levels. And it is not impossible for them to challenge 3 or 4 levels. After looking for a while, Bai Donglin withdrew his gaze. Only the top 10 geniuses could arouse his interest. Although the geniuses below were not bad, they were not up to his liking. He glanced to the side, and saw Du Feng Miaomiao clenching his fists nervously, staring at the ring with burning eyes, looking eager to try. And he couldn't help but smile. Poisonous teeth. Don't you go down to play? Poison Feng Miaomiao was stunned when she heard this, wrinkled her small nose, and said unhappily, I am your prisoner now. How dare I act on my own without your permission? No problem. Go if you want to. It would be a shame to miss such a grand event. Besides, do you think you can escape from my grasp? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, and smiled meaningfully. He had already secretly used dozens of tricks on Du Miaomiao. He was so confident that she could escape that his name was written backwards. Well, all right then. Du Miaomiao's eyes lit up. Being here and infected by such an atmosphere, no one did not want to go down and have a good fight. However, Most people just knew that they could not even win at the end. So naturally they did not dare to go down and make a fool of themselves, etc. Looking at the poisonous teeth, Miao Miao was about to jump down. Bai Dong's voice was stopped, and she stretched out her hand on her shoulder. A golden light full of endless vitality spreading along her arm, and the body was full of poisonous teeth, and it was deep in the depths of her limbs. Miao Miao's eyes narrowed into crescents, revealing a comfortable look, and her slightly pale face gradually filled with red light. The injury left by Bai Donglin's head blow was healed in a breath. The rules of the Tianju battlefield state that only injuries left by duels can be restored. It would be a disadvantage for Miao Miao to go into the arena with injuries. Phew! It feels so good. What is this? Miao Miao slowly opened her eyes. The 9-colored divine light in her pupils became bright again, and the foul air she exhaled became fragrant, without the previous bloody smell. And it was obvious that the hidden injuries to her internal organs had also recovered. Naturally, it's a good thing. Bai Donglin retracted his palm and nodded with satisfaction. This was the light of his life. The essence of the essence. With strong recovery ability. Other physical cultivators could actually do this. But no one dared to play like him, because others did not have the talent of immortality. Poison Fong Miao Miao's eyes flashed with shock. The injury she had suffered before was not simple. The particles of her body were faintly cracked. Even if she had taken the healing elixir, it would not be easy to recover completely. Therefore, Bai Donglin must have paid a great price to make her heal instantly. Humph! You still have some conscience. Miao 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 murmured, looking at Bai Donglin's eyes a little softened. Grinning, showing 2 shining tiger teeth. Chuang Huang list. 199th. Poisonous teeth. Challenge. This guy is quite motivated. Miao Miao was like a proud peacock, looking around with disdainful eyes. Without his shackles, he returned to his nature. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly with a smile in his eyes, sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes lowered, seemingly observing the fierce battle below. But in fact all his perception was focused on the halo floating in the void. With his best perception, especially the powerful will of the 4th realm, he could see some vague images through the holy divine light covering the halo. That was the essence of the halo. Endless mysterious divine patterns intertwined and flowed. A strange wave that was beyond his understanding poured out and spread, as if connecting every cultivator present, and the other end extended to an unknown place. No matter how you look at it, this thing looks like a compass. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, and took out a bronze plate. The densely engraved words on it were changing rapidly. It was the specially made collector's edition of the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list, which could update its content in real time as the ranking changed. This thing is the heavenly compass. Bai Donglin's eyes were dim, as if he saw a strange silk thread, connecting the bronze plate in his hand with a halo in the void through an unknown way. The compass of Heaven's Secret appears here. Is this Tianju battlefield the work of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion? Spanning many eras and countless years, so many geniuses gathered here, fought fiercely time and time again, and were given priceless treasures. What is the purpose of this Tianju Pavilion? Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with thought. Everything has its cause and effect. There is no hatred or love without reason in this world. Tianju Pavilion has put so much thought into it. It can't be that it's just for fun. Right? Ah. This world is really complicated. As if it is interwoven with an endless web. Everywhere you look, it is a chessboard. Every old monster is hidden deep and hard to see through. I didn't make a wrong move. Only after I passed the extreme trial and entered the extreme council can the true side of this world be fully revealed before my eyes. It is not feasible to just bury your head in hard work. This world is too complicated. It doesn't matter if you make mistakes. He won't die anyway. So he has a chance. He was afraid that he would inadvertently ruin the plans of the human leaders. And only by obtaining detailed information could he ensure that nothing was missed. Before he becomes truly invincible, he still needs the help of the human race. If he is unlucky enough to be completely banned and suppressed, with the human race backing him up, there will be people who will want to save him. Right? So he can't act rashly. He has completely offended the demon race, and the alien races will not tolerate him. If he offends the human race as well, he will really be the enemy of the whole world. The Tianji Pavilion is one of the oldest forces of the human race. It has existed since ancient times. It is as old as the Jidao Holy Sect. It has been tested for countless years. So, no matter what the Tianji Pavilion's plan is, it is beneficial to the human race. It has nothing to do with me, so I don't need to worry about it. Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly and withdrew his perception, because he had no true spirit and did not exist in Tianji. He could be said to be the real nemesis of Tianji Pavilion. There was no need for him to have any contact with these old guys. If his true identity were to be exposed, the Tianji Pavilion would inevitably have strange thoughts. After all, one must always be on guard against others. With my arrangement, we should be able to get through this level smoothly. Deep in by Donglin's soul, there was a bright true spirit floating up and down. It was the one he had selected from among tens of millions of true spirits. And it was the one that most closely matched the aura of his soul. After he put Lan Ling's true spirit back into the Mother River, he activated the backup plan that he had spent a lot of effort to prepare, including selection, will simulation, formation, array, divine runes and inscriptions, etc. He used all his means to create this true spirit that could be mistaken for the real thing. As the only life in this world without a true spirit, it is an existence more alien than aliens. If it is exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. This time, completing the trial mission and ranking on the Hidden Dragon list can be regarded as a test of this pseudo-true spirit. Now it seems that the effect is quite good. After killing Murong Cho Xiao, the Tianji Compass successfully captured his true spiritual breath. At least for now. Everything is going well. While Bai Donglin was thinking, the fierce battle on the ring became more and more fierce. One genius after another was defeated, and more powerful geniuses died. Before they knew it, the top 100 geniuses were fighting fiercely together. Too slow. It's really too slow. I can't wait any longer. Boom! A dark blue divine light fell and hit the dark arena hard. A roar spread. A tall and majestic figure in ancient armor stood upright, holding a divine trident in his hand, pointing at the sun throne in the distance. Han Yi, from the era of magic robbery, challenged the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Xian, exiled immortal. Boom! The endless spectators were instantly excited. Chapter 389, Telepathy. Han Yi, the sleeper of the 8th demonic tribulation era, has unfathomable strength. In a short period of time, he has defeated many geniuses and ranked 6th on the Hidden Dragon list. With his cool and handsome appearance, mysterious background, and invincible strength, he has won a lot of fans during this period. As soon as he got on the field, he was challenging the extremely mysterious exiled immortal, who was at the top of the Hidden Dragon ranking. The entire stands instantly boiled over. Especially the female cultivators, whose faces flushed and whose throats were hoarse from shouting. The geniuses who were fighting fiercely on the dark arena suddenly changed their expressions. And then, they all sped up their movements, played all their cards, ended the fight quickly, and then withdrew from the battlefield one after another. At this time, there were no new challengers coming out, and Han Yi was the only one left on the huge stage. The challenge can be continued at any time, but watching top geniuses like the exiled immortal and Han Yi take action is a rare opportunity. So everyone can naturally distinguish between what is urgent and what is not. Guru. Step good wine. The greedy wine was wearing a Tibetan blue-black robe, hugging a huge red wine gourd, and fiercely filled with a large mouthful of spirits. The liquor was sprinkled with a placket, and the left chest was wearing a diamond crystal medal. The 4 large characters of the light warriors were shining and extremely eye-catching. Greedy wine. Why are you so greedy at this time? Xian is about to end, and Tianjiu has confronted the times. Can you be more serious about such a legendary battle? Luo Feiyu, the young master of Feixian Villa, was looking solemnly at the stands below when he was suddenly covered in the smell of alcohol from a drunkard beside him. He immediately turned around and said with a look of regret, "Hiccup, what do you know?" Tanjio lay sideways in the void and took another sip of wine comfortably. His eyes were hazy, with a strong breath of rotation of reality and illusion flowing in them. It was obvious that he had broken through to the void realm. Haha. Isn't this kind of wonderful battle perfect for drinking? Gulu, how wonderful. How wonderful. Ha ha ha. Luo Feiyu held his forehead in silence. His eyes shifted slightly to the eye-catching crystal medal. His eyebrows twitched, and he spoke again. Tanjio, can you please put away this ballad of the Warrior of Light? This is really embarrassing. Don't you feel that people around us are looking at us strangely? I really don't know what kind of mentality this drunkard has. Luo Feiyu felt so embarrassed that he could dig out a palace with his toes. Especially the font on the crystal medal, which kept changing colors and flashing. It was extremely exaggerated. Humph! What do you know? This is the Medal of Honor I received for saving countless human children from drinking. It is a symbol of integrity and brightness. They can look at it all they want. They are just Indias. Tanjio was beaming with joy. raising his hand and gently stroking the crystal metal with a smug look on his face. For this metal, he was questioned for a whole year. Fortunately, he was originally meritorious, and his ancestor was the deputy director. So he did not expose the existence of Tian Luo's space. Luo Feishue shook his head helplessly. He had no way to deal with this drunkard. He could only move away a few steps and turn his gaze back to the arena. This scene was just a scene for everyone in the stands. Some were too excited to speak, while others were talking and analyzing calmly. All of them were filled with endless fantasies about this battle. Xian, fight with me. Seeing that the exiled immortal did not move for a long time, Han Yi shouted again and slammed the trident in his hand heavily on the dark ground, creating a big hole. The cheers from the stands faded away, and everyone looked at the lofty sun throne with anticipation in their eyes. Well, the blurry figure on the great sun throne let out a light sigh, and a strong will spread along with the sound waves, causing countless cultivators to feel nervous. My opponent today was not originally yours, but since you are so eager to fight, then let's fight. Well, it's a good opportunity to see what abilities the geniuses of the demonic tribulation era have to obtain the qualification to sleep. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a figure wrapped in the endless sun divine flames fell onto the dark arena in an instant. Under the infusion of terrifying kinetic energy, a deep pit with a radius of 100 miles was trampled out on the hard arena. God wells. Like a big sun, the golden god flames dissipated, revealing a young man in white. His body was extremely tall, with a white jade belt tied to his waist, and a long silver white hair was tied to a scarlet satin at will, and it dangled to the ground. The exiled immortal was surrounded by a hazy immortal light, especially on his face. One could only vaguely see a pair of eyes as bright as the stars. His aura is ethereal and his temperament is extraordinary, just like a banished immortal. Ah! Exiled immortal. Exiled immortal. Is this the first fairy in Qianlong? Most of the female cultivators who supported Han Yi switched sides in an instant, which shows the powerful aura of the exiled immortal. The fluctuations of his will that emanate from him can affect the state of mind of the cultivators, which is also a manifestation of strength. The exiled immortal and Han Yi remained silent, standing 100 miles apart. The overwhelming noise and shouting from the outside world could not move them at all. When their eyes met, their ferocious wills tore the void apart. War! Han Yi's eyes turned cold. He was at a disadvantage in the battle of wills, so he had no choice but to take the initiative. He crushed the void with his feet, and his figure instantly crossed 100 miles. The trident in his hand, with divine light surging, suddenly stabbed down. Clang! In the face of a hit that can be sinking in down the sea, the fairy looks faint, slowly raising his hand. The fingertips have deep fairy light lingering, thinging, and the sound of horrible metal attack suddenly swept all directions. The attack between the fingertips and the tip of the halberd. The void instantly annihilated, faintly revealing a trace of white. The invisible and qualitative residual waves cut the void, and the hard dark platform was cut out of countless gully, spreading to thousands of miles away. Boom! The divine light trident was bent by a finger, and Han Yi's expression changed slightly. His figure rotated tens of thousands of times in an instant, unloading most of the destructive force. He retreated step by step into the sky, stepping out a long string of black holes in the void. So fast, so accurate, so strong. Han Yi stabilized his body, and he was shocked. He seemed to be free at random, but the speed was faintly close to the speed of light, and the endless power could sink a mainland, as expected of a banished immortal. He is very strong. What was the name of that move just now? Han Yi lowered his eyes. The vast magic power in his body was boiling and churning, and streams of cold air slowly diffused out. Ling Rhino Finger. Ha ha ha. Good. Good telepathic move. See how good my move is. And see if you can take it? 1,001 nights destruction of the world great flood. Boom. The sound of the tsunami rolled from the sky. The cold figure disappeared, and was replaced by endless halberd shadows, covering the sky and the sun, like a meteor across the night sky. And the void was torn into countless black cracks. Hundreds of miles. Thousands of miles. Tens of thousands of miles. The spherical space shrouded in thousands of miles is full of endless halberd shadow. The fairy is located in the center of the space, and is shrouded in the cold mang of cold manges in all directions. Tick. In the horizon of Xian. As a circle of ripples passed by, the time seemed to be suspended, and the endless halberd film industry was clearly visible. and even every detail on the trident of the trident was vivid. Ding-ling-ding. The banished immortal stretched out his hands, and flicked away the halberd shadows one by one, doing it with ease and leisurely. In the eyes of the outside spectators and Han Yi, the exiled immortal's figure shook slightly, and suddenly endless arms appeared, repelling every blow from Han Yi. What? Han Yi's eyes widened, and before he could feel any fear in his heart, an endless amount of power was transmitted into his body through the trident. He didn't have time to think about it, as Su Hua was no longer able to remove this power, and he roared in his heart, "Transform into the sea!" Crash! Han Yi's retreating figure trembled violently, and exploded in an instant, turning into infinite sea water, suspended in the void. At a glance, it covered an area of tens of thousands of miles, like a real ocean. The sea of anger roared. Endless waves rolled, and tens of thousands of feet high waves. It was the power of Xianxian's counterattack. Han Yi was easily unloading the destruction power through the storm of the sea. Obviously, this was not easy. How did this banished immortal do it? It would have been fine if he could just block his attack, but he was able to launch so many counterattacks in an instant. After countless times of stacking, the power of the counterattack had become extremely terrifying. Roar! Exiled immortal! Exiled immortal! This exiled immortal is so powerful. Han Yi had no power to fight back at all. Ha ha ha. He is worthy of being the top genius of our time. The cultivators of this era naturally support the exiled immortals more, although they are all cultivators of the Qin Yuan realm. They come from different eras, and there is still a generation gap. The exiled immortals have the advantage, so they are naturally proud of it. What is the immortal just now? God skills. God skills. The crowd in the stands was boiling, but most of them were just there to watch the fun and make a noise. Only a few monks with sharp eyes noticed something, and all of them were shocked. Haha. The law of time? How enviable. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged in the air, white light flowing in his eyes. He saw through the exiled immortal's tricks at a glance. He has already achieved some success in cultivating the secret of travel, and has also touched a corner of time. His perception of the fluctuations of the laws of time has become increasingly keen. Xian. He is indeed a stunning and brilliant genius. Chapter 390. Immortal Emperor's Nine Heavens. Rumble. The sea of blue gradually calmed down, contracted and condensed, and returned into a cold figure. Han Yi stood in the air, his robe fluttering gently, and the divine trident in his hand had disappeared. He lowered his eyes, and looked at the blurred face of the exiled immortal. His expression became extremely solemn. He had already understood the method used by the banished immortal just now. The path of time could be said to be one of the most difficult avenues, and its power was naturally beyond the imagination of ordinary people. There was no point in probing in vain. This kind of strong enemy could only be defeated by showing all his trump cards. At this time, Han Yi had put aside his meaningless pride, and for the first time regarded the exiled immortal as his strongest opponent. Xian, you are the most powerful opponent I have ever met. From now on, I will no longer hold back. Han Yi spit out a deep bite of turbid air, raised the palm of the god light, and patted it on the armor of the chest. Released the ban on everything. Snap! Countless mysterious god patterns spread wildly on the surface of the ancient armor. Between the shining of the gods, the cracks emerged. The armor of the integrated armor was split into pieces, one after another, and smashed into the dark ring. Boom! One by one, the deep pit appeared on the hard ring, and countless cracks spread. I do not know what the armor used is so heavy. The small piece. The quality is no less than the peak. Drink. Han Yi swung fists tightly, yelling at the sky. A horrible momentum rose, turned into a golden light ripple, sweeping towards all directions. Snap! The void was crushed by the pure momentum. Ah! What exactly happened? This guy. The millions of cultivators on the stands were affected by the momentum. Their expressions changed wildly, and they retreated one after another. They stared at the demon-like coldness with a dazed look on their faces, and their hearts trembled slightly. Is this really the level that a cultivator of the 8th realm can achieve? Xian stood back, looking up at the sky, looking at the momentum of the momentum. His brows frowned slightly. This is the power of my fully liberation. It really feels like a long-lost feeling. Han Yi grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. In order to be able to fight with his fellow cultivators, he deliberately sealed off his own power. But this banished immortal was qualified to let him use his full strength. Han Yi looked around the stands with a disdainful gaze, meeting the gazes of countless cultivators, and slowly spoke, Since I woke up, I have never used my Dharma image. What do you think my Dharma image is? The sea? The Milky Way? No. Neither. Han Yi's eyes focused. A brilliant divine light shone between his brows. And a shadow with a vast aura poured out. This is my law. Endless star sea. Boom. The void collapsed and shattered. And a vast and boundless void rose from between Han Yi's eyebrows. In the pitch-black void of the universe, there are endless stars shining, surrounded by the sun and stars, meteors passing by, black holes standing still, and supernovas exploding, spewing out endless terrifying energy. This is a miniature sea of stars. Yet it is so lifelike. All the celestial bodies are real and contain endless power. A Dharma image of this rank can definitely be listed on the Dharma image heavenly ranking. If it grows up and turns into a true sea of stars, such great power will be concentrated in one person. The mere thought of it is frightening. Hiss. This Han Yi is really going against the will of heaven. Can a human being achieve such a Dharma image? He's a pervert. Countless cultivators fell into a daze. The Dharmakaya is the foundation of a chi cultivator. It represents the realm to which this person can grow, and also determines his combat power. In the same realm, one person's Dharma form is the sea of stars, while another person's Dharma form is flowers and plants. Can they be compared? It's like a different dimension. It can be cultivated into the Xinghai method. This is not a talent to explain clearly. What is this cold true spirit? The superrealm core. The core celestial body of a superrealm galaxy cluster is one of the most terrifying existences in the only true world and the boundless universe. The mass of one of them exceeds the sum of 100 billion galaxies. Such a very rare way. Ordinary monks have never heard of it at all. And the secrets related to them will be covered up by the forces behind them. It is difficult for others to know one or two, and they can only guess with their imagination. Super boundary core? Bai Donglin's ears moved slightly, catching the voice, and shook his head speechlessly. These people really dared to think that Han Yi's Dharma appearance was indeed extraordinary, and his potential was extremely high. But it was not to that exaggerated degree. Maybe Han Yi was an astrology scholar in his previous life? After delving into the starry sea for a lifetime and devoting all his body, mind and will to it, he developed an inexplicable connection with the void of the universe. His true spirit was tainted by a trace of the brilliance of the starry sea, and it was not impossible for him to condense a starry sea Dharma image. At least this possibility far exceeded the theory of the superrealm core. What seems extremely outrageous to ordinary cultivators is just their perspective. In the eyes of some people, although Han Yi's Dharma appearance is stunning, it is not beyond their understanding. No matter what, Han Yi's move really shocked countless spectators. They all held their breath, not daring to breathe, and stared at the exiled immortal with burning eyes, wanting to see how he would respond. Xinghai Dharma image? Not bad. Snap! The exiled immortal took a step forward and walked towards the void, leaving 2 deep footprints on the pitch-black arena. Everyone then realized that the exiled immortal had been standing there since he stepped onto the pitch-black arena. Without moving a step, he stepped on the void as if he were walking on solid ground. As the banished immortal took one step at a time, the immortal light on his body became more and more intense, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. In his deep gaze, there seemed to be endless stars floating and sinking. Chant. A clear and gentle hum slowly passed through everyone's heart, like heavenly music, and the anxious and excited emotions calmed down in an instant. The place where Xianxian's eyebrows were, accompanied by light groaning, began to shine brilliant light. Endless fairy light, colorful and hazy, spreading and rolling in the void behind the head. And a void appeared in front of everyone. That is, the vast fairy domain. The endless fairy palace's treasure hall is scattered. The fairy god beasts are hidden. The fairy sounds. The fairy cranes cry. The dragon and phoenix hover, carry a figure, flying towards the sky. On the sky, a brilliant temple gradually became clear, and countless fairy gods worshipped the salute. And there was a towering emperor at the end of the temple. Is this the fairyland? Does the legendary fairy domain really exist? I didn't expect that the exiled immortal's Dharma image would be something like this in the legend. It really lives up to its name. In the stands, there was silence for a moment, and then the atmosphere suddenly became lively, with people buzzing and talking to each other, telling the people around them about their excitement. Xianyu, it is said that there is a mysteries of eternal life. Although the monks in this world are very confident in their combat power, what gods and fairy, they are confident to tear with both hands. However, lifespan has always been a concern for them. So what if they have the immense power to destroy the world? If you can't live forever, everything will be in vain in the end. Although there are cultivators who can use heaven-defying means to survive for tens of millions, or even billions of years. Or reincarnate again and again. Or use a true ancient artifact to suppress themselves. These are not true immortality. Legend has it that the immortals in the fairyland have escaped the cycle of life and death, are free and at ease, and will never fall into disaster. Although Han Yi's Dharma appearance is against the will of heaven, it exists in the world, and can be seen by looking up. However, the fairyland Dharma image of the banished immortal is a legendary thing. Illusory and shrouded in endless mystery. Everyone present subconsciously believes that the Dharma image of the banished immortal is superior. The Fairy King is 9 days? No. It should be called Immortal Emperor Yu Tian to be more accurate. The cultivation system of this world is really peculiar. Dharma is indeed the core of Qi cultivation. Bai Donglin didn't know what he thought of. And a smile appeared in his eyes. And he looked at the vast fairy domain behind Xian's behind. And he was full of inquiry. This Han Yi is going to lose. In the blink of an eye, Bai Donglin had already made a conclusion. No matter from which aspect. This exiled immortal was stronger than Han Yi. Especially when this Dharma image appears. The difference is immediately apparent. The boundless sea of stars in the universe is indeed powerful to ordinary people. But it is ultimately just a natural thing. And its limits are clearly laid out there. If you can break through its shackles and sublimate again, it will be fine. Otherwise the end can be seen at a glance. The potential of Xian's law is endless. The real supreme strong is the birth and death between the universe. What is the star see? Just break it. One move. The exiled immortal's gaze was dim. As if he was traveling through the vast sea of stars, and saw Han Yi at the core of it. What? Han Yi was stunned at first. Then he became furious. Endless divine fire spewed out of his eyes. And as his breast shook, countless stars in the starry sea fell. How familiar is this scene? Didn't he look down on Hao Zhao in the previous battle with him in the Sea of Poison? He didn't expect that in such a short period of time. It would backfire on him. The pride in his heart would never allow himself to be insulted like this. Xian. Eternal silence on the sea of stars. Great destruction. Han Yi roared to the sky. And his figure moved, carrying the sea of stars down. The endless sun, moon, and stars trembled slightly, turning into terrifying light pillars that fell down. And the void was annihilated, revealing countless dark white cracks. That was the shattered dimensional barrier. Han Yi's full-strength attack had already touched the threshold of great combat power. The banished immortal narrowed his eyes slightly, and faced this devastating blow without moving, with a bright immortal light between his brows. Moved. In the fairyland, the majestic figure sitting on the imperial throne slowly raised his head, and his eyes filled with endless majesty looked outside the fairyland, watching the attack that covered the sky and the sun. Raise his arm, wrapped with endless immortal light, and patted it with one palm. The calamity-destroying fairy light. The sound was so loud that it was almost inaudible. The void disappeared silently, and a dark white hole slowly emerged. Endless divine light burst out, except for dozens of powerful geniuses, who still had their eyes shining with divine light. The rest of the cultivators closed their eyes with painful expressions. When the light faded, everything was settled. Han Yi was defeated. Only a broken head was left, wrapped in a strange light, and his life was barely preserved. This is because the protection mechanism of the Tianjiu battlefield has been activated. Every Tianjiao who can take part in the fierce battle is a precious asset of the human race, and the mainstay of future wars with alien races. The Tianjiu battlefield naturally cannot allow them to die like this. Buzz. Divine light descended, covering the two of them, and their injuries and exhaustion were quickly healed. The exiled immortal glanced at Han Yi, who looked lonely, shook his head slightly, and was about to turn around and return to the throne of the sun. Wait a minute. The exiled immortal's figure paused slightly, and stopped where he was. Chapter 391. Stepping into the sky. Who is it? I dare to drink the Xian. And I just defeated the cold Xian with a dead momentum. In this way, I dare to speak mad. Is it the top of the Phoenix list? Among the billions of monks present, she is the only one who has this qualification. Is the final battle about to begin? No. The young Phoenix list is full of women. The voice just now was clearly that of a grown man. Only the many viewers who came back from the battle were confused. Messy in the wind, rolling thoughts, sweeping around, and wanting to find this mouthful. Hey! What's wrong with you? Although you are very strong, This exiled immortal is even more perverted. Do you want to challenge him? Duya Miao was stunned for a moment, then jumped up in shock. Bai Donglin was right next to her, and she would never forget this voice. She instantly understood that the person who had just shouted at the exiled immortal was the strange man next to her. Yeah. Can I? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Duya Miao. It seemed that this woman didn't know how powerful she was and actually looked down on him. Haha. As expected. She is a woman with big breasts and no brains. Hey. 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 What are you looking at? Ignoring the jumping Duya Miao, Bai Donglin's figure flashed and turned into a dark light that shot towards the arena. Snort. Watching Bai Donglin leave, Duya Miao snorted coldly, and then his eyes returned to calm. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. It was a pity that this Tianju battlefield had a special protection mechanism. Otherwise it would be perfect for the exiled immortal to kill this pervert. Boom! Bai Donglin landed on the pitch-black arena, not far away from the exiled immortal. Their eyes met, and the exiled immortal spoke first. Fellow Taoist, I don't know why you called me here. This banished immortal is quite polite and more likable than Han Yi. Bai Donglin silently gave a thumbs up to the exiled immortal in his heart. This was the demeanor that a strong man should have, which was comparable to his elegance and easygoing nature. Fellow Taoist exiled immortal, my name is Bai Donglin. Nice to meet you. I called you here without any reason. Of course, it's not for anything else. I also want to fight with the leader of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Bai Donglin bowed slightly, returning 1,000 yards when someone showed him a little courtesy. And he performed the etiquette perfectly. As soon as the words fell, the exiled immortal had not yet reacted. But countless cultivators on the viewing platform were overwhelmed. What did this person say? Did I hear it right? Ha ha ha. He said. He said he wanted to challenge the banished immortal. Ha ha. No. No. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. First there was confusion. And then, there was endless laughter. Billions of spectators spoke with one voice, which was rare after such a long time. Bai Donglin, is there anyone like him in the top 7 of Hidden Dragon ranking? There's no one in the top 10. But there is one in the top 100. But I don't know if it's the same person. Many cultivators laughed, but still took out the Hidden Dragon list and carefully read the words on it. Bai Donglin has not been on the Hidden Dragon list for long, and this is his first appearance. Not many cultivators have seen him take action, and a large number of them have even left the CI secret realm. This small group of people cannot make any waves among the billions of cultivators. When he swept across more than 1,000 worlds in the Dark Realm, he also concealed his figure. Those monks only knew that there was a monster who controlled the ocean of black light, but no one had ever seen his face. Number 69 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Bai Donglin. Even he is not qualified to challenge the exiled immortal. The overwhelming laughter gradually faded away. Although they were puzzled by Bai Donglin's reckless behavior, they could not make fun of the genius, who was ranked 69th on the Hidden Dragon list. They still had to show basic respect. The exiled immortal frowned slightly. It was not because he was surprised that someone would challenge him, but because Bai Donglin had obviously jumped down from the stands. He was not among the top 10 of Qianlong, let alone the top 7. According to the rules of the Tianju battlefield, you can only challenge 5 people higher in the ranking. If you want to challenge him, you have to be at least 7th on the potential dragon list. Dao you? Bai Donglin smiled, waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist, don't be suspicious. I just don't want you to have to run around. How about waiting for me here for a while? It will be quick. The exiled immortal's expression changed slightly, and he immediately understood Bai Donglin's meaning. He frowned and was about to leave, but his eyes met Bai Donglin's inadvertently. Vast and boundless, indifferent and deep, the will is like an endless abyss. The exiled immortal's pupils suddenly shrank and turned into a needle-like ray. The steps he was about to move were stopped abruptly. This guy. How come I have never heard of such a terrifying person? Could he be another sleeper from another era like Han Yi? The exiled immortal's expression became more serious than ever before. Even with just a quick glance, he had already realized in his heart that this man was a more powerful enemy than he had ever encountered before. Far more powerful than Han Yi just now. It was meaningless to leave or not, as this battle was inevitable. It seems that you have agreed, fellow Taoist? Very good. Bai Donglin's mouth curled up slightly. Then he looked around the stands and shouted loudly. Hidden Dragon ranking. Number 69. Bai Donglin. Challenges number 63. Fan 1. On the stands, Fan Wen stood up solemnly. His tall and majestic body was like an iron tower. His thick brows tightly furrowed. The situation at hand was extremely delicate. The banished immortal was standing on one side. Those with quick minds had already come to their senses, and were immediately shocked. This person was about to step into the sky. What does it mean to step on the sky? Tian is the pride of the world. Stepping on their head step by step to reach the top. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Fan Wen had no reason to refuse the fight. He let out a muffled groan and leaped down. His heavy body smashed a big hole in the ring. He is a bloodline body cultivator. His body is extremely strong and also extremely heavy. Humph! Arrogant boy. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Wait until I crush you into pulp, and see how you can still be so confident. Fan Wen clenched his fists, twisting the void with an extremely terrifying force. Sorry. I'm in a hurry. I won't play with you. Bai Donglin smiled politely, then raised his hand and inserted it into the void. His slender palm instantly appeared in front of Fan Wen, and he flicked his fingers towards his forehead. Too fast. Fan Wen's eyes glared with anger. He had no time to think as his body reacted instinctively. The power of blood like a surging river instantly gathered at his brows, and thick dark scales covered his entire body. His innate magical powers were then unleashed, and his physical defense had reached the limit. Roar! Clang! A terrifying roar swept across the entire Tianji battlefield. Fan Wen's body turned into a black beam of light and shot out. The void exploded wherever it passed, and it fell onto the dark arena, plowing a deep gully. When the aftermath died down, Fan Wen was already unconscious, collapsing in a deep pit. There was a huge bloody hole on his forehead, from which gleaming blood was flowing. Hiss! Duya Miao Miao sucked in a breath of cold air, subconsciously raised her hands to cover her forehead, closed her eyes tightly, and her pretty face was full of fear. There was complete silence in the stands, and billions of monks were staring at Bai Donglin in amazement. What just happened? It was too fast. There were only 100 cultivators who saw Bai Donglin's movements clearly. All of them frowned. How could a genius, who was one of the top 100 in the Hidden Dragon realm, be defeated with just one brain explosion? What kind of monster is this Bai Donglin? Bai Donglin grinned, sensing that his ranking had changed, and shouted loudly again. Hidden Dragon List. Number 63. Bai Donglin. Challenges number 57. Fu Yonglai. Fu Yonglai. A brilliant swordsman, has a pure heart for swordsmanship, and has killed countless strong men with his swift sword. Boom! The battle ended with just a snap of the fingers. Hidden Dragon ranking. Number 57. Bai Donglin. Bang! 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 One after another, the geniuses were named and resolutely stood up. They stood for a moment, and then were defeated by a hand that appeared out of nowhere. Refusing to fight? Not happening. Although the Tianji battlefield gave everyone this right, no one had ever used it. The Tianji battlefield had a strong protection mechanism, and there was no need to worry about life and death. If someone was challenged and refused to fight under such circumstances, he would be labeled a coward, and people's words would be feared, and he would never be able to turn over a new leaf in his life. On the viewing platform, there was unprecedented silence. The expressions of the monks changed from confusion to surprise, shock, fear, and now they were completely numb. As the falling rays of light and the flying figures moved my sight, I felt a little admiration for these heroes in my heart. They were worthy of being the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon list. Even the figures that were knocked away were so dashing, and the faces that were lying asleep in the deep pit were so handsome. Clang! The horrifying roar once again swept across all directions, and large areas of the void were crushed by the aftermath. A figure shot backwards, stepping on huge black holes in the void. The vast and powerful force was unleashed, blasting countless deep pits in the dark arena. After retreating more than 100 miles, the destructive power in his body dissipated. The man spat out a mouthful of golden blood and stared blankly at his hands, as if in disbelief. I block it. Ha ha ha. I'm not defeated. I blocked the monster's attack. Ha ha ha. It is me. It is me. Qianlong's seventh peerless genius. Ha ha ha. My defense is unmatched. I will never be defeated. The man laughed loudly towards the sky, his long golden hair surrounded by brilliant divine light. Behind his head, a huge Dharma image stood, crushing the entire void. FA phase is black and black, and above the turtle SH. LS are haunting the light of the yellow gods. The thick limbs are like the pillar of the sky. Oh! It turns out to be the Xuanwu Dharma image. No wonder it's so hard. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at the man laughing like a madman, and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This guy. Won't you think he has won herself? Right? Don't really think that he will only make a trick. Hey, eat me with a blow. Bai Dong smiled in a low voice, clenched his fist, and shone brightly. And then a straight fist bombed. The void was crushed out of a huge gully. The faint white light was visible. What? The blond man's eyes glared angrily, and the Dharma image behind him roared to the sky, then turned into a set of pitch-black armor that covered the man's entire body. The void was compressed and collapsed, and countless space fragments were pulled by the terrifying mass energy, lingering and gathering on the fist. The plain fist suddenly became like a dream. Boxing was in his body, and the blond man's heart was cold. It's over. I can't take it anymore. Snap! Xuanwu armor was broken, and then turned into powder. Golden blood, brain matter and internal organs gushed out of all the blond man's orifices. Like an electromagnetic cannonball, he was smashed into the depths of the dark arena, and the huge arena trembled slightly. Hiss. All the monks in the war took a breath. It's too awful. Brother. Why bother? You might as well not take that finger. Well, we're done. Bai Donglin clapped his hands, moved his gaze slightly, and looked into the eyes of the exiled immortal from a distance. The 7th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Bai Donglin challenges the number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. The exiled immortal. Challenge. Xian. Chapter 392, Wheel of Time Tomb. What a terrible will. It is as dark and deep as the abyss, and as vast and boundless as the sea of stars. The exiled immortal narrowed his eyes slightly, containing endless shining silver light, and the will that had reached the second realm poured out, probing towards Bai Donglin, who was smiling in the void. When the will touched, there was nothing. Like facing the abyss of the starry sea, untouchable and unfathomable. This person's cultivation of the way of will far surpasses him. How can this be? There are faint sweat beads on the forehead of Xian, and the shock in his heart cannot be added. What he is most proud of is not the accomplishment on the avenue of time, nor the fairy domain law, but a more difficult will. He never thought that anyone among his peers could surpass him in this regard, and his senior teachers held the same view. The way of unspeakable will, good at space supernatural powers, is extremely powerful in physical strength, and cannot be perceived by the realm of cultivation. This Bai Donglin is a deep and unpredictable physical practice. Master, I didn't expect that you would make mistakes sometimes. The monsters in this world are really endless. The exiled immortal's expression froze, and a long-lost heat surged in his heart. Just like he was at a disadvantage in the contest of wills with Han Yi, he also took the lead and stepped lightly. Tick. A touch of gray ripple swept through the entire Tianji battlefield silently. The exiled immortal used time stop again. Boo! The banished immortal's white robe fluttered. His whole body was shrouded in a hazy gray light, and he stepped into the void step by step. Every step he took was like walking on the water, creating ripples. He seemed to be the only living thing in this solidified space and time. His figure left a trail of afterimages as he moved, and instantly approached Bai Donglin, who was standing in the void. Bai Donglin had a smile on his face, standing still, under the exiled immortal's silver eyes. Every still hair on his head was clearly visible, one finger at a time. The banished immortal's eyes were cold and fierce, and he pointed a finger directly at the center of Bai Donglin's forehead. A faint fairy light lingered above his fingertips, which seemed weak and brilliant, but in fact contained endless power. Even the dimensional barrier was torn apart wherever it passed, and a faint white light overflowed. What? The exiled immortal was shocked, and his bright pupils shrank like needles. Bai Donglin, who was frozen in time, raised his head slightly, looked into his eyes, blinked, and whispered with a grin. Time. It's not just you. Snap. Bai Donglin's body moved slightly, and the divine light that was constantly flowing on his body vibrated 1,000,000 times in an instant. Boundless power poured out, and time and space were shattered like a mirror. He clenched his fists at his waist. Powerful bull demon fist. This is his first martial arts in this world. He uses a rough and superficial martial arts to face the fairy method. Endless power. One efforts to break the method. Boom. The fists and fingers intersected, and under the terrifying aftermath, a large white hole was torn directly in the dimensional barrier. The exiled immortal glared, and 2 cold and sharp silver lights spurted out from his pupils, shooting towards Bai Donglin's vital points. The sea of mind between his eyebrows and the sea of blood on his chest, in order to block his subsequent attacks. His body was like a silver laser, carried away by the vast force and shot into the distance, crushing large areas of the void. The real and the unreal rotate. Immortal technique. Everything becomes nothing. Immortal technique. Swallowing all the worlds. Retreating across the sky. The exiled immortal used a series of methods until he shattered thousands of miles of solidified void before he was able to stop himself. His arm trembled as he slowly raised it, and his entire right palm had disappeared, completely turning into nothingness. There are endless immortal lights in the break, and they are intertwined with hands, blood vessels, and flesh. Dang! Two powerful silver pupil lights hit by Donglin's brow and chest directly. Apart from the harsh sound of metal clashing, they did not cause any injuries, let alone stop him. However, he had no intention of pursuing the victory. Bai Donglin's eyebrows moved slightly, and he turned his head slightly to look at the moon throne at the highest point, and his eyes met with the one behind the bright holy light for a moment. Yes, the strength of this Phoenix leader is not simple. He can easily get rid of the time freeze of the exiled immortal. He had just started to cultivate the great Tao of time, and was far from the realm of the exiled immortal. He could only barely sense the abnormal fluctuations of time, and it was impossible for him to break free from the exiled immortal's move. He just relied on his powerful physical strength to shatter the stillness of time. He said that he understood the great Tao of time, but he was just teasing the exiled immortal. Time is indeed a very powerful force, but it also depends on the strength of the person who wields it. According to his observation, although the exiled immortal had only reached the great perfection of the cave void realm, his actual combat power had already reached the power of 1.5 realms. It was not difficult for him to use time stillness to trap the power of 2 realms, but it would be far from enough for him to trap the power of 4 realms. This exiled immortal is already very outstanding, worthy of being the top of the hidden dragon list. The banished immortal is less than 1,000 years old, but with the realm of great perfection of Dongxu, he possesses real and powerful combat power. This is a leap across a great realm. This is the second monk who can cross the big realm except himself. Snap! Xian held the palm of Rishu, and saw that the time was still useless, and then waved his hand to remove the horrible immortal method. He had to continue to maintain this immortal method, which was very consumed for him. As the solidified space and time shattered, time began to flow again, and the buzzing noise once again filled the entire Tianju battlefield. Hey! What's going on? Why did this Xian suddenly change a position? And the breath fluctuated so fiercely. What did I miss? Yes! What's the matter with this broken void? Had they already fought? Hiss! The strength of these two is too terrifying. The methods they used are beyond our understanding. We are not even qualified to watch the battle. There was a lot of noise in the place, with people whispering to each other. Among them were some clever monks who had already seen some clues. Bai Daoyu! The exiled immortal straightened his robe, stood straight, and looked at Bai Donglin solemnly, with a complicated look in his eyes. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the boiling and burning will in the exiled immortal's body, and had vaguely guessed what the exiled immortal wanted to say. Fellow Taoist, Bai is the strongest cultivator of the same generation that I have ever met. No. Perhaps from now on, I will never meet an opponent as powerful as you in the same realm again. The exiled immortal shook his head slightly, and spoke earnestly. Bai Donglin concealed his breath. The exiled immortal could not sense Bai Donglin's cultivation level and age. He just subconsciously thought that Bai Donglin was the same as him, except that one was a chi cultivator, and the other was a body cultivator. After all, no one would think that a cultivator in the realm of supernatural powers could be so powerful that he could surpass 2 major realms. No one with a normal mind would have such an idea. Although I just played a trick, I have seen the strength of a Taoist friend. It is not necessary for meaningless tests. Next, make a move. After the exiled immortal finished speaking, his eyes burst into brilliant silver light, and countless stars shone. The silver hair that fell to the ground tore through the scarlet silk, dancing like a mad snake, and the vast and boundless momentum soared into the sky. The dark arena cracked inch by inch, and the void collapsed and shattered under the pressure of the breath. Ha! Great! That's exactly what I want. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and he admired the exiled immortal's character even more. It was very much to his liking. Fairy realm world. Chant. The rich immortal light spread wantonly, and the immortal realm Dharma image appeared again behind the exiled immortal's mind. Vast and boundless, covering the sky and the sun. The tall figure sitting on the imperial throne glanced at Bai Donglin indifferently, stood solemnly, and took a step forward. Virgin and real rotation. Illusions turn into truth. The body of the immortal emperor walked out of the immortal realm and stepped into the body of the exiled immortal. The two instantly merged into one. Endless bright and dazzling immortal light gathered and condensed into a thick pillar of light, shattering the void dimension barrier and shooting straight into the depths of the dimension. The light column slowly restrained, turned into light dandruff, and the figure of the Xianxian was revealed again. A white robe had turned into a god-like robe that was condensed by fairy light. In the eyes, there was endless glory, and his eyes turned into a substantial band of Suguang, and he swayed slightly behind his head. Between the hope, the horrible coercion was shocking. Clang! The dark platform trembled slightly, as if feeling something. A loud noise. A thick solid mass barrier raised on all sides, wrapped the entire ring group, and separated from the stands. This is the Tianju battlefield, which has a sense of violation of the rules, which has launched the protection mechanism to protect the billions of viewers will not be affected by the fierce battle. Bai Donglin's brows were slightly raised, and he did not move. He could feel that this Xianxian still had a means of not being exerted. Drink. Xianxian drank anger. Moved the mysterious method quickly with both hands. The silver light shone in the eyes, and a strong gray light condensed between the hands. Like a big day. That was the power of time. The surgery of immortality time round tomb. Sizzle. Boom. Two gray lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the void and fell down, striking the exiled immortal on both sides of his body, tearing apart the unknown time and space. A huge crack slowly opened up, and two huge coffins made of gray light stood in the crack. Snap! The coffin broke and dissipated, and the two figures across the cracks raised their heads slightly and looked at Bai Donglin indifferently. Hiss! Not only did Bai Dong's pupils shrink, but the hundreds of millions of viewers on the scene took a breath of coolness and looked horrible. Chapter 393, split into two. Xianxian. Three exactly the same ingredients. The three of them were all wearing the same imperial robe, had the same level of cultivation, the same aura and momentum, and even the fluctuations of their will were all the same. No, there are some differences between the three. The exiled immortal has shiny silver hair, while the other two have white hair and long gray hair respectively. Bai Donglin frowned, and a bright white light flashed at his eyes. He stared at the three banished immortals and took in all their movements. No matter how he sensed them, these three people were exactly the same. It is neither a clone nor a puppet. All three are the real body. The rich power of time enveloped the three banished immortals, and a mysterious wave tightly connected the three. Their auras converged and flowed endlessly, as if they were one. Is this the power of time? What a terrifying forbidden immortal technique. This banished immortal actually summoned his past self into the present world. Moan! Moan! Two more soft chants were heard, and brilliant immortal light flashed between the brows of the white-haired exiled immortal and the gray-haired exiled immortal at the same time. Two immortal realm images that covered the sky and the sun spread out. Hiss! Hundreds of millions of viewers took a breath again. Their shapes were backward. Their mouths opened and closed, like fish that was about to lose breath. Under the shock, they couldn't speak. Exiled immortal, you are indeed very strong. Among the tallest Mingyu throne. A whisper came with a whisper. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows. His sight fell on the two fairyland images, looking directly at the imperial throne. Huh? That's interesting. I saw that among the new two fairy domains. It is not exactly the same. There is no exactly sitting on the emperor's seat, which is replaced by the two groups of dazzling groups, which seem to be looming with mysterious objects. What is this? Xianxian, you are really surprising. Bai Donglin didn't have to wait long before the ball of light revealed its mystery. The three banished immortals raised their hands at the same time, and their own true self forms. Ignoring the distance, their three arms instantly crossed the vast immortal realm and inserted directly into the ball of light on the imperial throne. Buzz! The void was torn apart by an inexplicable breath, and the three banished immortals had retracted their arms, each holding an object that glowed with divine light. The silver-haired exiled immortal held an ancient brass bell in his hand, on which were engraved countless divine patterns, including the sun, moon, stars, flowers, trees, snakes, rats, insects and ants, as if everything in the world was engraved on it. The white-haired exiled immortal held a precious seal in his hand, and a heavy feeling came over him. 99 lifelike dragon-shaped phantoms were circling around him, The gray-haired exiled immortal held a long sword in his hand. The white sword body was shrouded by an endless aura of killing and death. As the sword's edge flickered, even the dimensional barrier was torn apart. It was a bloodthirsty weapon. Bang, bang, bang. Ha ha ha. Great. What a banished immortal. You are a true genius. Bai Donglin laughed, and his eyes were full of appreciation. He had already seen the means of Xian. This is no longer the word talent can be expressed. Xian is a person with ideas and wisdom. He has always admired smart people. Wisdom is the foundation of human beings. As we all know, a gas repair can only give birth to one destiny, and a manifestation can only bred one origin. And this fairy broke the routine and gave birth to at least 3 faders. He had guessed wrong before. This white-haired and gray-haired exiled immortal was not his past body, but his original self in a different world offline. Otherwise, you can't explain this completely different device. How did Xian do it? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, and he didn't know that this method had exceeded his understanding scope. Perhaps he could break through 1 or 2 when he was proficient in the avenue of time. However, there is a kind of intuition in his heart, the means of exerting by Xian, and I am afraid that there will be more than time avenue. And there are other more mysterious things. Friend Bai, I am ready. This is my strongest weapon. Please check 1 or 2. The 3 banished immortals stood in a peculiar position. An inexplicable connection flowed between them. Their auras continued to merge and rise, and their terrifying momentum became more condensed and powerful. At this time, the Xian has greatly improved the combat power, which has broken the estimates before by Donglin, faintly surpassed the power of the 3 realms, and seemed to touch the power of the 4th realm. Exiled immortal, you are indeed very strong. But I am not bad either. I am even stronger than you. A smile flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. With a thought, all the substances in his body instantly burned violently, and blazing golden flames covered his entire body. The ultimate sublimation. Want to play group battles? I will. Bai Donglin, whose body was wrapped in golden flames, took a step forward. His figure flickered faintly, like a dream, as if there were endless dimensions superimposed. Shinto Dimension Mirror Avatar. Dimension has extremely strong extensibility and contraction. It can be infinitely expanded, infinitely compressed, and infinitely superimposed. Theoretically, there is no upper limit. It is like a war monument, because it carries a low-dimensional world. It contains extremely powerful dimensional rules, including dimensions of time, space, and matter, so it can infinitely split into real entities. Bai Donglin currently only masters the dimensional space and the laws, and is of course far from being able to achieve this. The move he performed was a magical power created by combining the world space, magical powers within reach, mirror image and dimensional space. In fact, the original body has not increased. There is only one original body from beginning to end. The other clones are just his original body existing in different space coordinates at the same time through 2 space laws. The superposition, extension and contraction characteristics of dimensional space project and copy the real coordinates of its existence, so that the entity exists in more than one coordinate at the same time. It is extremely complicated in theory. To put it superficially, under normal circumstances, Bai Donglin exists in the space. But when he performs this technique, the relationship is reversed within a certain range, and the inside and outside are interchanged. It is not that he exists in the space, but that the space exists in his body, within the range that he can control. The original body is everywhere, in the eyes of the exiled immortal and billions of spectators. They only saw Bai Donglin's figure faintly flash, and then one figure after another stepped out, continuously, like a string of real afterimages. A spherical space with a diameter of 10,000 miles. This is the limit of what Bai Donglin can currently control. Exiled immortal, how about this move of mine? Exiled immortal, how about this move of mine? The 3 banished immortals leaned against each other and looked around. Endless Bai Donglin spoke in unison. Their voices like waves, continuous and endless. How did he do that? I don't know. I can't see through it. It seems that all of them are the original body. But this is impossible. No one can achieve this level, unless they are the ancestors of the 10th realm. The exiled immortal's thoughts met, and they communicated in an instant, with black lines faintly appearing on his forehead. Bro, is it that serious? I was just playing around with clones, and I only created 2. Why did you create so many? The spherical space with a diameter of thousands of miles has reached a degree of horror, which is not over trillion, The monks on the stands were completely numb and expressionless. Or in other words, 99.99% of them believed that Bai Donglin had cast a terrifying illusion and affected them. A trillion clones? Impossible. Fake. It's all fake. It's all an illusion. Well, it's indeed a bit too much. It's too crowded. We can't move freely. In that case, Shinto reverse Fa Tianqiang. Buzz. The endless golden flames disappeared in an instant, and the pitch-black arena was suddenly empty. The exiled immortal was slightly stunned. His expression instantly became extremely solemn. His pupils contracted. An endless divine light flashed, and his sight fell on the microscopic world. Suddenly, densely packed golden flame figures, smaller than dust, came into his sight. It is by Donglin that his body shape is reduced, as the first magical power that Bai Donglin acquired. The law of heaven and earth had been studied countless times, and naturally he gained some insights and improvements on it. This reverse Fa Tianqiang, as the name implies, is the opposite of Fa Tianqiang, and its characteristics are completely different. Fa Tianqiang, increased body shape, increased quality, increased power, and speed unchanged. Reverse the law of heaven and earth, the size is reduced, the mass remains unchanged, the strength remains unchanged, and the speed is greatly enhanced. One increases strength, the other increases speed. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages, and can be used to cope with different combat environments. But there is no doubt that both are extremely powerful magical powers. Xian, take my 100 million punches. Chapter 394 Zodiac. Clang. As soon as the fairy god's color changed, it was too late to think about it. The bronze clock in his hand was thrown into the air and turned into a size of thousands of times. Then, countless extremely tiny golden rays flashed in the void and fell heavily on the bell. Ding! Ding! The attack was like a violent storm, continuous and endless. The brass bell vibrated violently, and an extremely thick light shield emerged, with endless divine patterns lingering on it. Under the cover of endless attacks, the brass bell began to reflect golden sound waves filled with vast power. The sound waves, like real entities, swept in all directions. The void was torn and crushed, and the dark arena was plowed layer by layer. The sound waves spread to the battlefield barrier light shield, stirring up fierce ripples. When the hundreds of millions of monks in the stands saw this, they were all horrified and retreated far away, fearing that the barrier would be broken and innocent people would die. Ahem. Countless sound waves were running rampant outside, but the inside of the brass bell was completely quiet. However, the silver-haired exiled immortal suddenly coughed up a few mouthfuls of golden blood. His face turned pale, and he suffered a severe backlash. Hey! Good baby. Can you rebound 20% of the attack? But how long can you resist? Bai Dong smiled in a low voice, and the hard-to-hard body was at the speed of twice the speed of light. With the splattered potential energy, it crushed countless golden sounds, and a punch was bombarded on the giant breed of brass. Ahem. It's not enough. This man's fist is extremely powerful, and with such intensive attacks, if I take another breath, the Emperor Bell will devour all my magic power. Hurry up and act. Any cultivator in this world must follow common sense and logic. Using magic powers and summoning magic weapons will naturally consume energy. Unlike Bai Donglin, who has the backup of immortality, there is no difference between forbidden techniques and normal attacks. The Emperor's sword cuts through life. The gray hair was holding a pale sword. Her eyes lingered endlessly, and they slowly cut out a sword. The gray-white sword mangle came out, ignoring the thick bell wall, directly cut into the outside world. A sword mang, which contains endless death, hung devoid. A fantasy flashed, instantly turned into a dead white sword domain that was dead, spreading to tens of thousands of miles, and locked Bai Dong to death. The endless swordsmanship emerged, and along the inexplicable trajectory, it automatically cut towards Bai Dong, and at the same time cut towards Trillion Dust. Great swordsmanship. Bai Donglin's eyes were bright, and when he saw his heart hilarious, his palms turned, and he became extremely small in his hands. There is nothing in this world that cannot be cut. Return to the ruins. Destruction with one slash. The terrifying sword technique that made its debut in the battle against the Blood River sect. The terrifying slash that cut through worlds and dimensions. This one move alone can destroy everything. Chant. Clang. The endless sounds of slashing converged into one, resounding through the heaven and earth. And then a bright scarlet blade flashed, and the gray-white sword domain was shattered in an instant. Puff! The gray hair sprayed a sip of golden blood. A long gray hair spontaneously ignited. The dense knife marks appeared. The arms trembled slightly. And the Sabai Emperor sword god was dim. Oh! What a terrible knife! I can't hold on any longer. The silver-haired banished immortal's eyes glared with golden blood flowing from the corners of his eyes. His hands, which were holding the mysterious magic formula, broke instantly, and then turned into nothingness. Even his flesh and blood particles were completely shattered. Clang! The heavy brass bell let out a mournful cry. And the divine light suddenly shattered. It was knocked back by the vast power, crushing the void. And then the dimensional barrier. It turned into a meteor, shot into the depths of the dimensional space, and disappeared. Final blow. Combine! The banished immortal roared angrily. And after fighting to this point, he could no longer maintain his composure. The three people's thoughts merged, and their bodies superimposed together in an inexplicable state. They opened their mouths and inhaled, and the three vast fairylands behind their heads superimposed and merged, turning into a dazzling ball of fairy light. The banished immortal released his essence, energy and spirit, and all of it was immersed in the ball of light. Snap! The solid light ball was broken, and a slightly illusory figure stepped out. The figure was extremely tall, no less than 10,000 miles. Print it! The imperial seal surrounded by 99 dragons fell into his hands and expanded greatly, instantly exceeding thousands of miles in size. One crush. Yongjin. When the emperor's seal fell, the imaginary emperor flickered for a while, and he didn't enter the emperor's seal in an instant. Bai Donglin's expression changed, and his figure was frozen in place, unable to move. The power of time and a terrifying force of suppression made it impossible for him to break free in a short period of time. After all, the emperor's seal could fall on his head in half a second. Can't avoid it. Then resist it. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. Faced with this large-scale attack that covered all, the technique of the avatar is already useless. The dimensions of the dimensions are scattered, leaving only a huge figure above the dark ring. Estimation of the sky. Up to 8,000 feet. The golden flames of the body were burning, countless colorful, and the condensed chains were wrapped around the body and squeaked. The power of this seal is truly extraordinary. It is the real power of the world. It has faintly exceeded the power of the four realms. When the printing falls, it is enough to annihilate the low-level small world. Exiled immortal. This is a strike where you burn everything you have to show respect. I'm going to attack with all my strength. The three light in the body burned, and a light of the vast will like the sea, the light of life, and the light of the soul, wisdom, instantly gathered on the fist. The huge fist turned into a colorful day. Bai Donglin's eyes focused. His expression was serious, and he punched towards the emperor's seal. A serious punch. The sound of big sounds. The void silently annihilated. The dimension barrier was penetrated by ruthlessness. An extremely dazzling light burst out, and everyone closed their eyes instantly. Even so, the terrifying light that passed through the battlefield shield caused blood to flow from the corners of the eyes of hundreds of millions of monks. After a long time, the light scattered, and the dark platform that had become ruined appeared in front of everyone. Gulp! Who won? A monk spoke tremblingly, but no one around responded. Monster! Monster! Some monks collapsed to the ground, looking insane, their minds destroyed by the endless fighting spirit. Impossible! Impossible! Is this the extent that the eighth monk can do? That kind of power. That kind of power is clearly the power of great power. Who won? Anyway? Idiot! Don't you know how to watch the Qinlong list? Ask and ask. You know? Guru! The greedy wine was filled with 2 sips of spirits. The trembling palms turned, and took out the Qinlong list, and his eyes fell directly on the top of the list. The winner! Bai Donglin! Bai Donglin! Boom! There was silence in the stands for a moment, and then it suddenly became boiling with cheers and roars pouring out like a tidal wave. Everyone was venting the fear in their hearts, and no one could be spared under the horror of the horrible will. Bai Donglin stood in the void, and the slim black robe was slightly moved. The place where he was still was abnormal, and it seemed to be 2 worlds with the hustle and bustle of the outside world. He really didn't care about others, but lowered his eyes to his wrist. A magical 9-section halo was slowly emerging, and the 7th section of light gradually shone, with a pattern reflected on it. It was a list. The Hidden Dragon list. Ji Dao trials have completed 6. There are only 3 tasks. It's almost fast. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction, and glanced at the light cocoon in the ruins on the ground. The remains of the exiled immortal were sleeping and recovering in it. His injuries were more serious than Han Yi, who had only half a head left. The last move had overdrawn too much of his strength. However, this Xian is indeed extraordinary. It is the peak Tianjiao that must step into the 10th realm. After looking back, Bai Donglin's figure moved slightly and wanted to board the big sun throne, etc. A cold female voice came out, and Bai Donglin's figure froze. The millions of spectators who were still cheering seemed to be strangled by the throat and became stunned for a moment. No! Come on! Moaning helplessly. This was the common thought in the hearts of most monks. Is there anyone who would challenge such a monster? You defeated the exiled immortal and became the #1 on the hidden dragon ranking. Then, let's have a battle as agreed to determine the true #1. Naturally, you have to fight. Buzz! The void trembled slightly, and countless holy moonlight scattered and condensed into a staircase, extending down from the highest point of the moon throne. A tall and graceful figure walked down the moonlit stairs, with endless starlight following her as she walked. The black tulle dress was as deep as the void of the universe, dotted with countless tiny gems, like endless shining stars. At first glance, it was like a brilliant galaxy draped over her graceful body. The top of the young phoenix ranking. Zodiac Orchid. No way. Bai Donglin, this monster, defeated even the exiled immortal easily without even a noticeable injury, which means he still has some strength left. This 12 Palaces Orchid is at best about the same level as the exiled immortal. How could he possibly beat him? Well, yes, for the moment of breath. Such a beautiful woman will be beaten into a pig's head later. I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Countless male cultivators were heartbroken, watching the goddess of their dreams fall into the clutches of the devil, and they could only watch from the sidelines. The powerlessness they felt broke their hearts. 12 Palace Orchids came out a few steps, and came to Bai Donglin in an instant. Do you want to fight me? 12. It's a strange name. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows. With the hidden dragon and young phoenix list in his hand, he naturally knew the other party's name a long time ago, especially since it was such a strange name. He naturally took a few more glances. I'm not called 12. My surname is 12 House. Named Orchid. Son, please fight with me. The 12 Palace Orchid was slightly forced to give a gift, and the dark veil covered most of the face, so that people could not peep at the whole picture. But the bright eyes exposed were particularly beautiful and charming. Sorry, you are no match for me. This kind of meaningless fight. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. If he wasn't for completing the trial task, he would not be too lazy to shoot at all. But he couldn't kill him. This meaningless battle was also a little beating and a fart. It also goes against his low-key style. Although he has distorted reality with his will, all the monks here will completely forget his appearance, including their spiritual memories, once they leave this place. However, his real name has always been exposed. But this is nothing. One is that the heavenly compass is too strong, and the other is to complete the trial task. His name must be on the list. Son, I am not a fight for spirit. The secret of you and I will know it. It has the benefits of great day. The 12 Palace Orchid's eyes were slightly sinking, and an obscure idea passed into Bai Dong's head. When I heard a few words the benefits of the sky, Bai Donglin's eyes were bright, and he looked at the 12 Palace Orchids deeply, and the sound said, 12. I hope what you said is true. Otherwise, hey, you will have to compensate me for my losses. I already said my name is not 12. Take that. Bai Donglin's eyes were stunned, and he stopped nonsense. He punched his head directly to the 12 Palace Orchids. What a cruel man. The 12 Palace Orchid changed, but there was a hint of joy in my heart. The vast mana exploded in the body. Between the waves, a crystal clear shield appeared in front of the body. Clang. Snap. First, there was a huge crisp, and then the shield was broken in mirror. Countless fragments carried endless power, all bombarded on the body of the 12 Museum. Boom! The 12 Palace Orchid crushed a void gully, and the body smashed on the dark ring, forming a giant pit. Countless cracks, spreading to the end of the site. Puff! Zodiac Orchid spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her veil with golden light. Her breath suddenly weakened, and she said weakly, the sun is really powerful. It's Launer lost. Hiss. Everyone, including Bai Donglin, gasped. This woman has such great acting skills. Bai Donglin's brows twitched slightly. He glanced at his fist and cried out in his heart that he had been fooled. Okay. The scammer has hit me. My ancestor? Buzz. Don't wait for everyone to think about what's the situation. The light wheels hanging in the void are trembling slightly. And a strange fluctuation comes. The 20 sun and moon thrones, as well as the top 20 on the hidden dragon and phoenix list, disappeared in an instant. At the same time, light and shadow rotated in this small world, and billions of monks were kicked out directly. The Qianlong list was glittering. The name of Bai Donglin, who was at the top of the list, suddenly changed and turned into a gilded color. The aura is ethereal and extremely majestic, as if it contains the meaning of supremacy. Chapter 395. Heavenly Secret Talisman. The perception was confused. The light and shadows were flowing, and when the vision was restored, everyone was already in a snow-white space. The space was not large, and the border of the film with flowing light could be seen at a glance. 20 great sun and moon thrones formed a circle, and a dazzling ball of light was suspended in the center of the circle. Inside the ball of light, countless colorful streams of light were moving, and each stream of light exuded a strange aura. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes and looked around. He was sitting on the huge sun throne, surrounded by endless golden flames. Just after the defeat 12 Palace Lawn, there was a strong force of the void high. He could have broken away, but thought of what the 12 Gonglin said to him. He gave up his resistance and came to this space obediently. What are the so-called benefits? Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly, and the side across the center of the center looked at the 12 Palace Orchid opposite, and asked with a face. The 12 Palace Orchid, who was still breathless, became vivid now, where there was still an injured look. Bai Donglin's brows twitched when he saw this. Damn it. This woman took advantage of him and abandoned him. If he had known this would happen, he should have punched her hard just now. Ahem. Fellow Taoist Bai. If you have any questions, I may know a thing or two. After receiving the voice transmission, Bai Donglin turned his gaze to one side. Not far from him, the exhausted exiled immortal was lying on the sun throne. His eyes with dim divine light were looking at him. The exiled immortal looked like this, although he had awakened from his deep sleep. It was obvious that the consumed source of essence was difficult to recover. Fellow Taoist, I was just in a state of excitement and couldn't control myself. I hope you can forgive me. Bai Donglin nodded slightly at the exiled immortal, with a hint of apology on his face. No, I don't blame you. This is my own choice. It was a very enjoyable battle. Haha. Only by seeing the higher sky can I know my shortcomings and go further. I am delighted to be able to fight against a strong man like you. The exiled immortal spoke earnestly, with fire burning in his eyes. If it weren't for his poor physical condition, Bai Donglin estimated that he would have wanted to drag him to fight again. Bai Donglin was slightly moved. It would be hard for someone like the exiled immortal not to become a strong man. He was perfect in every aspect and possessed the qualities of a strong man. Ha ha ha. Great. Taoist friend. You are indeed very special. Well, I won't mention this matter. Taoist friend. Do you know where this place is? And what is that ball of light? Bai Donglin smiled heartily and stopped being coy. He asked about the doubts in his mind. Upon hearing this, the exiled immortal shook his head slightly and said in a voice transmission, I don't know exactly where this place is, but I know the purpose of bringing us here. This is a legendary place. The Tianju battlefield will come when the peak of each era will come. In the long years, it will be opened every other time. It will not disappear until the time of the times, waiting for the next era to appear again. The place of this legend only appears only when the Tianju battlefield was opened for the first time in each era. And the Qianlong Chuang Phoenix was the first to decide the real first. There are very few people who know the secret. After listening to the explanation of the exiled immortal, the doubts in Bai Donglin's eyes slowly dissipated. For a place that could make a proud girl like 12 Palaces Lawn lower herself to put on a good show in order to open it, the benefits must be extremely tempting. Fellow Taoist exiled immortal, this ball of light in front of us, isn't it the reward for us? Haha. Dao, you guessed right. Yes, but not entirely. There are countless treasures in the light ball, but we can only take a limited amount. However, as the final winner, you have the priority to choose, and you can definitely make more than one move. Bai Donglin's eyes moved, and he realized that there was something behind the words of the exiled immortal. He was inspired and asked, Fellow Taoist, what do you have to teach me? Heavenly Secret Talisman. Friend Bai. Although there are countless treasures in the light ball, the most precious and valuable one is this Heavenly Secret Talisman. This thing can only be obtained from here, in the entire one true world. There is no other place. The banished immortal looked solemn. And when he spoke of the heavenly secret talisman, his aura fluctuated for a moment, which was rare. It was obvious that he also valued this item very much. There is no other place like it. Bai Donglin's eyes are slightly condensed. The weight of these 4 words can be carried by ordinary things. Such a rare thing. Regardless of its use. Get it? He nodded slightly to the exiled immortal to show his gratitude. He finally understood why the 12 Zodiac Orchid was reluctant to say more. It turned out that she regarded him as a competitor. Sensing a gaze with complicated meaning, Bai Donglin turned his head and saw 2 unicorn horns shining with purple light. It turned out to be her. The woman whom she had met once in the heart of the 9 rings. Mu Miaoling from the Holy Divine Blood sect, who possessed the divine purple-blooded Qilin bloodline and was ranked 9th on the Young Phoenix list. It seems that this woman still remembers me. However, once I leave this place, I will also forget his appearance. This is the advantage of having a strong will. Bai Donglin grinned and didn't care. He looked around and carefully sensed these Tianjios. He couldn't help but feel a little cold in his heart. The road to the revival of physical cultivation is indeed still very long. In addition to Mu Miaoling, there is also a strange man in the 3rd place in the Qianlong list. Bai Donglin felt the breath of the polar bracelet on him. It should be the disciple of the polar Taoxingzong. There were 20 people present, and including him, there were only 3 physical cultivators. The rest were all Qi cultivators. The exiled immortal, 12 Palaces Orchid, Han Yi, Buzz. When Bai Donglin was thinking about it, the light ball in the center suddenly trembled slightly, groaning, and countless magic patterns began to appear on its surface. Bai Donglin, number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking, winner of the Dragon and Phoenix battle, has won more than 9 games in a row within the top 100. Permissions open, highest priority. Can take action 3 times. Each time limit is 60 seconds. Zodiac Orchid, top of the Young Phoenix list. Permanent openness, priority is 2nd. You can take it twice. Each time a limited time of 40 interests. Exiled Immortal, number 2 on Hidden Dragon list. Permissions open, priority 3. Can take action once. Time limit 40 seconds. The subtitles poured down like water, revealing themselves in front of everyone. The time limit became more and more stringent as time went on. The 10th place only had 1 breath. That is, 1 breath. In such a short time, it was almost impossible to deliberately choose a treasure. So one could only take a chance and choose randomly. Is there no limit on the quantity? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly. A hint of joy appeared on his face. But he did not get too carried away. He had to try it to know the exact situation inside the light ball. Chant! The characters of the characters dissipated. The endless god pattern on the light of the light opened slowly. And the dazzling light ball suddenly became crystal clear and transparent. And the flowing light of the wanton flying became clearer. A strange fluctuation was turbulent. And Bai Donglin's heart led the gods to stand up. And stepped out of the light ball. The rest of Tianji widened his eyes. And his eyes were full of envy. And he stared straight at Bai Donglin. Everyone was the first time. And he observed it carefully. Maybe he could get some experience. Bai Donglin looked solemn, and slowly raised his hand. Seeing how cautious he was, everyone became nervous as well. 1 meter. Half a meter. When his palm was about to touch the crystal light film, Bai Donglin flipped his hand, and took out a large basin made of black iron. Everyone. Crash! Bai Donglin raised his hand, and a stream of fragrant spiritual liquid flowed out, instantly filling the iron basin. The crystal clear liquid rippled slightly, dotted with stars, like a Milky Way. Such quality is the ground-level superb liquid. Bai Donglin looked solemn. He rolled up his sleeves as if no one was around, dipped his head into the spiritual liquid, and began to scrub it carefully, muttering to himself as he washed. Xiang can save the innocent, and Krypton can change fate. Queen Mother, Jade Emperor, Avalokitesvara, Hongjun, Pangu, bless me to hit the target with 1 shot. The exiled immortal frowned. Who were these bodhisattvas and gods that Daoist fellow Bai was talking about? They must be extraordinary people to make Daoist fellow so pious. Buzz, sensing Bai Donglin's extremely strong inner desire, the pitch-black lucky ring trembled slightly, and the luck lingering on it instantly burned out. Then I won't be polite. A gleam of light flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, and his palm, still stained with spiritual liquid, was as fast as lightning. It instantly broke through the light membrane and inserted into the light ball. Various means of perception also poured out with his palm. Boom! Thunder exploded in his mind. And Bai Donglin felt as if he had entered a real universe. Vast and boundless. The stream of light that seemed invisible to the outside world was now like ancient stars, running across the void of the universe, moving in disorder at an extremely fast speed. It's really not that simple. Although this is all an illusion of perception, it is impossible to plunder treasures recklessly. The more treasures you collect, the greater the pressure on your soul and mind. There were only 60 breaths of time, and there was no time to think too much. Bai Donglin's perception was fully expanded. He didn't know what the heavenly secret talisman looked like, but the lucky ring had been activated. He just needed to do it. The light ball was extremely vast, and contained countless treasures, including pagodas, divine bells, giant tripods, and divine swords. Countless treasures and stars passed by in his perception. But Bai Donglin remained motionless. Although these treasures were of extremely high quality, they were not what he wanted. 20 breaths? 40 breaths? 50 breaths? Bai Donglin frowned. No. No. Although he didn't find the heavenly secret talisman, he couldn't waste this opportunity. With a thought, an extremely huge hand appeared in the void, and he casually grabbed 3 treasure stars in his hand. They were so heavy, his eyes flashed with a cold light. But it was not enough. The vast will poured out and instantly blessed his palm. The slender palm trembled slightly. An endless divine light flowed. Then the palm turned down, and another 7 treasure stars were held in his hand. After 59 breaths, Bai Donglin withdrew his hand with a little regret. Without checking the treasure in his hand, he casually threw it into the light world and reached into the light ball again. 30 breaths passed in a flash, and when Bai Donglin thought he would return disappointed, suddenly his heart moved, and his mind was attracted by a purple star that passed by at a very fast speed. That's it. The divine talisman of heaven. Without any doubt. Just a mysterious intuition. Without hesitation, he slapped down, crossed the endless void, and grasped the purple star in his hand. Just one. Can't satisfy me. After obtaining the purple star, Bai Donglin instantly confirmed that this thing was the divine talisman of heaven. Its aura was also remembered by his mind. Finally, his will could take effect. With his eyes slightly closed, a vast and boundless will poured out and instantly spread to the endless void. In just a moment, Bai Donglin locked onto another identical purple star, and his palm immediately fell. At this time, the time had reached 58 breaths, so he could only pick up a few more items at random and retreat. Last chance. Bai Donglin stretched out his hand with confidence. After just 60 breaths, he withdrew his hand with satisfaction, put away all the treasures, and took a step back to the throne. The other geniuses didn't know what treasure Bai Donglin had obtained. His movements were so fast that he would instantly put away the treasure every time, leaving them no chance to peek. He raised his hand and waved it, and a divine light barrier fell down, blocking the view of everyone outside. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged with his head slightly lowered, his face hidden in the shadows. The corners of his mouth slowly raised, and the arc became more and more exaggerated. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. It's posted. It's posted. This time it's really posted. Murmuring softly, he vented the joy in his heart. This kind of good thing could only be enjoyed by himself. If others heard this, they would probably be so jealous that they would burst into pieces. Chapter 396 Deducing Everything. After a long time, Bai Donglin suppressed his emotions and waved his hand to disperse the divine light barrier. His expression had become calm, but there was an elegant and easygoing smile on the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he was in a very happy mood. Friend Bai, congratulations. It seems you have gained a lot this time. The banished immortal had already taken the treasures. When he turned around and saw Bai Donglin with a beaming face, he couldn't help but congratulate him. Ha ha ha. It's okay. The two smiled at each other and said nothing more. Neither of them asked about the other's specific gains. This was the unspoken rule among monks. A kind of mutual respect. This banished immortal really helped him a lot. If he had not known about the existence of the divine talisman, he would not be able to use it even if he had the ring of incredible luck. Without a goal, how could there be any desire? This time he owed the exiled immortal a favor. So the will to distort reality did not work on the exiled immortal. Soon after, the exiled immortal was the only one who could remember his face. With the extraordinary talent of the exiled immortal, he will definitely go far in the future. And there will be many opportunities for the two of them to interact with each other in the future. Chant. As the last genius pulled out his hand, the treasure distribution ended. The light ball spun and hummed softly. Strange waves flashed. And a sense of enlightenment emerged in everyone's heart. The treasure has been taken. And the cause and effect are all gone. As soon as Bai Donglin's expression moved, combined with the previous speculation, his thoughts turned into the meaning of it. It seems that the Tianji Pavilion had a plan when it set up these lists, and the Tianji Compass. The appearance of the geniuses on the list, and their competition for the ranking, are definitely beneficial to the Tianji Pavilion. And the Tianji Pavilion accepts the geniuses of the human race. In other words, since Tianji Pavilion relied on the genius of the human race, it naturally owed him a favor, and want to erase the cause and effect. Either kill the other party, or pay compensation. As a human force, Tianji Pavilion naturally cannot massacre the human geniuses, and it must take good care of them. After all, these geniuses will grow up to be the top leaders of various forces in the future, or even powerful ancestors. This probability is most likely to be achieved by a genius born at the crest of the times. So this legendary place exists for this reason. This kind of human affairs. Naturally, the best time in Tianju is still the best. If the other party is strong, the price will be high. After all, cultivators at different realms have very different perspectives, and the value of the things they care about also rises. After thinking it through, Bai Donglin suddenly felt that it was natural for him to receive those treasures, and he felt at ease. Looking back at himself, he didn't seem to have lost anything from beginning to end. Although he didn't know what Tianji Pavilion was seeking, it should be a win-win situation. Otherwise, the many human forces would not have watched this game drag on for such a long time. Buzz! The snow-white space trembled slightly, and a vast repulsive force emerged, instantly kicking everyone out of this strange space. Snap! A crack appeared in the void, and Bai Donglin jumped out from it. His thoughts poured out, and he instantly determined his location. It is less than 100 miles away from the place where the light wheel fell before, which is the center of this world. Under the perception of ideas, the small world of light in the air has disappeared, and there are still many monks staying in place. There was no need to think too much. That cunning woman, Dia Miao Miao, must have already run away. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't care about it. Everything was still under his control. Ha. Venom Fang. Ah, Venom Fang. You are so naive and cute. You want to run away after falling into my hands? Well, I will let you have a taste of pain. The figure shook slightly, and fled across the void into the depths of the earth. He was in no mood to care about these little things at the moment. There was still some time before the 7 absolute grass matured, so he was not in a hurry at all. He was just anxious to digest the gains of this trip. Deep underground, Bai Donglin waved his hand, and the laws spread, creating a solid place for retreat. He casually carved a few formations, and sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his palm, a ball of divine light appeared in his hand, filled with a hot breath, and a throne was floating in it. The Great Sun Throne. A powerful tool for showing off. It has good defensive capabilities, can spray out powerful big sun divine fire, and its mass is also extremely terrifying. It will definitely be very effective when used to hit people. This sun that exists in the small world is still much worse than the sun in the void of the universe in the real world. The big sun that fell in the black prison. The big sun throne condensed by the silver boy in the demon suppression temple, and the throne in his hand, all belong to the big sun in this small world. In terms of original power, they are one level lower than the big sun in the only true world. It's a bit of a waste to just swallow it like this. It's not easy to condense a round of great sun energy so perfectly. Moreover, if the dark realm devouring is not done properly, it may destroy the divine pattern on it. Maybe the great sun will completely explode, causing damage to the dark realm, and the energy will be wasted. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, and gave up this idea. The dark world was still a little short of maturity, and could not swallow the sun alive at the moment. An idea suddenly occurred to me, and I thought of a place where I could make the best use of everything. The Eternal Light Realm. The Eternal Continent has been expanding continuously, and has spread to hundreds of thousands of miles. Above it, in the endless void, hangs an illusory light wheel condensed by the laws of fire, light, and the sun. This illusory sun always has limited power, and the Eternal Continent is too vast. The light it sheds cannot even cover the entire earth, let alone bring endless vitality. Therefore, except for the central area, many other areas of this continent are bare and have no plants. Buzz! The void trembled slightly. A hot light ball suddenly appeared in the eternal light world, and fell straight into the unreal. The endless flames of the sun spread, and the illusory sun seemed to have undergone a qualitative sublimation, instantly transforming into a real sun star. Endless light fell, illuminating the entire eternal continent in an instant. The grass broke through the soil and sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bare earth began to turn green and flourish with vitality. The thought faded away, and Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. This way, the world will look a bit like this. Bai Donglin has great ambitions. This eternal world has extraordinary potential, and is not just a storage space. If it is improved bit by bit, one day, it will be built into a perfect world. A small goal will be to build a primitive continent spanning billions of light years. With a flip of his hand, dozens of empty crystal balls floated out, all emitting a different aura of laws. These are the treasures he took out from the ball of light. Except for the heavenly secret talisman and a few special treasures. All other treasures were given to the seeds of laws. One is because this is indeed what he needs. And the other is that these rule seeds are particularly light compared to other treasure stars. And he can bring out 20 or 30. As expected of the Tianji Pavilion. Most of the law seeds collected are related to the secrets of heaven, fate, and cause and effect. Bai Donglin pondered for a moment. He still had more than 50 empty slots for his main spiritual orifices, which was more than enough. But planting these laws would add a few more difficult pieces to his future blueprint. Time, space, destiny, reincarnation, Mother River. Bai Donglin's expression condensed, and he thought of more things. It seemed that these rules could not be avoided. Debts are not a burden. I have an endless lifespan and inexhaustible time. Difficulties will not stop me from moving forward forever. Supreme rules? I deserve to take them all. After making a decision, his thoughts poured out, covering dozens of empty crystal balls. One by one, the seeds of laws were introduced into his body and planted in his spiritual orifices. There are 350 laws, and only 16 more laws are needed to make it completely perfect. Bai Donglin now has an idea of the most important rules. A white light flashed across his palm, and 3 talismans glowing with purple light appeared in his hand. They were as crystal clear as amethyst, with countless divine patterns on them, as if they were made by nature, with a hidden Taoist charm. And waves of mysterious aura continued to rise. The heavenly secret talisman. What a treasure! The secret of heaven exists in the operation of the world. It is a force, a destiny, and a fortune, which runs through the past and the future. The true spirit of every life is vaguely connected with the secret of heaven, like an endless web. Following the secret of heaven, one can peek into the past and the future, seek good fortune and avoid disaster, and change one's fate. And this divine talisman of heaven's secrets is even more special. It does not need any true spiritual energy as a medium to rely on, and it can deduce everything in the world. Although this thing is powerful, it also has many terrible limitations. First, each life can only use it once in its lifetime. If it is used repeatedly, it will be killed by the backlash of heaven and earth. Second, the deduction of the heavenly secret talisman is closely related to the fate of the user, which means that you must be qualified to carry the object you deduce. Otherwise it will fail. For example, an ordinary cultivator naturally cannot use the heavenly secret talisman to deduce the true one ancient artifact. At least the top ancestors have to be qualified to do so. Third, what is deduced must be the inevitable result that already exists in the user's infinite time and space, and countless world lines in the future. The 3 conditions were extremely harsh. But after Bai Donglin thought about it, it seemed that these 3 restrictions would not affect him. It will not be used once again. I can die a few more times. Fate. Bai Donglin felt that his fate was incredible enough, as he could even bear immortality and damage reversal. Who else in this world had a harder fate than him? As for the inevitable results in the world line, this should involve the convergence of the world line, which should be the core operating principle of the Tianji Divine Talisman. I am immortal and my lifespan is endless. If I want, I can do anything. In other words, in the future, no matter which world line I am in, my pursuit will be achieved. It's just a matter of time. Therefore, I also meet this 3rd restriction. Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly, slowly raised his hand, and picked up a divine talisman. His soul and thoughts condensed into a knife, and he probed into its core, engraving a piece of text in a hazy purple space. Deduction, the trace of the time dimension of the seed of the unparalleled law. And how to obtain it? Buzz. The void hummed. The heavenly secret talisman vibrated violently, and then turned into a dazzling purple light beam, shooting into an unknown place in the dark. A hint of enlightenment suddenly emerged in his mind. Bai Donglin didn't have time to check and picked up another divine talisman. Deduction. The traces of the unparalleled law seed dimension matter. And how to obtain it. Snap. The void collapsed. And it was a dazzling purple light column spraying out. The mysterious understanding did not appear in my heart. And a horror fluctuations came. That is, the power of heaven and earth after countless world lines converge. The power of heaven and earth times infinite. Bai Donglin naturally had no way to resist the terrifying power that even the 10th level ancestors could not withstand. He died instantly. Completely. And Wu Wei, who was 100 billion light years away, also turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, Bai Donglin was resurrected. His expression solemn. And he picked up another divine talisman. Deduction. The world material of the seed of the unparalleled law. Chapter 397 The Origin of Rules. What will happen if 3 heavenly secret talismans are used consecutively on the same life? No one in this world knows. Bai Donglin's eyes closed tightly and waited for death. After a while, the horrible anti-phase that was expected did not appear. He slowly opened his eyes and showed a trace of doubt. Failed? Still this operating mechanism has been played by me? The idea just flashed in my mind. And the mysterious understanding appeared again in my heart. The heart was suddenly happy. And the heart was quiet. Suddenly, the information flow appeared in the depths of the soul. With the excitement, it swallowed it in the rotation. After digesting the first piece of information, Bai Donglin frowned and looked a little gloomy. Then came the second piece of information. His face became even darker. He read through all the information, carefully observed it again and again. His expression became more and more ugly. Anger rose in his eyes. And he slapped it hard. Boom! With an angry blow, endless power poured out, directly penetrating hundreds of thousands of miles of strata. And the huge palm print reached deep into the magma at the center of the earth. Grandma. Play me! The rules of the dimension time can be converted in the human treasure house with the contribution of the human race, consuming 6 million contribution points. And the title restrictions, Jioshin Guard. The dimension of the maintenance material can be exchanged at the Polar Taoxing Zone Monkey Division, which consumes 20 million points, and exchanges permissions. Bai Donglin gritted his teeth. The 2 deduced pieces of information were really outrageous. He was about to step into the battlefield. And when he made his contribution, wouldn't it be a natural thing for him to get the information about the seed of the law of dimension time? This is even more true as for dimensional matter. Once you are about to complete the extreme trial and enter the extreme council, you can also obtain this information. What is the significance of this deduction? He couldn't let him pay less contributions or points, but just learn about the news in advance. And it was also expensive. In his expectation, the best outcome was that these law seeds existed in a remote and uninhabited place. And they were ownerless. So he could just go and get them. The worst outcome was that they existed in the treasure house of some force. And he could just spend some time to snatch them away. The worst case scenario is that he either dies or dies. He cannot rob the treasure house of the human race or the Jidao holy sect. He cannot do that either in terms of reason or strength. The last piece of information was even more outrageous. In the soul memory, there was a figure sitting cross-legged, with 4 colored streams of light swirling around in his body. A closer look at the face of this person revealed that it was him. The law of the world. When did my body have such things? Why don't I know myself? On this day, the Amaka told him that what he had been looking for was in his own body. What a joke. Etc. This thing seems familiar. 4 color streamer. 4 color streamer. Bai Donglin frowned. His eyes gradually brightened as he murmured softly. And a trace of memories came to his mind. The stream of light that broke through the fog and fell was exactly the same as the 4-color stream of light. Extreme Bell. It was the reward bestowed by the Jidao Bell. He had also asked Xiong, the bell keeper, about it. Judging from Xiong's expression at that time, the flowing light was a good thing. He did not expect that it was related to the material world. As his thoughts progressed, some overlooked clues gradually became clear, and he roughly guessed the nature of the flowing light. Yes, the 4 sacred beasts that bound the Jidao Bell represent the 4 major material laws of earth. Wind, water and fire. The solid, gas, liquid and plasma states are combined into one. Isn't it the highest achievement of the law of matter? The material law? This thing was peeled out of the versatile bells from the saints? Moreover, it should not be a rule seed. Not so simple. Otherwise it is impossible to hide my sense of will. It is hidden in his body for such a long time. and he has died many times without incorporating spiritual tips. It is reasonable that if it is a rule seed, it should have dissipated. Could this be the origin of the rules? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, and jumped up in shock at his own thoughts. The more he thought about it, the greater the possibility became. It was just like the 9-ring light band formed by the extreme bracelet on his wrist, which was the embodiment of the power of rules. He could not sense it, and it did not dissipate with his death. If it is true, then it really posted. I don't know how much time I saved me in the future. Call. Deeply spit out a turbid air, and Bai Donglin pressed the excited mood. It is not easy for the rule of this rule to be used for its own use. You see it cross the rules, and directly understand the rules. This is the law of basic common sense. But with the origin of the rules, it is easier to plant the rules. However, he has not thought of what to do for the time being. At least, the first step is to find the 4 colors of light in the body. Oh! I finally understand the meaning of the 3rd limit of the heavenly rune. It should not be used like this. It is really a chicken rib. Bai Donglin slowly raised his hand. A white light flashed, and 2 divine talismans appeared in the palm of his hand, full of purple and mysterious aura. This was his only remaining divine talisman. He had exhausted all his means, and only found 5 of them in the light ball. This thing was indeed extraordinary. He estimated that he had already emptied most of the divine talismans in the light ball. To get the world line lock in the inevitable result of the existence of time and space in the future. If he has not used these 3 sour runes today, he will take the step in steps, according to the future trajectory. He will also obtain dimension time in the human treasure house. It will also obtain dimensions in the polar sacred sect. Overall, just let me know the goal in advance, and the time it takes this process will be shortened. Which is the benefit? This wave. Blood loss. Bai Donglin grinned his heart, and carefully accepted the 2 heavenly runes, and vowed in his heart that he would not use it easily if it was not necessary. Well, this rule seed in the treasure house of the human race wants to get it in advance, and the plan has to be changed. Do not go. We don't go to sin, and change the battlefield, where the battle is the most intense. We will go. If you want to gain human contribution points as quickly as possible and upgrade your rank, you must of course participate in battles frequently. It is said that it is difficult to become a general in a peaceful and prosperous age. In the Sea of Shen, the inaction slowly nodded by the heavens, and the earth's anti-dying and died, raised his hand to draw out the scarlet channel, and across the universe void, outside the millions of light years in one step. Originally, he was only 22 trillion light years away from the battlefield of Sin Purgatory. Now he had to change direction and continue on his journey. However, with the existence of cross-border transmission hubs scattered all over the place, it was not that difficult. Today's monument split is blooming in the only real realm. Maybe a certain Tian Luo host carried the division and reached his destination first. After arranging everything, Bai Donglin sat down again, glanced at the dark and deep lucky ring, and went out to go out. There are less than 2 months left for the 7 absolute grass to mature. He now just wants to complete the task smoothly, and does not want to go out and cause trouble. His mind has drifted to the battlefield deep in the void of the universe. Closing his eyes slowly, and starting to understand the law. There are more than 100 rules in his body waiting for the light of the spirit. For cultivation, Bai Donglin has always been diligent and hard-working. This powerful strength is so hard. Bai Donglin! You bastard! Shameless bastard! Despicable! Strange! Pervert! I hate you! Woohoo! I know wrong. I dare not. You come out. Let me! Wow! It hurts! Deep in the dimension of the dimension, in the unknown dimension, a group of light balls floating in the dimension storm. A petite figure of only 1 meter 6 is stretching the limbs to float in the light ball. And countless cold rules wrap their wrists tightly. Meow 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 bit her lips tightly, and stopped meaningless abuse. She has been scolding for 2 months. And the shadow of that bastard has not appeared. Hateful. Dare to torture Miss this. Wait for Miss Ben to get out of trouble. You must bring you 1,000 horses with the poisonous troops to break your corpse. No! I can't easily kill this bastard. I will turn him up. Abolish the cultivation. Be an adult. Torture for thousands of years. Thinking of the pleasure of pleasure. The poisonous Meow Meow's face appeared inexplicably flushing, and the eyes of the 9-colored godlight were almost overflowing. Sizzle! As Poison Fong Meow Meow was imagining. Purple lightning bolts fell from the sky and struck her body directly. A flash of lightning flashed, followed by the appearance of scarlet fire, and golden blade light. Don't. I don't want to. I dare not dare. After a long time, the law chain trembled slightly, and all attacks disappeared. The life, healing and other law chains shone with divine light, and the green light brushed over the body of poison Fang Miao Miao, and the injuries were instantly healed again. Hum hum. I just lied. Bastard. You're dead. I'll make you regret it. Meow 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 gritted his teeth, stubbornly raised his head, and looked forward to his eyes. The time is almost up. That bastard must be watching nearby. Right? Oh! Venom Fang. It seems that you haven't suffered enough yet. How do you want to make me regret it? The mighty sound shook, and Bai Donglin stepped out from the depths of the dimension step by step. He slowly walked in front of the light ball, and looked at the naked Duya Miao Miao, with a teasing look on his face. Don't pretend in front of me. Venom Fang. You are not a simple woman. Would this little trick make you scream in pain? There is no need to act pitiful in front of me. I just don't have time to pay attention to you. I told you not to run around. And now this is what happens when you don't keep your promise. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, seeing through Duya Miao Miao's tricks at a glance. He had set up dozens of backup plans for her. Once she was out of his range, she would be dragged directly into the depths of the dimension, and she would be helpless. Huh? Don't let me go. Hurry up. Don't you just want me to help you find Kazabo? Duya Miao Miao snorted angrily. Her pretty face was hot and cold, and her chest heaved violently with anger. Oh! You're getting impatient. Don't worry. I'm only interested in the 7 deadly grass. I don't care what you think. Stop shaking. Be careful not to expose yourself. Bai Donglin stretched out his hand, holding the Fang Miao Miao in one hand, took a few steps forward, and returned to the real world. When the there is less than an hour. Prepare for it, and give me a careful sense. If you know the consequences. Bai Donglin lowered his eyes, and looked at the venomous Fang Miao Miao on the ground. His gaze was deep, indifferent and extremely cold. The poisonous teeth trembled in her heart. This man really killed her. Yeah. I got it. After gritting his teeth, the tooth of the toothed Miao Miao was sitting on his knees, and his mind was infinitely empty and immersed in the heavens and the earth. The blood in the body, which has been passed down for countless years, glows with a mysterious divine light. Chapter 398 Extreme Yin gives birth to Extreme Yang. Things that are extremely yang should be born in places that are extremely yin. The 7 absolute grass is condensed from the essence of the 7 souls of yang, and the conditions for its birth are extremely harsh. Although the world is vast, there are only a handful of places that meet its conditions. The central 6 realms of the sea, a secret realm in the center of the Earth's poisonous sea, are one of them. From the boundary, outside the vast core continent, it is a deep and cold universe void. Stars like this, which are desolate, cold, lifeless, and have extremely thin spiritual energy, are the most common existence in the void of the universe, and are uniformly called dead stars by monks. This dead star is so ordinary that countless cultivators would not even take a second look at it even if they passed by. However, under the special rules of the Sea secret realm, this ordinary dead star has become the only extremely yin place in the 6-sided central world. Moro, the time is almost up. Are you sure your target will show up? Just for these few plants of 7 deadly grass? In the void not far from the dead star, 6 figures were hidden. It was Moro and his party. Some shadowy figures asked in confusion. They were all very puzzled, with the strength and realm of the old monster Moro, and the fact that he had deployed the extremely terrifying 6 paths of reincarnation formation. The person he was targeting must be very powerful. And how could such a strong man personally collect just a few 7 absolute grasses? And he would fall into Moro's trap because of this. No matter how you think about it, this is not reasonable. Yes, the 7 absolute grass, which is regarded as a treasure by ordinary cultivators, is nothing to these strong men. It has nothing to do with its rarity. But the demand is different. After all, these people's will has gone a long way. Amit Ba Buddha. That's right. With just these 7 dead grasses, I have my own plans. Just do your job well, and don't ask any more questions. Mara sat cross-legged on a golden Buddha lotus with his eyes lowered. He was not completely sure whether he could wait for the ruler of the dimensional world. All the information before and after was just his inference. But this is also an attempt. If you can't do it once, you can plan again. As a monk, the most lack of patience is. Time passed by little, and soon it was the hour. At this moment, The light of the entire Lei world seemed to dim a little, and a hint of coldness appeared between heaven and earth, and the temperature dropped sharply. Buzz! The desolate dead star trembled slightly, and a wave of extreme coldness rippled out from its core, instantly sweeping across the entire Lei realm, ignoring the existence of the boundary wall, and rapidly spreading towards the other 5 central worlds. Snap! What was just a bare rocky dead star was instantly transformed into an ice crystal star when swept by this wave, and its surface was covered with dark blue ice crystals, with the Death Star as the center. The speed of particle movement in a large area around it suddenly dropped sharply, almost stagnating, only a thin line away from absolute zero. However, cultivators with powerful perception can sense an extremely hot breath in the core of this extremely cold Death Star. The particles there are violently agitated, and extreme yang is hidden in the extreme yin. It is the mature 7 absolute grass. Do it. When this wave shot out, Moro clasped his hands together and whispered orders. 5 dark shadows nodded imperceptibly, and with a flash of their figures, they instantly appeared on all sides of the Death Star and far below Moro. The entire Death Star was tightly surrounded by 6 people from top to bottom. The 6 people flipped their palms at the same time, took out their respective formation eyes, pinched the mysterious magic formula with their hands, and chanted obscure spells. A wave slowly connected the few people, and their eyes became dark and deep. An ancient bronze mirror, a 3-legged tripod with 2 ears, a scarlet sword, a beast's head ring, a ghost head broadsword, and a pale stone tablet were suspended in the void, spinning around, emitting strange fluctuations, and colorful divine light gradually boiling. Heavenly way. Moro reached out and grasped the ancient bronze mirror, and shouted in a low voice. Humane. Ashura road. Beast. Evil ghost way. Hell road. The other 5 people shouted at the same time and reached out to grab the object with a strange aura in front of him. The 6 paths of reincarnation formation. Stand. Hold head high. The dark light of the dark light came out, and a huge diamond-shaped array was formed instantly. The endless dark runes spread, distorted the interweaving, and shrouded the Dead Star in large void. Everything happened in a flash. In just 2 moments, the surrounding space and time trembled slightly, and the huge formation, along with Moro and others, disappeared instantly. The void returned to silence, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Not even a trace of breath fluctuation was left, and was completely wiped out. The crystal Death Star radiated coldness into the surrounding void wantonly, and the distant sunlight that descended here was frozen and stagnant, slowly forming countless rays of light that fell down. It looks normal. 10 breaths later, an old man in a bright red robe tore through the void and instantly appeared not far from the crystal Death Star. He lowered his eyes, scanned the surroundings, and said with a low laugh, Hey, it seems that the old man is better this time. The place where the extreme yin was born in the boundary of the yin. These 7 grass. The old man accepted it. The old man of that treasure can't fight you. Picking some soup water. It is not a time. This person is an elder of the Qi Ming clan, one of the 3 major clans in the Earth's poison sea. He has just broken through the 9th level of unity less than 1,000 years ago, and is still exploring the first extreme level, although his strength is not outstanding. As a native of the poison sea, he also has the means to sense the extremely yin land. Being the first one to arrive, he was obviously not far from here. In his opinion, this was luck. The old man in Honpao smiled proudly, and his figure shook. The light was filled, and the void almost frozen was broken, and he stepped on the crystal Dead Star. Huh? What's going on? The old man's figure paused, and then his expression changed drastically. He looked around and found that he had appeared in a dark space for some unknown reason. The crystal Death Star where he was supposed to be standing was gone, and even the omnipresent coldness disappeared. There was only darkness in front of him. Between the horror the old man felt pouring out of his body, but was suppressed in the body that he could not overflow. Who is it? How dare you play such a joke on me? Please come out and see me. I am the elder of the Qi Ming clan. Is there any misunderstanding between us? It is still impossible to see any clues. The old man's expression became more and more gloomy. He lost his perception of heaven and earth. Rules, and any energy fluctuations. This weird place does not exist. Moro's eyes slightly fitted in the secret, and he felt a moment carefully and shook his head slightly. Not him. Kill it. The tone was indifferent, and the light writing determined the life and death of the old man, as if it was not a 9 realm that was killed, but an ant. The strange fluctuations in the dark space flickered, and they came to the old man in Hompao instantly. The old man seemed to perceive something. His eyes were angry. His face was frightened. And he roared and roared. No! Boo! In the darkness, an invisible and immaterial hand reached out, ignoring everything, and went deep into the old man's soul. It instantly found the hidden soul, grasped it, and gently twisted it. The deep and terrifying reincarnation rules spread out along the inexplicable connection, descending on every corner of the one true world. After tens of thousands of resurrection, it contains essence and spirit, which can recondense the magical particles of the true spirit and be destroyed together. The death of a Gi Nung Nung did not cause any ripples, nor was there any fluctuation of aura in the void outside. It seems normal. After 5 times, the void was torn again. A dark green figure emerged, and was a white-haired old woman. Hey, the 7 deadly grass is mine now. Step on the crystal dead star. The figure also disappeared. Not her. Kill. It's not him either. Kill him. Kill. The strange fluctuation of the stunning world. The strange fluctuation from the dead star of the boundary. Took 10 interests to sweep through this world. With her dress torn, Duyamyami frowned and tried her best to stimulate her blood to sense. In the crisis of life and death, she had no energy to care about her demeanor, and let large areas of her delicate and white skin be exposed to the air. Anyway, she had already seen that Bai Donglin was an extremely cold-blooded bastard with a will as strong as iron. In his eyes, only his own goals existed. I'm afraid that in his eyes, she was no different from the flowers and plants on the roadside. Even if she was naked, he wouldn't even look at her. Chant! An extremely obscure wave passed by, and a trace of chill emerged in Duyamyami's blood. Suddenly, the chill came over his body, and frost condensed faintly on his skin. It appeared. I sensed the extremely dark place. In the puppet world. Poison Fong Miaomiu opened her eyes wide, her face full of excitement, and she breathed a sigh of relief. All the information she knew came from the clan's secret book, and she had never really implemented it. This was also the first time. Whether she could achieve it, she has not fully grasped. If it is not, Bai Donglin will definitely not let her go. Very good. Congratulations. Keep your little life. Go. Let me go with me again. Bai Dong's smile appeared in his eyes, nodded with satisfaction, and then reached out to hold the poisonous teeth Meow Meow Meow, and stepped out of the boundary of the Jia. The poisonous Meow Meow's face was stunned. Her smile solidified, and her teeth dancing their claws struggled, and then scolded. Bah! Bastard! How dare you lie to me? Despicable and shameless. Bastard. Bai Donglin's bastard. I'll bite you to death. Awuh! Bai Donglin shrugged slightly, and let the poisonous teeth Meow Meow hold his unrepaired arm. What is it? You are too cunning. And there is a previous department. After seeing the great Een, I will naturally let you leave. Everyone knows. I have Bai Donglin. And I believe it. Chapter 399 exposed. Buzz. The void was rippling violently, and Bai Donglin took a step out of it holding the poisoned Fong Miaomiu. As the chill came over his body, his eyes slightly turned and instantly locked onto the crystal death star not far away. Her is so cold. That's right. This is the place of extreme Een. See. Miss Ben didn't lie to you. Meow 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 shuddered, and the mana in the body burst out. On the surface of the body, a thick layer of robe was condensed, which separated the horrible chills. Bai Dong nodded slightly, and he didn't speak. The eyes burst into bright white light. In a red and hot space, 9 red spiritual herbs were growing in an inexplicable arrangement and in a regular pattern. They were 9 inches tall, as crystal as fire jade, and had 9 leaves. 7 light balls of different colors were suspended above each of the spiritual herbs, corresponding to the information in the memory one by one. That's right. It is the mature body 7 grass. Very good. Poisonous teeth. You are free. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, with a smile in his eyes, and his palm was loose. So he put the poisonous teeth Meow Meow. Really? Well, that lady left first. Not to disturb your good things. Duyamyami's face lit up with joy. Then she slowly stepped back, looking at Bai Donglin with doubt in her eyes. She was extremely nervous, fearing that Bai Donglin would strike back with a palm and kill her on the spot to silence her, etc. Ah! Bai Donglin, you are indeed a bastard without credibility. Do it. I will not let you go even if I die or become a ghost. The small face of the poisonous teeth collapsed, and she was stunned in place for a moment. Well, what do you think? If I do you still want to have a chance to be a ghost? Then, Bai Donglin laughed, with the palm of his hand and took a jade slips, throwing it to the toothed tooth. What's this? Duya Miao subconsciously reached out to take the jade slip. Her eyes rolled around, and she asked in confusion. Venom Fang, you are a smart woman with great ambitions and greed, but your ability is lacking. You have merged 9 different inheritances into one. It seems to have been successful, but it actually hides terrible hidden dangers. As your cultivation improves, you will soon be on the verge of death. This jade and slips are some of my suggestions and improved solutions. If you don't want to be violent, you can take a closer look. Bai Donglin spoke slowly. When he was stripping away Duya Miao's inheritance, he also saw through the complicated inheritance entangled in her soul. With his curiosity, he naturally had to do some research. So he found a lot of problems. Why are you helping me? Duya Miao's expression changed, and she tightly grasped the jade slip in her hand. She did not have time to think about the authenticity of this thing, but was puzzled about Bai Donglin's attitude towards her. How could this cruel man be so kind? He must have vicious intentions. There is no grievance between us. In general, you still help me a lot. I don't want to owe you. Well, if you accept my return, or I only kill you to understand the cause and effect. Bai Donglin thought for a moment. His expression was solemn, and he seriously said the thoughts in his heart. You, humph! Poison Fang Miao snorted coldly, glared at Bai Donglin fiercely, then turned around without hesitation, turned into a ray of light, pierced through the void, and fled away. Bai Donglin didn't care. His eyes fell. His attention was poured on the crystal dead star, and his expression gradually became dignified. From poisonous tooth Miao to the fluctuations of the extreme yin, it is past, but only one of him appears here. When did this Chijua grass become so cheap? Or do those strong men have been dragged on their hands and feet, and have no time to take care of this thing? He didn't think that Poison Fang Miao was the only one who could sense the emergence of the extremely yin land. Apart from the strong men of the Poison Fang clan, the other 2 major poisonous forces could not have no means of sensing it. Poison Fang Miao had said before that many strong people would come to fight for the 7 deadly grass. But the current calm appearance was really a bit off. Originally, he was ready for a war. After standing for a long time, Bai Dong's brows frowned and deeper. He exhausted all the senses of perception and found no abnormalities. It seemed that he really worked. Why am I still worried when the time comes? Never mind. The worst that can happen is that I will die a few times. The 7 deadly grass is right in front of me. How can I let it go? Having said that, 2 streams of light silently fell from Bai Donglin's body and disappeared into the void in the distance. One is the ultimate evil soul, and the other is the split body of the war monument. If he died unexpectedly, he could resurrect the basis of evil. If he died even wicked, he would resurrect based on the unspeaks of the million light years, and then split the monument of the place as the coordinate, and then jump back in an instant. Leave a little back. Bai Donglin's heart is a little peaceful. The body's surface emerges brilliant, and the void that squeezes the condensed and condenses is set foot on the crystal dead star. Suddenly, I was in a dark space. And I was in a dark space. Sure enough, even with such caution, he still got tricked. The eyes drooped, glanced at the endless dark ring in the endless darkness. He already understood why the extremely dark place was deserted. Those who had arrived earlier should have also been trapped in this strange dark space. Lucky ring. Doom ring. Deserved you. He had consumed all the luck for the heavenly rune, and it really left a hidden danger. If there is no such weird dark space, Kizifu should also be collected in advance. His eyes were slightly closed. A cold light flashed in them, and his thoughts were racing. He had already prepared for unexpected events in his heart, so he did not show any horror. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the spot. All kinds of perception methods such as supernatural powers, thoughts, and will were used, but they were all restricted in the body by an inexplicable terrifying force, and could not dissipate at all. Not even the will. His heart sank suddenly, and he wanted to open a low-dimensional channel in the sea of gods, but still failed. Even the eternal immortal realm lost its sensitivity. The world, dimensional space, and many laws were all isolated and imprisoned. Bai Donglin's expression was as gloomy as water. Was this incredible arrangement made for him? He is just a small monk, so he doesn't need to have such a big battle. Bai Donglin's first response was a trap of others by mistake. The second reaction was that the winged god palace found his trace. After all, he was not very low-key recently. All thoughts did not make a response. But Bai Donglin had not responded. But the darkness in front of him changed. Boom! The dark and deep space was like a curtain that twisted. And a ray of bright light suddenly appeared, tearing through the darkness and bringing some light to the place. Moro. This person. You can't kill. He is innocent. Will not be the one you want to find. Buzz. Endless Buddha's chants emerged. And warm Buddha lights rippled out, slowly condensing into a huge Buddha shadow, standing in the endless darkness, and dispelling a lot of darkness. Oh! Interesting. I didn't expect that Mingjing still has the power of resistance. It has been hidden for so long. But it is exposed to this little guy in advance. What do you have to do with him? Moro's tone was light, and did not care about Mingjing's resistance. His attention has always been placed on Bai Donglin. When Bai Donglin came here, he caught his attention. According to his inference, the controller of the dimensional world first ruled out the cultivators above the 9th realm. Although the little guy in front of him tried his best to hide his aura, he couldn't hide it from him. Especially in this 6 reincarnation space. A small body cultivator, who has not yet sublimated the source of life, and is not even at the divine source realm, has such powerful strength. Different weird and extraordinary people naturally have extraordinary things. Moro determines instantly that this weird physical repair may be his goal. Of course, he has a means to confirm the truth. Moro? Mingjing? Bai Dong was shocked and rose suddenly. His eyes turned towards the huge Buddha shadow. The warm Buddha light restored his visual perception. Little monk Mingjing. Is that you? And Moro. Didn't Moro die in the Mingyu ancient realm? With the evil and so many powerful people joining forces, how could he still be alive? And he appeared in this place and deployed such means. What exactly did he want to do? Bai Dong's heart was chaotic. Ahmed Ba. Donor Bai. It's me. Mingjing. The huge Buddha shadow lowered its eyes, gazing at Bai Donglin from afar with extremely complicated meaning. The moment Bai Donglin appeared, he figured out a lot of things. The string of Buddhist beads that he had inexplicably obtained. And the Tianluo space. No. It should be the dimensional world. Moro. Bai Shizhu has a life-saving grace to the little monk. And this grace has to be reported. If you leave Bai Shizhu left, the little monk can promise your devil plan. Mingjing clasped his hands together, his face showing compassion. All this was caused by him. He couldn't harm Bai Donglin, nor could he let Moro obtain the true one ancient artifact of the dimension world. But he had seen all of Moro's previous arrangements, and he was powerless to break the situation. Oh! Clear and clear. It is too late to this day. But these two things are not conflicting. If this little guy cooperates well, you can give him life if you get what you want. Ahmed Ba Buddha. As Moro chanted, endless darkness twisted and gathered madly, forming an even larger dark Buddha shadow, which slowly wrapped and swallowed the bright Buddha shadow. Bai Donglin's eyes widened as he saw a picture in the endless darkness. A crystal clear Buddha, as if made of colored glass, was wrapped in a pitch-black Buddha. Inside the colored glass Buddha's body was a small figure sitting cross-legged with a compassionate look on his face, silently reciting Buddha's scriptures, with pain and struggle in his brows. Little monk Mingjing. Although he couldn't see the cause and effect clearly, he could feel that Mingjing's current situation was very bad, and he might be assimilated and devoured by Moro at any time. Between breathing, the Buddha light was covered up, and the place was once again in a dark. Although he lost all perceptions, Bai Dong could feel that the huge dark Buddha still stood in place, and he stared at him upright. Little guy, there is a question in this seat to ask you. Moro's voice came faintly and reached his heart. Bai Donglin's heart is tight, but this is the old monster Moro. Even the Black Mist Demon Emperor was played with the old Yin ratio in his palm. Do you have a treasure-related treasure? A vast volatility came, and Bai Dong was shrouded in an instant. This is the power of will. A terrifying will that is more powerful and profound than his. This method? Isn't this the method he often uses? Bai Donglin's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle, and he exclaimed in his heart, not good. The low-dimensional world has been exposed. Chapter 400, One Life for Another. Ahmed Ba Buddha. Ha ha ha. It really is you. A huge sound wave vibrated past, stirring up the dark space. The joy in the sound could be clearly felt. Even a strong man like Moro showed emotional fluctuations. It was conceivable how excited he was inside. Bai Donglin's expression was gloomy, and his will is shrouded in. He answered whether it is meaningless. When Moro asked the low-dimensional world moment, The result was doomed. Unexpectedly, the cautiousness has been defeated on the kindness. In an instant, Bai Donglin wanted to understand the cause and consequences, and the root of everything was on the division of the war monument to the Ming Jing. It's true that you can't be a good person. He now has two choices, and immediately escapes his place, or do everything with Moro, and then be killed ruthlessly. If he escapes, his loss is not small. First of all, the 7 absolute grass is definitely gone, and the completion of the extreme trial will be postponed indefinitely. Secondly, the death omen in the Sea of Blood and the skeleton boss in the heart will be lost 100%. And the black stone tablet in the Sea of Gods has a less than 10% chance of being lost. The biggest hidden danger is that if Moro directly uses the power of rules to wipe him out, then Zai and Wu Wei will also die. He will lose the basis for resurrection, and can only be resurrected in this dark space. In other words, he will fall completely into Moro's hands and live a life worse than death. But this possibility is very small. First, before Moro obtained the low-dimensional world, it is unlikely that he would kill him directly. Even if he was killed, the probability of using the rules to wipe him out is also very small. After all, he is just a small cultivator in the supernatural realm and has no powerful means of resurrection. This information gap seems to be his only advantage. An instant, Bai Donglin had already thought about the interests, and he had a care in his heart. Moro, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly, stood straight, spoke loudly, and talked to Moro in an equal tone. Oh, have you figured it out? Little guy, don't worry. As long as you hand over the dimension world honestly, I can spare your life. Moro's tone was easy. Everything was in his control. He didn't think that Bai Donglin could go out of what ways, and he was already intending how to use the dimension world. Moro, you let me, and the young monk of Mingjing. I can have never happened in this matter. In the future, I will also give you a chance to live a life. How about it? One life for another. Fair, right? Bai Donglin's voice slowly rippled in the dark space, and his tone was faint, but it seemed to be full of a magical magic, which made the dark and silent space, which was even more cold. Puff! Among the 5 black shadow tools who were watching the fun, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha. Interesting little guy. Moro chuckled softly, without getting angry. His vast soul and thoughts, carrying with them a dark and profound will, poured out, filled with waves of bewitching Sanskrit sounds, and instantly penetrated into Bai Donglin's sea of consciousness. Moro can't wait. He wanted to directly control or read Bai Donglin's soul and make Bai Donglin his slave. Then all of Bai Donglin's secrets, including the dimensional world, would be his. Bai Donglin's expression changed. Although he was prepared, Moro's will and soul were too strong. Moreover, this dark space greatly restricted his movements. He had no way to avoid it, and could only let Moro enter his sea of consciousness. Bai Donglin's attention was unprecedentedly focused, with a string in his heart. If he felt something was wrong, he would immediately give up everything and escape. Clang! When Moro's soul and thoughts were about to spread to Bai Donglin's soul, the black stone tablet that had been silent and suppressed everything suddenly trembled, making a terrifying noise, and ripples of black light spread out, instantly shattering Moro's soul and thoughts into nothingness. Call! Bai Donglin breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, the black stone tablet did not disappoint him. This was his test. If the stone tablet did not move, he would destroy himself immediately. Fortunately, the result is good. Now he has the invincible black stone tablet to protect his soul. He is not afraid of being wiped out by the rules, and can retreat at any time. After this dark stone monument swallowed the 6-color cube, it seemed more active. Before, he accidentally touched the god sleeping in Nini's Sea of God, and was wiped out by the power of rules. This black stone tablet took action to clear away the remaining power of rules only after his death. Now, facing Moro, it is more proactive. The black stone monument can shatter the rules. He just needs to understand this doing. And he suddenly settled. What? Moro was shocked. And his soul, and will have been annihilated in an instant. What is that pitch black stone tablet that I caught a glimpse of? Could it be the carrier of the dimensional world? It is indeed a real ancient artifact. So powerful. Moro was not frustrated by the failure. Instead, he became more excited. This dimensional world would belong to him. And the stronger he was, the better. Moro, do you need us to take action? Moro did not hide his previous move. The 5 shadowy figures, who were the core of the formation, naturally sensed it. Seeing that Moro had returned without success, they immediately started to wonder in their hearts. How weak was Moro? He couldn't even deal with a little guy. No need. You just need to maintain the formation, and I will handle the rest myself. Moro decisively refused. These soil buns do not know that the world of dimensions is a real ancient weapon. If they let them see the clue, they will inevitably have a two-hearted heart. Although he has already set off a dark hand, he is not afraid of it. In his opinion, Bai Donglin was ultimately just a minor cultivator in the realm of supernatural powers. Although he was a little weird and a billion times more powerful, he certainly could not fully activate the dimensional world. Just now, he was just the dimensional world's proactive protection of its master. Since I can't devour your soul and take over your body, I'll just crush your body first. Moro looked cold, raised the huge palms of tens of thousands of feet, and pressed it fiercely. Under the palm of the sky, Bai Donglin was so small that he was not as small as an ant, and a strong death floated up his heart. Snort! Bai Donglin's expression became cold and hot. Even if he would die, he would not sit still. Before he died, he had to leave a little trace on Moro. Mystical power, the laws of heaven and earth. Bai Donglin's figure instantly raised to nearly 9,000 feet, and the endless vast power of the endlessness rose in the body, and the physical strength was greatly enhanced. This is the advantage of physical cultivation. Although the dark space isolates all laws, the laws engraved in the spiritual orifices of the physical cultivator have little impact. As for the spiritual trick that carries the eternal and immortal realm, the situation is a bit special. Although it is also included in the origin of life, its existence and no existence, non-virtual and non-real, and in the endless dimension, it seems to be inside him, and it seems to be outside him. There is an inseparable connection with the outside world. This is why, even if Bai Donglin died and turned into nothingness, this spiritual orifice would still be safe and sound. But because of this, because it has become dependent on the outside world, like in the current situation, it cannot be used if it is isolated from all spaces. There are pros and cons, but in Bai Donglin's opinion, the pros outweigh the cons. After all, he often dies without an intact body, so having such a storage space is very necessary, and some minor defects are acceptable. As his thoughts turned, all kinds of incredible methods were used one after another. The ultimate sublimation, Lingqiao, flesh, soul, all material in the body burns fiercely, and the endless golden flames are lingering around the body and instantly turned into a humanoid torch. Will, life, wisdom, 3 light burning. A hazy, mysterious light emerged and gathered behind the head, forming circles of halos. A total of 9. Forbidden technique, transmigration of mind and will into demon. Boom! The heart beat violently with a huge drum sound. The skeleton figure, who was sitting cross-legged in the ventricle, suddenly had its eyes glow scarlet and stood up. The endless divine patterns and secret seals on the blood jade skeleton rotated rapidly, and the skeleton turned into endless scarlet particles, which flowed along the heart veins and spread throughout the body in an instant. Bai Donglin's body surface slowly emerged a layer of scarlet substance, flowing and condensed, and a set of scarlet skeleton armor appeared suddenly, even above the face, also covered a skeleton mask. Both eyes became scarlet and sprayed with large red light. Bloodthirstiness, destructiveness, madness. The endless and vast aura spread wildly and vented wantonly, like the arrival of the demon lord. Death sign. Chant. The omen of death inserted in the sea of blood hummed with joy, circling and dancing, and fell into Bai Donglin's hands. The breath full of destruction, silence, and dispelling pour out from the skeletal armor. All of them enter the omen trembling fiercely, turning into the red color, and swallowing the horrible dismissal. Call. What a powerful force. Bai Donglin held the sign of death tightly and exhaled a breath of scarlet air. This is the first time he is full of firepower. At this moment, Bai Donglin was in his strongest state, except for the extreme evil of doing nothing. Even a powerful being in the second realm can kill it. There is nothing in this world that cannot be cut. Return to the ruins. Destroy the disaster with one blade. Sizzle. Bai Donglin poured out everything he had, and all of his endless power was channeled into the death omen that was clenched in his hands, and he slashed at the terrifying black palm. Chant. The scarlet blade light was boundless and contained endless power of destruction, as if it was the creation of the world. It crossed the void, wanting to slay the evil spirits and monsters. Swordsman. I felt that this familiar and extremely robbery breath. Moro was shocked. His expression was mad. And his mind was trembling. He didn't even hold a breath. He leaped a trace. And the black palm of the dark giant also showed signs of dispersal. The strength of the sword is better than him. In his current state. I am afraid that even his sword can't be connected. Wrong. The sword idiot has been devoured by the silent magic sword. And it will always be sinking into the dead world. How can it appear here? Moro frowned. Reacted instantly. And after carefully sensing for a moment, he suddenly understood. Oh! It turns out to be the remains of the sword maniac. No wonder it has this kind of aura. Interesting. This little guy actually nurtured a remains to be so powerful. Haha. I wonder how many lives he slaughtered to achieve this level. I thought he was just a lucky young man. I didn't expect it was a big devil. Interesting. Interesting. Boom. The faint giant palm collapsed violently with the red sword Meng. And the endless vast and vast. The blade light was as chilling as purgatory. Madly cutting and erasing the dark palm. The giant palm seemed illusory and extinguished. But until the blade light of destruction dissipated, a lot of power was still left. Pressing down fiercely towards Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin's eyes darkened. As expected, the gap between the two was too big. Even if he used all his strength, he was still no match for this old monster. Moreover, with the existence of this terrifying dark space, he could not see any chance of turning the situation around. So he secretly made a decision and prepared to destroy himself. In the eternal and immortal realm, the endless pile of complicated items like the mountains, casually discarding a token of the whole body is dark. Like wood carved. The moment Moro's aura leaked out, the cold light on the dark token flashed slightly, and seemed to be activated.